Edited by Ian Buchanan and Gregg Lambert. Ian Buchanan and Gregg Lambert. In the opening pages of Getting BA.ck into Place, Edward Casey defies us to imagine a world without place. It is impossible to do, he says, citing as proof the very terror such a thought evokes. We can scarcely think of anything more terrible, our lies, than the absence of place. Our lives are so place-oriented and place-saturated that we cannot begin to comprehend, much less face you to, what sheer placelessness would be like. C. 1993, 9. Doubtless this is because we intuit that we could not be, indeed would not be, if we did not have a place to be. The extreme of this position is Heidegger's concept zero in here being, which is effectively an attempt to think through this problem by dissolving the underpinning separation, or what Deleuze and Guattari termed dissociative synthesis of ourselves and place. The early mistranslation of Dasein as simply man is instructive in this respect. It acknowledges and erases the fact that Heidegger was arguing that man is a place being, not a being in a place. However, as Heidegger well knew, internalizing place in this way does not eradicate the problem of what place is, and his later work, which turned more explicitly to the theme of dwelling, would try to find ways of articulating it as an effect and precondition of existence. In this respect, his thinking was influenced, though to how great an extent is difficult to assess, by the transformations war had wreaked on Europe. As Deleuze's account of post-war cinema argues, thinking about place in this period was, understandably, dominated by rubble-strewn vistas, and notwithstanding Casey's assertions to the contrary, a number of philosophers, but also artists and filmmakers as well, began to imagine a world without place, a world of any spaces whatever. Why is the Second World War taken as a break? The fact is that, in Europe, the post-war period has greatly increased the situations which we no longer know how to react to, in spaces which we no longer know how to describe. 2. These were any spaces whatever, deserted but uninhabited, disused warehouses, waste ground, cities in the course of demolition or reconstruction. And in these any spaces whatever a new race of characters was stirring, a kind of mutant. They saw rather than acted, they were seers. Deleuze 1989, 11. In the U.S., the equivalent of bombed-out vistas, the allegedly disintegrating inner cities, feature as the backdrop to crime films, but their metaphysical message is entirely different. The deserted streets and shabby buildings signify not that a people, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, is missing, but that it has been targeted for termination. Hitchcock is treated by Deleuze as the Lemire point of pre-war, modernist cinema, precisely because his post-war films resist this movement toward a cinema of the any space whatever. Although his work spans the period of both neorealism and new wave, there are no any spaces whatever of the type found in Rossellini or Godard in Hitchcock. On the contrary, his films operate within highly contrived and closely observed buildings, the apartment block, the motel, the mansion, the terraced house at the end of the street. The ensuing claustrophobic atmosphere of constant surveillance is doubtless the element of his work that retains its most potent residential onus in contemporary society. We should not assume from this, however, that place persisted in Hitchcock and vanished in Rossellini and Godard, and that Hitchcock's work was somehow out of step with history. Hitchcock's famous preference for the soundstage over location resulted in an aesthetic which, by using back projections and mats instead of the real thing, created a cinema of what, after Eco, and in contrast to Rossellini's neorealism, might be termed hyperrealism. Point 2. JT is perhaps only today, when spaces are being built consciously to replicate film sets, that we can appreciate the dialogue on space that Hitchcock's films were trying to broach. Point 3. That dialogue has to do with habitability. This question, above, dominates the second half of the 20th century as the key analytic issue concerning space. At stake is the practical problem of what it takes to make space habitable, to make places from sites with the active place-making infrastructure, tradition, memory, habit, and so forth, had been either destroyed or displaced. As Anthony Vidler shows, spatial thinking before the Second World War was concerned with the seemingly damaging effect space was having on the modern individual. Metropolis rapidly became the privileged territory of a host of diseases attributed directly to spatial conditions, diseases that took their place within the general epistemology of Beard's neurasthenia and Charcot's hysteria, but with a special relationship to their supposed physical causes. Vidler. 2000, 25-6. Agoraphobia and claustrophobia, terms that first appeared some 3 decades before the start of the 20th century, became the yin and yang of spatial thinking in the modernist period. Whether it was the busy thoroughfares, the phantasmagoria of the arcades or the wide open space of the boulevards, there was an associated malady diagnosed for each new type of spatial experience. More importantly, each malady was said to hold the key to understanding contemporary life, first as a kind of indexical symptom, and then as the baseline, the unexceptional standard by which society understood itself. The social space of the city became mappable, in Deleuze's terms, by tracing points of intensity of these new maladies. Thus Benjamin focused on arcades, but more crucially on passing through, passage en work, as the typical activity of the late 19th century. Krakauer zeroed in on the hotel lobby, Halle, as the emblem of the new rationalism, while for Simmel it was the stranger, at once fear-inducing and seducing, that embodied the ambivalence of the new era. 4 After the Second World War, however, Thinken Chan ed. Essays came to be regarded as uninaida eye nation. Whereas before the concern had been how space affected individuals, now the emphasis shifted to the other side of the equation: could individuals affect space? In different ways, Lefebvre and Heidegger stand on the cusp of this seismic shift of sensibility, in that they both argue that the individual is essential to the constitution of place, that is to say, what we now call lived space. Both were able to conceive of spaces that had been emptied or otherwise rendered uninhabited, but neither was yet prepared to consider the possibility of spaces that were constitutively uninhabitable. The generation of thinkers that followed, Hoche, Debord, Desserteau, Deleuze, Foucault, and many others, had no such hesitation. Doubtless it was Foucault's book on the prison that set the tone, creating a dour atmosphere of institutional triumphalism that his own later work would try to ameliorate by outlining a modus vivendi for life in the glare of surveillance. Taking discipline as his stipulated point of departure, Desserteau reversed the accepted polarity of thinking up to that point, using place to denote foot. The restrictive and unhomely and space, hitherto the designation for the uninhabited and uninhabitable, to theorize a tenuous new form of freedom. In space one has the liberty to experiment, to try new things, but the price is one cannot keep what one gains. Emblematic of this new space was the sidewalk, a space which brought together the passionate intensity of Benjamin's arcades and the chancy promiscuity of Simmel's strangers, and possessed in Desserteau's eyes, a poetry all of its own. Focusing on the proliferation of spaces whose function seems only to be to facilitate our passing through, airports, train stations, tram stops, and so forth, Hoche takes this a step further and develops an idea of the non-yen place, that is, a place which no longer confers the affect of place, and in the process crushes the creative and indeed anarchic spirit of Desserteau's notion of space. Debord's direction was both more anarchic and in a sense more forlorn, because for him it was really only in the virtual space of art that one can find in relief from Théophane Ressiers of the Renonaism of the A. This position is close to Deleuze's. Of course, inasmuch as he too invests real faith in art, but he doesn't confine the anarchic potential of art to the virtual. He sees its explosive potential extending to the actual, if the artist has the strength to carry it through. In its fundamental ambivalence towards the new space, Europe was well ahead of America. In fact, it is not until Frederick Jameson's essay on postmodernism of 1984 that we encounter a comparable analysis. At least part of the shock of Jameson's essay came from his willingness to pronounce the new space uninhabitable, and thus bring a continental ennui stateside. 61 And complete contrast to Europe, post-war USA literally boomed, more particularly, in the decade or so following the cessation of hostilities in Europe. The basic shape of contemporary USA was put in place: the interstate freeways, sprawling suburbs, and shopping malls, that define the landscape of Middle America today all came into being. At this time, it is this that Hitchcock's cinema captures. His is a cinema of the effect of shopping mall, the interstate and the suburb, or what Koolhaas calls junk space. The modern fact, as Deleuze put it, is that we no longer believe in this world, we do not even believe in the events which happen to us, love, death, as if they only have concerned us. It is not we who make cinema, it is the world which looks to us like a bad film. Deleuze 1989, 171. 7. This describes Hitchcock's cinema precisely. His worlds do look like bad films and they have been eviscerated of belief. It is a cinema of non-places, of a global style that could be anywhere and, as Koolhaas puts it, has spread everywhere like a virus. 8. If one must speak of a break between Hitchcock and Rossellini, it is because Hitchcock could not reconnect the severed link between man and the world. His characters persist in the world as if in a pure optical and sound situation. Deleuze 1989, 172. His worlds, like shopping malls, are interiors whose aim is to eliminate the desire for the outside by reproducing it in facsimile. Hitchcock created a radical immanence whose terrifying dimensions were perhaps only properly understood by directors like David Lynch, who found a way of imbuing even location shoots with this same affect. Hitchcock renders palpable the space of universal schizophrenia. Deleuze 1989, 172, 10. Given our tour through and place in post-war European and American wastelands, some would like the schizoid stroll of Harry Dean Stanton's character in Wenders Paris, T.E.'s Ass, 1984, who walks a bastard line straight across the Mojave Desert. It is important to notice the proliferation of new concepts of space in Deleuze and Guattari's collaborative works, and to see this attention to the problem of space as something distinctive that belongs to their philosophy. In ATHs and Plateaus, 1987, new configurations of the spatial field abound, and even Die Works Tide and Composition signals a spatial assembly of Janes, Hnes, and Atween TSA, points of variation, or becoming. This replaces the tripartite division of the spatial held normally associated with mental representation, the field of reality, the world, the field of representation, the book, the field of subjectivity, the author. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 23. Thus, the work has a milieu, from which it extracts territories for analysis, but no center. It has no end or margins, but rather cutting edges of deterritorialization. In act, space itself is never neutral to the particular assemblage in which it appears or that produces it as its a priori condition. There are always two kinds of essays, smooth and striated essays, nomad essays and sedentary space. For the space in which the Warmack INEF Klops and TE space mistud YTE Tate apparatus, are not at same nature EUs and Guattari 19, 474. And yet, as they immediately go on to qualify, this does not create a rigid dualism or opposition, since any composition is always a mixture, mélange, of smooth and striated space, and the point is to develop a more supple system of analysis. For example, lines and segments are reserved to describe molar organizations, whereas the description of molecular organizations of flows and quanta are constantly shown to pass through, or between, Aitkenist segments, or the social space implied by a state apparatus, and by processes they define as decoding and deterritorialization. This mapping of the different kinds of space that mix in each assemblage, social, political, but also geological, biological, economic, aesthetic, or musical, and so on, becomes the major task set out by the project they define as pragmatics or micropolitics. Thus, if above we describe a fundamental reaction of ambivalence in different post-war critical evaluations of the new spaces produced by late capitalism, such as Jameson's expression of disorientation and dizziness in the atrium of the Bonaventure Hotel, Deleuze and Guattari's response to this problem is to set out to develop a series of maps of these spaces in a pragmatic sense, finding a manner of orienting themselves. They often say in the course of their analysis, now we are in a bannier position to draw a map, which Kant earlier defined as the fundamental task of thinking as well. 12 In Deleuze and Guattari's last collaborative work, What is Philosophy? The problem of our universal schizophrenia is taken up again in terms of the modern brain in its direct confrontation with chaos. That is, the broken links of perception and sensation produce distant and flat any space whatever accompanied by an affective sensation, I feel, bereft of any possible subjective orientation between interior and exterior. This often produces an uncanny Doppelgewandler effect in the space between the uninhabitable exteriors spaces that seem to proliferate and surround us, without allowing us to inhabit them. Further away than any external world and deeper than any interiority is a formula Deleuze derived from Foucault and Blanchard to evoke the figure of an outside that, characterized by its formlessness, has impacted and transformed, in different respects, the modern subjects of science, philosophy, and art. This confrontation recapitulates many of the descriptions offered above concerning the problem of habitation, which can also be regarded as a problem of recognition under the regime of representation, as the state in which the modern subject no longer recognizes the space in which it is located. The earlier model of recognition has become derisory and clearly inadequate with regard to the particle signs emitted by new spatial configurations, which are a bit like turning on a television screen whose intensities bring out that which escapes the power of objective definition. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 209. Yet, if Deleuze and Guattari locate the juncture of this new confrontation with chaos directly in the brain, it is not in an appeal to a new science or to some meta-subject, theory, to pacify this struggle. As they write, philosophy, art, science are not the mental objects of an objectified brain, but the three aspects under which brain becomes subject: thought brain. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 210. Here, the broken links of perception and sensation, even memory, made up by chronosigns, have changed the situation of thought, at the exact juncture where the space of the world and the space of man unfold, between an interior and exterior fold, intersects a space without distance, at ground level, from which no chasm, fold, or hiatus escapes. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 210. LF, according to phenomenology, thought depends on man's relation with the world, in which the brain is necessarily in agreement because it draws from these relations. What happens when this relation is reversed and the relation to the world, which is fundamentally a spatial relation, now depends on thought, on thinking this relation anew? In their last work, therefore, the problem first enunciated by Canr, Time Off Its Hinges, returns and to address the problem of a sensation of space that has fallen from its rise, a pro-mt at tey y undefined as the lobel.sin tendency x rest beamkrism deterrent talisitlan that is approaching an almost absolute point, chaos. Where te3 plane com post by science, philosophy, and art meet, the brain cannot be simply reduced to the mental objects that appear to be inferior to these composites, or that appear on the surfaces produced by these different aspects of thought. As Deleuze has explored very early on under the mysterious theme of parallelism, drawn from Spinoza, the number cannot be reduced to a pure object of mental representation since it also traces a figure of matter, which is not simply thought matter. Likewise, the line traced or created by architecture cannot simply originate in the mind, but must also find its efficient cause in the resistance posed by specific materials and by the variable forms of space that are made possible by the line traced through a multiplicity, material, social, semiotic, and so on. According to the logic of the fold, i.e. plea, there is no general logic of space in the same way that Deleuze has proposed a logic of sense and of sensation. This is because the logic of space would be that of the multiplicity itself, in keeping with the possibility of developing such a logic of multiplicity, virtual or real. This volume proposes a series of partial descriptions of the different regions and assemblages that have been touched and transformed by the concepts created by Deleuze and Guattari. As we mentioned at the beginning, thinking about space and place has until very recently been predicated by the understanding that place is an affirmative category, the implication being that there can be no such thing as a non-place, or a non-spac. This presumption has been challenged in recent years by writers trying to come to grips with a new generation of spaces that do not confer the lin of Belln in APACE, ER because they are frictionless passageways designed as connates or simply so vast or alien they have lost contact with human proportion. Zero Isarian has evicted us from the world we thought we knew. Ian Buchanan takes this as his starting point, and shows how Deleuze and Guattari's concepts of deterritorialization and reterritorialization enable us to think through this prox. In particular, he focuses on the ways in which our conception of space has had to alter in the face of the hypermobile, the postmodern subject. Helene Foucault constructs the conceptual persona of pickpocket to describe the architect, deliberately setting aside those personae we are more familiar with, architect as demiurge, engineer, and so on. In this guise, we see the architect as someone who in their professional practice borrows creatively from other sources, which prompts the question, have his pockets been picked? Foucault addresses directly the issue of what architects borrowed from Deleuze and shows that these borrowings are anything but inconsiderable. As is well known, Deleuze's work on the Baroque house, with its scheme of folds, fold, unfold, refold, extrapolated from Leibniz has been important to Gregg and Peter Eisenman, but Foucault points out THJS doesn't tell the whole story. Rather, it has been Deleuze's attempt to conceive a philosophy of the event that has had the greatest impact. As Foucault puts it, the architect is interested in how the surface EFFCTS produced by the circulation of events might be created in material forms of expression. Folding refers not so much, or rather not only, to the bending shapes of the materials, Lin's infamous blobs, but more especially to the convergence of thought and matter, history, and substance. Paul Harris suggests Simon Rodia's Watts Towers in Los Angeles should be apprehended as a concrete example of what he describes as the bottom-up principles of folding architecture. Refracting Deleuze through the lens of Bernard Cash's work, Harris argues that Rodia's TOWs exemplify folding architecture not only in terms of its structural design and materials, but more especially in terms of its building methods, which literally was bottom-up. Cash, who explicitly describes his work as Deleuzian, pursued by other means, explores through architecture and design, everything from houses to furniture, one of Deleuze's core problems, namely the problem of variation. In the virtual realm, that of the computerized design system, say, achieving a slow dance of infinite and infinitesimal variation is relatively easy. The materials themselves can morph and remold themselves according to the architect's design algorithm. But in the actual world of concrete and steel, with materials that must not be allowed to morph and remold themselves quite so readily, this is obviously a much more difficult proposition. As romantic as they sometimes seem about the virtual, it is worth recalling that Deleuze and Guattari quite pointedly say that structures built using nomad principles, rather than royal science, do have a tendency to fall down. The great architects, then, are those who can use immobile pieces to carry the eye off into the horizon, who can grab hold of movement using static pincers and create a structure that is not frozen music, but an orchestral piece unfolding in infinite time. As Manuel de Landa points out, there are two kinds of variation in Deleuze's work arising from the fact that there are two kinds of substances, those with intensive properties and those with extensive properties. These terms find their most concrete meaning in physics, particularly thermodynamics. You can section a piece of wood, but not a temperature. You can slice a loaf of bread, but not a wind velocity. You can make love, but you can't hold love in your hands. That which you can grasp, cut, twist and turn, is extensive. That which affects you, but does not yield to your attempt to contain it, is, like wind in your face, intensive. Intensive differences are, as Deleuze rightly points out, indivisible. As sensible as this distinction seems, it isn't sufficient for Deleuze to ground his ontology, de Landa argues, because it assumes a rather too rigorous distinction between the intensive and extensive. For Deleuze, change is only possible if all substances are at least partly intensive, that is, capable of that form of variation he describes as becoming. What Deleuze shows is that becoming is effectively a movement between different forms of intensity, from very low forms, such as one finds in the more lumpish, that is, to all intents and purposes extensive objects, to very high forms of intensity, such as one finds in computer designs. This, as Deleuze demonstrates, requires an agile form of mathematics to grasp. The resulting space is real, but always actual, and this, as John David Dewsbury and Nigel Thrift argue, makes life very difficult for geographers. Yet anyone wanting to undertake an apprenticeship in a Deleuzian form of geography must, they say, grow accustomed to a world of virtualities, singularities, and intensities, a world they are tempted to describe as haunted. Human geographers have for many years tried to conceive of a means of articulating both the broad structural factors geography is supposed to encompass, the distribution of income, for instance, or the mix of racial groups, and the singular experiences, the narratives of daily life. Those larger categories of necessity, or so it is generally thought, reduce to what Deleuze and Guattari call strata. Life narratives are obviously more evocative than statistical tables, yet without the data those tables contain the life narrative risks being treated as either exceptional, a one-off with no real currency, or the standard, obliterating all other factors. In other words, it is the balance between these two positions that geography has been striving for, and like Foucault's pickpocket architects, they've lately started to rifle through Deleuze's capacious pockets. There they have found a model that suits their needs. Geographers try to articulate the space humans make for themselves with materials that in different ways are given to them, sometimes quite violently. In Chapter 6, Gary Ginesco and Adam Bryx take up Deleuze and Guattari's notions of smooth and striated space to provide an analytic account of the ways in which the indigenous or First Nations peoples, particularly the Inuit of the northernmost parts of the North American continent, coped with the rigorously stratifying practices of their colonial overlords. Coped is probably too passive a term, for in fact they creatively adopted and put into variation the very devices imposed upon them as control mechanisms. In a bid to construct a Stahlklamographic picture of the Inuit, the Canadian government took the extraordinary step of requiring them to wear numbered identity discs, or dog tags as they were immediately dubbed by their hapless wearers. This step was deemed necessary because Inuit naming practices are such that a catalogue of names is not only out of date very quickly, but soon slides into meaninglessness. The Inuit do not use surnames, they do not identify with a particular family tree in their naming, and of do they gender names, by the same token, it is common for several people to have the same name in honor of a famous humor, for example. Obviously, too, as an oral culture, there was no consistency in spelling or pronunciation, so the same name might sound or look different according to the region. What Ginesco and Bryx fascinatingly narrate is a twofold process whereby the government overdid a stable identity system and the recipients of that striated system rendered it smooth all over agam. In Thinking Leaving, Branka Arsic discusses Deleuze's spatial thought with reference to an American author that Deleuze seldom discusses, but who seems to be implicitly located in the frequent meditations of the figure of Melville, and Emerson, namely, Henry David Thoreau. Arsic shows how Melville sketched out and extended the traits of a thinking already posed by Thoreau and Emerson, a thinking that conceives the world as an archipelago, as multiplicity. In other words, Thoreau's wandering paths through the woods of Walden of thought is first of all the affirmation of a what in process, Deleuze 1997, 86. In this light, Arsic includes and extends Deleuze's several meditations on the new configurations of space, tertiary and geological memory invented by 19th-century American thinkers, and adds Thoreau to the list of those thinkers who saw a future that would be composed of uncemented srenis, where every element has a value in itself but also in relation to others, isolated and floating relations, islands and straits, immobile points and sinuous lines, Deleuze 1997, 86. Rita Benzmala addresses the concept of the spiritual automaton that appears late in Deleuze's work, particularly around the new images of space and time in contemporary cinema. Bensma IA underscores the particular manner in which this concept is invented in order to account for its object. Thus, it belongs to the class of other conceptual persona, such as the infamous 8 drawn from Artaud, which are given what Deleuze defines as a rigorous and inexact usage that underlies Deleuze's theory of concept creation as the highest task of a philosophy of Express-Sein. In tracing the origins of this concept, in particular, Benzmala returns the ED encounter with the philosophy of Spinoza and the principle of parallelism. However, as Benzma IA reveals, it is not a matter of applying a conspire derived from the classical philosophy of Spinoza to another theoretical field, such as modern cinema, but rather one of using cinema to transform an exact concept into an operator of analysis that would allow it to give rise in us a new way of thinking cinema. The import of this description of the specificity of concept creation for the analysis of the cinematic production of spaces is that in Deleuze's hands, cinema itself is revealed as machine that puts thought directly into contact with an outside that subverts the nature of the relations of representation between image and reality. In Ahab and Becoming. Walk, the nomadic subject in smooth space, Tamsin-Lorraine explores the alternative conception of space that emerges in the concepts of heterogeneous blocks of space rhyme and smooth space that are outlined by Deleuze and Guattari in their atolls and plateaus. Lorraine first examines the concepts of territoriality, or milieu, and of the refrain in Deleuze and Guattari's description of the subject as actually constituted by the various rhythms of the body's components, and their relations are interior and exterior blocks of space-time that become homogenized into the lived experience of an organism. According to this new conception of the conditions of stability and identity, Lorraine argues, the organism as a self-regulating whole with its own spatial orientation can then be opened up to forces beyond it, taking up the frequent references that Deleuze and Guattari employ in A Thousand Plateaus to Melville's Moby Dick, and to the character of Ahab in particular. Lorraine explicates the concept of the nomadic subject which occurs when a process of subjectiva reaches a critical threshold t at plus es at ioto another a turn of activity thus actu 109 slogu artis t at were previcus lo on ly impliet rmd its por to affect and be affected changes as well. In keeping with Benzmala's observations on the spiritual automaton as a philosophical conceptual persona, Lorraine illustrates how the persona of Ahab, or Becoming Whale, engages in an active synthesis of forces that exist outside of subject concept of Ahab. Becoming rather a configuration of physical and symbolic forces tapped into a virtual real unfolding forces that were previously only implicit at the expense of the conventional meanings his life could be given. Gregory Flaxman, in Transcendental Aesthetics, Deleuze's philosophy of space, returns to take up Deleuze's central confrontation with the regime of representation, and in particular, with the philosophy of Kant who Deleuze once described as the enemy. Of course, Deleuze is known for recognizing the great reversal of time in Kant's critical philosophy, in which time is liberated from the cardinal points of representation and, instead, becomes the form in which everything changes and moves. At the same time, Flaxman asks, can we imagine a correlative revolution of space? In response to this question, Flaxman underlines the importance of the observation first made by Deleuze in the preface to his Kant's critical philosophy that as a result of this discovery space would have to find new determinations as well, even though this task would mostly be left to future philosophers to create. Nonetheless, the radical task underlined by Deleuze's initial declaration would be that any philosophy of space must begin by transforming the very presuppositions according to which space itself has been traditionally determined. Flaxman shows that Deleuze's own response to this provocation concerns his turn to the other arts, traditionally relegated to the field of aesthetics, in order to develop an interrogation of space that would not result from a priori conditions but, instead, from an intensive spatium in which perception and thought are immanent, and in which depth is no less an intensive quantity than extensity. In this manner, Flaxman argues, Deleuze resolves to bring together the two senses of the aesthetic, the transcendental and the empirical, in order that, as Deleuze says elsewhere, the conditions of experience in general must become conditions of real experience. Deleuze 1994, 68. In The Space of Man, the specificity of affect in Deleuze and Guattari, Claire Colebrook takes up the sense of new spatial relations, clarifying both Deleuze and Foucault's respective historical confrontations with the phenomenology of Husserl. The new spatial concepts that result from this confrontation are discussed especially in light of Deleuze's subsequent evaluation of the sense of space in Foucault, where Deleuze claims the discovery of the superfold, or unlimited finity, whereby the thinking of space is no longer ordered by a general horizon, a world, but where each located observer is the opening of a fold, a world folded around its contemplations and rhythms. Thus, if phenomenology earlier argued that all perception and communicable meaning must presuppose a horizon, a world of possibilities which would then be given repeatable form and ideality in the structures of sense, Colebrook reveals a Deleuze who takes great pains to think the way in wherehouse each different expressions of life unfold different spaces, relations, fields, or trajectories, according to the immanent power of corporeality in all matter. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 411. Consequently, as Colebrook argues, alongside the critique of the normalization of space in the figure of a unified humanity or world, the second fundamental problem in post-1968 philosophy is the affirmation of difference itself, that is, the problem or positive possibility of the whole, the power of a singular thought to imagine space in general. Tom Conley discusses the import of a piece of Deleuze's Juvenilia, Causes et raisons de Efes deserts, Causes and Reasons of Desert Islands, which has only recently washed ashore to become the principal title of the first volume of Deleuze's various writings assembled by David Lapojat in L. Les Deserts et autres textes, The Desert Island and Other Writings. Conley underlines the significance of this early text as offering a blueprint of the central importance of spatial thought in Deleuze's entire oeuvre, up through the projects undertaken with Guattari to the immensely important observations concerning space and the structure of prehension in Le Pli, the fold. In his review of Deleuze's earliest recorded preoccupation with spatial forms and cartographies, Conley outlines the profile of two different islands, one based on science and the other on imagination, an island that crops up later, for example, in Deleuze's mediation of the other island appearing in Michel Tournier's palimpsest of Robinson Crusoe. Conley shows the importance of this dualism for understanding Deleuze's conception of the subject of man as having a doubled origin, one of the creation and the other of the being of the island. As Conley describes this perspective that underscores Deleuze's impersonal ontology, lit distinction is made between the subject as supremely thinking creature, of science and imagination that can furnish an adequate ontology for itself, and the forces of the earth itself, whether organic or inorganic, that create a sense of conscience and of being apart or separate from any necessary presence of man. The island, like whoever desires it, is of a conscience unto itself, la pure conscience de Li1e, the pure conscience of the island, being at the same time of the perceiver and the perceived alike. Finally, Gregg Lambert returns to explore the question of space from the perspective of the earth itself. Using the occasion of Hart and Negri's recent argument concerning the creative potential of deterritorialization that they already find at the basis of what they define as empire, Lambert suggests that the conceptual apparatus that Deleuze and Guattari employ in their second volume of the Capitalism and Schizophrenia Project, 8,000 Plateaus, must be understood in a certain sense as an abandonment of an earlier problem of universal history, and of the history of capitalism, in particular, that had preoccupied them in the first installment, Anti-Oedipus. The implications of their turn to the geological metaphors of stratification and to the problems of territory and deterritorialization, Lambert argues, can be seen to echo Marx's own shift from the language of German idealism in the earlier writings to the new conceptual apparatus of political economy in the volumes of Das Kapital. Following this insight, in the remaining sections of this chapter Lambert expounds on the implications of this geological shift exhibited in the latter project by asking the question, if the earth has a politics, what would it be? In responding to this question, Lambert attempts to explicate some of the more difficult concepts found to populate Deleuze and Guattari's later writings, including stratification, the primitive territorial machine, the state form, and finally, the processes of territorialization and deterritorialization. Chapter 1. Space in the Age of Non-Place. Ian Buchanan. A schizophrenic out for a walk is a better model than a neurotic lying on the analyst's couch. Deleuze and Guattari, Anti-Oedipus. Swimming through. In Critique de la vie quotidienne 1, Introduction, published in 1947, Henry Lefebvre drew together two concepts that have effectively been inseparable ever since in studies of the human environment, namely space and everyday life. He conceived this relation dialectically such that the everyday and space are never in step, but always somehow out of kilter, either because the built environment has not taken account of history, Knowles on the New Town, or because as modern subjects we have forgotten how to connect to history. Notes written one Sunday in the French countryside. 1 In the half-century since, a number of scholars have followed Lefebvre both in maintaining the link between these two concepts, and their essential estrangement, albeit with quite different ideological agenda in mind. Jean Baudrillard, Lefebvre's one-time research assistant, Michel Desserteau, Guy Debord, and Marc Auge all owe an obvious debt to Lefebvre. Deleuze and Guattari are sometimes taken to be part of this lineage, too, but their fit is never an easy one. Discussions of their place in this particular canon are to be found in the work of cultural geographers such as Nigel Thrift, Derek Gregory, and Edward Soja, philosophers like Edward Casey, and political scientists like William Connolly. By pathologizing the everyday in the way they do, Deleuze and Guattari stand apart from the majority of theorists interested in the nexus between the everyday and the built environment, who are, for the most part, not even prepared to use a term like schizophrenia as a metaphor. Frederick Jameson is a notable exception to this rule, but he nonetheless very cautiously frames his deployment of schizophrenia as description rather than diagnosis. Youmison 1991, 26. For the most part, contemporary human geography quite willingly embraces the first part of Lefebvre's critical dyad, namely that built space has eroded our connection with history. On this score, Rebecca Solid astutely argues that memorialization is the most pernicious form of urban erasure, since it pretends to preserve the formerly living breathing thing it now symbolizes, but has been much slower in grappling with the second pole, except in quite banal ways. 2 One suspect the reason for this is that while no one is willing to make the former the cause of the latter, they cannot see how to think the connection differently and reproduce the formula regardless of best intentions. In the context of this problematic, Deleuze and Guattari's claim that the schizo lives history, but has in a sense lost the luxury of the distance of historicity, can be seen as an important advance in thinking about space and everyday life in postmodernity. The persistence of the notion of historicity as a kind of distance that enables the self to perceive itself in the third person can be seen even in those texts such as Anthony Giddens' highly influential, 1990, The Consequences of Modernity, and Frederick Jameson's equally seminal, 1991, Postmodernism, or The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, which are premised on the loss of historicity. It recurs, as one will argue, in what follows, in the form of a delirious I feel. Giddens' narrative describes a process of disembedding whereby we have been, as it were, evicted from the world, making it impossible to experience it in the same way as our more autochthonous forebears. The fresh produce with which we provision ourselves is no longer grown by us. Indeed, even if we buy it from the local village market, it is unlikely to have all been grown locally. At my own supermarket, I can buy imported Mexican mangoes, New Zealand kiwi fruit, dates from Israel, and bananas from Brazil, the point being that what we take for granted as our everyday is the result of an incredible and historically recent process of globalization. For good or ill, without it, even something as mundane as a mango salad for my evening meal would not be possible. And although most of us embrace the opportunities globalization affords us, we nonetheless continue to sense and long for a past none of us has actually known, when the connections were local not global, when the food on our plate was the result of our own toil in the garden. This is the world, as imaginary as it obviously is, that we have been evicted from by our own success in transforming our habitat. The longing underpinning this feeling of exile manifests itself in the form of disorientation. We can't seem to get our bearings in this brave new world without borders. Disorientation brought on by the disembedding process requires in its turn a compensating process of re-embedding to accommodate us to the alienatingly faceless world of modernity. These processes, which Giddens collectively refers to as abstract systems of trust, are effectively what holds postmodern society together in the absence of stronger, more communal bonds. The point I am making is that for Giddens, we have scarcely changed at all in spite of the momentous shifts that have occurred in historical terms, new technology, new social structures, new modes of production, and so on. It is only our day-to-day circumstances that have changed, and although these changes have effectively redrawn the landscape of our everyday existence, they do not impinge on our constitution as subjects. Of course, they affect how we relate to ourselves, to our environment, and to each other, but at some fundamentally human level, we are not so very different from our pre-industrial revolution forebears. At least, not in Giddens' view. The fact that we haven't changed is registered, almost imperceptibly, in the persistence of our desire for modes of social bonding that social and historical change has rendered impossible. The disorientation we allegedly feel in the face of so much and such rapid change is evidence of our own stolidness, but also of the survival of historicity. We can still see ourselves in the third person, as it were. Impossibly, we've stood still as statues as the ground beneath our feet lurched into a new millennium like an out-of-control roller coaster. Jameson captures this paradox with unusual economy in his attempt to describe the effect of the Bonaventure Hotel as an instance of a new form of hyperspace. It calls on us, he says, to grow new organs. Point 4 It's like climatic change, if you don't adapt you die, but just what changes are needed isn't clear. Cyberpunk writers like William Gibson conjecture we'll need more memory space to cope with the sensory overload portended by the future, while bleaker prognosticians like Philip K. Dick see adaptability itself, whether to nuclear holocaust or alien invasion, as the key trait we'll need to foster. Jameson too argues that we have not changed to keep pace with the times, and that is why we find the contemporary world so dizzying. We were formed in an age whose coordinates were different, he argues, and because the changes are so rapid this continues to be true even of that marvelous generation unaware of a time before mobile phones and can't imagine life without email. In both Jameson and Giddens, then, but in a range of other writers too, the existential quality of everyday life in postmodernity is theorized in terms of what it feels like to be trapped in a hallucinogenic space which in its newness seems literally otherworldly and for which no existing vernacular seems appropriate. As Jameson himself puts it, he is at a loss when it comes to conveying the thing itself because the old language of volume or volumes no longer applies. Rather, the language of immersion seems better suited to this paradoxically depthless space which he goes on to proclaim has finally succeeded in transcending the capacities of the individual human body to locate itself. Jameson 1991, 43-4. Elsewhere in his work, in an essay on Robert Stone, as it happens, not particularly concerned with space, he returns to the theme of immersion and shows it offers a new kind of opening onto the ontology of earthly space for which the Heideggerian term Stimmung no longer seems either apposite or robust enough. Jameson 1993, 44-5. In its place, he offers sensorium, a concept which canvasses a field Deleuze articulates in terms of sensation and affect. Jameson suggests the new space, like new machines, can only be represented in motion, but the fact he focuses on a hotel and narrates that experience as a kind of swimming through, an image, borrowed from Henry Miller, that recurs in Deleuze and Guattari, perhaps indicates our analyses should extend in a different direction. It is rather the postmodern subject who has to be represented in motion, not postmodern space. We are doing the lurching, not the earth. Jameson's description of his Bonaventure visit recollects those marvelous moments in science fiction, which obviously draw on travel literature of all types, when humans land on another planet and blithely describe it as strange and alien and never once think it might be they who are out of place. Obviously, it would be inaccurate to say that space hasn't changed at all, but the focus on the mobility of the subject is, I want to suggest, the necessary key to understanding the ways in which it has changed. If it is, and true that space has transcended our capacity to get our bearings in it, then that is because we have taken the logic of passing through to its logical extreme and created smooth, frictionless spaces that hurry the postmodern subject onward like a slippery slope. 6. It is geared to keep you mobile, as Michael Hare puts it in the section from his Vietnam memoir. Jameson quotes to give us a sense of how postmodern space needs to be thought about Youmison 1991, 45. The essential lesson of one of the inaugural texts on postmodern space, Learning Rom Las Vegas, is not so much architectural as existential, or rather the architectural lessons it has to offer derive from an existential standpoint which accepts the new space has its own authentic logic, albeit one not immediately apparent. Rather than bemoan the tacky, crass commercialism of the strip, which is easy to do but scarcely instructive, Venturi et al. Recommend a more autodidactic approach. Learning from the existing landscape is a way of being revolutionary for an architect. Venturi et al. 1972, 3. To begin with, this means setting aside preconceptions about the urban habitat. The Las Vegas Strip is not a chaotic sprawl but a set of activities whose pattern, as with other cities, depends on the technology of movement and communication and the economic value of the land. We term it sprawl, because it is a new pattern we have not yet understood. Venturi et al. 1972, 76. The dominant mode of movement is obviously the car, but the question that should be asked at this point is whether or not, as is commonly assumed, the car has destroyed the city or, on the contrary, made it what it is. Speaking only of its architecture, RHE authors explicitly rule out making any judgments about what goes on in Las Vegas. Venturi, Scott Brown, and Eisner's point is that the buildings in Vegas are designed to be perceived by an automobile culture. As such, the city's architecture is, as they carefully calculate, built on a scale suited to being seen by a subject moving at speed. In this respect, Venturi, Scott Brown, and Eisner echo and extend Rainer Banham's summation of Los Angeles as a city monumentalist in its freeways. Freeways, Banham says, not buildings, define Los Angeles' character spatially and existentially. 7 Its urban and architectural vernacular is a language of movement. The city will never be understood, he says, by those who cannot move fluently through its diffuse urban texture, cannot go with the flow of its unprecedented life. Banham 1971, 5. But one might still object that the automobile has ruined the city because priority has been given to the needs, but also the capabilities, of the car, when it could quite easily have been otherwise. Where Los Angeles is concerned, such remarks are usually the occasion to lament the passing of its streetcars, which disappeared in 1961 amid a great furor, and to denounce the scandalous lack of a workable public transport system despite the billions poured into the white elephant subway project. 8 As Banham shows, it was the public transport system, the railways in particular, which in fueling real estate speculation gave the city its shape. With the advent of the car, this design matrix did not have to be altered, and indeed many of the major thoroughfares sit atop the urban palimpsest of defunct rail lines. 9 My implication is from a design point of view complaining about the car is waste of breath. Los Angeles is a city of the automobile age. I'll leave aside the question of whether or not that makes it an utopia as Banham suggests, except to say I do not find much to disagree with in Rebecca Sollitt's suggestion that what's terrifying about these new urban landscapes is that they imply the possibility of a life lived as one long outtake. Sollitt 2004, 32. Effectively, Venturi, Scott Brown, and Eisner's point is that the car made Las Vegas, so decrying its deleterious effects, as Mike Davis quite rightly does, speaking from an environmental or sustainable development rather than urban design point of view, is to forget the city's origins. Las Vegas owes its very existence to movement. Although its famous strip and adjoining freeways are now experiencing the seemingly inexorable law of diminishing returns suffered by all freeways, and know the kind of congestion that results in such frustrating ironies as it taking longer to get from McCarran Airport by taxi to the strip than it does to fly there from Los Angeles, the fact remains, at its inception, it was a parking lot, a place to stop for soldiers and truck drivers on transcontinental journeys. Hy Davis describes its urban design as having the apparent logic of a plane wreck, Davis 2002, 96. Hyperbole aside, this captures at least the spirit of the place. No one would have thought of stopping in Las Vegas unless their car broke down, or they needed fuel, before the casinos were built, when it was just heat, dust, and cacti. And even then, in the beginning at least, the stops were unplanned, impromptu, if not accidental. There, where nothing was expected to be, there were gaudy neon signs and the promise of air conditioning, cold beer, and if not a good time, then at least not restless, empty time in a neither here nor there roadside motel. Consequently, it has never been a walkable city. It is too hot for that in any case. Laking is done indoors in barn-sized casinos and supersized shopping malls that replicate other places in a manner that has become synonymous with Las Vegas itself. Not a plane wreck, exactly, but still unexpected, unplanned for, built for the moment without much of a thought. The future. Like flies complaining that the flypaper doesn't have the same hold it used to, critics seem only to be able to attite about postmodern space in terms of its failure to engage them. Whether the point of reference is Los Angeles, widely championed as the city whose present most closely resembles the planet's imaginary overpopulated, hyper-consuming, car-dominated future, or Las Vegas, the Ginza or Potsdamer Platz, descriptions of postmodern spaces are invariably generated via the matrix of a confusion about what it feels like to live in them, or more often the conviction that such places are essentially unlivable. Indeed, one could go so far as to suggest the defining characteristic of a postmodern city, that is to say, precisely what sets it apart as postmodern, is not its decorated shed architecture or plane wreck urban design, but rather its intractability to habitation, or better yet dwelling, in Heidegger's sense. These cities are, from an existential point of view, made of Teflon, they repel. Old-fashioned attempts to put down roots, ways of being that sink into the earth in search of a sorority foundation on which to erect a new life. What is postmodern about this, as opposed to modern or classical, is that these cities resist dwelling not because they are different, but on the contrary because they are too familiar, their lack of difference disconcerting us because after having traveled so great a distance as from Sydney to Los Angeles, say, we feel we deserve an encounter with otherness of the same intensity as Flaubert's visit to the Orient. This, I gather, is what underpins Virilio's claim that such journeys are empty and without detonation, Virilio 1983, 66. The proliferation of sameness installs a blank, standardist, one-iago-fits-all, opacity where one expected a deeply significant enigma. The F1 Auberts of today express their Orientalism not by fervidly fantasizing about what goes on behind closed curtains, but in marveling that they've got McDonald's too. Frictionless space designed to accelerate throughput will obviously not have the same affect as a more consciously arresting space, but that doesn't warrant the conclusion that it is either affectless or ineffable. Yet this view has a wide currency, as is evident in the often evoked complaint that although generally attractive to tourists, postmodern cities, as opposed to iconic postmodern buildings, are frequently characterized as leaving their visitors disappointed because they do not bestow a lasting sense of having been there. We can sense the fear of disappointment in the hyperbole of the promotional literature which invariably promises an experience that will last a lifetime. But why we should be disappointed isn't clear. Indeed, exactly what the feeling of having been there should be like is very ambiguous. Most mysterious of all is the prejudice against speed, witness the comments from Virilio cited above, which is frequently decried as ruining travel even though it is obvious that it is the speed of jet travel that makes it possible in the first place. Speed is blamed for a disappointment spawned in all likelihood from the unrealized desire to have become Parisian for having visited Paris, however briefly, or a Berliner for having spent a night or two in Berlin, or a Melburnian for having holidayed there. One will return to this theme in a moment, but suffice it to say for now that one do not think this expectation is unreasonable or implausible, except that these life changes are meant only to add a layer of cosmopolitan varnish to an already well-wrought urn of subjectivity. Yet if a label like Parisian has any substance, it must mean something more diverting than simply acquiring a chic veneer expressed as a taste for croissants or baguettes. It must imply a radical transformation of subjectivity, for which Deleuze and Guattari's term deterritorialization is obviously apt. Deterritorialization names the process whereby the very basis of one's identity, the proverbial ground beneath our feet, is eroded, washed away like the bank of a river swollen by flood water. Immersion. 12 Although such transformations are often narrated as a discovery of oneself, it would be more accurate to think of them in terms of loss, or becoming imperceptible, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, by which they mean ceasing to stand out, ceasing to be perceived as different, looking like everybody else, merging with the landscape. The conclusion one might reach from the foregoing is that postmodern cities do not deterritorialize us in the way modern or pre-modern cities once did, but in fact the contrary would be true. Even in his most rapturous moments Flaubert wasn't deterritorialist by the Orient. It did not change him, nor open him to change. This was essentially Said's point in Orientalism. Flaubert took his preformed assumptions and fantasies about the Orient to Egypt and returned with them not only fully intact, but thoroughly affirmed. Said describes Flaubert's Orientalism as revivalist. He must bring the Orient to life, he must deliver it to his readers, and it is his experience of it in books and on the spot, and his language for it, that will do the trick, said 1978, 185. Said rightly describes Flaubert's writing as cliché-ridden and filled with grotesquerie, the lingering hospital scenes said quotes being especially overripe, but all importantly operating according to a discernible logic, or as Deleuze and Guattari would put it, code. Flaubert writes in the expectation that his account of the Orient will be understood in a very particular manner. Veils, hookahs, dates, the most mundane items betoken a fantasy world Flaubert is confident his readers will recognize and want to share. Effectively Said's purpose in Oriental/ism is to explain how this coding was formulated, disseminated, and ultimately naturalized. It is instructive to compare Said's account of 19th-century Orientalism with Umberto Eco's Travels in Hyperreality written in 1975, still a couple of years before the term postmodern gained the currency and particular valency it has today. 14 Flaubert, as have many travel writers before and since, approaches the Orient as dual space, a space that has a surface which is visible without being legible. It can be seen but its significance escapes the untutored or unsympathetic eye, and it has a depth which is invisible, but legible to the cognoscente. The surface is blank unless you know how to decipher its code. The hospital scenes that so repel and fascinate Flaubert are, to him at least, signs of an inglorious, dangerous, but clearly voluptuous Oriental decadence. The clinical precision of his description, repressing as it does any expression of sympathy or sentiment which might betray his desire, deliberately condemns significance to the depths of the unseen. In this respect, one might venture the hypothesis that Orientalism is to travel what Oedipus is to psychoanalysis. It presupposes and at the same time makes legible a subterranean other world of significance. But if this is so, then as Deleuze and Guattari say of Oedipus, attacking it is pointless since it is merely a screen behind which real desiring production goes about its business. This blank surface/legible depth dualism is reproduced in the various theories of travel and traveling that try to distinguish between travelers and tourists, the latter being portrayed by the former as the poor unenlightened souls unable to detect the deeper meaning of things. 16 But evidently it is becoming more and more difficult to sustain. Postmodern space does not seem to yield the depth of meaning its classical and modern antecedents did. This is what makes No's book such a fantastic artifact. It is perhaps the last of its kind, a genuine, but ultimately failed attempt to read the space of postmodernity. And Zero approaches America as a country with two faces, or rather two places, one well known and public and another one hidden in plain sight. The depth is only just below the surface in No's appraisal of America, but it is hidden all the same. Cultivated Europeans and Europeanized Americans think of the United States as the home of the glass and steel skyscraper and of abstract expressionism. But the United States is also the home of Superman, the superhuman comic strip hero who has been in existence since 1938, and 1986, 4. Revealing his versatility, Oedipus takes on the guise of Americanism in Eco's writing. It is that which he must explain, but also presuppose, in order to enlighten his cultivated European and Europeanized readers. His writing, too, observes a kind of clinical detachment, both to ensure the accuracy of his observations, but also to secure him from the charge of having somehow crossed over and become the thing he describes, an American. Superman isn't chosen at random, however. He is not simply a ubiquitous item of Americana in No's hands, of a piece with apple pie and football. It is Superman's mountainous hideaway, the fortress of solitude where the Man of Steel goes when he needs to be alone with his memories and work through his Kryptonian otherness, perhaps, that attracts Eco's keen eye. For Superman the fortress is a museum of memories. Everything that has happened in his adventurous life is recorded here in perfect copies or preserved in a miniaturist form of the original, and 1986, 5. Resembling a Baroque W. Enderkammern, the fortress is the one place where Superman can be himself, an alien whose past has been obliterated. 17 Eco suspects the average American reader, in contrast to himself, cannot see the significance of this private museum and doubtless would have difficulty connecting it to American tastes and sensibilities. And yet in America there are many fortresses of solitude, with their wax statues, their automata, their collections of inconsequential wonders. You have only to go beyond the Museum of Modern Art and the art galleries, and you enter another universe, the preserve of the average family, the tourist, the politician. Eco 1986, 5-6. Outside the museums where European culture is kept in quarantine, contained as much by the label high art as the walls, there are other places, ubiquitously American, or rather Americanist places that Americans themselves cannot see as such. In Eco's work there is the same expectation as Flaubert's that space be coded, but in its frustrated form. There seems not to be any depth to American culture. Eco's theory of the hyperreal is an attempt to articulate the logic of the code he assumes must be there, but can't ever quite convince himself actually exists. His suspicion is that it is simply and only hollow commercialism. Baroque rhetoric, eclectic frenzy, and compulsive imitation prevail where wealth has no history. Eco 1986, 25-6. Hyperreality does nor finally disclose the hidden depth of the America and Zero wants to convey in the same way that Orientalism functions for Flaubert. The difference is obvious. For a start, Flaubert did not have to invent Orientalism to explain himself, it was ready to hand and already widely accepted and understood. By contrast, Eco is trying to explain a new kind of affect generated by a new kind of space for which commercialism is perhaps an already adequate explanation, but it is one that, as Deleuze and Guattari might put it, cannot be avowed. Therefore Zero feels compelled to invent something that can be believed in. The original American title of his volume of essays, Faith in Fakes, is telling in this regard. Ultimately, the biggest piece of fakery one encounters in No's text is this theory, which isn't to say he wasn't sincere in elaborating it. Hyperreality, like Oedipus, is what Deleuze and Guattari call a disinnured representative. It is a construct whose sole purpose is to attract our guilt and bile, to seduce desire into throwing in its lot with interest. The postmodern traveler, like Zero, but more especially Markovitch, as I will show in a moment, who complains that new spaces aren't as meaningful as they used to be, is essentially complaining that these spaces aren't coded. That is why the schizo is a better model than the neurotic on the couch. The latter dwells in coded space, In Deleuze and Guattari's view, everything in psychoanalysis reduces to a mummy-daddy-me code, so Little Richard's toy train has to be daddy, the station mummy, and so on. Och's work is not only emblematic of the way thinking and writing about contemporary society has, since the early 1980s, produced descriptions of space that derive from a professed inability to connect to or properly describe the experiences the space itself makes available, it also offers a glimpse of the abstract machine at work in such descriptions. While the hypermobility of the postmodern subject has, as I've argued above, changed the way we experience space, our accounts of space do not yet reflect an awareness of this mobility. In Och we perhaps see the reason behind this lag or disconnection between space and everyday life. Mobility functions as an abstract machine, influencing thinking without being itself thinkable. As Deleuze and Guattari put it, the abstract machine materializes when we least expect it, its signal feeling. I use this term deliberately, for Deleuze and Guattari I feel rather than I see or I think is the form taken by delirium, is, whatever could have happened to for things to come to this. 18. Non-place. I like to imagine that on the fateful morning of July 20, 1984, the day Marc Och narrates with such passionate introspection in La THIRD du Luxembourg, the author experienced what his former teacher Michel de Certeau called a shattering, éclatement, or what Deleuze and Guattari call cracking, croquement. He rolls out of bed at 7 a.m., taking care as usual not to put the wrong foot forward, then wanders slowly, and, frankly, a little painfully, into the kitchen to make coffee. There, still a little sleepy, he muses dreamily about the day ahead, a lecture to be given in Palermo, while in the background, his bedside radio conveys in blank tones the news of the day, catastrophes in the Orient, the Tour de France leaderboard, a recent Gallup poll, and so forth. At some point, maybe while he is showering, it occurs to him that contemporary life is truly marvelous in the old-fashioned sense of the term, something literally to be marveled at. Brazilian coffee fuels a mind half asleep in Paris but already halfway to Sicily. Although he's yet to leave the house, he is up to date with the latest goings-on in Parisian politics and the Far East. But, he thinks to himself, it is getting harder each day to decide where the near ends and the far begins. Inside and outside, too, have lost most of their meaning, as have public and private, owing to the well-nigh divine invasion, to use Philip K. Dick's phrase, of the mass media, which trespasses all the old boundary lines. What he is starting to realize, perhaps only dimly at first, he has only just woken up after all, is that the everyday, even at its most banal levels, is in fact utterly remarkable. He isn't the first to have had this thought, by any means. After all, it is at the center of everything the surrealists and the situationists did. But its effect on his thinking is perhaps more shattering than it was for any of his predecessors, Lefebvre, Debord, and de Certeau, because of the apparently fatal implication it betokens for his profession, anthropology, which even to the trained eye appears suited only to the analysis of carefully circumscribed villages in faraway places. Since today it no longer seems possible either to delink oneself from the network of relations we call globalization or find a place out of the way enough not to have been penetrated by it, either in the guise of tourism or finance capitalism, or both, it is a mode of inquiry whose object has all in rents and purposes vanished. We live in a world without others. Och suddenly thinks, and it is a world in which anthropology will find it hard to retain a place. If the truism that one is defined by one's professional expertise holds fast, then in noting that anthropology's object has all but disappeared, Och could scarcely have avoided wondering just where that left him. What may have begun as an idle reverie, must suddenly have taken a shattering turn. The intensity of La THIRD du Luxembourg we can now understand is that of a man no longer certain of his existence. It minutely records the thoughts and reflections of a man who has begun to feel he isn't quite there anymore. In the manner of Joyce's Ulysses, then, it attempts to avert a descent into nothingness, that is, the abject meaninglessness of the everyday in its most mundane detail, even as it embraces it as its necessary condition, by elevating the notion of the day into an epic construct in its own right. The paradox here is that by focusing on this day which in fact is just like any other becomes an elected day, the full implication of which is that any other day could similarly be redeemed. This, in effect, is the fantasy of diarists. The fullness of their diaries competes with the emptiness of their lives as they themselves perceive it. For that is the precise task of the diary, to imbue emptiness with meaning, to give it a body, we might also say. Och woke up an anthropologist, only to find that his anthropological way of thinking about the world has led him to the conclusion that anthropology no longer exists because the transformations of late capitalism have rendered it a discipline bereft of a proper object. One can readily sense the pric cling here of an I feel of a familiarly postmodern kind. I feel that this situation in which I find myself, rather late in life, is strange. It is in this sense, too, that the schizophrenic is a better model than a neurotic on a couch. It allows us to move outside the realm of the coded to the delirious. I can't adjust to the fact that I can have Brazilian coffee in the morning and that isn't exotic or rare, but perfectly staple. I can't get used to the idea that I can take breakfast in Paris, give a lecture in Palermo at midday and still be home in time for dinner. It is almost like being in two places at once, or, nearer to the truth, perhaps, it feels like being in neither place, at once. Somehow the sheer fact of being able to be in Palermo at midday and still get home for dinner diminishes, in ways he is yet to qualify, the existential quality of his dwelling, in Heidegger's sense, in Paris, and similarly makes light of his being in Sicily. Can one really say with honesty that one has been to a city if one has merely touched down there for an hour or two? Such not entirely idle thoughts remind me of a game my friends and I used to play as kids. It was essentially a game of braggadocio. We used to count up all the countries we'd been to and of course the most traveled one, but fights always broke out as to whether a stopover, for example, at Changi Airport on the way to England, counted. We generally agreed that you had at least to leave the airport for it to count, but still we could never quite dismiss the legitimacy of the claim to having been somewhere such global pit stops entail. R would later come to think of these stopovers as a kind of travel that has to be written under erasure. One has gone there, without having been there. Och's point, I think, is that jet travel has lightened step on Earth. We no longer dwell as heavily as we once did. We swim through places more than we dwell there, and consequently a new type of social space has emerged whose precise purpose is to facilitate a frictionless passage. Airports, train stations, bus terminals, fast food outlets, supermarkets, and hotels. Because they do not confer a sense of place, Och calls these places non-places. The poet, if not the philosophy of this space is Baudrillard, whose later books, America, Cool Memories, Paroxysm, only make sense if you read them as the feverish, inspired, jottings one makes in hotel rooms in strange cities in the lonely hours between arriving and departing. He does not write about places, places write through him. He writes about where he is, right now, without looking forward or back, unless there happens to be a TV in the room, in which case elsewhere is beamed in live and contextless. For this reason, he stops writing when he leaves a place. The abrupt gaps in his text between each aphoristic paragraph stand in the place of a deixis deemed irrelevant. Postmodern space is neither here nor there, or rather neither here nor there has meaning except, as Deleuze and Guattari put it, as opposite poles of an indivisible, non-decomposable distance. Deleuze and Guattari, 1983. Deterritorialization and reterritorialization. The new space, which Ram Koolhaas aptly terms junk space, the residue of capitalism, does not confer on us any sense of place, as Och, but countless others as well, have argued. 9. It is space as mass-manufactured good, as Rebecca Solid argues. Starbucks are scariest of all, because they impersonate the sensibility of the non-chains, while McDonald's is at least honest about its mass production values. Solid and Schwarzenberg, 2000, 141. We might ask, then, why these chain stores, like Starbucks, but also Borders and Barnes and Noble, which combine ruthless corporate trading practices with corner store ambience, are so successful. And O's answer, as we've seen, is that we have faith in fakes. We are in the grip of a logic of hyperreality which willingly embraces the copy as the higher form of originality. This should not be confused with Zizek's position, adapted from Manani, namely that we know it is fake, but treat it as real all the same. Although there is an obvious degree of sympathy between these two positions, the difference is that ultimately and zero sees no false consciousness in the logic of hyperreality. But without getting into the complex shift in the structure of the business environment in the Western world that has favored the rise of chain stores, perhaps even necessitated them, one can still see the limitation of any attempt to read these spaces as coded. The decor of a Starbucks cannot be read, in the sense of finding layers of significance to its carefully chosen rough-hewn wood paneling or its dye-free recycled cardboard cup holders. If we have moved into a space that isn't coded and therefore cannot be read, then as Jameson narrates in his account of the Bonaventure, it would indeed be impossible to navigate. He is no doubt correct in his estimate that putting up signposts is a retrograde step. Yet however much those of us who like cities like San Francisco before gentrification set in might bemoan the effects of its postmodernization, the reality is that these cities, smooth as their space might have become, do continue to yield a place-conferring affect, albeit one that cannot completely eradicate the feeling of having lost something we never possessed. 20 It is the mode of place-conferring that has changed. In Flaubert's age, the mode was edible, of which Orientalism is but one of the better-known strains, but now its mode is deterritorialization and reterritorialization. These two processes go hand in hand, Deleuze and Guattari always insist, but that does not mean they are of the same order or somehow reciprocal. One cannot think of it as the left hand returning what the right hand takes away. In clarifying how these terms operate, I hope better to explain how chain stores function to confer upon us a sense of place, in a placeless world, and in the process answer what Jameson describes as an embarrassing question raised by this process, which in his view does not seem very different from classical existentialism, the loss of meaning everywhere in the modern world, followed by the attempt locally to endow it, either by regressing to religion or making an absolute out of the private and contingent. Jameson 1998, 150. As Jameson rightly says, deterritorialization is absolute, therefore it would be embarrassingly illogical to conceive reterritorialization as some kind of restorative process that can, albeit on an extremely localized scale, reverse its spheres and give rise to a feeling that would have to be described as along the lines of preterritorialization. Reterritorialization is not a retreat into the vestigial system of private gardens and private religions of Jameson's reckoning, it is rather the transposition of the effect of territorialization from a spatial arrangement that can usefully be thought of as a home onto tokens of varying kinds which henceforth can be said to have a home value. There is literally no restriction on the kinds of things, tokens, that can be imbued with this value. As such, it is a distortion to relegate the effects of reterritorialization to the private. In fact, the most obvious instances of it occur in public. The homey ambience of Starbucks decried by Solid could well be attributed to the way in which its decor has been made to take on a home value. Indeed, this is precisely what I would argue, but that still leaves unanswered the question of how this might be made to happen. This isn't to rule out private reterritorialization effects, however, but to qualify that refracting territorialization through the lens of a binary distinction such as public and private is to make it into something it decidedly is not, namely a binary. Deterritorialization and reterritorialization are separate and distinct processes that cannot be fully understood in the absence of the primary term, territory, which has a very complex history in Deleuze and Guattari's work. Why so? What then is reterritorialization? Reterritorialization must not be confused with a return to a primitive or older territoriality. It necessarily implies a set of artifices by which one element, itself deterritorialist, serves as a new territoriality for another, which has lost its territoriality as well. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 174. Accordingly, Anything can serve as a reterritorialization, in other words, stand for the lost territory. One can reterritorialize on a being, an object, an apparatus, or system. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 508, ellipsis in original. This new object which has been made to stand for the lost territory is said to have home value, that is, it is a compensation and substitute for the home that has been lost. Rebecca Salet's comment that memorialization is paradoxically one of the most pernicious forms of urban erasure might be rewritten in these terms. In practically every gentrified city in the world, new apartments stand in the place where old-style manufacturing, warehousing, or stevedoring businesses once thrived. Often these apartments are simply warehouse conversions, but just as often they are brand new structures built from scratch on cleared land from which every surface trace of the previous usage has been removed. I specify surface trace because these so-called brownfield sites can often contain an invisible legacy of decidedly unhealthy traces of past use. These latter types of constructions are generally regarded as soulless even by the people who buy them precisely because they seem to lack a history, by which is meant a kind of organic attachment to the fabric of the city. As Desserteau argued, speaking of the destruction of Les Halles in Paris and the subsequent conversion of the site, very far from wanting to exorcise the past, we long to be haunted by it. 22 It is the city's ghosts that make it inhabitable. This is where memorialization steps in, it positions relics of the past as tokens that stand for the lost territory. If postmodernism is defined by the preponderance of deterritorialization and dearth of reterritorialization, the lack of reterritorialization would explain why Jameson found the Bonaventure so disorienting. Then in view of the design for the Freedom Tower to be built on the site of the World Trade Center in New York, one can perhaps declare that AE aesthetic officially dead. The new aesthetic, whatever one wants to call it, hopefully something more imaginative than postmodernism, emphasizes reterritorialization. Both a place of mourning of national significance, it is now the most visited tourist site in New York City, and one of the most valuable pieces of real estate in the world. Ground Zero poses a perplexing problem to architects and developers alike. It was clear that whatever was built there would have to respect the memory of the dead by not standing on their remains, hence all the talk about the building's footprints, but also honor them with its magnificence. Which is why all the early talk about not building anything so tall again, leaving that to the Asians, was quickly dropped and forgotten. All the short-listed design entries treated the footprints of the original towers as sacred. Libeskind took this to its logical extreme and enshrined them. 23 His Freedom Tower will, if his original design is adhered to, something that now seems increasingly unlikely, soar 541 meters, or 1,776 feet in remembrance of the year of American independence, above the earth, dwarfing by a large margin both the original rowers which stood at 411 meters and were briefly the tallest buildings in the world and Malaysia's own twin structure, and until very recently the record holder, the Petronas Towers which stand at 452 meters. They have since been eclipsed by a Taiwanese project known as the TAIPI 101, which at 508 meters will still be beaten by the Freedom TOWER, with that keen sense for the memorial he has, which served him so well in designing the Holocaust Museum in Berlin. Libeskind has pulled out all the stops, from the doubly symbolic height of the structure, year of independence plus tallest building in the world, to the rendering of the basement as materialization of the American Constitution, the slurry walls which were designed to hold BCK the Hudson and were the only part of the original building to survive were described by Libeskind as being as eloquent as the Constitution itself, through to the harnessing of the sun itself to cast shadowless light into its sacred core, the Park of Heroes, which traces the fatal footsteps of the firemen who so bravely rushed into the towers to give assistance, not to mention its nod to the Statue of Liberty. This building will never be just another skyscraper, and that is surely what the American public wanted, indeed, needed. This new type of space is very definitely coded, but in such a stifling way that it will, given time, doubtless leave us feeling nostalgic for the allegedly bad old days of postmodernity. Chapter 2. Paul A. Harris. Folding Architecture. Gilles Deleuze's thinking about space is not to be found in a single text or statement. It is rather distributed throughout his writings about topics as diverse as Francis Bacon's paintings, fractal geometry, biological morphologies, and geography. Over the past decade or so, Deleuze's diffuse philosophy of space has actually been most incisively clarified not by philosophers, but architects and architectural theorists. Several influential architects have turned to Deleuze's philosophy as a means to rethink the conceptual grounds of their field. Deleuze's spatial concepts are then implemented in architectural work, and given visible form as architects utilize new design techniques made possible by different computer programs and softwares. Thus, in a somewhat circular fashion, architectural work influenced by Deleuze becomes an exemplary means by which to understand and explicate his philosophy of space. French philosophy entered architectural discourse in the 1980s through deconstruction, as Jacques Derrida collaborated in different ways with leading postmodern architects including Frank Gehry, Bernard Tschumi, and Peter Eisenman. While the infiltration of Deleuze's thought into architecture remains less widely known in philosophical circles, it has nonetheless been pervasive. Derridian deconstructive architecture is giving way to Deleuzean folding architecture. Susanna Hagen notes that as Derrida dominated the 1980s, so Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari dominated the 1990s, drawing to themselves like strange attractors all those ideas about topology, morphology, biology, geology, and complexity that are currently swarming amongst the architectural intelligentsia. Hagen 2001, 137.1 The shift from deconstructive to folding architecture entails more than a change in preferred metaphors and disciplines. 2. In the seminal folding in architecture, Gregg notes that deconstructive architecture operates with a logic of conflict and contradiction, whereas folding architecture foregrounds a more fluid logic of connectivity. Lin 2004, 8. While deconstructive architecture foregrounds formal rupture, folding architecture seeks material heterogeneity. Lin posits that, if there is a single effect produced in architecture by folding, it will have the ability to integrate unrelated elements within a new continuous mixture. Lin 2004, 8. Significantly, this shift also reconfigures the relation between the conceptual and perceptual dimensions of architecture. The deconstructive logic uses conceptual means to disrupt perceptual habits. Deconstructionists induce conflicts between structural design and a site's topography, or between a building's axis of symmetry and the space of rectilinear convention. In contrast to deconstruction, folding favors linkage over aporia. Folding architecture creates continuities between site and structure, implementing conceptual designs that entrain perception to follow patterns that connect outside and inside, both physically and psychologically. In Michael Speke's words, folding architecture marks the development of more pliant, complex, and heterogeneous forms of architectural practice, with architectural practice supple enough to be formed by what is outside or external to them, yet resilient enough to retain their coherence as architecture. Speke's 1995, 16. In such architecture, where the OU side is a fold of the inside, the conceptual and perceptual become increasingly indiscernible. The most provocative, explicitly theoretical extrapolations of Deleuze's thought into architecture have come from Bernard Cash and Gregg. 3 Cash attended Deleuze seminars for several years and wrote a manuscript completed in 1983. Deleuze approvingly cites Cash's then unpublished work In the Fold, 1992. Cash's text first reached print in 1995 in English as Earth Moves and finally appeared in French in 1997 under its original title THIRD-WORLDISM. Lin has been a central figure in articulating the conceptual underpinnings of folding architecture, dating from the seminal Folding in Architecture. In subsequent essays collected in the volumes Folds, Bodies and Blobs, 1998a, and Animate Form, 1998b, Lin elaborates a theory and practice assembled around a Deleuzean vocabulary of the fold, multiplicity, machinics, bodies, and the virtual. Both Cash and Lin reformulate architecture in terms of virtual concepts and abstract diagrams, and then actualize these conceptual tools through different computerized design processes. The Deleuzian concept of space made visible in folding architecture then yields a different notion of the body, and entails thinking through a new adaptation between the body and space. Cash and Lin, while conceptually very similar, use different sets of terms to integrate Deleuzian thought into architecture. Cash's work is seminal in forging the link between Deleuze and architecture because it is grounded in Bergson's ontology of images. Cash utilizes Deleuze's Guattari's discussion of consolidation in 8,000 plateaus as a framework within which to rethink the essential elements of architecture. Cash's analysis yields a treatment of space that Deleuze drew on in The Fold, particularly Cash's notion of inflection. Reconceiving architecture this way leads Cash to an image of the human body losing its erect solid ity and stretching out as a skin folded in space. For Lin, the relation between the body and geometry must be the starting point for redrawing architecture along Deleuzian lines. His early work takes up the present static alliance between rigid geometry and whole organisms in architecture and seeks to render it more flexible and fluid through the use of suppler, deformable geometries. Lin 1998a, 42. Lin's essays of the early to mid-90s adduce a critique of space, geometry, and the body that works through Deleuze-Guattari's discussion of a proto-geometry of an exact, yet tigerous forms in 8,000 plateaus and the ontology of curvilinear matter in The Fold. This work culminates in a theory and practice of animate form, presented in the 1998 book of that title, where a computer-generated design process unfolds in a space shaped by the integration of topology, time, and parameters into architecture. Lin 1998b, 20. Deleuze's philosophy of space is thus both clarified and extended in the work of Cash and Lin. This application of philosophical concepts in architecture raises interesting methodological issues. Inflected by philosophy, folding architecture's techniques operate top-down, in that they move from philosophical spatial concept to designing abstract diagrams to implementing them in plans and projects. There is a certain irony in this, given that the central concepts of folding architecture are all founded on bottom-up principles. In other words, folding architecture has discovered how to design bottom-up concepts, but not how to practice bottom-up building procedures. In order to reflect on how bottom-up material methods could be conjoined to the spatial concepts of folding architecture, one must venture outside the parameters of folding architecture. In light of these issues, Simon Rodia's Watts Towers of Los Angeles proved to be very productive. The site realizes the bottom-up principles of folding architecture in terms of structural design, materials deployed, and building methods. From a philosophical standpoint, thinking about the Watts Towers through the lenses of Deleuze's work yields a pedagogical experience, where one learns to see with the mind, and think through the eye. 4. Bernard Cash, Consolidation and Inflection. The conceptual foundation in Bernard Cash's Earth Moves is Bergson's ontology of images, itself a critical element of Deleuze's thinking about space. From the outset, Cash defines his book as a classifier of images, and his introduction moves from the specific sense in which images function as visual documents in architecture, sketches and plans, to a general, critical analysis of architectural images. Cash 1995, 2. The Bergsonian trajectory of Cash's analysis is evident in his attempt to show or create the kind of movement that is prior to the representation of stable objects, and so to introduce a new dynamic conception of both image and architecture. Boyman 1995, 8. Cash's theoretical classification of spatial images ranges from geography to buildings to furniture. Abstractly, Cash defines the image to include anything that presents itself to the mind, a significant shift to the philosophical because with it we pass from visible objects to visibility itself. Cash 1995, 3. This passage is the space where we find the play between percept and concept, where they cross into each other, and where architecture implements philosophy. As for Deleuze's influence on his work, Cash acknowledges that his book amounts to a pursuit of Deleuze's philosophy by other means. Cash 1995, 7. Like Deleuze, Cash defines his domain in terms of operative function rather than an essence or property. Architecture is the end of the frame, Cash 1995, 2, just as for Deleuze philosophy is the invention of concepts. The central problem probed by Cash is how to construct frames that function as folds rather than rigid boundaries between outside and inside, so that the movement of images pervades the built structure. Thus Cash operates with a logic where the whole is not given but is always open to variation, as new things are added or new relations made, creating new continuities out of such intervals or disparities. In the unstable dynamic world in which they figure, images are therefore no longer defined by fixed divisions between inside and outside. Rather, this division itself comes to shift or move as outside forces cause internal variations or as internal variations create new connections with the outside. Oyman 1995, 9. The foundation for Cash's theory of architecture as the art of the frame comes directly from Deleuze Guattari's analysis of space and milieus in section 11 of Thos and Plateaus, 1837, of the refrain.s. Explaining his theoretical premises, Cash posits that the frame reduces architecture to its most basic expression and allows us to formulate a conspire that derives directly from Eugene Duprel, whose philosophy was centered entirely on the notion of frame and probability. Cash. 1995, 22-33. Within this view, architecture would be the art of introducing intervals in a territory in order to construct frames of probability. Cash 1995, 23. When consolidation enters into the framing process itself, the interval induces movement on a rarefied ground that turns into an aberration, and from it a whole range of dynamic states are thus produced. Cash 1995, 25. Cash's formulations here directly echo the behavioral biological mechanics Deleuze Guattari elaborate throughout ATHOL for sand plateaus, especially the distinction they make between the rhizomatic and the arborific and their discussion of Duprel's notion of consolidation. The arborified imposes form or a correct structure from without or above, whereas the rhizomatic depends upon articulation from within. Packets of relations evolve without a blueprint. Coordination and interaction are never direct or linear, but work, like neural networks, according to release or inhibition. To account for how milieus and territories fold inwards, as it were, and take on a consistency, Deleuze Guattari invoked Duprel's theory of consolidation, alluded to by Cash. Duprel's model of consolidation is critical for a concept of the frame that functions as a fold, because it models processes whereby new parts are not integrated into a pre-existing whole, but where the process of consolidation continually modifies the milieu. Rather than working from the inside, the center of a pre-existing whole, to the outside, the boundary, here the whole is like a membrane, and consolidation proceeds from exterior to interior. Most importantly, the exterior boundary never simply dictates interiority as a cause that produces effects. Deleuze Guattari summed up L's model as follows: consistency is the same as consolidation, it is the act that produces consolidated aggregates, of succession as well as of coexistence, by means of 3. Acts intercalated elements, intervals, and articulations of superposition. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 329. Consolidation thus never unfolds in a linear chain of events. In consolidation, intercalated elements imply that there is no beginning from which linear sequence would derive. Intervals dictate that consolidation occurs through arrangement and distribution, and articulations of superposition entail that consolidation entails disparate, overlapping rhythms. Because it proceeds bottom-up, consolidation is always creative, always beginning over again at each operation, but because it is an emergent process, it also always creates consistency. The reason Cash would turn to this particular moment in Deleuze's thought becomes clear when Deleuze Guattari pose architecture as the material realization of consolidation. They propose a spectrum between architectural forms where consolidation is subordinated to static structure and ones where consolidation is embedded in the building process. Architecture, as the art of abode and territory, attests to this. there are consolidations that are made after NRARD, and there are consolidations of the keystone type that are constituent parts of the ensemble. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 329. But Cash does more than simply cut and paste the tripartite Deleuze-Guattari concept of consolidation into his theory of architecture. It would be more fitting to say that as Cash grafts this work onto his own, the abstract machine evolves in significant ways. The three elements of the Ducreal consolidation model, intercalated elements, intervals, and superposition of disparate rhythms, are transposed by Cash into three aspects of architecture: inflection, vector, and frame. In RUM, the three abstract functions of architectural frames are, respectively, separation, selection and arrangement. Essentially, Cash seeks to incorporate the outside forces of matter into the framing of architecture, or again, to induce the frame to function as a fold between outside and inside. Any architectural frame starts from an unoriented space, that of inflection. A frame's appearance marks a separation of it from its environment, but a properly permeable frame will not demarcate a rigid boundary but open an interval. If the frame does not serve as a cause of subsequent effects, it is freed from defining the form or function of an edifice. If it is conceived of instead as a vector, a tendency, then the architectural instantiates a frame of probability. The probabilistic does not enclose a prefabricated space but opens an interval. The notion of a frame of probability presupposes that a distance or distance be maintained between a frame and its content. One never knows how the interval that is marked off by the frame will be filled. Cash 1995, 28. Thus the frame marks a space of arrangement rather than enclosure. In the context of Deleuze's work on space, it is fascinating to mark how Cash's adaptation of the Deleuze-Guattari notion of consolidation as the conceptual foundation for architecture induces him to posit a spatial ontology that anticipates the one articulated by Deleuze in the fold. 6 Earth moves may thus be read as a kind of fold between ATHs and plateaus and the fold. Cash gives a physical grounding to the image's ontology in terms Deleuze repeated in the study of the Baroque. Images comprise substance, which, like Bergson's images, are between a representation and a thing, for body and mind are made of the same thing, of the only thing that is, which is neither spiritual nor corporeal, and which, like others, we will call substance. This substance is a priori nothing other than a fact of curvature. Cash 1995, 120. Once the world is seen in terms of curvature rather than empty space and linear forms, the texture of substance is the inclusion of envelopes that fold into one another, small circles into larger ones. Cash 1995, 124. Within such an ontology, the Ducreal model of consolidation implies that, experimental imprecision, the occurrence of unexpected events, are the signs that reality is a hollow image and that its structure is alveolar. Intervals always remain and intercalated phenomena always slip into them, even if they finally break the frames of probability apart. Cash 1995, 23. In the evolution of Deleuze's thinking about space, the notion that reality is alveolar, a hollow image, subtends some discussions of space in a thousand plateaus, taking its most explicit form in a brief discussion of holy space. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 413-15. However, this notion of space comes to fruition at the outset of the fold in conjunction with Leibniz's physics. Matter thus offers an infinitely porous, spongy, or cavernous texture without emptiness, caverns endlessly contained in other caverns, no matter how small. Each body contains a world pierced with irregular passages, surrounded and penetrated by an increasingly vaporous fluid, the totality of the universe resembling a pond of matter in which there exist different flows and waves. Deleuze 1992, 5, 4 Cash, this ontology of space initiates a Bergsonian image of the fair. Restated in the terms of Leibniz, this ontology implies that, WJE will then certainly not acquire the soul or the body that we are at such pains to secure by better enclosing our subject zones, we must rather delve down into texture or go back up into envelopes by grafting ourselves onto the world that surrounds us and by opening this world within us. Cash 1995, 124. In his investigation of time, Bergson sought to reach back to the critical turn where duration surges forth as a continuous multiplicity. The corresponding spatial substrate in Cash, taken up by Deleuze in the FO/D, is inflection. Just as for Bergson duration may be apprehended only through a mental effort of intuition, for Cash a dynamic conception entails a reaching back behind the fixity of rigid bodies in three-dimensional space. Take any surface. Generally, we describe its relief in terms of summits and crests, basins and valleys. But if we can manage to erase our coordinate axes, then we will only see inflections, or other intrinsic singularities that describe the surface precisely. Cash 1995, 36. Once we sense images in terms of their qualitative uniqueness, rather than according to an external metric, Cash posits that we accede to another regime of images that we will call primary ones. Cash 1995, 36. For Cash, the primary image is not an image or the first stage in a series, it is rather space in its sheer virtuality, what Deleuze, citing Cash, called not yet in the world, it is the world itself. Deleuze 1992, 15. Just as f of Bergson duration would constitute the surging forth of time as a continuous multiplicity, primary images taste the welling up of space. They precede distinctions between inside and outside, before and after. Cash takes the Mobius strip as an example of how a primary image allows us to see, if only for an instant, a universe with no top or bottom, right or left, inside or outside. Cash 1995, 37.7. Inflection and the primary image are critical to Cash's concept of space, and Deleuze's in the fold, because in their virtuality they mark the point where space becomes indiscernible from time. Primary images allow us to glimpse a pure temporality to which we can't accede as subjects. Cash 1995, 39. This time lies beyond, or rather, prior to, subjectivity because it is not yet a flow or rhythm. Cash characterizes the temporality of the primary image as hysteresis, a gap in the time of the world through which we perceive pure instantaneity. It is the time of a universal lapping of waves that cannot be represented by a straight line or even a swirl, but only by a surface of variable curvature that is perpetually out of phase. Cash 1995, 39. Thus we will not say that time flows but that time varies. Cash 1995, 41. The alveolar or spongy, cavernous texture of space must be understood dynamically. Space as variable curvature unfolds or is folded according to a multi-temporal ity of different coexisting rhythms rather than in a linear series of events. Thus in the fold, inflection as the fundamental texture of space must be understood in both graphic, mathematical terms, curvilinearity, tangents, and in a language borrowed from fluid dynamics. Inflection itself becomes vortical, and at the same time its variation opens onto fluctuation, it becomes fluctuation. Deleuze 1992, 17. In Deleuze's chaos theory inflected account of space, the vortical nature of the pleats of matter is mathematically speaking a fractal and dynamically speaking turbulence, dividing endlessly. The parts of matter form little vortices in a maelstrom, and in these are found even more vortices, even smaller, and even more are spinning in the concave intervals of the whirls that touch one another. Deleuze 1992, 5. The question Cash ultimately confronts is how to incorporate or enfold inflection into the architectural frame. Or conversely, how to transform the rigid function of the frame as a separation from the outside into a permeable membrane where inside and outside become sides of a surface. Cash first produces a schematic resolution to the problem. He simply transfers the forms of the geographical outside onto furniture to get the outside inside. Cash 1995, 73. Geography, defined as the shape of the outside, is recast in terms of what Benoit Mandelbrot called the fractal geometry of nature. The topographical Contours of the outside become folds in a topological texture, where intervals and zones of indeterminacy can open between any points. Cash 1995, 71. This texture then passes through the architectural frame and is iterated in surfaces within the built structure. Thus Cash designs furniture with curvilinear surfaces that emerge out of the materials he uses. For instance, a figure in Earth Move S shows a bookcase that looks like a rectilinear set of shelves that has been stretched and had waves sent through it. This shape is constituted by the rise of the formal powers of its materials. As it is being sanded down, the different strata of wood dilate and appear as so many instances of fold and detour. Cash 1995, 71. The curvilinear texture of the outside passes inside, and is reconstituted as slash on the outer surfaces of the interior. Cash describes throughout the book, bookcases, chairs, tables, lamps. Thus, it is as if architecture functioned as a topological operator, a frame crossed through by a mobile strip. Passing over to the inside of the frame only sends us back to the outside of the strip. Cash 1995, 72. 8. If we pursue the idea that architecture is a topological operator, this folding of the formal contours of outside into the inside would only be the first iteration of a recursive function. Cash returns to his favored spatial image to express this iterative process. The description of a mobile strip presupposes that one go around it twice, once from the outside toward the inside, then a second time from the inside toward the outside. Cash 1995, 72. In essence, the other side of the question becomes, once geography errs into and transforms the abode, how does the abode transform the human animal and return it to the outside? Architecture as covering also entails a bearing. Walls allow humans to peel off dust. How, then, as the next iteration, does the inside of the body become part of its outer surface? Cash recounts Michel Serres' observation that animal forms evolved from having hard outer shells to forms where what is hard gets interiorized. He then posits, in Deleuzian terms, the next iteration, we might drop the bones altogether, then the flesh, then the epidermis. Dermic power rises, the becoming of man as skin. Cash 1995, 73. The evolution to modern man was marked by an orthogonal shift from horizontal movement to Homo erectus, who proudly raise their spine against the gravitational vector. Cash 1995, 74. Cash imagines the abandonment of a vectorial status in favor of a spreading out on the surface. Cash then evokes one of Deleuze's favorite examples, Bacon's paintings of the crucifixion. These works stretch the human animal onto a frontal plane where the projected flesh spreads out, slips and bends like a surface of variable curvature on an abstract plane. The fluctuations of the flesh become the play of dermic forces. Cash 1995, 75. Here, then, emerges a vision where body and space inhere along abstract planes of inflection and evolve in the variations allowed for by consolidation. When it comes to pushing architecture to become an implementation of RHE virtual, Gregg work stretches the envelope. Adopting Deleuze's philosophy of the virtual, Lin seeks to reconfigure relations between the body and geometry in architecture. For Lin, folding architecture must deterritorialize the architecture of fixed spatial types, itself founded on a pact between organic bodies and exact geometric language. Lin 1998a, 41. Essentially, Lynn's work envisions nothing less than a new adaptation between the body and geometry, as each undergoes a transformation conceived along Deleuzian lines. The body becomes a multiplicity, and geometry becomes what Deleuze call, after Husserl, a proto-geometry of an exact yet rigorous forms. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 329. Lin's work thus theorizes and produces alliances between an exact, multiplicitous, temporal bodies and more supple, deformable geometries. Lin 1998a, 42. Like Cash, Lin seeks to replace the fixity of the architectural frame with the notion of the frame as a probabilistic envelope within which bodies or forms may develop into different configurations. Lin finds tools with which to understand morphological variation in the field of biometrics, the measurement of biological objects, because such measurement and modeling techniques must be supple enough to accommodate unpredictable changes in morphology over time. Biometrics depends on probable geometries, because they occupy a provisional relationship to the monaire they describe. Lin 1998a, 86. Biomedical image processing functions by integrating into a probable geometry a series of random sections or transsectional views of the object over time. Deploying biometric techniques in architectural design is critical because, while architecture traditionally starts from the ideal form, probable geometries can begin with the amorphous and yet still yield the inexact yet rigorous geometry called for by Deleuze geometry. Lin 1998a, 86. Probable geometries generated by random section models will provide architecture with the possibility of writing volumetric indeterminacy within a precise and rigorous system of measurement, a series of serial transections along with related coefficients of size, shape, and orientation. Lin 1998a, 85-6. The broad terms in which Lin conceptualizes architectural design thus ultimately shares with Cash the emphasis on treating architectural frames as Eimerval's opening probabilities, where intercalated events intervene as internal differentiation occurs in relation to external influences. Lin's reconceptualization of the body in architecture essentially replaces the human form as the basis for spatial types with biological models of morphological change. Splicing together the terminology and conceptual apparatuses of 8,000 plateaus and the fold, Lin defines the body as a folded multiplicity. Multiplicious bodges are always already entering into relations and alliances through multiplications. Structures such as these are not identically repeatable outside of the particularities of their internal elements or their external environments. Lin 1998a, 45. Like Deleuze, Lin excels in cataloging specific, vivid examples. Instances of multiplicious bodies include a singularity capable of becoming a multiplicity, the flatworm, which can be cut and grows heads in different ways, thus holding within its body a very specific constellation of possibilities for the proliferation of a multiplicity of bodies. Lin 1998a, 45. Or, conversely, multiple bodies that fold into a singularity through parasitism, the pseudo-copulation between an orchid and a digger wasp where the orchid serves as a false female that sexually attracts the wasp, which absorbs pollinia on its head as it rubs its genitals on the flower. By becoming a surrogate sexual partner to the wasp, the orchid gains mobile genitalia in the wasp. The multiple orchids and wasps unify to form a singular body. This propagating unity is not an enclosed whole but a multiplicity. The wasps and orchids are simultaneously one and many bodies. Lin 1998a, 139. Lin theorizes folding architecture in terms of processes that, in a sense, represent the integration of probable geometries and multiplicious bodies. Here, Deleuzian spatial concepts become dynamic techniques. Thus Deleuze's smooth space is transformed by Lin into a functional operation, smoothing, which incorporates free intensities through fluid tactics of mixing and blending disparate elements. Lin 1998a, 110-11. Similarly, when Deleuze's notion of the fold, P/I, is mobilized as folding in architecture, i.e. P/I becomes pliancy, which implies first an internal flexibility and second a dependence on external forces for self-definition. Lin 1998a, 111. The folding process itself has a certain smoothing or pliant quality. Folding employs neither agitation nor evisceration but a supple layering of heterogeneous elements. Lin 1998a, 112. As disparate components are folded into a smooth mixture, a distinctly intricate texture emerges. Intrications are intricate connections had affiliate local surfaces of elements with one another by negotiating interstitial rather than internal connections. Lin 1998a, 112-13. Ultimately, folding architecture would seek to build structures that incorporate these processes and properties. The result, in conceptual form, would be a plexus, a multilinear network of interweavings, intertwinings, and intrications, for instance, of nerves or blood vessels, Lin 1998a, 121. Distinctive in Lin's writings is his ability to demonstrate incisively the ways in which architectural design techniques are able to implement abstract diagrams that mimic, rather than model, the characteristics and behavior of folding architecture. Lin argues that architecture is now capable of working directly with virtual concepts at the level of design, while maintaining a careful distinction between philosophical and technological senses in which virtual may be understood. The term virtual has recently been so debased that it often simply refers to the digital space of computer-aided design. It is often used interchangeably with the term simulation. Simulation, unlike virtuality, is not intended as a diagram for a future possible concrete assemblage but is instead a visual substitute. Thus, use of the term virtual here refers to an abstract scheme that has the possibility of becoming actualized, often in a variety of possible configurations. Lin 1998b, 10. Lin constructs the virtual, abstract diagrams he works with in terms of animate form. Animate form does not simply model or express changes in a body's motion or behavior over time. Thus Lin asserts that, animation is a term that differs from, is often confused with, motion. While motion implies movement and action, animation implies the evolution of a form and its shaping forces. It suggests animalism, animaism, growth, actuation, vitality, and virtuality, Lin 1998b, 9. In other words, animate forms are open holes that evolve through differences that spur changes in kind rather than degree. Animate design realizes or makes visible Deleuze's conceptual physics of a world where bodies interact and undergo transformations as forces act on them. Lin stipulates that, animate form is defined by the co-presence of motion and force at the moment of formal conception. Animate forms are not unified or identical forms that move around in a neutral space. Instead, the motion and shape of a form is defined by multiple interacting vectors that unfold in time perpetually and openly. With these techniques, entities are given vectorial properties before they are released into a space differentiated by gradients of force. Thus, architectural practice implements, in the sense of a hands-on use of a tool, and explores virtual diagrams. Instead of a neutral abstract space for design, the context for design becomes an active abstract space that directs form within a current of forces that can be stored as information in the shape of the form. Rather than as a frame through which time and space pass, architecture can be modeled as a participant immersed within dynamical flows. Lin 1998b, 11, defined in these terms, Lin's notion of animate form perhaps sounds like a sort of opaque architectural language whose actual meaning remains elusive. Lin's animate form in fact represents a remarkable synthesis of Deleuzian concepts with various mathematical models and technological tools, where philosophical thinking is directly linked to and grounded in specific practices. On a theoretical level, Lin uses Deleuzian ideas of bodies and difference as a template for how architectural design should unfold. Building designs should behave like bodies which emerge through processes of differentiation, yielding varying degrees of unity based on specific affiliations and mutations. By beginning with bodily matter, the possibility for singularity is not precluded, but rather, bodies are sedimented, aggregated, unified, and stratified through differential forces and the continual fusion of matter. An architectural model of bodily matter such as this exists as a fluid interface. Lin 1998a, 137. The practical level of Lin's work consists in seeking to find and develop models where assemblages undergo various kinds of differentiation. Thus he utilizes software programs developed in the special effects and animation industries that enable him to work with blob models. A blob is a topological geometrical type that exhibits the qualities of multiplicity and singularity, Lin 1998a, 163. Similar in appearance to a puffy dough fried in hot oil, blobs are three-dimensional shapes defined by a center and surface area. They interact through two fields of influence, called zones of fusion and inflection, respectively, an inner volume within which they can merge with other blobs to form single surfaces, and an outer volume within which other blobs can influence a blob's contours. Blobs are multiplicitous bodies because they are not parts that link up to form different wholes. A blob is rather simultaneously singular in its continuity and multiplicitous in its internal differentiation, Lin 1998a, 164. As was the case with Cash then, Lin's Deleuzian thinking in architecture ends in a reimagining of the body and its adaptation to space. The plane of folding architecture. For both Bernard Cash and Gregg Lin, architecture unfolds as the direct investigation and implementation of virtual concepts. Deleuze. Reading of Leibniz demonstrates how Leibniz's formulation of the calculus yields notions of difference and differentiation that subtend the concept of vortical space. Cash and Lin regard contemporary architectural design as direct explorations into Leibnizal Deleuze space. Thus Cash believes that numerical technologies, computers, give us the tools to realize once again Leibniz's program, everything can be calculated, Cash 1995, 3. Similarly, Lin observes that, the prevalence of topological surfaces in even the simplest CAD software, along with the ability to tap the time and force modeling attributes of animation software, presents perhaps the first opportunity for architects to draw and sketch using calculus, Lin 1998b, 17. Both architects draw a COR relation between the curvilinear, smooth space of design and a dynamic, temporal spatial field. For Cash, computed design opens two great possibilities. First, it enables the design of new forms that, because they are composed of surfaces of variable curvatures, realize the virtual concept of space in actual built objects. Second, there ceases to be a static plan or model from which objects are made. Instead, there emerges a non-standard mode of production where changing parameters in the computer make possible a DJFF errant shape for each OB, ECTJ and the series, Cash 1995, 88, original emphasis. Commenting on Cash's concept of the object, Deleuze marks a shift where the fluctuation of the norm replaces the permanence of a law, and where the object's status no longer refers its condition to a spatial mold, in other words, to a relation of form-matter, but to a temporal modulation that implies as much the beginnings of a continuous variation of matter as a continuous development of form, Deleuze 1992, 19. Similarly, Lin succinctly states that, in contrast to the inert medium of paper and pencil, the computer's organizing properties include topology, time, and parameters. Thus the computer enables new investigations of relations between time and shape to be explored because, issues of force, motion, and time, which have perennially eluded architectural description due to their vague essence, can now be experimented with by supplanting the traditional tools of exactitude and stasis with tools of gradients, flexible envelopes, temporal flows and forces, Lin 1998b, 17. In a sense, the computer simulation as a norm whose parameters may be changed corresponds to the architectural frame as an interval, the opening of a frame of probabilities susceptible to taking on many forms. The computer as design tool thus brings about changes in the nature of the architectural plan and hence the process by which the architectural unfolds. From this standpoint, folding architecture may be located in relation to Deleuze-Guattari's scheme, in what is philosophy, that distinguishes between philosophy, science, and art. The work of each domain is characterized by a specific plane on which it unfolds. Philosophy creates concepts on a plane of consistency, science works with functions on a plane of reference, and art works with percepts and effects on a plane of composition. In a general sense, architecture works on all three planes. It has always merged philosophy, science, and art, through geometrical plans conceptualized for aesthetic reasons. Folding architecture works more closely to Deleuze-Guattari's particular scheme, though, because it seeks to translate the virtual, the fractal texture or consistency, of the philosophical concept and plane, into the concrete, so that the actual, material forms it produces do not resolve or untangle the consistency of the virtual. Folding architecture works with objectiles and assemblages on a plane of technique 10. This plane is abstract, it persists in the techniques of topology, animation, and parameter-based modeling the computer has made accessible. It allows abstract diagrams to unfold, disperse, and be actualized in objectiles and assemblages that are variations on a diagram rather than possible examples of a specific, static model. One very crucial question remains, however, to what extent and in what ways has the project of folding architecture truly materialized? On the one hand, folding architecture does provide a means through which the actual may be virtualized, as we have seen. Cash and Lin have virtualized, or articulated virtual concepts for, the realm of bodies, buildings, and space. But on the other hand, the actual examples of this project remain difficult to pin down. Cash's text features discussions of his furniture as exempla of his theories, but the connection between them is seldom clear in more than an indicative fashion. Lin remains more circumspect in his claims about the folding architecture project in general. Concluding his Animate Form Manifesto, Lin is very clear about the status of his work. The effects of abstract machines trigger the formation of concrete assemblages when their virtual diagrammatic relationships are actualized as a technical possibility. Concrete assemblages are realized only when a new diagram can make them cross the technical threshold. It is in the spirit of the abstract technical stitamentiado become concrete that topologies, animation, and parameter-based modeling are being explored here. In order to bring these technologies into a discipline that is defined as the site of translation from the virtual into the concrete, it is necessary that we first interrogate their abstract structure. Without a detailed understanding of their performance as diagrams and organizational techniques, it is impossible to begin a discussion of their translation into architecture form. Lin 1998b, 40-1. Folding architecture, then, may be said to engage in the invention of architectural diagrams, abstract diagrams in Deleuze's sense as opposed to diagrams in the sense of architectural plans. In virtualizing the actual, it remains limited in the plane on which it actualizes, that of, primarily, the space of computational design. Put differently, one could say that Cash and Lin work on the plane of technique, directly manipulating and implementing virtual designs that present the conceptual directly to perception. But perception of the virtual remains circumscribed within what amount to symbolic representations of virtual structures. The animate forms that result from being able to draw and sketch using calculus take shape as configurations of pixels. Viewed within the ontology of images, the plane of technique remains caught in the problem of representation. It represents rather than embodies the texture of the fold and smooth space. As Cash puts it, this ontology implies that, our brain is not the seat of a neuronal cinema that reproduces the world, rather our perceptions are inscribed on the surfaces of things, as images amongst images. Cash 1995, 3. In the design processes of folding architecture, the surface of things becomes the cinema of the computer screen. A certain irony thus persists in folding architecture. In its initial formulation, it comes across as championing the local, the contingent, the material, in a bottom-up sort of way. Recall Lin's proclamation that, if there is a single effect produced in architecture by folding, it will be the ability to integrate unrelated elements within a new continuous mixture. Lin 1998a, 101. If we accept Lin's conclusion that folding architecture should continue its investigations of abstract structures before it seeks their translation into architectural form, then this project remains in a rather top-down stage where virtual diagrams have yet to actualize as material structures. In essence, as Susanna Hagen points out, folding architecture has remained essentially theoretical in its project to create folds between the outside and inside of building projects. What it does not do, Hagen insists, is produce a new material relation between architecture and site, despite the suggestiveness of the language used. Hagen 200L 142. Simon Rodai's Watts Towers of Los Angeles. The Watts Towers of Los Angeles were built from 1921 to 1955 by Simon Rodia, an Italian immigrant laborer, who actually called his site Nuestro Pueblo, or our town. Rodia used skills garnered from work as a construction and steel worker, cement mixer, and tile saner to build 3 freestanding steel piping towers encased in cement, and decorated with shards of glass, china, soda boards, tiles and other debris. Although the Watts Towers have been compared to many other sires 12, they elude or exceed attempts to classify or define them. L3 Building on our Prechting discussion, the site may be seen as a work of folding architecture avant/lettre. The work of Deleuze, Cash, and Lin pinpoints the salient features of Rodia's methods and materials, as well as the perceptual and conceptual dimensions of the site. The Watts Towers in fact provide an almost strangely literal exemplum of folding architecture's definitive characteristics. At the same time, Rodia's work does more than embody the conceptual tenets of folding architecture. It accomplishes what Hagen argues folding architecture has failed to do, namely, to produce a new material relation between architecture and site, Hagen 2001:137. This material relation emerges, moreover, from a bottom-up building process, rather than implementing folding concepts at the level of design on a plane of technique. Rodia realized the folding architecture project in his actual construction practices. These practices follow a logic of consolidation, molding heterogeneous materials into a constantly changing whole. As we have seen, folding architecture is defined by a fluid logic of connectivity that integrate SJ unrelated elements within a continuous mixture. Lin 1998a, 101. There is a certain ambiguity as to what these terms mean specifically in practice. They have played out in folding architecture primarily on a formal level of design. The unrelated elements may include aspects of the site environment and the inclusion of different formal types within a project. Rodia's project displays innovative forms of fluid logic of connectivity on a structural level, and integrates an astonishing heterogeneity of materials. The site's skeletal structures are composed of scrap steel piping bent into curvilinear forms on nearby railroad tracks, and bound together by wrapping joints with chicken wire that were then encased in a cement mortar of his own Davies-ing. Interspersed among the 3 towers, that stand 55, 98, and nearly 100 feet tall, the last being the tallest freestanding structure of its kind, are several other constructions, including a gazebo with a 38-foot tall spire, a ship, a cactus garden, and a fountain. The structures are interconnected by more than 150 supports to form a maze of shifting patterns, multicolored mosaics, and a daunting amount of finely filigreed detail. The structures make an intricate meshwork that induces the eye to trace patterns that move between macro and microscopic scales. It becomes, in Deleuze's terms, a labyrinth that is multi-ple because it contains many folds, that not only has many parts but is also folded in many ways. Deleuze 1992, 4. At the Watts Towers, space and matter become an infinitely porous, spongy, or cavernous texture without emptiness. Deleuze 1992, 5. In large part, this sense of space emerges because of the sheer range of unrelated elements of debris that Rodia has arranged into a continuous mixture. This debris includes 11,000 pieces of whole and broken pottery, 15,000 glazed tiles, 6,000 pieces of colored bottle glass, 10,000 shells, hundreds of rocks, and pieces of marble, linoleum, and telephone line insulators. Goldstone and Goldstone 1997, 56. Because Rodia constantly changed the materials he was using and invented new mosaic patterns as he worked, the textures of Nuestro Pueblo continuously shift. Along certain sight lines, both outlines and surfaces are sharply, irregularly jagged. In some spots rounded cement surfaces are cluttered with jagged hunks of harsh, heavy materials, including waste metal from the blast furnaces of steel mills, industrial slag and telephone line insulators, cylindrical, grooved chunks of glass around which power lines were wound atop telephone poles. Yet other views yield a smooth series of concentric rings, Similarly, tiled surfaces, curvilinear forms hinted at through the sheen of patchwork colors. Even a short walk through the site leads one to a vivid experience of folding architecture's logic, a logic where the whole is not given but always open to variation, as new things are added or new relations made, creating new continuities out of such intervals or disparities. Boyman 1995, 9. Rodia's construction methods and process enact the theoretical principles of folding architecture, playing out physically and materially what Lin and Cash formulate at the level of design concepts. For Lin, formal explorations of folding architecture induce a temporal modulation that implies as much the beginnings of a continuous variation of Monaire as a continuous development of form. Lin 1999, 19. Rodia's labors trace precisely such a temporal modulation, a bottom-up process of local decisions made without any drawn plans. The nearly improvisational nature of this project resonated strongly with jazz musician Charles Mingus, who recalls from his What's childhood that Rodia was always changing his ideas while he worked and tearing down what he wasn't satisfied with and starting over again, so pinnacles tall as a two-story building would rise up and disappear and rise again. What was there yesterday might be there next time you looked, but then another lacy-looking tower would spring up in its place. Mingus 1991, 37. The bottom-up notion of bootstrapping, where one level of a whole induces the next to emerge, and so on, finds literal realization in the construction of the three towers. Working without scaffolding, Rodia built each rung or ring of a tower, then climbed down, and toted the next load of material up to the top rung, stood on it, held onto the structure only by a window washer's belt, and built the next ring. Rodia was always working from the middle of his project, building several sculptures at once, while waiting for the Monaire to dry and harden enough to support his diminutive 4 feet loins frame. He assembled the next piece, encasing piping with cement and setting fragments in it while wet. For Cash, architecture is the art of making frames and folding architecture is the art of creating probabilistic frames. From the standpoint of framing, the What's towers present a singular case where there is no distinction between frame and interior. The outer walls delineate a boundary on the horizontal plane, but their function as frame is negated because the walls are dwarfed by the scale of the towers. The walls seem more like part of a skin that stretches invisibly across the skeletal surfaces throughout the site. The relation between external frame and internal content also breaks down when one realizes that the site resembles a ship, with the three towers serving as masts, that the site's triangular shape transforms its walls into the ship's prow and hull, and that the arch motifs along the walls represent the waves of the sea. Thus Rodia constructs a frame from the inside, as it were, rather than the outside. The frame emerges from the milieu rather than enclosing it. The site as frame materializes the drive in folding architecture not only to fold the outside into the inside, but to assemble an unstable dynamic world of images. No longer defined by fixed divisions between inside and outside where this division itself comes to shift or move as outside forces cause internal variations or as internal variations create new connections with the outside. Bayman 1995, 9.14. Cash's concept of architectural construction as consolidation also finds particular means of expression at the What's towers. A highly segment or section of Rodia's work may be seen as an interval, an opening, or potential field within which he inserted intercalated elements, each one of which changed the nature of the interval. Because there is no single whole that can be taken in, each shift of the eyes essentially takes a different cross-sectional view through a whole which changes in the viewing, so that perception of the site inevitably discerns relations and patterns that emerge through articulations of superposition. The density of detail invites the eye to slow down, and trace the meticulous arrangements of incidental events that fill any portion of the site one examines. Like nomad art as conceived by Deleuze and Guattari, Nuestro Pueblo functions in a close-vision haptic space whose orientations, landmarks, and linkages are in continuous variation, such that there can be no ambient space in which the multiplicity would be immersed and which would make distances invariant. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 493. Combining elements of architecture, sculpture, and art, Nuestro Pueblo is perhaps most accurately characterized as an assemblage. But it is more than an assemblage of found objects in the sense that assemblage is spoken of in the world of Ruentiath and Ruri art. Like artistic assemblage, and collage as well, Rodia's work incorporates found materials that express the urban, industrial character of modern experience, but it does so on an unprecedented scale. L5 Here again, the Deleuzian spatial vocabulary proves particularly and peculiarly apt in characterizing the what's TOWERS. The abstract-seeming terminology that Deleuze used to describe assemblages captures quite succinctly the ways in which Rodia combined heterogeneous elements into something that evolved through incremental steps and local decisions into a non-totalizable whole. Assemblages are defined simultaneously by matters of expression that take on consistency independently of the form-substance relation, reverse causalities or advanced determinisms, decoded innate functions related to acts of discernment or election rather than TO-linked reactions. In short, a new pace produced by the imbrication of the semiotic and the material. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 337. To look at the what's TO-wheres is to be immediately engulfed in reading it. The sight accrues an imminent pace as each material piece fits into ever-shifting configurations, as any part becomes entangled in a whole undergoing constant variation. Rodia expresses this dynamic part-whole relation by imprinting patterns that are essentially maps of the sight, such as an impression of wire basket bottoms that form three sets of concentric rings, as if to depict the towers as seen from above. The folding texture of the sight, the ways in which inside and outside inhere along a surface, finds expression in the constant display of inverted motifs, and an antiomorphic mirroring ensues from imprinted twinned images of different kinds of artifacts, tools, baskets, wire chair frames. Moreover, Rodia explicitly induced the material surface of his project to take on semiotic dimensions in a number of ways. Rodia's signature is ubiquitous too, and written in different signifying regimes. Little tile pieces spell are his initials, name and the title and address of Nuestro Pueblo. In many panels in the outer walls, he impressed his tools into the cement, creating a distinctly hieroglyphic feeling set of designs. A signature // is both visual and linguistic symbol. The site's signature motif, though, may be found in the rosette, a design Rodia imprinted all over both the inside and outside of the walls, using round outdoor tap knobs. The rosette may be read as a sign expressing the specific mode of perception induced by the what's TO-wheres. On an atomistic scale, the rosette shows the alveolar nature of matter as an infinitely porous, spongy, or cavernous texture without emptiness, caverns endlessly contained in other caverns. Deleuze 1992, 5. 10. The protogeometry of this fractal assemblage that addresses vague, in other words, vagabond, or nomadic, morphological essences. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 365. Every part functions as both whole and whole. As Cash PMS it, the rosette demonstrates that the texture of substance is the inclusion of envelopes that fold into one another, small circles into large ones. The rosette thus shows that we will certainly not acquire the soul or the body that we are at such pains to secure by better enclosing our subject zones. We must rather delve down in row texture or go back up into envelopes by grafting ourselves on row the world that surrounds us and by opening this world within us. Cash 1995, 124. The what's towers both embody and induce this double dynamic, this movement of perception, a scrutiny narrowing down to elusive detail and a flight up concentric rings. It thus opens within us the world of what Deleuze calls perception in the folds, a swirl of minute perceptions lacking an object, that is, hallucinatory micro-perceptions. Deleuze 1992, 86. This is a mode of perception both restless and restful. It is a lapping of waves, a rumor, a fog, or a mass of dancing particles of dust. It is as if the depths of every monad were made from an in 690 of tiny folds, inflections, endlessly furling and unfurling in every direction, so that the monad's spontaneity resembles that of agitated sleepers who twist and tum on the IR mattresses. Deleuze 1992, 86. The waking dreamer walking through the Watts Towers is immersed in a world composed of constant inflection folded into an elusive consistency. Nomadic movements bring on monadic perception, one shifts, from the cosmological to the microscopic but also from the microscopic to the macroscopic, Deleuze 1992, 87. The images in this world inhere on a plane of primary images that take the form of an absolute exteriority that is not even the exteriority of any given interiority, but which arises from that most int or place that can barely be eperce for ed or even conceived, which is to say, in he paradoxical mode, that of which the perceiving itself is radically temporal or transitory, the non-summable, the non-capitalizable. Cash 1995, 37-8. This paradoxical mode situates nothing less than the fold between body and soul, or in Deleuze's architectural allegory, between the floors in the Baroque house. This fold would also be the fold between folds. Leah, through his sight, becomes the cryptographer, who is needed, someone who can at once account for nature and decipher the soul, Deleuze 1992, 3. The cryptographer must understand that in the paradoxical mode no direct communication between body and soul is possible. Thus while the astute reader of the Watts Towers assemblage sees the imbrication of the semiotic and the material, such an insight only presents the materials that must themselves be interpreted. As Gregg Lambert points out, when there can be no direct presentation, or transposition, of the perceptual, then perception must itself become a sign, and the sign must become a text that must be read, deciphered, Lambert 2002, 48. The reason that Rodiah's project enacts this process of perception, or that the sight induces us to enact it, rests in the model of perception at play in the folds. This is a cryptic perceptual mode where perception takes place in the design, and must be constructed, piece by piece, apartment by apartment, Lambert 2002, 48. The Watts Towers invites us to read its cryptic messages that are all on the surface, literally as well as figuratively. But the material itself poses a mystery, the solution to which is apparently hidden in plain sight, because the material presents itself in perception as an allegory of its own secret. On a perceptual level, the sheer profusion of detail gives the sight an almost active physical presence. The structures saturate the eye with colors and textures and lines and patterns, so that the roving eye takes in more than the still mind can process. One is immersed in an aleatory, combinatoric world of elements in constant reconfiguration. This perception overload allows for a play on the conceptual level, as if, because they never crystallize as a single perceived entity, distinctly seen and captured by the eye, they continually take on different conceptual shapes and stimulate different lines of thought. Percept and concept, sight and insight, become indiscernible, to the point that the towers entrain one to see with the mind and think through the eye. In Deleuze's geography, his writing of space, Simon Rodiah's Watts Towers of Los Angeles take shape as Leibniz's Baroque house as remodeled by Mobius, with a nod to Escher. There is no longer a vector that differentiates a lower floor with windows of perception and an upper floor with folds of soul. At the Watts Towers, one is rather going up the down staircase, caught in an escalating experience where perception and concept enter into a chase after one another, at the moment they appear as one they flip into the other. Deleuze's version of Leibniz has become entangled with his account of Kant, where faculties are left to evolve freely in order to form strange combinations as sources of time, arbitrary forms of possible immuations, Deleuze 1984, 12, at the fold of body and soul, when percept and concept enmesh, images form strange combinations as sources of space, aleatory forms of possible inflections. Space thus becomes saturated with and restored to its immanent connection to time. For as stable, massive, and enduring as they are, the Watts Towers are also supple, mobile, and endless. There is no Watts Towers, there are only Watts Towers yet to come. Chapter 3. Stealing into Gilles Deleuze's Baroque house. Helene Foucault. In fact, the house does not shelter us from cosmic forces, at most it filters and selects them. Deleuze and Guattari, what is philosophy? Now we are at home. But home does not pre-exist, it was necessary to draw a circle around that uncertain and fragile center, to organize a limited place. Deleuze and Guattari, A Thousand Plateaus. The great refrain arises as we distance ourselves from the house, even if this is in order to return, since no one will recognize us any more when we come back. Deleuze and Guattari, what is philosophy? Theft is primary in thought. Déjeuner, difference, and repetitio. Stealing is the opposite of plagiarizing, copying, imitating, or doing like. Deleuze and Parnot, Dialogues. In considering architecture as an object of investigation, the house is the most obvious starting point, perhaps too obvious. It offers us the very first threshold beyond which we are subject to unpredictable forces. Gaston Bachelard was well aware of this when he wrote The Poetics of Space. The archetypal, immemorial spaces we visit alongside him reintroduce us to the erstwhile lost nooks and crannies of the house as framing devi of the blissful domestic scene, albeit a specifically European model of said structure. With is vertical arrangement of attic, serial stories, and basement. WEWTLL BEM here within the house, on the safe side of the threshold. Are we surprised? What's more, to find that Marcel Proust's lengthy search takes the country home of his childhood as its point of departure. The house seems to be the most convincingly material of all architectural forms, the most deceptively familiar and heartwarming. The house offers us his so-called inalienable right of property ownership, of a perfect childhood, of fundamental shelter. We always begin inside the house before we are allowed to exit across its formidable threshold toward the unknown. Sense is made within the shelter it offers, the good and common sense of familial ritual frames our expectations of an orderly, successful furore, and our incipient notion of self-identity. We could go so far as to suggest that the house offers us our first register of meaning, furnishing us with significations that will travel well in the outside world. It is frequently through literature that we are invited into the affective dimension of inhabitation. Bachelard, for instance, begins his poetics by way of a constellation of literary citations, among which we happen upon the name of Marcel Proust. Should we pause for a moment to examine closely the opening pages of Proust's Search, what we find is not simply the old house in Comray, but a kaleidoscopic arrangement of all the rooms that the narrator has inhabited. The walls do not stand firm within his purview, but in his semi-aware state they writhe, seemingly suffused with breath. Expanding and contracting as though animated, one room, one temporal pocket after another envelopes us, alongside the narrator, in a magic lantern display. We are now in the city, now in the country, the unseen walls, shifting and adapting themselves to the shape of each successive room that the body J remembered, whirled around in the dark, Proust 1989, 7. The body that inhabits these rooms owns now the limbs of a child, now the heavy invalid body of the adult. The restless sleeper rests fitfully. The house is not built of bricks and mortar, but straw. It does not enclose our inhabitation securely, but merely offers a provisional frame for a contingent state of affairs and a suffering body. We find that the ongoing sensations of the domestic scene cannot be tamed so easily as Bachelard suggests. One must also account for that which is unhomely, both the darkened corners of the interior and the unwelcome forces, which, like drafts, discover points of entry where the house has been ill-maintained. With the falling into disrepair of the house and the disorganization of its surface, stabilized ascriptions of meaning are also jeopardized. Tripping over the threshold into a new millennium, the architect discovers that the stability of meaning has been rendered untenable. Champion of architectural theory, Kate Nesbitt, suggests that in the past architecture's concern with meaning has focused upon issues such as its origin, essence, and disciplinary limits, its requisite qualities and proper techniques of construction. Nesbitt 1996, 18-19. Such relationships between architecture and meaning have been, for the most part, severed, or at least problematized. The house is no longer a haven whose fundamental task is that of offering shelter. What does it mean to be without meaning, or to be on the outside of meaning, which is not to suggest that architecture cannot continue to produce sense? First, any access to a fixed and universally valid set of rules that determines the how of architecture has been cast aside, or considered defunct. Key texts, from Vitruvius, through Laguerre, to Le Corbusier, offer the architect an interesting genealogy, but no longer provide instructions for use. Likewise, the aspirations, both formal and socio-political, of the modern project have proved unsatisfactory. The house as machine for living in has reached its expiry date. Functionalism imposed from the outside or determined in advance has been impossible to maintain, and the idea that form strictly follows function no longer holds. Postmodern architecture, in turn, and its shallow pastiche of quasi-historical motifs plastered onto mute sheds has insulted the sensibilities of its media-saturated clients. Second, the architectural process as a teleological activity, or one that is desirous of a final and completed form, can no longer find satisfaction. The what of architecture can no longer be definitively located. The construction of the house is never finished, but subject to additions, renovations and, worst-case scenario, demolition. What we discover instead is that the process, as distinct from the end product, of architectural design has taken on a new urgency. Third, we can no longer ask, why? The architectural edifice has failed in its attempt to represent a beyond or some idea that is bigger than itself. Instead, we must look toward the immanent conditions of architecture, the processes it employs, the serial deformations of its built forms, together with our quotidian spatiotemporal practices. In much the same way that the architectural object, together with its affiliated discourse, has undergone certain deformations, the role of the architect has also shifted. The character of the architect has been variably conceived as demiurge, progenitor, playing the conjointment role of father and mother, engineer, for example, of the modernist house as a Mac. INE for living, ironist of postmodern pastiche, less is a bore, and among all these roles the architect still sees herself as author-creator. In place of any of the above characters, we will consider the role of the architect as pickpocket, in that she has become well practiced in the redistribution of concepts she has borrowed from outside her disciplinary terrain. Despite the problematization of architectural meaning, the discipline still expresses a strong desire to make sense of its built forms, to demarcate its territory, and to determine those activities that can be called properly architectural. Still, it is often at the threshold of its disciplinary terrain that architecture can be most productive, and across this threshold a thriving trade in ideas continues. Having given herself leave to venture backwards and forwards across a borderline she is anxious to maintain in at least working order, the architect is that agent and exocyonal pickpocket who searches far and wide for means of legitimizing her activity. Without this traffic in ideas, the relative autonomy of architecture becomes meaningless, its containment self-consuming. Here we will consider what spoils the architect as pickpocket has gathered from the expansive over that is signed with the name, Gilles Deleuze. Pursuing certain contemporary trends in architecture, this essay will argue that in pilfering some of its spoils from RHE body of work signed by Deleuze, architecture can be seen to participate in the circulation of nonsense and sense. In order to produce sense, architecture must admit the forces of nonsense. Ronald Bogue points out that, according to Deleuze's schema, nonsense is actually the full and unrestricted dimension of meaning or sense, Bogue 1989, 74. Nonsense is the plenitude of all imagined and imaginable possibilities, corporeal and incorporeal. Assuming that architecture wants to leave the exploration of its formal permutations open-ended, we can argue that it implicitly relies on the co-presence of sense and nonsense. Through the play of sense and nonsense, we will see how the house can operate as a device of deformation, allowing, by way of our departures and returns, our sensory and conceptual becomings, a means of creating new openings and capturing the chaotic forces of the outside. All the same, we must also remain wary. Could it be that despite their abhorrence of metaphor, Deleuze and Guattari's references to architecture remain no more than useful illustrations of the conceptual landscape they build? As for architecture, to what extent can it effectively take the conceptual spoils it has gathered and put them to theoretical, and even material use? Deleuze and Guattari tell us that, architecture is the first of all the arts and that its most crucial task requires that it endlessly produces and joins up planes and sections. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 182.2. According to this formulation, architecture operates as a filter or sieve of chaos, that uncertain realm we discover just beyond our familiar thresholds. Deleuze and Guattari imagine their own primitive hut, which accommodates an interior space in which tasks might be carried out. Now we are at home, they write, and home is where the forces of chaos are kept outside as much as possible, and the interior space protects the germinal forces of a task to fulfill or a deed to do. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 311. This modest house is the framing device of our creative activities. In fact, the house is considered the very first frame. In turn, it lends its capacity to filter, select, and extract elements from a plethora of material mixtures and immaterial forces to the arts in general, from painting to the cinema. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 186. Another rendition of Deleuze and Guattari's primitive hut is described in Deleuze's The Fold, Leibniz and the Baroque. This is a work that celebrity architects such as Peter Eisenman and Gregg have been keen to transform into radical instructions for use for the becoming architect. As Anthony Vidler suggests, Deleuze's Baroque house, a humble home consisting of 2 stories, had secured its place in the theoretical and design culture of architecture by the 1990s, Vidler 2000, 119. Deleuze borrowed aspects of its architectonic from the 17th century philosopher, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, in order to develop the concept of the fold, and as Vidler argues, the material promise of this concept piqued the interest of architects, who are always searching for the tangible attribute of an abstract thought. But, Vidler continues, it is not at all clear that folds, in the sense of folded forms, correspond in any way to Deleuze's concept, at even less to Leibniz's model. Vidler 2000, 119. We can observe in the upstairs apartment of Deleuze's Baroque house, the folds of the soul, and below, on the ground floor, the pleats of matter. Upstairs the voluminous space of the house is entirely dark, it has no windows to the outside. In fact, it is quite difficult to tell exactly how expansive it might be. Its exterior form gives no true indication of the cavernous space that sprawls within. Downstairs there are windows, a door, and a rather formal set of steps that allow us to enter or exit with some ceremony. This is the realm of the 5 senses. Here the dimensions might be measured, and the space quantified and assessed with more ease. The event, restless inhabitant of this house, is that which neither the material nor the immaterial, neither the ground nor upper apartment, can entirely account for. The event wanders about, ghost-like, ungraspable, in between floors, surveying the flexible membrane that has been developed by Deleuze and Leibniz. This threshold, or flexible membrane between material constituents and immaterial forces also recalls in its fine details the surface of sense, which Deleuze has developed from that marvelous line of separation the Stoics drew between bodies and incorporeal effects. It is upon this surface that we discover the circulation of events and the creation of innumerable surface effects. Deleuze affirms that it is the surface that renders things possible. Although Deleuze cautions us that, the event should not be treated as something whose sense is to be sought and disentangled, Deleuze 1990, 211, our pickpocket, the architect, remains interested in how he surface effects produced by the circulation of events might be created in material forms of expression. In what follows, I will attempt to draw a diagram of the surface of sense, that threshold which can be located between the floors of Deleuze's Baroque house. With this diagram I will present some provisional instructions for the use of that curious collection of concepts that have been signed with the name Deleuze, and also Deleuze and Guattari. The diagram, it must be remembered, is that which initiates a work, but by no means can the diagram be presented on its own as a finished product, or a durable block of sensations. I will focus on those concepts that have provoked the most interest and some action among architects and architectural theorists. These will include, the event, a survey of the plane of immanence as a topological field, the complex workings of he-fold, the dynamic threshold between the virtual and the actual, time conceived or rather felt as duration, and the diagram and its modes of operation. It should be noted that this list identifies only a few pilfered concepts. A particular seduction for the becoming architect is suggested in the way these concepts are arranged and the unexpected surface patterns that seem to emerge alongside their construction. Deleuze and Guattari describe the arrangement of concepts as the inexact fit of the rough-hewn rocks that compose a dry stone wall, going on to suggest that concepts are linked by little bridges, and that when we consider a large number of concepts what we have is something that amounts to a plane of immanence, though the plane should not be confused with the concepts that come to inhabit or pave it. The architect, no doubt, already begins to picture a landscape of sorts, a ground that might await her activity of form-making. In taking up the assemblages offered by the above philosophy offers, the architect must contend with the perilous threshold between sense and nonsense, or the meeting place between the framing capacity of a provisional form and the forces which both facilitate and trouble its construction. The architectural pickpocket steals into the house of philosophy and asks, what is an event? Our first concept, the event, traverses two sides of what we have called the surface of sense, one side belonging to the material facticity, or the pleats of matter, for instance, such that might inform a provisional form or framing device, the other surface belonging to the immaterial folds or incorporeal forces without which the material could never have become actualized. It is not so much a matter of asking what is an event, as how can the surface effects marked by an event be produced in the construction of something that is minimally durable. The surface of sense, surveyed by the event, is a topological playing field, and the event is an ever-mobile force that draws places once distantly related upon the field into the proximity of one another, procuring as it does the paradox of proximal distance. Further on we will see how the concept of the fold contributes to this paradox. The event is treated in some detail within the 21st series of Deleuze's Logic of Sense, where it is described as a leaping in place of the whole body. The event is actualized on its most contracted point, on the cutting edge of an operation, Deleuze 1990, 149, at the threshold, so to speak. The threshold organizes on either side of its fine line two different conditions, and the ever-mobile event trespasses backwards and forwards across this line or surface. That is to say, the event surveys two sides of the surface of sense and, as such, can be registered twice. On the one side it becomes actualized in a definitive present by a material state of affairs, for example, a built form that comes to be inhabited by bodies that assemble themselves in sheeing arrangements. On the other, immaterial side of the surface of sense, the mobile instant of the event continues to escape us by resisting the present and dividing perpetually into a past and a future. This is the slippery aspect of the event that Deleuze has borrowed from the Stoics and cajled a counter-actualization. As with the dry stone wajl, an inexact fit pertains between the event and its commingling with a material state of affairs, but neither can the event be accounted for solely through immaterial forces and incorporeal effects. Counter-actualization, which doubles the work of the event, is always in excess of that which has been actualized, for instance, the built form, and effectively allows an opening for future actualizations, or future built forms. Hence we discover such pickpockets as John Rajkman, Elizabeth Grosh, and Brian Massumi, all of whom participate in the theoretical discourse of architecture, calling for those encounters that are yet to come, and asking us to attempt to grasp the cutting edge of novel forces knocking on our door, for it is crucial, as Deleuze with a stoical emphasis elaborates, that we not be unworthy of what happens to us, Deleuze 1990, 148-9. With respect to the discipline of architecture, this call is an attempt to arouse a groping experimentation and to dissuade the architect from simply following tried and tested methods, though established. Techniques should never be underestimated. The structure of the event always leaves enough in its wake for fun her experimentation. Deleuze and Guattari call the topological field upon which the event roams the plane of immanence, our second concept. This plane or plan lays out only the potential logic of topos or place, and is, in itself, rather more complicated than the first concept. This does not mean that it cannot be successfully mapped, and here is where our diagrams are eventually going to come in handy. If there is one thing that architects love to do, it is to map, capture, frame and grasp space, or, as Brian Massumi has put it, to flush forms out of the chaotic state of the plane of immanence, Massumi 1998a, 18. Why is the plane of immanence chaotic? Because it gives us the plenum of everything at once, more than we could ever perceptually account for. It overwhelms our senses, and our capacity to make sense. The plan is pre-philosophical in that, for the philosopher at least, it awaits the construction of concepts. The plane of immanence leaves us with bloodshot eyes, ringing ears, ground down teeth, exhausted limbs, and in a thorough state of perplexity. Nevertheless, as we travel upon the plane of immanence every day, we have mostly become habituated to its continuous upsurge of novelty. As social actors, often constrained with fixed scripts, susceptible to cliché and opinion, we are happy to brush off the interfering noise of immanence, and just get down to business. Day in, day out, immanence is that which permanently pervades and sustains and yet of which we own, or have mapped, but the most rudimentary set of concepts. Whether we are philosophers, artists, scientists, or, for argument's sake, architects, we will only ever have a provisional logic by which we can negotiate our way across this topological field of endless self-variation. With respect to the plane of immanence figured as a topological field, great interest has been aroused and has influenced the work of such architectural practitioners as Eisenman and Lin. The topological field, they claim, offers that medium across which we can make our escape from the so-called Cartesian THID, a rigid frame always fixed in advance by the x, y, and z coordinates with which the computer interface has made the architectural draftsperson so familiar. The idea is that we can now take our departure from this fixed geometry of points in order to surf the indeterminate, continuously interpenetrating moments of the multitudinous number of folds that compose the elusive surface of the plane of immanence. With no small amount of perplexed fascination we have begun to register that the conceptual and material territories across which we travel, having neither beginning nor end, can only ever be approached from somewhere in the middle. This is also to say that there is no singular, omnipresent, God's eye point of view that can be claimed in order to survey the whole of the plane, or to take it all in instantaneously. Let's slow down for a moment, and consider a shift in scale. Rather than attempt to apprehend a daunting and immeasurable field, we might consider just one fold at a time. Let us consider in more detail the concept of the fold, our third concept. The plane of immanence, our surface of sense, is complicated, and every explication complicates it further as it is composed of an indefinite number of folds, which, in turn, and in addition to the event, inform the philosophical construction of concepts. The fold, i.e. plea, as Rajkman narrates, is etymologically linked to such words as complicate, explicate, implicate, replicate, Rajkman 1998, 15. The thing about a fold is that it owns, at the very least, a convex and a concave surface. The French architect and theorist, Bernard Cache, illustrates that while these curves are extrinsically informed by a maximum and a minimum point, independent of these fixed points a whole series of singular points proliferate. These singular points are what Cache calls points of inflection. Forming a serial continuum, they are defined only in relation to themselves. Inflection registers the indeterminacy of the fold as a serial continuum of singular points rendered in motion, Cash 1995, 17. Very different conditions can be secreted into the pockets that a fold develops, let's say, an interior and an exterior condition. Like the event with which we began, the fold allows for diverse conditions to be brought into an erstwhile unfamiliar proximity. Not only can the fold be read across any number of heterogeneous conditions, both material and immaterial, it is an odd assortment of events and things that correspond to the fold, but we can use the fold as a device by which we can bring the work of two or more philosophers from different centuries and socio-cultural contexts into vicarious contact. Hence we discover Deleuze joining forces with Hume, Leibniz, Spinoza, Bergson, and many other personae, philosophical, literary, and so on. The concept of the fold has as much to do with the organization of 70. Language and sense, as it has to do with the ever-shifting material folds of our garments. Before one can fold, one needs a surface, and every surface has two sides. In the logic of sense, the plane of immanence we have been speaking of above, that milieu articulated by folds, is described instead as the surface of sense and, as Deleuze writes, to the physics of surfaces a metaphysical surface necessarily corresponds, Deleuze 1990, 125. On the right and reverse sides of this surface we have the immaterial and the material, the incorporeal and the corporeal, the conceptual and the practical, propositions and things, ideational flights, and the murmuring depths of bodies entangled in sordid states of affair. The crucial point, or we might say, the crucial fold, is that this necessarily doubled surface of folds allows for what Massumi has described as the mutual envelopment of thought and sensation, Massumi 1998b, 307. Cash, who animates the fold through his concept of inflection, suggests, it is in the strange nature of inflection that it changes qualities as soon as one tries to grasp it, Cash 1995, 83. Deleuze, responding to Cash's formulation, adds that inflection configures an elastic point, and enthuses further that, inflection is the pure event of the line or of the point, the virtual, ideality par excellence, Deleuze 1993, 15. The qualitative force that continues obstinately to escape us, the breeze that animates these inflected folds, as Deleuze indicates above, is the virtual. With the dynamic threshold between the virtual and the actual we arrive at our fourth concept. Approaching this threshold, Deleuze and Guattari inform us, from virtuals we descend to actual states of affairs, and from states of affairs we ascend to virtuals, without being able to isolate one from the other, Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 160.5. Again we can observe the structure of Deleuze's Baroque house. The plane of immanence or the surface of sense operates as a threshold, or what Massumi has called a dynamic threshold, between the virtual and the actual. It is not a matter of organizing a search party that can venture forth and capture virtual forces, for we are not speaking here of a computer game, the World Wide Web or some virtual simulation. As Massumi argues, the virtual, as such, is inaccessible to the senses, continuing, this does not, however, preclude figuring it, or constructing images of it, Massumi 1998b, 305. The virtual always already precedes us, and proceeds in advance of us. It is the murmuring that persists just beyond the threshold of our senses, and our capacity to make sense. It is composed of all those multitudinous microfolds that we cannot perceive, and that prickle us unawares. Then, given enough of these micro-perceptions and a macro-perception, that is, something we really can take note of is going to make perceptible the process of deformation, Deleuze. 7-1. 1993, 87. Likewise, at the other end of the scale, the inconceivably large is not going to catch our attention either, even though its deformational effects will continue to haunt us. With this force that is given as apparently ungraspable, how exactly do we figure the virtual? The virtual has been variously called the unseen, the invisible, the unthought, the unrepresentable, in Maurice Blancot's over it is called the outside, and so on. That which we can perceptually and conceptually grasp is the actual, and the real. More importantly, these are the states we are going to have more luck in manipulating or transforming. As Deleuze suggests when writing on Bergson, actualization is creation, it is a process in which we can participate, Deleuze 1991, 98. Where actualization pertains to the folds in the soul, those drapes that are writ large enough that we can make concepts of them, realization is figured across the pleats of matter. For example, we could realize a material built form, Deleuze 1991, 26. The virtual is that which resists representation, the actual, on the other hand, punctures the threshold of the virtual and presents itself, but in no way does it resemble the writhing force of the virtual. This is very important. Though RHE actual and the real, the conceptual and the material, can only be framed or captured because of their relation with the virtual, though strictly speaking, the real relates more exactly to the possible, these states bear no resemblance whatsoever to the virtual. They are different in kind and their logic is one of relentless differentiation. The slash inserted in differentiation denotes the dynamic threshold between the virtual and the actual. Paul Patton explains where differentiation is the virtual content of a multiplicity of folds, differentiation is RHE actualization of this multiplicity, Patton 2000, 38.6. The virtual is unrepresentable, which is not to say that it does not constantly assail us, confronting us with effects that are less causal in their structure and rather like afterimages, or effects of light that appear and disappear in a flash. The actual, or more exactly, the process of actualization, is what we can grasp in order to make our creative moves. Still, the actual and the virtual are co-present, much in the same way that nonsense and sense are co-present, and co-productive. A dynamic threshold at the same time separates and articulates these two forces, but what exactly makes this threshold dynamic? Duration. With our fifth concept, duration, we have a fold that draws the work of Deleuze alongside the work of the late 19th century philosopher, Henry Bergson. Duration as a conception of time that confounds the chronological is exactly that which cannot be explained by way of spatial constructs and metaphors. It owns no such extensity, instead, it is intensive, a. 72. Felt thought. It cannot be divided into discrete brackets, as we tend to do upon the circuits of the clock face, or in our timetabled existences. It is made up not of juxtaposed, but of interpenetrating moments. It is the upsurge of unending novelty, despite our habits and ready-made opinions. Still, duration remains, irrespective of all this, intimately interconnected with space, entwined in a clinched embrace of indiscernibility, from which it, nonetheless, withdraws. And so an oscillation continues. Duration accounts for the folding, unfolding, and refolding of the plane of immanence and, as such, produces the paradox of a heterogeneous continuity. It continually manifests itself at the dynamic threshold between the virtual and the actual, states which are both fundamentally different in kind, and intimately related. There is duration and, simultaneously, there are multitudinous durations describing a schema composed of innumerable macro-folds and micro-folds that are ever in motion. Example 1, registering duration. The architect, Gregg Lynn, has set himself the task of reinserting the complications of the elusive force of duration into the field of architecture. He tells us that for too long we have been in the habit of assuming that architecture is timeless, motionless, and static, Lynn 1998, 165. Instead he wishes to affirm that there are innumerable forces that are brought to bear on the architectural form, which, he insists, is subject to space animated through the folds of duration, and not simply space conceived as a static condition or container. Lynn's tool of choice toward this experimentation in contact with duration is the computer. He is after what he calls the development of motion-based techniques, Lynn 1996, 92, Point 7 Lin champions a process of architectural design that employs temporal flows and shaping forces, through the use of computer-based animation techniques, Lin 1996-94. He describes a feedback between topological fields and animated forms, driven by temporal forces that are continuous as well as being differentiated by series of singularities, or innumerable folds. He writes, there are both stabilizing forms and fluctuating fields. Each is inflected by the other, yet they remain distinct, Lin 1996-96. Architecture is being asked to join forces with the event, to produce a disjunctive synthesis between a fluctuating field and a form that erupts in its midst. For the most part, Lin's experiments remain lodged in the electronic space of the computer. One cannot help but suspect that duration has only just been made available to us as a novel tool, that we have only now discovered the proper time to emancipate it from its former yoke to rigid space. Perhaps. 73. Another way to address this newfound interest in the concept of duration is to consider how the architect as pickpocket might reinvest duration into her own disciplinary milieu. The challenge for the architect is how to consider duration not as an answer to her form-making activities, but as the medium within which she can continue to invent problems. From within the indeterminate, durational flux of the real, the architect must make her mark, even at the risk of oversimplification. With a few distinguishing marks, an ensemble operatoire de traits et detaches, de lignes et de zones, de traits operative set of brush strokes and daubs of color, lines, and areas, Deleuze 1994b, 66, as Deleuze writes of Francis Bacon's painterly technique, we breach the threshold of the virtual and install the actual. With this diagram, we can define a stretch of territory for the meanwhile. The mode of operation of the diagram is our sixth concept. The diagram is constituted by a set of signifying and non-representational operations, which can be as simple as a series of scratched lines, and zones of applied color, or as complex as computer-aided digital techniques and experimentations with animation software. It is that which allows for the gestural deployment of material, but not in a habitual manner. The gesture particular to the diagram's activation is more crucial than what the developing marks represent, and the diagram itself is only ever the possibility of the fact of the painting, the building, not the painting or building as it is finally formed. The function of the diagram is to suggest an escape from figuration, illustration, and representation, or to find a way out of having to tell the same story over again. It is a tool that functions experimentally without making any claims on the semiotically formed, or a ready-made system of signs. Instead, the diagram deploys shapeless matter that is not yet physically formed, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 141. A little like automatic writing, the diagram attempts to ride the crest of the wave at the dynamic threshold between the virtual and the actual as it invents its line of flight and constructs a real that is yet to come, a new type of reality, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 142. As with the logic of differentiation, which divides at the same time as sharing out the virtual and the actual, the diagram is different in kind from that which it finally produces. Deleuze tells us that, J essentiel du diagramme, c'est qu'il est fait pour quelque chose en sorte, etil rate s'irene en sorte rhe essential thing about the diagram is that it is made in order for something to emerge from it, and if nothing emerges from it, it fails, Deleuze 1994b 102. Italics in original. Although it promises a future yet to come, in its application the diagram must be localized as a tool that contends with specific problems. 74. Deleuze tells us that the painter has many things in his head and many things that surround him, and that these ineluctable influences already dance across the canvas before he has lifted his brush, Deleuze 1994b, 57, the canvas is never a tabula rasa, but a noisy field of forces of habit, opinion, and cliché. The artist, and here we can also imagine the architect at the outset of the design process, approaches the canvas with a ready-made set of ideas, from which it is then a matter of disencumberment. The diagram can be applied as an interfering force. In the case of the artist, Francis Bacon, interference takes the form of a manual chaos of smears, smudges, and blurs, most of which answer to chance. These maneuvers. The hand is quite literally put to work, challenge pre-packaged codes, create surprises, and proffer the gift of the novel. The diagram forwards the possibility of a donation of sense transfigured. Not only does Peter Eisenman compose what he calls his diagram diaries, 1999, which map the progress of his architectural work to date, he also gives us clear instructions on how the architect can put the diagram to use. The first phase of the diagram describes a practice in which architects have almost always been adept. Taking the given brief for a proposed architectural project, the architect sets to work. First, the functions that the project will accommodate are specified. Second, these functions are arranged according to type. Third, the above arrangements according to type and function take into consideration a given site. The site is not simply made up of geographical, climatic, and other material conditions, but is inflected by minor histories, sentimental attachments, and the like. Finally, the architect discovers he has his container. Eisenman continues, the form of a container is clearly predetermined by its function as shelter and enclosure, and because of this has its own meaning, whether intentional or not. Eisenman 1997, 26. But the job does not finish here. The second phase of the diagram is where Eisenman, having decided that the traditional process described above is insufficient, draws directly on the work of Deleuze and Guattari. The second diagram answers to a force that is preferably derived from outside the field of architecture so as to invest new possibilities into the architectural process. Take your pick: diagrams of solution waves, DNA structures, liquid crystals, geometric processes such as sine waves, fractals, morphing, it is up to you. These diagrams from the outside are then superimposed across the traditional diagram. The idea is to destroy one clarity with another clarity. 75. In order to create a blurriness, or what we might call a zone of obscurity, for, as Eisenman explains, two clarities equal a bill, Eisenman 1997, 26, and with this blur battle can be done with the good and common sense of prevailing aesthetico-architectural techniques. Eisenman has carried out his diagrammatic experiments in a series of architectural designs, many of which are documented in his diagram diaries. These diaries can be read as instructions for use. They explain how he has generated diagrams from the geometric patterns he has read across proposed architectural sites, from liquid crystals, from the wave patterns emitted by the human brain. Eisenman also describes how he has redeployed texts drawn from historical, narrative, and filmic sources, into his design process. Sometimes he suggests his diagrams are generated from conditions that are imminent to his given projects, sometimes he suggests his diagrams are rather more arbitrary. Finally, he tells us, the diagram attempts to unmotivate place, to find within place space as a void, as a negativity or non-presence to be filled up with the new figuration of the sign. Eisenman 1999, 215. The motivated architectural sign assumes the conflation of sign and signified, and makes a claim for the autonomy of architecture. By unmotivating the ground of architecture, a process that might be compared to Bacon's activities of blurring and smudging, Eisenman wishes to invent a series of novel figures for architecture. Like the autistic children that people Deleuze's essay, What Children Say, architects never stop talking about what they are doing or trying to do, exploring milieus, by means of dynamic trajectories and drawing up maps of them. Deleuze 1998, 61. We have seen just a glimpse of this activity above. Architects are already well-trained players with respect to the job of constructing diagrams. The biggest hole that they can fall into is the trap of representation, that is, when they attempt to make their buildings look like the diagrams they invent or appropriate. Example 3, Mobius strip as diagram. Take, for example, the geometrical model of the Mobius strip. The Mobius strip or loop is a geometrical diagram that illustrates a spatial paradox. One can build a Mobius strip by cuning a length of paper, twisting it once, and then attaching its ends together so that it forms a loop that confounds any distinction between interior and exterior. When we trace our finger along one surface of this construct, we discover that its path is not only continuous, but that it traces the entire surface, both reverse and right sides of the loop. It is a ready-made conundrum, a three-dimensional diagram that speaks of many things, for instance, of ideas of surface, interiority and exteriority, space, time, and infinitude. In the realm of contemporary architecture we discover a house that is a Mobius strip, that ends to be a diagram and a build form. The architects Ben van Berkel and Caroline Boss build a Mobius house as though it were simply a matter of building a concept. They suggest that the house's diagram liberates architecture from language, interpretation, and signification, Riley 1999, 128. But by naming it a Mobius house and by confusing house with diagram, their gesture threatens to become recoded, to tell an old story. The architects are aware of these issues. Ben van Berkel claims that their design process has entered a cycle of text/project/text, so that conceptual diagrams and concrete constructions inflect each other in turn, Lin 1995, 7. We could take the Mobius house in its own right, describe the way its materials follow the twisting inside out of the form, the way the form is stretched so that its inhabitants occupy the interior cum exterior as though it were a choreographed promenade through the countryside in which the house is sited, but alongside these more concrete manifestations of the house there persists RHE exploratory diagram. More, the architects insist that the two are different in kind, that despite RHE fact that a ready-made geometrical diagram has been borrowed, the house does not become a mere illustration of its form, but responds instead to the virtual organization of the chosen diagram so that a nonlinear and deformative passage is traversed between the two. In the logic of sense, Deleuze borrows the geometrical model of the Mobius strip and asks that we break it open so as to examine sense. He suggests that it is difficult to respond to those who wish to be satisfied with words, things, images, and ideas, for the process of constructing, architectural, sense neither exists in the mind nor in the things with which it contends, Deleuze 1990, 20. Unfolding the Mobius strip, the experience of sense must be stretched out so that we fall neither on the side of ideas nor of things, but walk the tightrope of the threshold between. Suprad to this tightrope act, the architect must set into action series that pertain to concepts, and series that pertain to the 77. Material of their built forms. It is how these series are finally conjoined, and there are so many ways of manifesting this conjunction, that locates the domain of problems with which architects and their many stated and silent collaborators must contend. The diagram, after the logic of differentiation, can become diluted in the endless process of folding, unfolding, and refolding, or else it can make too much of a mess of things. How does the architect decide on a moment of capture? When should they say stop and decisively frame a little bit of the chaos that presses in all around? The diagram must be used as a tool of rarefaction, it must be selective, even exclusive. As Deleuze points out, we are obliged to favor this or that partial sequence at this or that time, Deleuze 1993, 25. We can compose the chaos and produce what Deleuze calls a block of sensation. Art, following Deleuze's account, struggles with chaos in order to render it sensory, and architecture has a task that is similar. The architect, appreciating the combinatory of chance and necessity that circulates with every design project, must make an acrobatic leap and extract just a small, framed moment of difference. 8 What do the above conceptual perambulations, lent to us by Deleuze, or poached from within the disciplinary field of philosophy, allow the architect? Now, rather than searching out its hidden meaning along both the false and the well-trodden trails, an attitude to the practice of architecture might instead be described as anything we like provided we make the whole thing work, Deleuze 2000, 146. This is not a license to get carried away. In order to make the whole thing work, we must appreciate the interplay of chance and necessity that attends every problem. There will always be givens with which the architect must contend, there are precedents that we can choose to embrace or ignore, there is a context, and a client, and then there are all the accidents likely to happen along the way. What we can do is displace the anchor of meaning with the operative promise of sense, not the regulatory strictures of common and good sense, but a sense that is produced according to contingent, yet necessary circumstances. The threshold between architecture and its outside must be made trafficable in both directions, backwards and forwards, and it must be breached not once but every time a new set of material and immaterial factors is confronted. In order to become a successful pickpocket, the architect must learn about all the hidden nooks and crannies on both floors of Deleuze's Baroque house. Chapter 4. Space, extensive and intensive, actual and virtual. Manuel de Landa. There are at least two kinds of space relevant to our human identity. As biological organisms and as social agents, we live our lives within spaces bounded by natural and artificial extensive boundaries, that is, within zones that extend in space up to a limit marked by a frontier. Whether we are talking about the frontiers of a country, a city, a neighborhood, or an ecosystem, inhabiting these extensive spaces is part of what defines our social and biological identities. There are, however, other well-defined spaces which we also inhabit but which are less familiar. These are zones of intensity, not only those zones of temperature that define different ecosystems, from hot jungles to cold tundras, but also the zones of high pressure explored by deep-sea divers, or the zones of low gravity explored by astronauts. These other spaces are also bounded but in a different way, the limits of one zone marked by critical points of temperature, pressure, gravity, density, tension, connectivity, points defining abrupt transitions in the state of the creatures inhabiting those zones. Although the weather maps that have become common in television news have made intensive spaces very tangible, zones of high and low pressure, cold or warm fronts defining sharp temperature transitions, the fact remains that most philosophers have hardly thought about the questions raised by the distinction between the extensive and the intensive. An exception is the philosophy of Gilles Deleuze, where the distinction between intensive and extensive spaces is one of the two key distinctions grounding his ontology, the other is that between actual and virtual space. The concepts come from thermodynamics, where they are defined not as a distinction between spaces but between magnitudes or quantities, which can then be used to define spaces. While extensive quantities, such as volume, area, length, amount of energy or entropy, are additive, intensive quantities are not. For example, if one adds 2 equal volumes of water, one gets twice the amount of water. But if one adds 2 quantities of water at 45 degrees of temperature, one does not get a body of water at 90 degrees but one at the original temperature. Deleuze defines intensive quantities as indivisible, a definition which is simply another way of expressing the same point. A gallon of water at 90 degrees can be divided in extension, yielding, say, 2 half gallons, but the two parts will not each have half the temperature. Whatever way one chooses to define the terms, what really matters is the reason for the lack of divisibility of intensive quantities. They are objective averages, and tend to preserve the same average value upon division. For two intensive quantities produce a change, there must be a difference, or gradient, in their degree of intensity. And the change produced by a gradient of temperature, or pressure, density, speed, will not be a simple addition, but the emergence of a spontaneous flow or movement which will tend to cancel the difference in intensity, and restore equilibrium and average values. Yet, as Deleuze emphasizes, despite the fact that it is the spontaneous cancellation of differences that explains indivisibility, the philosophical importance of intensive magnitudes can only be grasped prior to this cancellation. We can summarize what is philosophically relevant in this regard with the formula: intensive differences are productive. Indeed, it may be argued, wherever one finds an extensive frontier, For example, the skin which defines the extensive boundary of our bodies, there is always a process driven by intensive difference which produced such a boundary, for example, the embryological process which creates our bodies, driven by differences in chemical concentration, among other things. This approach to intensive spaces, as the site of processes which yield as products the great diversity of extensive spaces, is key to Deleuze's ontology. In what is probably his most important book, Difference and Repetition, he writes, "Difference is nor diversity. Diversity is given, but difference is that by which the given is given. Difference is not phenomeno n but the noumenon closest to the phenomenon. Either y phenomeno n refers to an inequality by which it is conditioned. Everything which happens and everything which appears is cor relat with a rider s of differences, differences of level, temperature, pressure, tension, potential, difference of intensity." Deleuze 1994, 222. It is traditional since Kant to distinguish between the world as it is given in experience to us humans, that is, the world of phenomena or appearances, and the world as it exists by itself, regardless of whether there is a human observer to interact with it. This world in itself is the 82. World of noumena. While most philosophers do nor believe in noumena, Deleuze, as the quote above illustrates, certainly does. In other words, Deleuze's ontology is a realist ontology. But while most realist philosophers espouse one or another form of essentialism, the belief that what gives the contents of this mind-independent world their identity is the possession of an essence, for Deleuze the identity of any being can never be taken for granted and always needs explanation in terms of the historical process which produced it. If we characterize the identity of material beings as defined by extensities, not only by its spatial boundaries but also by the amounts of matter and energy contained within those boundaries, then the process that produces those beings will be defined by intensities. In this sense, human beings not only inhabit extensive spaces, they themselves are extensive spaces. Generalizing this to include mental phenomena would involve defining psychological intensities, not only grief, joy, love, hate, but also beliefs and desires which also come in different intensities, as well as the corresponding extensities. In this essay I will avoid this important issue and stick to our bodily identities which do form extensive spaces in a straightforward sense. Despite the fact that Deleuze takes the distinction between the extensive and the intensive from physics, in the page following the quote above he argues that 19th century thermodynamics cannot provide the foundation he needs for his ontology. Why? Because that branch of physics became obsessed with the final equilibrium state, defined by its amount of entropy, an extensive quantity, at the expense of the difference-driven intensive process which gives rise to that state. Fortunately, this shortcoming of classical thermodynamics has now been fixed in the latest version of this field, appropriately labeled far from equilibrium thermodynamics, and the effect of this repair has been to make this discipline the more interesting philosophically. In a nutshell, while equilibrium thermodynamics focuses on what happens once the intensive differences have been cancelled, far from equilibrium thermodynamics studies systems that are continuously traversed by a strong flow of energy or matter, a flow which does not allow the differences in intensity to be cancelled, that is, a flow that maintains these differences and keeps them from cancelling themselves out. In a sense, the new field studies systems in a zone of higher intensity, and it is only in this zone that difference-driven morphogenesis comes into its own, and that matter becomes an active agent, one which does not need form to come and impose itself from the outside, as is the case with essentialism. In short, only in this zone of intensity can we witness the birth of extensity and its identity-defining frontiers. 83. I said above that the distinction between extensive and intensive spaces is one of two distinctions which are fundamental in Deleuze's realist ontology. Far from equilibrium thermodynamics also throws light on the second distinction, that between actual and virtual space. Even in equilibrium thermodynamics scientists must face the fact that, given a system in which an intensive difference exists, the final state of equilibrium to which the system tends is somehow already present prior to its actualization. That is, the final state acts as an attractor for the process and explains the tendency of the intensive difference to cancel itself. But what ontological status does that final state have prior to its coming into actual existence? One may think that the category of the possible is the ontological category one would need to describe the status, but this would be wrong. Despite what some essentialist modal logicians may argue, possibilities are not mind-independent entities, though they do possess psychological reality. No one can deny that human beings can in fact entertain various possible scenarios in their heads. States acting as attractors, on the other hand, possess a certain objective efficacy even while not being fully actual, since they guide real processes towards a definite outcome prior to the latter's actualization. One way of approaching the ontological status of attractors would be to say that while they are not possibilities, they do act as the structure of a space of possibilities. Of all the possible outcomes, only one, or a few, become regularly actualized, a fact that suggests that the space of possible outcomes is greatly constrained, or in other words, that it has structure. While the possibilities making up this space are not real, other than in a purely psychological way, the structure of the space may be considered fully real and mind-independent. But if this reality is not actual, by definition, what is it? Deleuze's answer would be that it is virtual, not in the sense of a virtual reality, as exemplified by computer simulations, or even cinema, but in the sense of a real virtuality. In this regard, the contribution of the new thermodynamics is that only in the zone of intensity it explores do physical processes display the full repertoire of attractors. While in linear systems near equilibrium only steady-state attractors exist, nonlinear far from equilibrium systems display steady-state, periodic and chaotic attractors. Moreover, instead of the single global equilibrium of the classical theory, we now have multiple equilibria, which means that history matters. While with a single possible outcome the different paths followed by systems on their way there can be ignored, with multiple possible outcomes the details of the history followed do matter. This is what physicists call path dependence. Why is all this important? Because once this rich structure is revealed, it 84. Becomes harder for philosophers to ignore the ontological questions raised by it. To tackle this ontological issue, however, we need to go beyond physics and into mathematics to define the status of virtual space. The mathematical distinction that we need is that between metric and non-metric spaces, that is, spaces in which the concept of length is fundamental and spaces in which it is not. Mathematically, a space is defined by a set of points and a definition of relations of proximity between points, in other words, of the relations which define a given subset of the points as a neighborhood. If proximity is defined via a minimum length, for example, all points less than a given distance away from a center form a neighborhood, the space is said to be metric whether flat, as in Euclidean geometry, or curved, as in the non-Euclidean versions. If some other criterion is used, the space is said to be non-metric as in projective, differential, or topological geometries. What other criterion of proximity could be used? In differential geometry, for example, one takes advantage of the fact that the calculus operates on equations expressing rates of change and that one of its operators, differentiation, gives as its output an instantaneous value for that rate of change. The points that form a space can then be defined not by rigid lengths from a fixed coordinate system, as in the metric case, but by the instantaneous rate at which curvature changes at that point. Some parts of the space will not be changing at all, other parts changing slowly, and others changing fast. A differential space, in effect, becomes a field of rapidities and slownesses, and via these infinitesimal relations one can specify neighborhoods without having to use rigid lengths. Mathematicians refer to such a differential space as a manifold or a multiplicity. To Deleuze, this notion of multiplicity has several important features. First of all, when Gauss and Riemann introduced the notion in the first half of the 19th century, they revolutionized the very way in which we can pose spatial problems. Einstein and others would several decades later use these new problem-posing resources to, in rum, revolutionize out ideas of physical space-time. One feature of this revolution was to get rid of the idea that a space of a given number of dimensions, say, a two-dimensional folded sheet, must be inscribed within a space one dimension higher, a three-dimensional box, in order for it to be properly studied. The need for the extra dimension arises from the procedure of assigning Cartesian coordinates to every point of the sheet, via rigid lengths expressing the distance of each point to one of the three coordinates. But if the sheet can be studied using only local information, the rapidity or slowness at which curvature is changing at a given point, the 85 need for such global embedding space is eliminated. This, Deleuze argues, also eliminates the extra dimension which relates to the space being studied as a transcendental dimension. As he puts it, in all cases the multiplicity is intrinsically defined, without external reference or recourse to a uniform space in which it would be submerged. Deleuze 19% 183, 2. Eliminating a global embedding space and viewing all spaces in purely local terms is crucial for Deleuze because to him this is not a formal issue in the philosophy of mathematics but an ontological issue bearing directly on the status of the virtual. The virtual structure of possibility spaces must never be made into something transcendent but always conceived as immanent to the material world. A multiplicity, as Deleuze writes, however many dimensions it may have, never has a supplementary dimension to that which transpires upon it. This alone makes it natural and immanent. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 266.3. But how, one may ask, can such a geometric object have ontological significance? In what sense can it act as the structure of a space of possibilities? The answer is that multiplicities or manifolds can be used to study a physical system if each of their dimensions is assigned values from one of the degrees of freedom, or relevant ways of changing, of the system itself. That is, the multiplicity or manifold becomes the space of all the possible states which a given system can have. This space of possible states is referred to as state space or phase space, for and most importantly, while the points in the manifold represent all the possibilities for a given system, certain topological features of this space represent the invariant structure of that space. These topological invariants are what I referred to above as attractors. While state spaces themselves are nothing but mathematical representations, and the possibilities they symbolize are mind-independent realities, their topological invariants, their dimensions, their singularities, or attractors, may indeed be interpreted as being fully real. How one goes from a mathematical representation, a manifold, to a real non-actual entity, a virtual multiplicity, is a complex issue which I cannot tackle here, but which I have addressed in detail elsewhere. 5. But even if it were clear just how such an ontological move can be made, that would take us only halfway through an account of virtual space, the space formed by all multiplicities, the plane of consistency or plane of immanence. A full account needs to introduce yet another unfamiliar virtual entity, referred to by names such as abstract machine, line of flight, quasi-causal operator, whose job is continuously to extract multiplicities from the systems in which they are actualized and mesh. 86. Them together without reducing their heterogeneity, that is, give them consistency as a space. 6. Again, just how these two operations are supposed to be performed cannot be discussed here, but they are crucial if virtual space is to be truly immanent and not an eternal reservoir of fixed archetypes. In other words, philosophers cannot simply use the label immanent and assume this is going to eliminate transcendence, they must give concrete mechanisms of immanence. 7. Let's assume for a moment that one can give a full account of what virtual space is and how it is constantly being produced and reproduced. What materialist worldview emerges from these ideas? In a nutshell, the world would consist of a topological, non-metric, space containing all the constraints which organize the physical, chemical, biological, and social processes which produce the actual systems, planets, molecules, species, institutions, which inhabit our familiar Euclidean metric and extensive space. Non-metric and metric spaces would be connected via intermediate spaces which would be mostly intensive. Thus, the virtual, the intensive and the actual would constitute the three spheres of reality, with virtual multiplicities constraining and guiding intensive processes which in turn would yield specific actual entities. The opposite movement, from the actual to the intensive to the virtual, would also be constantly happening, guaranteeing the independence and immanence of multiplicities. Within this material world, human thinkers of different types would follow one or the other movement, scientists tracking the actualization of the virtual, and focusing on actual beings, as well as intensive processes, and philosophers tracking the opposite motion, that which reconstitutes virtual multiplicities, as ideal events, out of actual entities and gives them consistency as a space. It could be said that science and philosophy take opposed paths. Philosophical concepts have events for consistency, whereas scientific functions have states of affairs or mixtures for reference. Through concepts, philosophy continually extracts a consistent event from his states of affairs. Whereas THIRD-WORLDISM, science continually actualizes the event in a state of affairs, thing, or body that can be referred to. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 126. Chapter 5. Resonances. 2. As geographers, we are often seen as delegates and curators of space by those who inhabit the humanities and social sciences. We are hemmed in by the three dominant ways in which space is rendered. 1. Space as a Newtonian conceptualization, where it is seen as a category equal to time, thus allying geography to history. Space here is the solution to the question. The interaction and integration of phenomena is explained in terms of space. In other words, space is the container for action, Kant's filing system for observation, an abstract frame of reference independent of Monere. 2. More simply, and more commonly, space is understood as a relative, but active, term. Here space is a material reality dealing with questions of scale, space as a plane, as a distance, as something that acts as a weak actant and has effect. 3. More open to possibility but often just as constraining in how it is conceptualized, space is turned into something that is relative to the transcendent. Space is a product of society but also a factor in the production of the social, becoming socially construct, idealized and ideological. Krang and Thrift, 2000. But how does space fare when we set out onto the open seas of Deleuze's transcendental empiricism, that wilder sort of empiricism that emerges in contrast to everything that makes up the world of the subject and the object? Deleuze, 2001, 25. For us, Deleuze turns space into a moving concept, so let's release it and ourselves into the storm. We want to capture the movement of space in Deleuze's thought by seeing space in terms of an immanent spatiality. Whilst this chimes with the diagram of the late thought of Deleuze, and, in particular, that of immanence, a life. See Agamben, 1999, 224, it haunts all his work. Indeed, the sense of Deleuzean space is a kind of haunting, a world of phantoms, for, as we want to show, it speaks of space acting as a passage. Without spatial movement, between a life and immanence. It is not so much a movement between the two, for the actual world is one made out of the virtual chaos of immanence. Thus, Deleuzean space is always real but not always actual. That will disappoint many geographers. But to become an apprentice of Deleuzean space, a new type of geographer perhaps, is to he firmly aware of being in a realm of virtualities, events, and singularities. To act as an exemplar, we will address a particular realm, that of art in general and that of the work of Paul Klee in particular. It is through the incorporeality of Klee's work and its resonance with the intelligible materiality of the world that we seek ways to act out and address what Foucault, 1998, 346, referred to as interior phantoms that are quickly reabsorbed in other depths by the sense of smell, by the mouth, by the appetites, extremely thin membranes that detach themselves from the surfaces of the objects and proceed to impose colors and contours deep within our eyes, floating. Epiderm, visual idols, phantasms of fear and desire, cloud goddess, the adorable face of the beloved, miserable hope transported by the wind. It is our premise that an immanent spatiality can be apprehended in these interior phantoms, these affects of art, where above all this notion of an immanent spatiality comes to be about registering the world as a multilinear complex which can fold back on itself with intersections and inflections that in tiak on neck philosophy, the history of philos history in general, the sciences, and the arts. As though these are so many twists in the path of something moving through space like a whirlwind that can materialize at any point. Deleuze 1995, 161, the affect of art is like a materialization that enables a re-registration of the world only discernible through the lens of philosophy, through philosophy's power to create concepts that alter meaning and impose a new set of divisions on things and actions, Deleuze 1990b, 321. The new division that is achieved here is this immanent spatiality. We are also going to use our notion of Deleuzian space to enter into an argument with representation, brash rather than bare repetition of the same rather than of the different in itself. This is to recognize that Deleuzian thought is a thought for our times. Modern life is such that, confronted with the most mechanical, the most stereotypical repetitions, inside and outside ourselves, we ndlesly extract from them little differences, variations, and modifications. Conversely, secret, disguised and hidden repetitions, animated by perpetual displays. 91. Meant of a difference, restore bare, mechanical and stereotypical repetitions, within and without us. In simulacra, repetition already plays upon repetitions, and difference lradYplis upon differences. Repetitions repeat themselves, while the differentiator differentiates itself. The task of life is to make all these repetitions coexist in a space in which difference is distributed. Deleuze 1994, 19. For us, this is a cau to embrace immanent space in order to find our place in a world where there is so much potential for differentiation in so many of the orbits of the social, art to religion, from the life sciences to technological enhancements, from minor political movements to alternative communities, and from personal relationships to new configurations of our bodies. It is not a question of the existence of this world but of questioning its movements and intensities, so as once again to give birth to new modes of existence, closer to animals and rocks. It may be that believing in this world, in this life, becomes our most difficult task. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 75. We want to signal here that in what follows the pathways or routes through Deleuze's texts form an open tracery, there is no heart, but only a problem, that is, a distribution of notable points. There is no center but always decent ring, series, from one to another, with the limp of a presence and absence, of an excess, of a deficiency, Foucault 1998, 343. And that within this open system we distribute this problem of immanent space and representation across three main terrains. There are, of course, many other pathways that could be taken. First, across the realm of art and the role of Genesis in this practice. Second, in the face of a politics of encountering the foreign, and, third, in the field of a science grappling with the nature within us and the role it played in Klee's program of artistic expression. Point 3. Registering the world in different ways is something that we always do, it is just that representation designates a narrower realm of the possible interpretations available to us. Representation separates sense from its material expression, the distinction between recognition, through perception, and reminiscence, through representation. Deleuze 1994, 141, forcing us into a disturbing unfamiliarity with something we already know. Recognition loses its immanent munificence by way of representation, for we are already instinctively delivered to the world by recognition alone, by encounters which can never fully be known, told, or cited. It is then not about understanding the world but about R. 92. Expressing it differently by taking on perceptions without representation. This is intimated more straightforwardly, if less philosophically, when Deleuze writes of language itself stuttering, thus in effect producing an effective and intensive presentation that has nothing to do with an affectation of the one who experiences it, the point being that such an affectation is already representationally scripted, see Deleuze 1998, 107. Crucially, this problemaris 3 Ryan of representation is indelibly linked to living in a world of multiplicities and the notion of becoming. It is not possible to do space and Deleuze without accepting the kind of world that such a notion of space spaces out. It is therefore fundamental that, when constructing an appreciation of space with the difference engineering of Deleuze, you are aware of the kind of world that you are forced to believe in. Clay clearly belonged to the same church as Deleuze, seeing the world as the infinite, incessantly being created through a cosmic earthly tension. Conceptually, Clay began in the right place, resonating with a Deleuzean spatial awareness that asked, in the beginning what was, answering in a way which immediately rebuffs the representational penchant for an origin and sending out an echo to Deleuze's later thought that there is only movement. Clay's full response was that there are only things as primordially mobile. Initially there is but one principle, to move. No law of motion, in other words, no special will, nothing specific, nothing partaking of order. Chaos and anarchy, a turbid jumble. The intangible, nothing is heavy, nothing light, light heavy, nothing is white, nothing black, nothing red, noring yellow, nothing blue, only an approximate gray. No here, no there, only everywhere. No long short, only everywhere. No far near, no yesterday, today, tomorrow, only tomorrow yesterday. Clay 1973, 13. These words are perhaps some of the best with which to describe the world of which Deleuze writes, this world of Genesis eternal. But how do we address an open world where finding one's orientation is so evidently antithetical? In this regard, in the argument of this chapter, geography is not the ideal place to search for a handle on space as it is apprehended in Deleuzean terms. Instead, so we will argue, the production of social scientific knowledge, and its demand for specific explications, requires a conceptual space which focuses on the Deleuzean event, where the event itself, as a separate entity, is laid out on a prehistorical plane of duration, where duration is understood as a plane of immanence that has the power to separate itself into different fluxes and blur into single currents according to the nature of attention occurring, Deleuze 2000, 50. 93. Understood in this way, duration is not divisible in that it changes in nature in dividing itself. Many philosophers had already said that the whole was neither given nor givable. They simply concluded from this that the whole was a meaningless notion. Bergson's conclusion is very different. If the whole is not giveable, it is because it is the open, and because its nature is to change constantly, or to give rise to something new, in short, to endure. The duration of the universe must therefore be on with the latitude of creation which can find it in place. So that each time we find ourselves confronted with a duration, or in a duration, we may conclude that there exists somewhere a whole which is changing, and which is open somewhere. Deleuze 1986, 9, quoting Bergson, Matter and Memory. This is a space, then, which haunts the actual world in which we find tangible expression of where we are via a sensation of the incorporeal, virtual immanence of the open whole of this world of movement. What is fundamental is how we access this sensation, how we come to apprehend the resonances of this aspect of the world, how we traverse and make tangible/visible aspects of the real virtual world immanent to the real actual world in which we are placed. It is here that the way of registering the world in different ways through art, and in particular the conceptual apparatus underwriting the experimentation in the art of Clay, comes into its own, producing that quintessentially Deleuzian space between the virtual and the actual world. The artist's art acts as the conduit, translator, and creator of the virtual, immanent and open, one and many, May 2004, world that has not yet found its expression but continues to unfold into actuality through the artist's forms that can register possible experience, creating worlds in new ways. His sense of direction has brought order into the passing stream of image and experience. This sense of direction in nature and life, his branching and spreading array, I shall compare with the root of the tree. From the root the sap flows to the artist, flows through him, flows to his eye. And he does nothing other than gather and pass on what comes to him from the depths. He neither serves nor rules, he transmits. Clay 1966:13-15. In this manner Deleuze's engagement with art operates on the level of general conceptions in the way that it creates an aperture onto the virtual, both in terms of thought and presentation. This engagement is illustrated by Deleuze's treatment of cinema that for Deleuze existed as a mode of thought produced by images of time, space, and movement. Through this general art of thought, unfolding actualizations of signs, events, materials, and concrete moments come to be referenced just as. 94. Deleuze references individual works, films, paintings, novels, and particular intensities, images, sounds, phrases. Art, then, presents determinable but not determined affects that cast out both the world anew and us in our becoming otherwise within in it. The work of art is a block of sensations, that is to say, a compound of percepts and affects. Percepts are no longer perceptions, they are independent of a state of those who exprank them. Affects are no longer feelings or affections, they go beyond the strength of those that undergo them. Sensations, percepts, and affects are beings whose validity lies in themselves and exceeds any levi ed. Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 164. It is important to note that it is not just a question of any old art. Deleuze is acutely aware that in our times art is often drained of its full munificence for expressing and registering the world by the two dominant but mutually exclusive competing systems of representation, that of verbal sign and visual representation, both of which tend to function towards ideological ends. In Clay we find an artist who restores art to the fullness of its potential, by showing the juxtaposition of shapes and the syntax of signs in an uncertain, reversible, floating space, simultaneously page and canvas, plane and volume, notebook, graph and ground survey, map and chronicle. Clay produced both systems of representation in the interweaving of just one fabric. In so doing he overturned their common space and undertook to build a new one. Foucault 1998, 1995, this new space we here intimate as immanent space, but what comprises its dimension, and how does this entirely unexplored terrain furnish a different way of approaching the notion of life? See Deleuze 1988b, 69, Agamben 1999, 221. Again Clay's passion for his work heralds him as a witness to this undiscovered country that immanently surrounds us. Art does not reproduce what is visible, but makes things visible. The nature of graphic art easily makes abstraction tempting, and rightly so. The imaginary character is both blurred and has a fairy tale quality about it, and at the same time expresses itself very precisely. The purer the graphic work, i.e. the greater the importance attached to the formal elements used in the graphic representation, the more inadequate the preparation for the realistic representation of visible things. Clay 1920, Creative Confession, quoted in Pertz 2003, 54, stretching the fabric of our tangible world, the universes envisaged in art scatter themselves into nebulae or different stellar systems, in accordance with qualitative distances that are no longer those of space and 95. Time, Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 196. Art here restores the infinite to us, Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 197. The world is enfolded in each soul, which unfolds this or that region of it according to the order of space and time, whence the overall harmony, Deleuze 1995, 154. It is never a completed world, nor is it an indifferently cold open world of raw multiplicity, for the actual world exists alongside the virtual world. The world of our particular region manifests and speaks to wider virtual harmonies. These harmonies are, however, better understood as a virtual chaosmos rather than as mutually exclusive worlds, hence it is chaos, after all, not chaos inconceivable, but chaos conceivable, as Logos, Clay 1973, 15. Famously, this is Klee's gray point which leaps out of itself and generates a self-forming line, but only in order to rest sensation from bodies, in order to form a chaosmos, a composition of chaoid sensations that render chaos perceptible and make possible a passage through the finite ro the infinite, Vogue 2003, 176. In other words, the artwork presents a leap from chaos to composition and from the virtual to the actual, affecting us in a way that enables us to register the world anew. See Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 203. Art is therefore a realm that opens up the world, unfolding it towards that which we are unable to represent, in any form, not just in words but also in paint and image, for a representation is a static possession, a mastery. The world is captured, done, and dusted, which is not the Deleuzian world we are talking about here. For Clay, art both creates the world and attends to that hidden dimension, that intic world, that passage and passing of the world which exists beside communication and within which resonances of its presence, its reality, strike the fabric of our current ordinary actuality. Sub the recurring, such resonances of the virtual in the actual can take up a stronger presence in the ordinary as the world continues to unfold. Always, though, there is that extra being that exceeds the experiential dimensions of the visible and in so doing suspends both affirmation and negation by making apparent the way the world is always somewhat beyond our mere representational understandings. See Deleuze 1990, 32. This translates directly into a manifestation of two further key Deleuzian notions that open the way for the realm of art to enter into the realm of general living, Deleuze 1995, 154, that of percepts and effects. Effects and percepts are thus the generic and immanent elements constitutive of a life. Life is constructed on an immanent plane of consistency that knows only relations between affects and percepts, and whose composition, through the creation of blocks of sensations, takes place in the indefinite innate and virtual time of the pure event. Ian Smith 1998, XXXV. 96. The pure event is the form under which the phenomenological or sensational datum is folded in a subject, being neither of the subject nor the object, the subject being the creation that is required to make sense of the obscurity of what it is our bodies connect with, of how the intelligible materialities of the world already honest to an activity of perception, discrimination and differentiation. Deleuze 1993, 92. In the sensation of the intensity of color in painting, effect, and in the provocative illustration of possible form and sign, percept, our bodies are taken to the interworld as affect and percept act through us as lineal glimmerings in the dark depths of a vast continuum of nature of which our bodies are just a part. Deleuze 1995. Life is thus enfolded and unfolded within our bodies, in particular here by the confrontation with the particular affects that are delivered to us in art, and from which we are delivered. In this sense is creation the genesis below the surface of a what, Clay, quoted in Peach 2003, 20. Thus Deleuze finds in art the being of becoming, a sense of experimentation that is explicitly Nietzschean and not at all phenomenological or psychoanalytic. Art, like philosophy, has the capacity to renew itself continually because of its grounding in a metaphysics of time, as the being of becoming is continually reasserted through eternal recurrence. Rodowick 2001, 27. In other words, art attains a celestial state beyond the personal and the rational, for the new space it presents in affect is four-dimensional and woven out of trajectories and becomings. Deleuze 1998, 65. To explain in more detail, a painting is an arrangement on a surface pointing towards this other, this fourth dimension. The surface shimmers with other meanings, inclining thought to follow the will of the wispish intensities that form and rise from the surface rather than pull thought down beneath the surface towards the depths of foundations, knowledge, and more durable conceptions. Thus we do not ask, what does the content of the painting mean, but rather confront the open pathway leading out of the painting's form, asking instead, what do these trajectories of registration show, where do they take us? Our trajectories are real in that they are the paths that we take next in scripting our inevitably onwards lives. Go this way, go that way, think this, think that. What did I just think? It is gone. Not to worry, this is natural, for not only does the painting exhibit these trajectories, these places of passage, it also effervesces things of forgetting. Here, then, paintings are also about becomings, both as imaginary singularities of possibility and also as the incessantly ongoing process whereby discernibility and memory break down. These becomings, like silk woven into the fabric of a cloth, lace these trajectories with a virtual image unverified in the actual. So much is going on that 97. It is not possible to register, let alone record it all. Thus, the space between art and philosophy is about creation. It is yet another provoca, ion to think, wherein art and philosophy, each in their own domain, open up the world towards the different, opening us up towards the way the Deleuzian world is. So where are we? We are not locatable, since we are spaced out by these resonances of the unthought and the unseen visible that art makes tangible. But through art's novel registrations, and the affects that resonate upon us, we can gain an ability to see, even if this is an environment with which there are now only chance relations, of empty and disconnected any space whatever's replacing qualified space. Deleuze 1989, 272. The vision here is like that of Tiresias. What speech utters is also the invisible that sight sees only through clairvoyance, and what sight sees is the unutterable uttered in speech. Deleuze 1989, 260. Unphenomenal but real, imaginable but inaccessible, total love or absolute desire, coextensive with the whole of the virtual from which it extracts itself, adding to the virtual as it tears away. Deleuze 1989, 258. In this necessarily growing world it is not enough to explore space, as geographers have traditionally been wont to do. Rather it is necessary to explore the dimensions that make space possible. To experiment whilst pushing knowledge to its nonsensical limits, stretching thought to the tune of this becoming world, creating registers by which we orientate ourselves as a different people and make the world anew. The registers are made up of concepts, or effects or percepts, and the different people that result are not revolutionaries, they are you and I, that one of me that paused in front of Cleese she cries, we play, in Pertz 2003, 60. What constitutes the unity of a work? What makes us communicate with a work? What constitutes the unity of art, if there is such a thing? We have given up seeking a unity that would unify the parts, a whole that would totalize the fragments. For it is the character and nature of the parts or fragments to exclude the logos both as logical unity and as organic totality. But there is, must be a unity that is the unity of this very multiplicity, a whole that is the whole of just these fragments, a one and a whole that would not be the principle but, on the contrary, the effect of the multiplicity of its disconnected parts. One and whole that would function as effect of machines, instead of as principles. Deleuze 2000, 163. The internal difference of life itself develops in divergent directions, and it is through this divergence, or disassociations of itself, that virtuality comes to realize itself. Following Bergson's thought in reproaching the traditional and antecedent philosophical conceptualizations of being, Deleuze presents two aspects of being, the virtual and the actual. The 98. Unfolding of the virtual in the actual, in other words virtuality realizing itself, is the process of differentiation, or, as Deleuze also refers to it, the process of actualization. Point 4 This relationship between the virtual and the actual opposes the machinery of thought produced through the representational belief in the relationship between the possible and the real. Deleuze uses this possible real habit of representational thinking to make apparent the new directions in thought made viable through the virtual actual connection by detailing that the transcendental term of each couple relates positively to the immanent term in the opposite couple. Hart 1993, 17. Several points follow. First, the virtual is to be distinguished from the possible. The possible is not real as it operates as a function of an ideal such that the real is that which resembles, and not that which is, this possible ideal. In this sense, the possible operates as an abstraction and as a limitation because conceptually it follows that there will always be possibles that do not pass into the real. This is not to say that the possible, as a concept, does not have an actual existence. It can be actual in that it can have effects. In opposition to this, the virtual is real without being actual, ideal without being abstract. Deleuze, quoting Proust's formula 1988 c. 96. The virtual is part of the object of thought whereby every object is double without it being the case that the two halves resemble one another. Deleuze 1994, 204. Therefore the object of thought has both a virtual and an actual side. For Badiou, the object in its entirety is a mere simulacrum. One of the main disagreements with the philosophy contra Deleuze that Badiou presents in the clamor of being, is that it is Badiou who argues that the virtual and actual are combined to both equal a simulacrum of a universal one, not Deleuze, May 2004. 67-76. Not being fully actual, the object can only be played out in an immanent theory of its double. In other words, it is possible to think of a plane of immanence when explicitly thinking through encounters with the concrete, empirical real. The encounter actually occurs but only as something achieved, actualized, through a duration, immanent. It is this relationship with duration that intimates the immanent virtuality of all things. The crucial point is that this immanent relation of the object, its transcendental quality if you like, is not located beyond its actuality, rather it is constituted because of its actuality. This transcendental quality is, for Deleuze, that which is beyond the human, but this beyond does not denote the transcendent because it is still empirical. Deleuze puts this in another way, in terms of the outside, something more distant than any external world. But it's also something closer than any inner. 99. World, Deleuze 1995, 110. This reflects the clinical power of art to view the world from two perspectives at once. It is the peristaltic movements of the outside which serve to destratify fixed and stable identities and produce through doubling processes new possibilities for an intenser and more creative existence. Ansel Pearson 1999, 84. In many ways Deleuze's philosophical journeys through Bergson set out the effects of thinking in two planes of thought at once. You have to think in two disymmetrical jets, one of which makes all the present pass on, while the other preserves all the past. Deleuze 1989, 81, where the preservation of all the past is the virtual, this is the open hole, the transcendental part of Deleuze's transcendental empiricism, where the present passing on is the realm of the empirical, it is also the ethical practical motivation, or dream, of Deleuze's philosophy, the encouragement of the creation of new values and senses in the affirmative constitution of life and human existence. Hayden 1998, 6. This whole achieved is like a last localized brush stroke, not like a general varnishing. Deleuze 2000, 165, just as a good picture seems incomplete until the last brush stroke. Clay 1964, 235. In its unresolved state the painting exhibits all the elements of a style to come that does not exist, intimating a means of creating a way of comprehending the world. Proust, quoted in Deleuze 2000, 165. Thus, style does not suggest, does not reflect, it explains, explicates. Deleuze 2000, 165. Style unfolds the world, folding it into what it is as it goes, the creation lives as Genesis beneath the visible surface of the work. All intelligent people see this after the fact, but only the creative see it before the fact, in the future, Clay 1968, 308. And thus, whatever the style of the painting, it is never completed. Rather it just stops being painted. The journey does not end. But this is not to say that it does not have meaning, it just loses its effect. Similarly, in language too, there is the risk of it falling silent, and non-style can easily come to resemble all the trademarks of an all too familiar style. The point, it seems, is to keep moving, that is, creating. The moment one stops, difference risks becoming uncreative, static, non-being. Lambert 2002, 130. In painting, once the particular painting stops being painted, the representationists swoop in and attempt to fix its meaning firmly in our minds. What if Clay had stopped a few minutes earlier or an hour later? We could go on speculating, but you can't really stop with Deleuze. Reading does not consist in concluding from the idea of a preceding condition the idea of the following co-nditi be or in grasping the effort or tendency by which the following condition itself ensues from the preceding by means of a natural force. Deleuze 1993, 72. Nor with KLCE. And one should allow to grow, like the natural process, as the result of form-determining activities. Here too it is the act of forming rather than form itself, form in the process of growth, as genesis, rather than as the ultimate appearance. Clay 1973, 43. What is affected is an explicative style wherein, in our individual monadic form, we can only ever be apprentices to, rather than knowers of, this becoming world. It is explicative in that it produces two effects, first of a partial object, here the artwork as that which is a tangible object accessible in a sensorial way, and second of resonance and forced movements wherein there is a minimum of objective description and associative suggestion. The material conditions of the artwork incarnate the artistic spiritual condition that speaks of that immanent harmonious whole, or at least a small region of it, see Deleuze 2000, 167, thus the dimension that is the Deleuzian space we talk of here is a unity and total ity established only for itself without unifying or totalizing objects or subjects, a dimension in time without common measure with the dimension they occupy in space, Deleuze 2000, 169.5 in embracing the sense of space. The geography we envisage is one that adds more spirit to the scene, making secret visions visible, Clay 1966, 51. Foreign territorialization DS, encountering the politics within 6. What kind of space are we trying to map? Or, what are we talking about when we talk about space in a Deleuzian manner, and, further, what kind of space do we produce in that mapping? In formulating these questions, we are unfolding the world, creating a problem albeit one that is present with us every day in that it makes up the world. One thing is sure with Deleuze. It is that we are continually made aware of the beauty and dread of an incessantly open and becoming world. Beautiful because it is affirmative of the ongoing potential to create possible worlds anew, full of dread because nothing is certain and the created world might solicit unhappy encounters. The edge of this sphere is a place where you are in touch with the raw energy of the world, of yourself as part of that world unfolding. Synonymous with this is an encounter with the unfamiliar. The beauty and dread of the new is available in every encounter, but in the unfamiliar your guard is up, and you are more aware of your capacities, many or few, for negotiating ways on with the situation within which you find yourself. Of course, it is well known that Deleuze did not travel far. But this is not to say that he did not travel, for the unfamiliar. 101. And the foreign is everywhere, an encounter can even bring the foreign out of oneself. The foreign encounters in Klee's life are easier to understand as loci in traditional notions of travel: Bern, Munich, Rome, Tunisia, Weimar, Dusseldorf, Egypt, Lacarno, but from them we can extract, in the registration of his paintings, those everywhere syntactical operations of foreignness out of which we are scripted. In conversation with geography, Deleuze's travelogy, much like Kafka's impairing of knowledge as opposed to the importing of, arti, fact, is not one that charts places. Rather, it presents foreign encounters. 7 This is knowledge in a minor key, and as Deleuze and Guattari acknowledge, this is experimentation without interpretation or significance, resting instead only on tests of experience. Deleuze and Guattari 1986, 7. Foreignness subjects us, it makes subjects out of us through the way in which we counteractualize the encounters that we have with the other, the strange, the unique, and the elsewhere and not known. In this space we experience without interpreting, thus we experiment, molding what we do know with what is hitherto unknown to us. We experiment with experience, with actuality, actualizing thus the ever new. There are spaces and times which contextualize this process and allow it to take place, but Deleuze turns neither to history nor geography to explain the impact of such happenings, say Klee's encounter with Tunisia, rather he always urges us through philosophy to go beyond what happened, to extract and create out of the munificence of one that could have been what can be. Whilst we live in the actual world we also have one foot in the virtual, thus we can travel without moving. History isn't experimentation, it's only the set of conditions, negative conditions almost, that make it possible to experiment with, something beyond history. Experimentation itself is philosophical rather than historical. Deleuze 1995, 106. Experimentation and travel lead one to the other. For Deleuze, experimenting in thought results in travel while, for Clay, traveling subsequently leads him to experiment in paint with the fresh sensations encountered thereby. Both practices are subjectified through their bodies. Through that subjecthood they grapple with the creation of new experiences of the world out of which the world can then be made to be. Whether it is through philosophy creating new conceptual connections within the world, or through art presenting new forms by which to comprehend the world, both cast the world in a new light. Thus, subjectification wasn't for Foucault a theoretical return to the subject but a practical search for another way of life, a new style. Deleuze 1995, 106. One of the gifts of Deleuze's work comes from the sense that the ability 102 to travel in this way is not natural to us either in the sense of OUF times, the point made earlier in relation to the contemporaneity of Deleuze's thought, or in the sense that inherently we three re not naturally predisposed to traveling. See Deleuze and Guattari 1994. The ability to search practically for different openings in the fabric of the world emerges are of dispositions, of materials, places, bodies, subjects, events, which we then augment in further investigations. That is not something you do in your head, but then where, these days, are the seeds of a new way of existing, communally or individually, beginning to appear, and are there any of these seeds I may? Deleuze 1995, 106. Tracing out the seeds of potential that we can manifest in our singular unfolding from within an event of an encounter is an obscure art, but in Klee's many diary and notebook extracts such developments are discernible. I am now trying to render light simply as unfolding energy. And when I handle energy in black on a white surface, I ought to hit the mark again. Our call to mind the entirely reasonable black made by light on photographic negatives. Moreover, the lesser thing is always made special note of, so one I am again as the situation of singling out a few highlights on a white surface by means of lines. To heap up an untold quantity of energy lines, because of these few highlights. That would be the real negative. Clay 1968, 253. Such abstractions exhibited here are neither artifice nor alien, QOUR existence, for they are an intrinsic, albeit perhaps obscure, part of the dramaturgy of the real. Sometimes the simple beauty and sheer line of the paint, seemingly coming from nowhere familiar, explicates from within our sensibilities a brief clutching hold of, tussle with, or capture of something fast becoming now and here familiar and involving. Just because we never say what we see and never see what we say, just because of this is it real, the virtual in the actual always more than what is possible, and FORABRIF moment we know it, the visible bursts out between two things. Intentionality gives way to a whole theater, an endless interplay between the visible and the utterable, Clay 1968, 107-8. In this light, Klee's paintings are exemplars, existing as examples that convey not so much lessons to ponder as brief effects whose force fades almost at once, Foucault 2000, 157. And yet the force affected us and stretched our conception of the world, it is the line outside that solicits a thinking, though ught apprehension, that doesn't come from within, but nor is it something that happens in the external world. It comes from this outside, and returns to it, it amounts to co-enfro-anteing it, Deleuze 1995, 110. We are between worlds, folding the line between death and life. 103. Addressing us directly to the state of creation and becoming. Life is too strong and it is FORIGN in this sense, there is something beyond and outside what we are capable of withstanding in the space, given our current capacities. Whatever could have happened for things to have come to this? Fitzgerald is the only one who has been able to carry this question to such a point of intensity. Think of it as an affair of perception, you enter a room and perceive something as already rare, as just having happened, even though it has not yet been done. Or you know that what is in the process of happening is happening for the last time, it's already over with. Deleuze and Guattari 1988, 194. The space that Deleuze deals with most, and to which he travels, is therefore an immanent one, immanent in terms of the intensity of the affect of being in this space. Being immanent, it is a space that is actualized at every moment in terms of the whole of one's affections, which are nonetheless in constant variation, Smith 2003, 62. Whilst immanent the thinking of this space is thoroughly grounded, being immanently in relation to the actual earth, and not contingent in that it is intimately bound up with the particular territory that affects the thought that acts as an actualization of the virtual immanence, see Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 85. Similarly, the composition of a clay painting presses the outside of this immanent world, and in this proximity the ensuing effects reveal to us the potential of the inrangeable effects of the virtual world upon the actual. This is not, then, to talk about the two-dimensional and representational space of the painting itself, but of the immanent space that the affected thought spaces out in relation to the immanence of O that is currently possible. The earth is not one element among others, but rather brings together all the elements within a single embrace while using one or another of them to deterritorialize territory, Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 85. Dialoguing with nature, the science of instinct. 9. The artist cannot do without his dialogue with nature, for he is a man, himself nature, a piece of nature and within the space of nature, Clay 1923, quoted in Clay 1973, 6. It is clear that the politics solicited by Deleuze's thought is a call to attend to the effects produced by philosophy in promoting the creation of new principles and instincts that open up our social lives to the affirmative constitution of the world. Harrison, Pyle, and Thrift 2004. THIRD-WORLDISM. Obvious affinity for the natural world within Deleuze's work, arising are of Deleuze's transcendental empiricist concern for the immediate immanence of the energetic dynamism of the becoming world. Herein, thought conjoins with the diversity of the natural world and its real condition of immanent difference, its multiplicity, its diversity, and its continuous becoming, see Deleuze 1990a, 261. Arc immersed in a world of nature, and Clay understood that when he spoke of the nature's song as something that takes hold in both the mental constitution of the work and its physical execution, as Clay as anist grappled with his materials, nature lured me onto paths which did not agree with the simple abstraction of the first successful works. These contain the germ of further works, which, for the time being, were not yet within the realm of the creatively possible. Clay 1968, 147. The germination not only of the work but of the world, us ourselves, nature, a piece of nature and within the space of nature, marries with Deleuze Spinozist affiliation and his Epicurean Lukashian naturalism. Deleuze 1990a, 266-79. Here everything that can be said about the world is pared down to nature's simplest entity, the atom, that which must be thought, and that which can only be thought. Deleuze 1990a, 268. Nothing can be more total than this root conception, and thus neither atoms nor the world form a totality, their sum is infinite. There is no direction as such to this world, since the basic relation underwriting it as it unfolds is the c/in a man, a spontaneous, unpredictable deviation. As a result, the world, as atoms, moves in a unique direction in a minimum of continuous time. Deleuze 1990a, 269. It being Deleuze, this empiricism is connected directly to thought with the minimum of continuous time referring to the apprehension of thought. The atom moves as swiftly as thought. Deleuze 1990a, 269. From this stance the manifestation of the world is neither contingent nor indeterminate but rather unassignable, for what it manifests in its nature is the irreducible plurality of causes or causal series, and the impossibility of bringing causes together into a whole. Deleuze 1990a, 270. Implicitly we are called on to protect the diversity of nature, not only in terms of conservation but in terms of experimentation, in other words to be open to the new forms that can be manifested in the infinite sum of the diverse. That is the wider picture. But within the hands of the artist the very moment of conception is grasped and the apprehension of thought is almost tangible, as artist and material become together in the production of the new work, in the construction of a new register. At play here is cosmogony, for out of the seeming chaos of irreducible plurality comes a milieu, a rhythm. There emerges a block of space-time that is not homo. 105. Genius but heterogeneous, one communicating and differentiating with other such milieus. The communication is the rhythm, the line of flight through TB chaos from one milieu to the next. This is apparent within paintings, colors encountering lines, other blocks of color or other planes of composition, and across painters, painters communicating with their earlier selves or with the style of other painters. In sum, every milieu is vibratory, in other words, a block of space-time constituted by the periodic repetition of the component. Thus the living thing has an exterior milieu of materials, an interior milieu of composing elements and composed substances, an intermediary milieu of membranes and limits, and an annexed milieu of energy sources and actions perceptions. The milieus are open to chaos, which threatens them to exhaustion or intrusion. Rhythm is the milieu's answer to chaos. What chaos and rhythm have in common is the in-between between two milieus, rhythm-chaos, or chaosmus. Deleuze and Guattari 1988, 313. Such rhythms are potential refrains for the future, in this they become a way of registering and understanding the world. The refrains territorialize and become expressive. See Deleuze and Guattari 1988, 315-17. Territories not made up out of land but still empirical territories nonetheless, for they emerge out of apprehension thoughts created out of nature's affirmative flux. We have to keep on reminding ourselves that with we are mapping a becoming world, becoming in time as past selves fade, reform, and haunt, and becoming in space as our monadic perspective simultaneously vibrates with that of others. I cannot be grasped in the here and now, for I live just as well with the dead as with the unborn, somewhat closer to the heart of creation than usual but far from close enough. Paul Klee's Epitaph, Pertz 2003, 84. The most ordinary event casts us as visionaries, whereas the media turn us into mere passive onlookers, or worse still, voyeurs. Deleuze 1995, 160. Deleuzian space is not above and beyond, nor is it inside or outside, but rather self-referential in its time as an event. This is the space that the creation of a concept delivers us unto, consistent and absolute yet fragmentary, creative, and relative, infinite in its survey and speed but finite. 106. In the movement that traces that which comes into view, see Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 21-2. It is apparent in art in its pure state of colors, lines, songs. Herein art immanently spaces that interworld between the virtual and the actual, continually making the world outlandish in a way that disaccommodates the subject in its ongoing emission and production of signs, including spiders' webs and wolf tracks, D. Deleuze and Guattari 1988. The world that Deleuzean space speaks of is therefore one where we find ourselves in mutual immanence to a life, Deleuze 1997, wherein there is something that exists between a subject and an object, something incorporeal, something inherent within everything, such that everything is a virtue of the same substance. The events, captured in art by way of its different register, people this immanence and can be seen to be the effects of the interactions of bodies, organic or non-organic, as combinations of action, passion, and circumstance that have no origin in the consciousness of the knowing subject. Hayden 1995, 292. The encounter with art takes us forward by using the spaces and spacings it opens up to construct a new vocabulary for presenting that which cannot presently be said. This grammar connects us to the immanence of our organic matter, to the immanence in the effect of material spaces to our immaterial sense of them, and to a syntactical appreciation that the particular is immanent to a more general nature. The relation of is therefore one that adds to the corpus of spatial theory through the way that it addresses an immanent and becoming world. It maps a world of events, not places, and in this, it is almost a question of faith. Either you side with deconstruction, the event as always alra ad y constituted, determined by the scene of the event. Or you get a little more religious, the event as something genuinely unexpected. Importantly, this need not involve a transcendent aesthetic. In FA-CT there may be a way of reconfiguring the event as immanent to this world, as not arriving from any transcendent plane but as emerging from the realm of the virtual. In the realm of the vital, artwork is no longer an object as such, or not only an object, but rather a space, a zone, or what Alain Badiou might call an event site, a point of exile where it is possible that so metaching, finally, might happen. At any rate, art is a place where one might encounter the affect. O'Sullivan 2001, 127. It is of course up to you what space you create and whether you believe in this particular world of immanent spatiality. And it is, of course, possible to map out many different spatialities within the work of Deleuze, for the many conceptual personae he addresses run into each another and get mixed up so that the theory he offers is always incomplete at the edges, complete only when you stop reading. A geode picture seems incomplete. 107. Until the last brush stroke, Clay 1964, 235. Or perhaps, it would be better to talk about what I want to do next, Deleuze 1995, 137. Genesis Eternal. Chapter 6. After in formatic striation. The resignification of disc num bears in. Contemporary Inuit popular culture. Gary Genesco and Adam Bryx. It is interesting to note that until 1967 all Eskimos in the Yukon and Northwest Territories were identified by numbers imprinted on tags worn around the neck. Not surprisingly, the Eskimos objected to the system and, in preparation for its abandonment, during the 4 years from 1967 to 1971 the Eskimos selected their own surnames which are now used in lieu of numbers. Neither the old DSC number files nor the new registry of names contain data other than THAT normally recorded at birth. Government of Canada, Privacy, and Computers. The early 1970s in Canada marked perhaps not the, beginning of the privacy debate as we know it today. Under the sway of technological innovation, especially computerization of records and the specter of data valance, the federal government sought to investigate administrative practices pertaining to the handling of personal information. One of the formative documents remains the report Privacy and Computers, established by two federal governmental departments, Communications and Justice. The above quotation represents a moment of historical reflection on past governmental practices as they pertain to the administration of the lives of First Nations peoples in Canada. What is remarkable about this passage is that the few, rather vague, details provide for a dramatic tension between rejection and remedy. From the alleged perspective of the Inuit themselves, they rejected the disc numbering system, and the dog tag technology, and then selected a new system that permitted the choice of surnames. The sense of empowerment is undeniable, if illusory, and is at least as strong as the government's desire to exonerate its past practices. Although this is not a history paper, as our title suggests, it is worth revisiting, in the form of an outline of events, the use of disc numbers as a system for the identification of Inuit. Indeed, this is not a privacy paper either, for the issue at stake, again flagged conceptually in the title, is 110. About social categorization and not individual rights. In face, the matter concerns the organization of an entire population for the purpose of individuating identification. Sociologists tend to distinguish between privacy and sorting, a key metaphor of the entire discourse of surveillance, as a social issue in the classification and management of groups and populations within risk society. Lyon 2003, 19. Within this tendency, we also want to take up the conceptual terms of striation and smoothness as viable sociological concepts for an investigation of a phenomenon called informatic striation and its aftermath. Sociologists like William Bogard, 1998, 68, have already used Deleuze and Guattari's work on these concepts to enrich inherited socio-theoretical senses of stratification, especially toward the complexification of segmentarities. Informatic striation is a concept that identifies a complex communication between two kinds of spaces, smooth and striated. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 474. Generally, we want to describe the use of informatic means, administrative coding, as the translation of a smooth cultural practice considered ambiguously heterogeneous or non-formal into a formally organized, manageable collection of distinct yet homogeneously coded data. Our working hypothesis is that there are elements of smoothness in Inuit culture that are an affront to bureaucrats, culturecrats, and sundry administrators. Although this hypothesis remains problematic in many of its details, as we will demonstrate below, it is less an attempt to name an originary element than an effort to find a starting point that can adequately explain the conditions to which the disc number system and related redrawings of the Arctic from the perspective of a sorting, classifying, and ordering national bureaucracy responded. Striation captures through the imposition of criterial discernment, whereas a striated space may be smoothed over or dissolved by the discontinuation of a certain coding or by the reintroduction of smooth elements resisting containment or evading certain subordinations. What we are introducing into the discussion of the smooth striated relation is an informatic model of social sorting as it pertains to Inuit experience and, more generally, to First Nations experience in Canada. The smooth striated pair is malleable and this makes it attractive for our purposes. The history of disc numbers and their replacement by another naming system alluded to above, Project Surname, in addition to the perspective on contemporary redeployments of older, out-of-official-use systems in contemporary Inuit popular culture, centered on Iqaluit, involves passages between, mixtures of, fixing and unfixing smooth and striated informatic sortings. Students of culture will be familiar with questions of resignification or the relaunching in new contexts to other ends of signs culled from differ. And historical moments and symbolic economies, which is the point on which we will conclude. The issue of rejection or even of the replacement of one striating governmental practice for another does not reach far enough into the reappearance and myriad reuses of disc numbers and the disc themselves, although it has been flagged by some of those directly involved in its justification. For instance, a longtime Arctic researcher, John MacDonald, director of the Igloolik Research Center, has maintained that, a more practical employment of disk numbers recently came to my attention. There's a man in Igloolik who always uses his E-number on combination locks and even on his banking access card because it's the only number he'll remember all his life. Alia 1994, 30-1. The question here concerns not only the long-lasting effects of striations but whether everyday redeployments of them after the life of the disk number program are in fact smoothings and, if so, do these have a softly subversive, without ever sufficing to save us, as Deleuze and Guattari remind their readers, 1987, 500, rather than a simple adaptive dimension? The context of the transformation of striated to smooth capital is central to the analysis of Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 492, and is, as they put it, the essential thing. The resignification of striations like the disk numbers in a post-classical smoothed space of integration and control, a smooth capitalist space, seems on the one hand a moot point considering the inevitability of the conclusion, reuses of disk numbers after the fact of the program merely participate in the new networked relations whose transversal flows are smooth. Yet the interesting question concerns the necessity and uncertainty, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 493, of such passages. And in our case, the REF loading of disk numbers in such a smooth space of computer-assisted mediation suggests that no amount of bureaucratic striation could contain the smooth elements of Inuit culture that survive and, in fact, counter the renaming regime of old by reinvention or resmoothing. As a final introductory qualification, we remain fascinated by the examples in the Deleuze and Guattari formulations of smooth igloos and nomads and Eskimo ice space drawn from cultural anthropologist Edmund Carpenter, Genesco 1999, 110-11. For us what is at issue is less a space than a set of cultural practices in relation to striations and smoothings sponsored by federal and territorial governments, and crossing into personal security and system security in commercial transactions, in dynamic centrifugal movement from center to periphery, finally sufficiently smoothed to translate and engage the flows of the information economy, circulation in remote and anonymous systems of verification, and parietal GIREFLOT in creative productions, conversely, under which conditions they of nor REFLOtable. The debts of Deleuze and Guattari zero Carpenter, while not counting among their models, technological, musical, maritime, mathematical, physical, aesthetic, are sufficient to ask after, among the many anthropological source materials in ATHs and plateaules, since they help give definition to nomad thought. Unlike Christopher L. Miller, 2001, 1117, who reads the anthropological source materials of nomad thought as foreign co-nomadology itself, while skipping over the material borrowed from Carpenter, we want to recast the issue of Eskimo space, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 494, the use of this term Eskimo already signals acceptance of a depreciatory label used by outsiders, including anthropologists, and seems quite period-bound. This is not to criticize either Carpenter's McLuhanatic enthusiasms for so-called Eskimo realities, his praise of great documentary filmmaker Robert Flaherty, director of Nanook of the North, 1922, rekindles a kind of prototypical act of cinematic primitivism, noble, happy subjects in an ethnographically thin drama set in the cinematographic present, or his omissions, such as disk numbers despite an acute sensitivity to the inauthenticity of governmental policies and the effects of the welfare state, especially in the influence of James Houston and sundry aesthetic missionaries, notably Jack Molson's Canadian Guild of Crafts and the Hudson's Bay Company in the brokering of cashless exchanges of goods for carvings and in the production of souvenir art, Carpenter 1973:192. Indeed, Carpenter's role as founding editor of what would become McLuhan's famous journal of the 1950s, Explorations, the final installment of the original series of which, 1959, featured a special issue, Eskimo, by Carpenter, Flaherty, and Frederick Varley, makes clear that the decisive influence of McLuhan on Carpenter's vision of Eskimo society is implosive, an individual, auditory tactile, haptic close, non-optical, non-linear, non-nominal, in short, smooth. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 574, and 28, heavily ellipsed quotation from Carpenter runs together paragraphs from pages 20 and 25 on orientation and igloos, creating an intricate aggregate in words perhaps adequate to Carpenter's, 1973, 78, descriptions of Eskimo language as consisting of independent tight conglomerates, like twisted knots. A language of felt. We are not prepared simply to discard these examples of poetic anthropology, for they all settle on the same point, that there is something smooth about Inuit life that keeps issuing challenges to the self-appointed bestowers of names and number crunchers in Ottawa and elsewhere. One of the oddities of Inuit and in Canada is that art historians and 113 curators are perhaps most familiar with disc numbers since they work with them every day. Most museum and gallery collections hold sculptures and prints signed with disc numbers, often but not always in lieu of names. The compilation of a given Inuit artist's biography is a complex affair involving up to 6 different names, commonly known name, its various spellings, a surname, if one of the above is not such, nickname, baptismal name, and disc number, Rock 1974, 20. Names, then, multiply and bureaucrats lose their bearings. Drift was arrested by the decisive striation of the disc number, but not even it could hold the incipient smoothness that would escape from it. So the bureaucrats asked again, how do we contain Inuit names in the little spaces on our forms and documents? By 1970 a new plan of attack called Project Surname was launched. This was a sponsored, Northwest Territories Commissioner, census-like, self-identification project in which Inuit could choose surnames, even though they had not used them before. They could also have first names as long as these could be written in Roman script or English letters. Holland 1993, 24, like the Southern Readers for School Children introduced into the government schools for Inuit in the 1950s, Diubaldo 1985, 111. First and last names are ordered in the standard last name first name IAST routine and semiologically subjected by imperial land gauge, linking the requirement of the form fillable response to another national project, the issuing of social insurance numbers to all citizens, including Inuit, who were not yet included when the program was introduced in 1964, but who would be issued the springboard for data valuance, that is the Canadian SIN. The issue of contemporary Eskimo space poses a problem of how to study its informatic striation and smoothing and, despite severe criticisms, remains relevant. For example, in many far northern communities such as the aforementioned 19 Ludik, at one time houses had no street numbers, one occupies without counting, to refocus a musical example from Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 477. This is quite common in small communities in rural and remote Canada, that is, what we call unorganized municipalities. What happens when populations diversify and grow and new services appear such as taxi cabs and other delivery vehicles? Then, one counts in order to occupy, if you will, so that deliveries can be made. Which numbering system is used? In some instances, it isn't a system at all but a matter of personal choice. Some houses in Igloolik bear the disc numbers of their inhabitants, MacDonald and BRYX 2003. This is a good example of melding smooth and striated, of an impure intermixture, a Brownian address. The challenge here is to grasp the tone of the example. In which register is it to be understood, parody of 114. Street numbers? Probably. We will return to this because understanding the tone is key to what resignification communicates. Administrative convenience as endocolonialist violence. The imposition of disc numbers, sometimes referred to misleadingly and unintentionally ironically as e-numbers, just why will be easy to appreciate shortly, dates from the 19,405. The first date of note is 1941, which was a census year in Canada. National census taking occurred during this period every 10 years. One of the typical methodological challenges facing census statisticians was the under-enumeration of First Nations peoples, as well as inaccuracies in the collection of personal information about them, that skewed the official data. Midway between census years, then, government bureaucrats in the Departments of Indian Affairs and Natural Resources began to initiate changes that would address a variety of issues around identification and enumeration of First Nations peoples. The need for this had been developing throughout the 1930s through parallel and complementary identificatory acts of cultural inscription, Marcus 1995, 33, aimed at Inuit, that ranged from standardization of spelling of names adapted with difficulty for English pronunciation, above and beyond a missionary naming regime inscribed in baptismal certificates that reproduced redundancy in the proliferating Johns and Marys, fingerprinting, imposition of surnames, discussions of the appropriate model for the disc numbers systems, that is, military dog tags bearing individual and unit numbers, and a range of related issues driven forward by the collection of reliable vital statistics as well as policking issues in what was then known as the Northwest Territories. It was the responsibility of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, to update the lists, who thereby made their presence felt in outlying communities, and which allowed them to identify individuals, especially in order to place them under arrest, Diand 1993, 23. In a sense, striation is precisely the practice of identifying individuals for the dual purposes of enabling and constraining them. This general situation was exacerbated in the case of Inuit because of cultural naming practices in which many persons might very well have the same name, of a great hunter, for instance. All of those bearing the name would be connected with the ancestor and embody the soul of their namesake, a condition for his/her resting in peace. Even though not everyone bearing the name would have the same intimacy with the deceased, Alia 1994, 14. The fact that Inuit names were genderless and without surnames, and that many persons had the same name, even Christian 115 names, not to mention that there could be a different spelling and pronunciation of the same name in every colonial institution present in the norm, defined a local smoothness based on intensities of spiritual affiliations that aggravated the search for viable models of striation. Even animals could temporarily hold a name until a new human being occurred. Our interest is in personal names. It is easy to appreciate the politics of naming as it relates to toponymy, at least. By considering that the place known since 1987 as Iqaluit, an Inuit word meaning the place of fish Arctic char, had been known since the late 16th century as Frobisher Bay, after its so-called discoverer Martin Frobisher. The Department of Natural Resources has authority over the geographical names of Canada's system of authorization and assigns its own imprimat TUR, unique identifier codes, to official names. Dating from the late 19th century, the Canadian Names Board is a state apparatus of capture, a machinic enslavement to official geography and cartography, and it consolidates endocolonial assertion of sovereignty over the territory it appropriates in its names, containing the name Iqaluit in *ETS on older maps below Frobisher Bay, but also entails a social subjection of Inuit to an exterior object, Deleuze and Guarnery 1987, 456-7, that is, entering processes of statistical subjectification. Indeed, the process of endocolonialization, which turns processes of colonialist domination inward on targeted groups of a given state's population within its national boundaries, makes a subject, loyal, beholden, captured, who is a part of an invent colonial machine. Hence we can speak of national imperial subjectification. Resistance to the imposition of external over-indigenous names has gained immense ground since the 1980s. A strong example of Southern academic and Inuit collaboration towards regaining place names is found in the work of geographer Ludger Miller-Wille, 1987, on Nunavik. The rich gazetteer of place names that he produced in collaboration with Inuit elders reveals the uniqueness and subtlety of naming within oral tradition. Miller-Wille's project not only countered the erasure of cultural tradition carried out by machinic enslavement with the reinstatement of such names, whose specificity right down to the shore, dune, point and line was remarkable, but provided energy for renewing bonds with the land. Machinic enslavement has been, however, advancing and mutating with computerization in the society of surveillance, this generalist, networked enslavement, Williams 1992, 55, Hart 1998, 139-52, accelerated in the years of the Second World War before passing into the postmodern forms of control with their distinct textures of modulation. 116. And flexibility. The list form catches up Inuit peoples in Canada through the disc numbers scheme, but this is not unique, for First Nations have been since the mid-19th century in Canada subjected to regimes of registration for the purposes of the construction of status as Indians in the Indian Register. The register is maintained by Åland, and subject zero shifts in policy, dominated at one time by the principle of assimilation, then amended by expanding entitlement through reintroduction of hitherto excluded categories of persons determined through political positions taken on lines of descent, and thus in legislation defining conditions of inclusion or exclusion, known during the Assimi-Jurionist period as enfranchisement, double-speak for disenfranchisement from status or forced integration. For the sake of registration, the Indian Register, and the band lists comprising it, intersects with another register, reserve land entitlements administered through location tickets, until 1951, and thereafter certificates of occupation. These dense machinic striations of identity and location are linked to exterior objects, as they are in the case of the Inuit, because status confers rights to federally administered benefit programs, specific tax exemptions, and so on. The certificates of Indian status or status cards are no-tech paper identity cards produced by the bands themselves and include a registration number with vital statistics, date of birth, height, weight, eye color, sex, band name and number, and a photograph, see Writer 1991, 14, May 1998, 26. Status is the product of a history of superfine bureaucratic striations of the welfare state in concert with crude endocolonialist racism still active today in the constructions of health knowledge about First Nations peoples' diabetes epidemic studied by Poudrier, 2003. The politics of the erasure of personal names and their renumbering for official purposes has been described as an exercise in administrative convenience, Alia 1994, 40. Wearing fiber discs that hang around the neck or that are attached to the wrist produced individually identifiable bodies, tagged, through a process of animalization. As Alan Rudolph Marcus, 1995, 32, describes it, this taxonomic strategy was done in the interest of good administration, thereby transforming Inuit society into a more manageable entity. The discs themselves were rich in semiotic overcoating. Small, circular, and fibrous, they bore the stamp of the crown on the center of one side around which the words Eskimo Identification Canada turned, an icon of semiotic enslavement. All lettering was in English. National or official languages are one of the exemples Guerreri used to illustrate the semiological economies of power that set the parameters of competence and set the means for comportment and communication, Guarneri 1996, 143-5, and syllabics were Disra 1. 17. Guard. The reverse side held a sequence of letters and numbers. The disc was not a unanimous choice of interested state representatives, but it was preferred to identity cards. Alia 1994, 32. The initial program of disc design and their distribution in the early 1940s used individual identification numbers on each disc of up to 4 digits. In addition to semiological subjection through the symbol of state authority, official language, and numerical code, there was a social subjection initiated through taxonomic capture and classification. Importantly, this social subjection merely meant that classification could reproduce itself in experimentation or, as Marcus put it, classification preceded experimentation, Marcus 1995, 33. The subjection to an exterior object was renewed, this time in 1944 to 1945 with the introduction of the Family Allowance Program, then a universal system of monthly payments to families with children under the age of 16 years. This was the occasion for the revision of the disk number protocol to include geographic identifiers prior to the personal identifiers. 12 districts and 2 regions segmented the Arctic, initially 9 in the east and 3 in the west. They grew to 14 in the 1950s, Åland 1993, 23. These identification districts were represented in the form of E or W-1 to 12 before personal identifiers indicating place of birth. E is neither electronic nor Eskimo. The aforementioned Frobisher Bay was E7. The geographic striation caused by registration districts created manipulable categories open to experimental combinatorics that accelerated during the 1950s, actual population relocations to bleak areas being the most severe. These were subject ions to disciplinary calculations of federal welfare expenditures, rising, in relation to alleged sites of employment opportunities, falling, conceived with complex references to Cold War technological development, and earlier, such as RHE Landing Strip at Frobisher Bay, built in 1941 as a stopover point for U.S. military flights to Europe. And further, distant early warning systems installations in Canada's Arctic, opportunities for resource extraction and geological surveys, livestock raising schemes. A steady stream of sheep and pigs went north in the 1950s, but livestock farming simply didn't work in the Arctic. Art commodification programs, sovereignty jitters in Canada's north, and estimations of fluctuating game reserves, to name only a few. Marcus 1995, 23. The salient point is that the technical machines of the state shift enslavement to subjection. Deleuze and Guerreri 1987, 457. Inuit were subjected to the technical machines of capitalist expansion in the north, with humanist apologies provided by the state's welfare policies and well-intentioned experiments. During the 1920s, confusion reigned about who was 118 responsible for the Inuit. As Duffy observes, 1988, 10, it was in 1939 that the federal government assumed responsibility for the Newt, a Supreme Court decision that did not go down well, and in the 1951 and 1970 Indian Acts the Inuit were excluded. Diubaldo 1985:4, 51. Even today, the pollution from the Second World War and Cold War militarization is bringing federal government remediation money and short-term employment to the ascetic. H is not unusual. Peer into the waters around Iqaluit and see a submerged parking lot of military vehicles. The militarization of the Arctic in the 1940s and 1950s by the U.S. Air Force and Royal Canadian Air Force was the most important factor in the introduction of a historic striation, the temporary wage economy. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 491, explicitly link work to military organization, both through the appropriation of the war machine and the nullification of smooth space, but also through the state organization of armies and the production of surpluses in the form of stockpiles, weapons industries. In the case of the Inuit, the link is strong but incomplete. On top of traditional range patterns of Inuit groups, not strictly nomadic but structured by base camps and trap lines and shifting hunting groups, the clusterings produced by the locations of missions and trade posts, free or forced adjustments to trapline patterns and locations, not to mention the centralizing influences of earlier whaling stations, the military installations created significant contractions that were at odds with existing policies of population dispersal advocated by the Hudson's Bay Company at least from the 1920s to the 1950s, before forced relocation became a government policy where state welfare could be thus administered. Funher, the residential school system was created as well as vocational training programs for the minting of new proletarians. Pressures from federal welfare programs such as the Old Age Pension Act, 1927, were not felt in the Arctic until decades later due to uneven distribution of funds. The overwhelming evidence is of a policy cluster against the settlement of Inuit, despite the pressures for ingathering that had been building for decades. Paternal visions of native life, supported by epidemiological worries, obbled Inuit health amid the squalor around the bases. Duffy 1988, 28-9, as well as the specter of post-construction unemployment in settlements around military and other installations, and RCMP concerns about social instabilities, continued to discourage aggregations, despite the effects of RHE wage economy at such places as Frobisher, Cambridge Bay, and elsewhere, and, by the 1960s, the centralizations of populations produced by government welfare, loans, housing. The DO line brought subsidized housing with it, even if the housing consists of styrofoam igloos, that is, simulated igloos. See Duffy 1988, 31-2, Health Programs and Resource Extraction of the so-called Diefenbaker, Canadian Prime Minister from 1957 to 1963. J. Vision, Damas 2002, 112. Aggregation was necessary for population surveillance and efficient program delivery and administration. Aggregarian, one might say, is space-time striation on its way to generalist machinic enslavement whose perfection and absolute speed, in ruin, is to be reconstituted as smooth capitalist space. And recoded flows. All apparatuses of capture release decoded flows. Such flows are overflows or escape flows appearing beside and beyond the codes that give rise to them. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 449. But the flows do not simply escape, for they are knotted together, conjoined, recoded, netted, determinate, and then in turn escape once more out of the holes in the nets. The distinction between the conjoining of topical becomings and an abstract, generalist conjuncrean, zero general axiomatic of decoded flows, that is capitalism, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 453, is decisive for a new threshold and is thus reached. This process is evident in the case of disk numbers, the subordination of mere cultural naming practices to administrative overcodings, capturing them by making naming functional, that is, regularizing naming, for bureaucratic sorts, in the form of RHE disk numbering and related systems that synthesis identity in new and bizarre connections. For example, personal numbers with their geographic striations were connected with estimates of shrinking caribou populations, and thus groups were forcibly relocated from one place to another regardless of other considerations. What we have been calling resignification slips through the nets of overcoding. Resignifications of disk numbers arose because HE codes that created them could no longer contain them. The overcode logs that gave rise to disk numbers were displaced by a new overcoding called project surname, and this was a scattering force because no collection for disposal of disks was undertaken. Anyway, a molar injustice of TE disk system was that the number, and not necessarily the material sphere, remained in the memories of each and circulated with them, finding new referential materials with which to attach freely. Some call the power of resignificarian rural reappropriation, Alia 1994, 102. The issue is rat decoding is already in resignificarian linked to new recodings. The examples we have in mind are all from the 1990s and AR. The decodings that undoubtedly arose prior to this time are less vivid than those rat are available for, largely because the latter are tied to material recodings that circulate widely as commodities. The question of the rarity of such recodings cannot be definitively solved by our current study. An example is in order. In 1991 a promotional activity was staged in Iqaluit as a fundraising event for the Elders Society, that featured the issuing of mock discs, queue numbers and registration certificates, aimed at Kalanate, white people with bushy eyebrows, and signed by a Bokpik, the Lnuk originally hired to undertake project surname, Alia 1995, 102-6. The parodic tone of these mock discs constitute smoothings that communicate new values of cultural becoming. Hence, decoding attaches to mimetic recoding in parodic mode that issues from the Inuit-initiated Kalanate registry. This registry, unlike the Åland-controlled and maintained Indian registry, does not transform the identity of the white celebrities, hockey players, media stars, who participated in it, except inasmuch as it occurs in a different space, that of becoming temporary, semiotically disruptive, less an exact value that commands the tools of the informatics revolution in a countervailing fashion than a ref loading of hand-inscribed artifacts embedded in a site-dependent locale where the stakes have been reconstituted and redirected. Decoded flows are rather quickly attached to recodings. The heuristic artifact is a good example. The Q certificate is politically pointed, quite unlike most tourist art. Some recodings succumb more readily to imposed forms, and thus to a limiting practicality, than others. There are music industry product recodings. In 1999 and 2002, two songs of note appeared on compact discs, Susanna Gluckark's E186 and Lucy Eidlaut's E5-770, My Mother's Name. Both CDs graphically reproduce original discs and run strings of E-numbers as borders or frames around the artwork and lyric sheets. Both Gluckark and Eidlaut have family roots in Nunavut and are well known, but neither lives there today, pursuing careers elsewhere. Both singers make disc numbers the subject of songs and deliver criticisms of E-numbers as theft. However, the fury with which Eidlaut delivers her message of animalization, casualty, in a clanking machinic redundancy of the government farming of name numbers, the same background recitation of strings of E-numbers is used by a Gluckark, is dismissed in some quarters as youthful radicalism, since she was not old enough to have received a disc number, unlike a Gluckark, for example, Shirley and Bryx 2003. In music, storytelling, cultural geography reporting, the sculptural arts, and documentary filmmaking, the reclaiming of disc numbers is underway. Surely, this is an effect of the optimism and pride in the success of the land claims process that led to the creation of the territory. 121. Of Nunavut in 1999. The most significant shift is that disc numbers have become integrated into the subject matters of various works. In addition to song tides, film titles, sculptures bearing the disc numbers of their sculptors, but not as signatures, have been noted, McKen 2003, 29. These artistic recodings only tell part of the story, even if they are far from the overcodings that separated right from wrong names and used numbers in lieu of names. This phenomenon and its alleged corrections in Project Surname have also become a subject of interest for the Nunavut Law Review Commission's attempt to correct the corrections of Project Surname in Project Correction, not only misspellings, but missed registrations that snarl due bureaucratic processes, for example, ineligibility for old age pension benefits due to lingering uses of disc numbers on birth certificates as a result of being overlooked during Project Surname, incorrect birth dates, and mismatches between pieces of ID, Spitzer 2000. Compared with the use of substitute names in legal discourse in, for example, the famous adoption case Deborah Pound 4-789, the work of the current Law Commission is confronting head-on the obstacles of the intensive violence of the past. Resmoothings have the salutary effect of exposing lingering effects of striations. The problem with which we are grappling is the omission of smoothings from striations. That is, the release of decoded flows beside and beyond the imprisoning striations and overcodings of informatic impositions, and the recoding of these. The decoded flows are not free in the sense that when Inuit regain cultural naming practices and in the process resignify disc numbers, new attachments to cultural products and informat ion systems are made and hence new subjugations arise, to commodity forms, to music product formats, and so on. Yet there is an indeterminacy to the flight of decodings. When an Inuk uses a disc number on a snowmobile bib, as an email address, as a PIN number at the cash machine, as a house number, as part of the subject of a work of art, in short, when such a number is deployed in any instance requiring a personal identifier, but not exclusively, since a personal identifier, which is partially striating, is not necessary in many potential reuses of disc numbers such as in the purchase of lottery tickets, there is a positive and enabling engagement existing between flight and capture. This is precisely how surveillance resembles stratification, both are enabling and restrictive, beneficial and unfortunate, as Deleuze and Guattari state, 1987, 40. When informatic striations are embedded in the memories of individuals and intersect with cultural naming practices, disk numbers are externalized and find new attachments. If Inuit names are points of transition that carry some values, inspiration, fear, while erasing other. 122. Specificities, holding in abeyance the recipient's gender specificity until puberty while carrying that of the previous owner, and disk numbers, despite their functional and unfortunate histories, are regained in the field of this cultural practice. They, too, communicate and constellate and connect, often with the values of irony and parody, enabling the transit of individuals into informatic matrices. MacDonald Bryx 2003. After all, as Gwadery, 1989, 104, reminds us, transits transformations between striated registers constitute smoothing operations par excellence and possess the power to effect ontological conversions. My translation, GG. In our study, however, we began with a hypothesis of a smoothness that was then striated by disk numbers and further resmoothed with qualifications. The punchline, as one look put it in terms of a redundancy full of irony, is this: I am seeking the right government agency to apply to renew my disk. Ikchame Japatai Nungak, E9-1956, 2002. So often laughter accompanies the contemporary mentions of disk numbers, the humor having a local inflection such as the person who was an E1, only L, or had an E6 but attended school in a differently numbered region and was out of sorts. Although many of the disks themselves have been lost over time to all but memory, today surviving disks are reappearing as personal accessories, affixed to hats and coats as pendants, and worn with pride as a kind of jewelry. In a time of cultural renewal and innovation, resignification of disk numbers is itself a cultural smoothing, marking transits, real changes of direction, intensities of tradition and its multiple interruptions, into the new social flows of integrated world capitalism. As these transits proliferate, smoothness homogenetically emerges. The question is no longer or so much that of intergenerational resurrection through names, but a general, largely passive process in which the striations of discontinued disk numbers find new manifestations through resignifying arrangments as linear strings of identifying letters and numbers, that is, as individual or personal identifiers for the purpose of engaging pervasive machinic networks of computer-mediated communication, which are retained and reproduced and compared in ways not so far removed from their original usage. This is largely passive because it is not a question of development or intensification in the fields of possibility, as the pure potential of decoded flows pass into actual recodings, but, rather, it is more a matter of their reinsertion for pragmatic purposes in everyday transactions and activities, a point underlined by Inuit today. Still, even here there are subtle explorations of fields of possibility in parody and humor, and in the laughter they can still elicit in interpersonal communication among Inuit. It is, after all, still quite laughter-provoking to refer to someone by 123. Their disk number, indeed, in the injustices they revisit in protest, even in the small acts of experimenting with disk and number in different contexts. The resignification of disk numbers in contemporary Inuit popular culture affects displacements, not a global overcoming, of semiotic subjections and machinic enslavements, and is not a coherent subcultural, oppositional practice. Rather, today, disk numbers are viable and concrete subject matters for creative adventures of cultural self-reference. Chapter 7. Thinking Leaving. Branka Arsik. There are some intervals to which I would migrate, to which, methinks, I am already acclimated. Thoreau, W. Eildon Ald. Other writings. Gilles Deleuze is among those rare philosophers who poses the question of a thinking that would not be conditioned by time. He asks whether it is possible not only to criticize Kant in order to offer a theory of thought fractured by time in a non-Kantian way, but also to think a radically different thought that would be neither temporal, historical, reflexive, nor active, and instead geographical, inorganic, passive and vegetal. As is well known, In order to develop the possibility of such a thought, Deleuze introduced a highly elaborated terminological apparatus at whose core was the thought of multiplicity, or, more precisely, thought as multiplicity. Multiplicity is not simply a multiple thing or body, something, somebody, someone, for RHE multiple is only the effect of the multiplication of the one, it is the difference within the one introduced by time as the force of production of change or of temporal differences. Multiplicity escapes the difference between the one and the multiple. Principle of multiplicity, it is only when the multiple is effectively treated as a substantive, multiplicity ceases to have any relation to the one as subject or object, natural or spiritual reality, image, and world. There is no unity to serve as a pivot in the object, or to divide in the subject. There is not even the unity to abort in the object or return in the subject. A multiplicity has neither subject nor object t, on Ly determinations, magnitude s, and dimensions that cannot increase in number without the multiplicate y changing in nature. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 8. To the extent that it has neither subject nor object, multiplicity does not belong to any I and is not temporal, it is nor the effect of the relation of the subject and object within time. Rather, it is made of relations in such a way that they produce relates, as so many different relations, and not vice versa. A thought that would be a multiplicity could therefore be only an impersonal thought made of lines of relations that can, but do not necessarily, intersect and that extend in various directions. Deleuze never got tired of repeating that its image is grass and not the tree with its roots. To the extent that such a thought is made of different relations, with our relates, it always delineates a new space. Or, more precisely, it is a new space. It is a thought that has become space, a spatial thought. That is why for Deleuze to think space is to think thinking. Deleuze always insisted that in his effort to think the possibility of a spatial thought he was guided by a certain line of underground philosophers, Lucretius, Spinoza, Hume, Bergson, and, above all, by American literature. For American writers, he says, invented a possibility of leaving, of betraying without becoming traitors, of crossing the horizon without, however, and that is the point, falling back into the traps of the imaginary, regaining the lost world through sentimental images of a better one or by mythologizing it. It is thus the question of leaving that in the end leaves itself and falls into oblivion. An absolute leaving or an absolute self-abandonment, therefore, that Deleuze called the C1 break. A clean break is something you cannot come back from, that is irretrievable because it makes the past cease to exist. Deleuze and Parnot 1987, 38. In what follows I will suggest an interpretation of the clean break or of spatial thinking that does not, however, refer to Deleuze's favorite examples, Melville, Henry James, F. Scott F. Fitzgerald LD, but proposes instead a reading of the experiment in thinking undertaken by Thoreau. Connecting Thoreau with Deleuze is anything but strange. It is true that Deleuze did not often mention Thoreau, but the context in which he mentioned him is nothing if not illuminating. For Deleuze precisely mentioned Thoreau several times in his essay on Melville's Bartleby, the Scrivener. Disregarding, as he should have, anecdotes about Melville's private reserve toward transcendentalism or, differently, refusing to read literature as the symptom or confession of the private preferences or tastes of this or that author, for example, what it is that Melville said to Hawthorne about Thoreau during their conversations at Roe Head, and can we detect that in certain of his writings, Deleuze claimed that Melville sketched out and extended the traits of a thinking already posed by Thoreau and Emerson, a.t. Heinken that conceives the world as an archipelago, as multiplicity. As Deleuze put it, that thought is, first of all, the affirmation of a world in process, an archipelago. Not even a puzzle, whose pieces when fitted together would constitute a whole, but rather a wall of loose, uncemented stones, where every element has a value in itself but also in relation to others, isolated and floating relations, islands and straits, immobile points and sinuous lines. Deleuze 1997, 86. Deleuze states here that Thoreau, and Emerson, invented a thought that thought time, or process, as the distribution of spatial points, archipelago, thus translating time into space. It is this insight that instigates the analysis that follow. Fs. I will try to read Thoreau's work as the attempt to invent a thought of loose, uncemented stones. This is but another way of saying that Emerson's thesis from fate, that each spirit makes its house, but afterwards the house confines the spirit, was a persistent obsession motivating Thoreau's thinking. Reading Thoreau in the light of this thesis should allow us to conclude nothing less than that Thoreau's thinking was the most radical experiment in spatial thinking ever undertaken, an experiment to whose lesson we are still not sufficiently acclimatist. At first sight, the strategy of reading Thoreau as an experimenter in breaking down walls is strange. For was it not Thoreau who enforced the petty little desire of humans to be protected by building wall after wall after wall? Was he not precisely the one who withdrew himself into solitude, placed himself in a forest near a lake and there built a house in order to isolate himself, thus merely multiplying the layers and envelopes of self-identity, the forest as the house which is the house of the self which is the house of the body and its affections, sensations, and perceptions? In short, did he not try to conquer space and place it in the service of the self-constitution of temporal thought? In this way, far from exploring the possibility of spatial thought, that is, not the thought that thinks space but the thought that is itself made of spatial relations in a single now, Thoreau's effort would work toward its subversion. Space should be organized in such a way as to provide the continuity of temporal thinking. That is how quite a few critics read his enterprise. It is true that he talked about spaces, places, and spatial relations. It is true that he was obsessed with going out of himself and becoming a thing, preferably inorganic, or becoming a vegetable, corn or beans, but he did it only in order to return to himself richer for what he appropriated on his excursions, and illuminated by it. Thus, he wasn't doing anything other than expanding consciousness and its temporality. However, that something is wrong with this interpretation is already suggested by 129. Stanley Cavell when, in his reading of W. Eldon, he asks a simple question: why would anybody build a house only in order to leave it after it was built? How can anybody's consciousness and its gesture of appropriation be enriched and reaffirmed by this abandoning of what it was, an abandoning with no dialectical return to the abandoned? Obviously, and in spite of the mainstream interpretations of Thoreau's gesture, nothing is less obvious than the thesis according to which he was preoccupied with occupying Jamesulf. Let us therefore recapitulate Thoreau's gesture in order to highlight its strangeness. A man leaves a roan for a forest, cuts the pines, worrying all the time if the pines will understand him and forgive him for cutting them, builds a house in which he writes about cutting the pines and building the house, and then, one fine day, opens the pine door of the house, goes for a walk through the forest as he would every day, only this day he does not return to the house. His walk outlines a line of flight that could be traced all the way to the interval where he finally disappears in the forest, disappearing beyond the horizon into imperceptibility. A whole forest of questions, important not only for thinking itself but also for its politics, immediately appears. Is the house that Thoreau left still and forever his? Whose property is it? Who has the right to move into it? Could the abandoned house still be called a house? Are the things in the abandoned house still Thoreau's? Are Thoreau's writings his writings? Where did he disappear to and what does he do now that he is imperceptible? How can we track him down, identify him and call him by his name again? At stake here is the whole politics of identification, naming, appropriation and propriety, the whole tactics of motion, leaving, coming, departing, arriving. However, if leaving means leaving the house, the space of Heimlichkeit, then such a leaving is always a gesture of radical depropriation of what is most my own or most at home in me, name and identity. The question then is not only why leave, but how. How one leaves one's name and house thus translates into how one leaves one's own self. In Anti-Oedipus, a title that could be read as Anti-House. Deleuze and Guattari remarked that the whole effort of new spatial thinking does not reside in finally teaching us how to die, how to think time differently, but in enabling us to leave and thus to come. Such a thinking, which, as is well known, they call the schizo, needless to say, one should not hasten to identify it with schizophrenia, is the thinking that knows something about leaving, about intensities, and about joy. 130. The schizo knows how to leave, he has made departure into something as simple as being born or dying. But at the same time his journey is strangely stationary, in PLAs. These men of desire, or do they not yet exist, are like Zarathustra. They know incredible sufferings, vertigos, and sicknesses. They have their specters. They must reinvent each gesture. But such a man produces himself as a free man, irresponsible, solitary, and joyous, all while able to say and do something simple in his own name, without asking permission. Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 131. The question is thus how to make of leaving something as simple and joyous as dying. But to make of leaving something light and simple requires nothing less than a turn in thinking, it's stepping out of time. For if leaving is joyous it is because we do not mourn what we have left, which is possible only if by leaving it we did not lose it. Not to lose what we have left is, for its part, possible only if by leaving whatever we are leaving we also leave ourself in the place we abandoned and arrive at another self. What is at stake here is the radical discontinuity between two selves, instead of the temporal synthesis of the two selves performed by mourning, their spatial separation. The trick is to leave oneself in some place and to emerge in another space as a newly born self. Which is why this innocent self has to start from the beginning time and again. It has to invent and learn new motions, emotions, thoughts, languages and, even if for a day only, how to build a new house. The house of those who know how to leave it is thus radically different from the house of those who learn how to die in it. There are differences among the houses. The question is, which house did Thoreau leave? There is no text of Thoreau that is not marked by his insistence on the possibility of a new thought as the possibility of a different house. He reminds us that the goddess of wisdom watches over the old world house. Minerva builds the rooted house, which stands for the stability of interiority, sobriety of reason and reliability of the soul. However, when it comes to the house it would be wise not to rely on wisdom but to listen instead to Momus, whose objection to Minerva shows that wisdom, divine or human, is not always very wise. It is that objection that Thoreau reiterates and reinforces. As I understand it, that was a valid objection urged by Momus against the house which Minerva made, that he had not made it movable, by which means a bad neg hbo or hood might be avoided, and it may still be or ged, for our houses are such unwildy property that we are often imprisoned rather than housed in them, and the bad neighborhood to be avoided is our own scurvy selves. Thoreau 1962, 47. 131. According to a well-known interpretation, whose heirs we are, Minerva's owl flies out in the dusk to identify the forms produced by the labor of the day and to determine what was as what is and what will be. Or, more to the point, she builds the immovable house of the self that it then cannot leave. Entrapped within the heavy walls of its past, the self is forced to live what it once was and what it is no longer. The self thus lives by mourning its own death. Every house built becomes no more than a grave bearing witness to the fact that the life of identity is possible only as the life of a dead identity. Or, to put it in Thoreau's words, the self is thus nothing other than the carpenter of the coffin embedded in a house built according to the architecture of the grave. Much it concerns a man, forsooth, how a few sticks are slanted over him or under him, and what colors are daubed upon his box. It would signify somewhat, if, in any earnest sense, he slanted them and daubed it, but the spirit having departed out of the tenant, it is of a piece with constructing his own coffin, the architecture of the grave, and carpenter is but another name for coffin maker. Thoreau 1962, 57. Nothing can free the self from itself but death. We emancipate ourselves from our identity and from our houses only by dying. I know one or two families at least, in this town, who, for nearly a generation, have been wishing to sell their houses in the outskirts and move into the village, but have not been able to accomplish it, and only death will set them free. THIRD-WORLDISM 1962, 47, imprisoned in history, genealogy, and origin, we stand still waiting for death. And in a certain sense, as Thoreau half-jokingly remarked, the grave is more of a house than the house, there is more life in it than in the house, for in it one dies more lively than in the house, better are the physically dead, for they more lively rot. Thoreau 1929, 82. The whole experiment undertaken in Eldon had as its single goal to explore the possibility of building a house that one could joyously leave. Thoreau describes the house he tried to build as the house without a clear distinction between its interiority and exteriority, as a house without a stable form. If painted, such a house would correspond more to a picture in outlines than to the calculated plans of architects. It is a house that gave up on figuration, a house therefore such as Jackson Pollock might paint it. It was suggestive somewhat as the picture in Outlines. I did not need to go outdoors to rake the air, for the atmosphere within had lost none of its freshness. It was not so much within doors as behind door where I sat, even in the Rhines TWETHR. Thoreau 1962, 85. 132. In other words, to sit in the house is never to be enclosed, but to sit behind which is always behind some interiority. Wherever one sits in such a house one always sits in the freshness of the outside, in the outside of what is within. If such a house is only a suggestion, a guessing, of the house, if it is only an outline, it is because it embodies the paradox of a non-framed frame that changes each time we look at it, open the door, close the window or move the chair. Every motion changes the house, because the house is, to use Thoreau's metaphor, light as a cloud, and reacts to the motions of things and people in it. This frame so slightly clad, was a sort of crystallization around me, and reacted on the builder. Thoreau 1962, 85. The encounter, reaction, is what constitutes, for a moment, both dweller and house. It is the atmosphere or the mood that cuts and fractures the insideness of every space. We can already hear an objection: a house light as a cloud? A flying house? A house that is a mood, an atmosphere, an aura, a passage? Well, that is all nice and fine, in a strange way it is even seductive, but what does it mean? House, thought, atmosphere. Which comes down to the question, what does it mean to live out houses, to think out houses? We are familiar with Deleuze's reading of the Baroque house and Baroque architecture in general as architecture of the Baroque mind. According to him, the Baroque house had two stories. The first floor with the living space is the floor with all the windows and doors. Light, sound, odors and tastes come through them. They are like eyes and fingers, mouth and lips, they are the body exposed to the waves and flows of sensations. The first floor is thus the floor of the plates of matter or the floor of the body which in its receptivity receives the sensations, the outside, that then resonate within it. Hence the equation between the reception room and the receptive body. The windows and doors through which the sensations enter the house make of its interiority a floating atmosphere. It is to them that the body owes its elasticity and plasticity. Elasticity means that changeability is not absolute. The atmosphere changes but the house remains the same thanks to the frames of its walls. But how do the walls remain the same? They retain their stability thanks not to the foundations but to the second floor. The second floor is a different story. There are no exits on the second floor, it is the upper floor that has no windows. It is a dark room or chamber. Deleuze 1993, 4. Needless to say, the soul, or the monad, 133, resides there. It is not directly connected to the outside, its room is dark, but neither is it absolutely withdrawn from it. Its way out is the first floor, for it always looks at the life that is taking place there. Perspectival space emerges, to the degree it the changeable life of the first floor, the body represents variation or inflection, it can be called point of view. Such is the basis of perspectivism. However, the subject, the one who lives on the upper floor, is not, as the word suggests, subjected to what it sees. Rather, it oversees the body of the living room. It is thus surjected into that space. The subject is not a subject but, as Whitehead says, a superject. The point of view is not what varies with the subject, at least in the first instance, it is, 0 the contrary, the condition in which an eventual subject apprehends a variation, metamorphosis, or, something equals X, anamorphosis. For Leibniz, for Nietzsche, for William and Henry Y. James, and for Whitehead as well, perspectivism amounts to a relativism, but not the relativism we take for granted. It is not a variation of truth according to the subject, but the condition in which the truth of a variation appears to the subject. That is the very idea of Baroque perspective. Deleuze 1993, 20. At first sight one would think that by insisting on anamorphosis the James brothers, together with Leibniz and Whitehead, introduced a significant change in Cartesian heavy Baroque perspective. For it is true that since the object is but a variation, the point of view of the subject is made of relations among variations, which is why the subject cannot fix himself in a stable position. That explains why there are so many secrets in Henry James where one sees only on condition that one sees obliquely. However, as Deleuze made clear, this is so only in the first instance. For since the subject is still on the floor above, he is the one who gathers together the variety of what he is superjected to in order to arrange his own room. In other words, he is the one who represents sensations and paints his room by those representations. The dark chamber is therefore the space for the decorator and his activity of mastering form. Thus we slide from the first instance, first level or floor, where the point of view is the condition in which an eventual subject apprehends a variation, to the upper floor where the representation is not the variation of the truth according to the subject but the condition in which the truth of variation appears to the subject. There is no truth other than the truth of paintings. Only a little trick was needed for anamorphosis to fall into geometrical perspective. What appears to the subject may be conditioned by the happenings in the living room, but how it appears to him is conditioned by him in such a way that how determines, shapes, forms, the what. We end up with focused gazes, rigid. 134. Subjects and fixed hierarchies, the dialectics developed in almost all of James' novels. That is not all. For the first and second floor are connected by the low and curved stairs that push into space, Deleuze 1993, 4. 10. The Baroque architecture, of the mind, sensations travel to the upper floor by the curved path of the stairs. The stairs are the space where sensations are not yet represented and apprehended but no longer purely bodily. They are the fold in the proper sense, neither inside nor outside, neither body nor thought, but something that emerges when both body and mind leave themselves, neither the light of the day nor the night of the dark chamber, the dawn. If the stairs are both of those things at the same time, it is because they are in between them, they are the space or the embodiment within a space of a pure relation. They are the space of verbs or motions in indeterminate form, the space of walking, waiting, leaving, making, love. One does not eat on the stairs, one does not seat one's guests on them, one does not write on them. Nothing substantive or substantial can take shape on them. Only the happening itself, the going on itself. This location of the stairs brings us closer to Thoreau's house built on a different thought. Far from being a variation of the Baroque house, a variation visible in the town houses that Thoreau could have seen, with curved stairs that push the space all the way to the upper floor, Thoreau's house is the announcement of a new house that I will call the American house or the house of the beyond. However, the ruse of the American house is that it cannot be conceptualized. One does not know in advance what an American house will be, since it must be a house that is not built from any plans, projections, or calculations. The best one could say is that the American house is the very process of building it, what Thoreau calls deliberate building, the process that, since it does not rely on anything, is the process of the pure experimentation of building the house. To the extent that this process affects the builder, building becomes the process of experimentation with one's own self. To build is thus to think in a new way, which is why the most urgent architectural question is, what is it to think? What is it to think for Thoreau? We could begin to answer this question by looking at the characteristics of his house. It is a house without a cellar, basement, or foundation. The architecture of the substance or support is unnecessary for those who have no olives nor wines in the cellar, Thoreau 1962, 57, in other words, no roots or anything that needs time, or history, to taste good. And it is a house without ornaments. The architecture of ornaments presupposes the play of background and foreground, optical space and perspective. 135. True, there are architects so called in this country, and I have heard of one at least possessed with the idea of making architectural ornaments have a core of truth, a necessity, and hence a beauty, as if it were a revelation to him. All very well perhaps from his point of view, but only a little better than the common dilettantism. Deleuze 1993, 56. This raises another question: in a house without basement and cellar, in a house without a proper foundation, what could be called a foundation? It cannot be, as was the case with the Baroque house, the second floor that gathered together the multiplicity of the first, because, and this is of utmost importance, Thoreau's house does not have an upper floor. No basement, no upper floor, no ornaments, only flatness with windows on all sides. And if this house is the image of thinking, what are we then to think about that thinking? Obviously, the absence of the upper floor is the absence of self-surveillance and self-mirroring. But what is less obvious is that the absence of the upper floor does not suggest a thought naively reduced to an objectivity, objective truth with no intervention of the subject, and so on. Still less does it suggest a structure in which the second floor would be substituted for the first so that there would be only the self absorbed in itself, the pure I withdrawn from the world, a naive solipsism. The radically of Thoreau's experimentation with thinking is that he located it in the space of the stairs and then made of that space the only floor there is. In other words, if the upper floor has fallen and become one with the first, it is only because both of them have fallen into the stairs, become the stairs. To say that Thoreau's house is a house made of stairs is to suggest that the whole house has become the floating space in between, or that thought has become sensation which, for its part, and to the extent that it is also thought, is not mere sensation anymore, but an affect. Thoreau uses a very precise term to refer to this kind of thought. He calls it contemplation. Several points should be immediately made clear. First, Thoreau uses the term contemplation systematically and always referring to the specific form it took in the Oriental praxis of thinking. In Walden, for example, I realized what the Orientals mean by contemplating soul, thus announcing that the term does not have the status of a metaphor for thinking in general. Or, to put it differently, to contemplate is not another vague term for the vague action we call to think but a very specific praxis of thinking. Second, Thoreau insists that thinking as contemplation aims at subversion of the Western metaphysical tradition that rejects it in favor of the appropriation of the object of thought through its representation in time. Western philosophers have not conceived of the significance of 136. Contemplation. Thoreau 1929, 143. He thus makes it manifest that he is quite aware of his resistance to the dominant, Cartesian, model of thinking. Third, to the extent that it escapes representation, contemplation is neither reflexive thinking nor pure sensing, which is why it cannot be reduced to the analogy or to the resemblance, to the object of thought. And that is how the story of contemplation begins, by announcing, precisely that the mind is not at a distance from the body and that, by the same token, the body is at no distance from the mind but that they become one, forming the oneness he defined and Emerson endorsed, as mental ecstasy and ever to be interrupted. The absence of distance, however, is the absence of translation or of representation and the presence of language without metaphor, the language of affects spoken by things and events. As Thoreau puts it in W. Eldon, the forgetting of that language is the danger to which we are exposed. We are in a danger of forgetting the language which all things and events speak without metaphor, which alone is copious and standard. Thoreau 1962, 105. We are in a danger of forgetting the mute nothingness, the vast void that nevertheless speaks. But how is it possible to understand anything without the labor of the metaphor and translation? What kind of understanding is it that is not related to reason? In Sounds, Thoreau gave a rather elaborate description of this process of understanding. I did not read hooks he first some I hoed beans. Nay, I offended be better than this. There were times when I could not afford to sacrifice the present moment to any work, whether of the head or hands. Sometimes, in a summer morning, having taken my accustomed bath, I sat in my sunny doorway from sunrise till noon. Thoreau 1962, 105. Thus, assuming the pure stillness that employs neither mind nor body, Thoreau becomes a passive plate, as it were, on which there can be inscribed, directly, the speaking of the event without metaphor. But what is this event to which he is exposed? Strictly speaking, he is exposed to the repetition of the habits of animals and birds. The birds fly, the flies enter the spider's web, the rain rains, and so on. And that happens with such a regularity that it becomes more precise than a clock, and firm as the firmest habit. They would begin to sing almost with as much precision as a clock, within 5 minutes of a particular time, referred, cue the setting of the sun, Thoreau 1962, 114. Sitt thus for hours and days exposed to the repetition of the same, Thoreau grows into the habit of following the habit of birds, or beans or c or n, his habit becomes the habit of the anonymous sound and his time becomes its time. But those 137 repetitive sounds are multiple. The owl, for example, releases and repeats the sound gl, gl, gl. The repetition of instants, which is, in Thoreau's words, expressive of a mind which has reached the gelatinous mildewy stage in the mortification of all healthy and courageous thought, Thoreau 1962, 115. The symbol of wisdom speaks the language of idiots and repeats it until when? Until another owl responds to the repetitions of GLs, but now one answers from far woods in a strain made really melodious by distance, hoo, horror hoo, Thoreau 1962, 115. We have, therefore, a series of GLs that strangely enough ends up in the series who. In other words, the repetition of the cases of changes into a B or a. This slight change does not change the state of affairs among owls, but it changes everything for the soul that contemplates it. For the contemplative soul this change is nothing less than its being affected by the new quality, it is thus affected by something different. As Deleuze made clear in his analysis of contemplation, the repetition changes nothing in the object or the state of affairs of. On the other hand, a change is produced in the mind which contemplates it, a difference, something new in the mind, Deleuze 1994, 70. But how does the mind function here if it does not translate the cases? The answer to this question leads us to the core of contemplation. For, as Deleuze suggested, contemplation is precisely the mind or the soul that functions as contractile power, like a sensitive plate. It retains one case when the other appears. It contracts cases, elements, agitations, or homogeneous instants and grounds these in an internal qualitative imperson endowed with a certain weight. When A appears, we expect B with a force corresponding to the qualitative impression of all the contracted ABS. Deleuze 1994, 70. The sensitive, or contemplative, plate contracts the repetition of sounds in such a way that the repetition with its habitual rhythm is contracted each time with a different intensity. The repetition of the same boring sounds, thus becomes the intense difference. This new thing or effect is the event. Both space and time are affected by the repetition of contractions. The contraction does not take place in time but produces time as the synthesis of a spatial encounter between two instants. What is contracted, the intensity, constitutes, as Deleuze put it, the lived or living present. It is in this present that time is deployed. To it belong both the past and the future, the past insofar as the preceding instants are retained in the contraction, the future because its expectation is anticipate in this same contraction. The past and the present do not 138 designate instants distinct from a supposed present instant, but rather the dimensions of the present itself insofar as it is a contraction of instants. Deleuze 1994, 71. Thoreau insists on the same thing. Since both the past and the present are the representations of what is not, they cannot be presented, they are not affects or contractions, the past cannot be presented, we cannot know what we are not, Thoreau 1929, 97. Similarly, in the passage quoted from W. Eldon, when Thoreau says that he would sit in his doorway in order, not to sacrifice the present moment, he was referring to the contraction of time, to the contraction of days or weeks into the living present. At the beginning of sounds he explicitly refers to contemplation as the synthesis of affects into the now. My days were not the days of the week, bearing the stamp of any heathen deity, nor were they minced into hours and fretted by the ticking of a clock, for I lived like the Puri Indians, of whom it is said that for yesterday, today, and tomorrow they have only one word, and they express the variety of meaning by pointing backward for yesterday, forward for tomorrow, and overhead for the passing day. Thoreau 1962, 106. In other words, he did not live in a time that was the condition of all possible times, time as an a priori category, nor did he live in chronometric time, his days were not fretted by the ticking of a clock. He lived in a present without past or future, both past and future having become merely points in space, for past one points backward, for future forward. To the extent that this contraction, the synthesis of the present, does not happen in time but constitutes it, it is not performed by the mind. If it were the mind that performed it, we would have but another version of reflexive thought, the mind would just gather the affects into a framed image, and instead of contemplation there would be yet another form of representation. But instead of carrying the contraction or actively performing the synthesis, the mind is only exposed to it, the synthesis occurs in it not by means of it but by means of the motion of the instants. Deleuze thought that the synthesis must be given a name, in any case, this synthesis must be given a name, passive synthesis. Although it is constitutive, it is not, for all that active. It is not carried out by the mind, but occurs in the mind which contemplates, Deleuze 1994, 71. As is immediately clear, this passiveness is not simply the opposite of the active. For such a synthesis is not passive because it is inert, immobile, or frozen, that is to say because it is purely receptive, for in that case it would not be a synthesis at all. Passive synthesis refers to the receptiveness that 139 works, that synthesises itself through its own movement, motion, fever, or restlessness. If it is passive, therefore, it is because it is not the effect of the mind's active synthesis of representation. Passive synthesis is involuntary motion without the power of self-appropriation, which is why in trying to explain contemplation Thoreau quoted Krishna's thesis that every man is involuntarily urged to act, Thoreau 1929, 87, his action being the outcome of the force to which he is exposed and which he cannot appropriate. In the moment in which it occurs, the occurrence that constitutes the moment, the I and the body fall into one, they become a single plate of contraction or affection, a single space, of stairs. We can therefore understand not only why Thoreau's house does not have an upper floor, the dark chamber, but also why there are no walls on the only floor there is, which would separate it into different chambers and rooms, and which would in turn separate sensations from perceptions and perceptions from affections. Thoreau's ideal house, as he himself described it, is thus one space where everything falls into the multiplicity of the one. The body has become the mind that has become the body, or the mind without the I. Such a shelter as you would be glad to reach in a tempestuous night, containing all the essentials of the house and nothing for the housekeeping, where you can see all the treasures of the house at one view, and everything hangs upon its peg that a man should use, at once kitchen, pantry, parlor, chamber, storehouse, and garret. Thoreau, 1962, 202. Such a shelter is precisely the contemplative plate of the mind-body on which various contractions occur. Or, differently, such a shelter is at the same time speculation and action, speculation that takes place as action, of contraction. As Thoreau insisted, again quoting Oriental sources, children only, and not the learned, speak of the speculative and the practical doctrines as two. They are but one. Thoreau, 1929, 144. However, Thoreau himself tried to avoid the term passivity, probably out of fear that he would be accused, as he only too often was, of advocating immobility, mere receptivity and non-labor, or passivity as understood by common sense, the very same common sense he accused of dullness. It was precisely in order to avoid such a misunderstanding that he gave us the complementary verses to the chapter on economy in W. Eldon. We not require the dull society of your necessitated temperance, F, or that unnatural stupidity, F, that knows nor joy nor sorrow, F, nor your forked, falsely exalted passive fortitude, F, above the active. Thus strategically avoiding the term passivity, he tried to explain the contemplative 140 state of mind-body by using terms such as unconsciousness or the state of reverie, or, sometimes, simply absent-mindedness. But the unconsciousness he refers to here does not resemble anything that psychoanalysis will discover, the primary process of desire released from the leash of the ego, nor is absent-mindedness the laziness of a mind that is not ready to work. Furthermore, the terms that Thoreau uses to explain the passive synthesis of contemplation should not be read synonymously but in such a way that each refers to the other and explains it. Contemplation is unconscious because the mind is absent from it, because the mind has abandoned itself through self-abandoning, thus leaving its own self behind itself. This makes of it a state of restless reverie, which is neither the immobility of death nor the appropriating activity of representation but an interval between two contractions which Thoreau wants to enter as soon as he is acclimatist enough for it. It is only now that we can understand the process of Thoreau's walking and what it means to become a walker. To walk is not to employ the body in senseless and boring exercise while enabling the mind to observe objects. It is also not enough that while walking the mind thinks walking. To put it simply, if to walk is a task for thinking, a task worthy of being addressed by a new thought, it is not because walking opens up the possibility of thinking but because walking is thinking. I am alarmed when it happens that one have walked a mile into the woods bodily, without getting there in spirit. The thought of some work will run in my head and I am not where my body is, 1 am out of my senses. In my walks I would fain return to my senses. Th or EO 2632. What Thoreau says in this notorious paragraph is not that his mind or his would simply fall into his body but rather that it would fall into where the body is. For the body itself is never simply where it was. By walking, it is moved from where it was, wherever it was, to where it is while walking. It has abandoned the depth of its organs, it has come out on its surface, to the senses, such as perform the role of the stairs in the house of the body, as the plates of the motion of sensations, as involuntary contractile powers. By walking the body abandons itself and its own form and becomes the formless rhythm of migrations of affects, which is what Thoreau calls the cultivation of senses. Now, to move the I is to move it to that space, of the interval, into which the body has already migrated, what Thoreau calls to think deliberately or the cultivation of thought. When that happens both mind and body fall into one. In other words, it is only then that they come to the truth or to themselves. But 141. One should not fail to register here that both mind and body come to themselves by abandoning or leaving themselves and going to their meeting place, which is the stair of contemplation, neither the wind of sensations nor the frost of pure thought but the breeze of contracted affects. And the repetition of the each time different contraction is the language of events and encounters, a language outside of the time of the metaphor. Spatial thought. It is when this encounter takes place that a walk or to walk becomes walking. In a sense, 19th century critics, such as James Russell Lowell, were right to claim that W. Eldon was the chaos of fragments and as such the result of its author's discontinuous mind. What they unmistakably sensed, for common sense is always on guard, is that an attack on modern logic was at stake there. The only thing they failed to notice is that such an attack resulted in the invention of a logic of the event that happened as the reinvention of a very old logic, namely that of the Stoics. The fact that Thoreau was trained in classical studies should never be underestimated. For, as is well known, modern logic allows for the existence of a quality, or of the attribute, only insofar as there is a subject, the substance, to which that attribute can be attributed. Quality is always the quality of something or somebody, and that subject is what provides the continuity of thought. As Deleuze, another reinventor of Stoic logic, reminded us, the scheme of modern logic is subject copula attribute, I am writing, I am traveling, so that it can always be, and must be, reduced to one am a traveling being. However, in the logic of the Stoics the predicate is not attributive, is not reducible to the copula. The Stoics accomplished this by making the event neither an attribute nor a quality, but the incorporeal predicate of a subject of the proposition, not the tree is green, but the tree greens j. They conclude that the proposerian stated a manner of being of he thing, an aspect that exceeded the Aristotelian alternative, essence accident, for the verb to be they substitute to follow, and they put manner in the place of essence. Deleuze 1993, 53. Thoreau provided the second step, he put manner in the place of existence as well. Thus the existence/essence became the manner, the atmosphere, the mood, or, to borrow another word dear to Thoreau, the charm. I am a walking being became walking and walking became thinking because I am a thinking being became thinking without the I, since the self is beside itself, thus becoming leaving, through this abandoning of the self. To put it quite simply, being became passing, transiting alley day. It is only a tangentials, a transitory voyage, like life itself. Thoreau 1929, 121. 142. Thoreau was careful enough to remark that this being beside itself is not insanity but a new thought. Needless to say, one can always claim that any form of insanity is nothing other than the proposition of a new thinking. With ing we may be beside ourselves in a sane sense. I may be affected by a theatrical exhibition, on the other hand I may be affected by an actual event, which appears to concern me much more. I only know myself as a human entity, the scene, so to speak, of THOUGHTS and of CT ions, and am sensible of a certain doubleness by which I can stand as remote from, Michel F as from another. However intense my experience I am conscious of the presence and criticism of a part of me which, as it were, is not a part of me, but spectator, sharing no experience, but ing note of it, and that is no more I than it is you. Thoreau 1962, 122. Thinking takes place beside the self, it is the process of leaving the self and becoming a strange entity. Strange insofar as that entity is not identifiable or is not the substance but an always changeable scene of thoughts and affections, a scene made of affections. The I that could give it a support at constancy is remote from it, and since it is not exposed to the affections, since it is not on stage, as it were, it is not part of, the selfless, me. The notes it takes are, therefore, not notes about the stage, the bundle of affections. Thinking itself is not representable, it cannot be thought, it is a sub-representative thinking, which is why the reflexive self, playing the role of the spectator, cannot reach it, or, differently, it is why there is no spectator. The spectator is no more I than it is you. It is neither I nor you but an empty shell of representation signifying nothing. On the one hand, therefore, there exists the ruined house of the reflexive self, a dead limit reduced to nothingness, and on the other hand, there is a thinking that now goes in all directions, as it were, but does not belong to anybody, a selfless me, an impersonal life. This life is then a manner, an atmosphere, a mood, or a charm. Neither mind nor body but a contractile soul, and probably green. Methinks my own soul must be a bright invisible green. Thoreau 1929, 250. It is a soul that greens. That is the radical meaning of leaving, thinking or walking. Thinking or walking is leaving one's own self behind. Walking is thus the practice that exercises what is most difficult, the practice of radical disidentification. It is not that I do not possess this or that thing, it is that I do not possess anything whatsoever. Nothing is ever mine, because I do not possess myself, because there is no me. Instead there is just the greening soul, the soul T is the greening, there is always and only the greening. Such was the main task of the performance performed in W. Eldon, to transgress oneself, to abandon the 143 limits of the self. We need to witness our own limits transgressed, and some life pasturing freely where we never wonder. Thoreau 1962, 255. Once the limits of the self are transgressed, life becomes not my life, but some life, a life. An impersonal life. However, and precisely because impersonal life cannot be witnessed, what must be done cannot be done, we will never witness the transgression. For transgression occurs as the transgression of witnessing. Ch. Chapter 8. On the Spiritual Automaton, Space and Time in Modern Cinema according to Gilles Deleuze. Redu Bensmoye. The unifying thread of this article is the spiritual automaton, a concept that appears relatively late in Gilles Deleuze's work, in Cinema 1. The Movement Image, 1986, and Cinema 2. The Time Image, 1989, but one that nonetheless plays a crucial role in the general economy of the Deleuzean conception of the way, space and time are produced and negotiated in cinema. A certain familiarity with the work of Deleuze makes readily apparent both that the concepts he creates need not appear in the title of a book or a chapter to play an important role in his analysis, and that any examination of these concepts must be taken up in light of the theoretical problematic in which he reworks and re-evaluates them. Apart from the very rare exception, a Deleuzean concept cannot be read as such, or as left to posterity by a given philosophical tradition. The originality with which Deleuze practices the history of philosophy and the broad versatility with which he uses his canonical concepts have been noted by a number of critics, and in the two books on film he wrote one just after the other, Deleuze does not break with this practice. By detaching concepts from their original theoretical contexts, he is able to reactivate them, to re-evaluate their tenor and make them play new roles. In a word, he is able to transform them into conceptual personae. In this way, philosophical concepts are, for Deleuze, static entities fixed once and for all, but are, rather, matter to be further worked through and reconnected, ever called into crisis and reinvented. The spiritual automaton is, in this sense, one of the finest examples of a philosophico-conceptual persona that film theory has ever invented to account for its object. The thought process animating the creation of such personae is exemplified by the notion of the body without organs. Introduced for the first time in The Logic of Sense, 1990, Deleuze, we recall, presented it as borrowed from Antonin Artaud, a poet, and from Gisela Panko, a psychiatrist. Some years later, while working with Félix Guattari, Deleuze would again take up this figure, this time giving it a crucial role to play, in Anti-Oedipus, 1983. By means of this transfer, the nature and definition of the concept would completely change. no longer drawing its valence and effects solely from the work of the authors who had originally fostered it as an intuition, the BWO would draw from at least two new systems of thought, themselves referring to two new theoretical regimes. Indeed, as André-Pierre Colombat has aptly shown in his excellent article on the concepts at work like tool/in a thole/sand plateaus, Colombat 1991, 10-24, the concept of the BWO, articulated around the idea of nonsense as developed by Artaud and Lewis Carroll, is presented at once as an egg, that is, as a biological metaphor, and as a Spinozist substance, this time, as a properly philosophical concept. Inevitably, the juxtaposition of these two apparently incompatible fields of explanation creates nonsense or, if you will, an excess of meaning that sets the reader's intellect and imagination in movement. The concept of the body without organs will therefore be defined in between two heterogeneous series, thanks to a never-ending to and fro motion between Deleuze's conception of the egg, borrowed from Francois Dalck, and his conception of the Spinozist substance, Colombat 1991, 14. Which he derived this time from his own interpretation of Spinoza's Ethics, Deleuze 1990. In 8,000 Plateaus, 1987, the SWO re-emerges to play a still more complex role, or more exactly, it crisscrosses and is crisscrossed by new determinations. Here, the 8-wo still remembers having been an egg and a Spinozist substance, but it also reveals itself to be an intensive and unshaped matter, Colombat 1991, 14, the plane of consistency specific to desire of Spinoza's Ethics, Heliogabalus, Logos Spermatikos, and so on, Deleuze and Guerreri 1987, 149-66. As a rigorous and inexact concept, the BWO is in constant metamorphosis, occupying the in-between space that allows intensities and desiring flows to circulate before actualizing themselves in different shapes of thought and in living organisms, on a physical or a metaphysical plane, Colombat 1991, 14. With the concept of the spiritual automaton, we observe the same kind of thought process with respect to film. Although initially taken from Spinoza's treatise on the emendation of the intellect, Spinoza 1992, 255-6, the spiritual automaton would soon be transformed into a concept of the Jabberwocky, snark, or SWO type. That is to say, we have once more to grapple with one of the inexact and rigorous concepts traversing Deleuze's work and making for the richness of the theoretical and practical effects he draws from them. 146. The spiritual automaton is first and foremost an inexact concept, because it is difficult if not impossible to assign it a singular and stable origin. Indeed, Deleuze does not hesitate to bring its use and effectiveness to bear on writers, artists, historians, creators, and theorists as different as Lifore, Jean Epstein, and S. M. Eisenstein, name but a few, whom he immediately associates and connects in a complex and contradictory way to an author like Artaud and filmmakers like Pier Paolo Pasolini and Jean-Luc Godard, only arrive at, and thus to take up the question anew, a poet like Paul Valéry or philosophers like Spinoza and Heidegger. At the same time, the concept of the spiritual automaton can still be called rigorous in that, as suggested above, what are clearly the transference and translation undergone by the concept are neither gratuitous nor improvised, on the contrary, they obey the most consistent thought process. Yet, according to what criteria are we to judge this consistency? How can we say of a concept that it is at once inexact and rigorous? Why the recreation and reactivation of a concept on the particular occasion of a reflection on cinema? And finally, in what way does this concept affect time in film? Deleuze's interest in the Spinozist concept of the spiritual automaton is not so much in any automatic or mechanical aspect. Spinoza is in no way a mechanistic philosopher, but, rather, in what has since Spinoza been referred to as a method that, although borrowing its starting point from geometry, nonetheless only finds its intrinsic form of action in the thought process that makes it exceed its own ordinary limits, raising it to an essence as the genetic reason of all knowable properties, Deleuze 1990, 115. For Deleuze, interest in the Spinozist spiritual automaton stems from at least two indissociable factors, the immanence of thought and the theory of parallelism. Spiritual automaton, Deleuze writes, means first of all that an idea, being a mode of thought, has its, efficient and formal, cause nowhere but in the attribute of thought. Equally, any object whatever has its efficient and formal cause only in the attribute of which it is a mode and whose concept it involves. Deleuze 1990, 115. These definitions may seem rather abstract when thus formulated out of context, but they become much more effective and concrete once we understand that, for Spinoza, they implied none other than the power of parallelism. To say that an idea or an object finds its efficient and formal cause only in the attribute of which it is the mode is to affirm that all efficient or formal, and even more, material and final, causality is excluded between ideas and things and ideas, my emphasis. 147. What holds Deleuze's attention in Spinoza's automatism, then, is the multiple consequences he infers from Spinoza's first axioms, the affirmation of the independence of two series, the series of things from the series of ideas, and immediately thereafter, the independence of the series of images from the series of objects, things, or bodies, series of words from images, and so on. Deleuze would focus especially on the autonomy and automatism of thought. Point 2. Like Spinoza's, Deleuze's method in Cinema 1 and 2 includes, at least, three great moments, each narrowly implicated in the others. A first moment in which the apprehension of movement and the objects it carries is granted to intuition or to the immediate contents of consciousness, also the moment of film analysis as simple image movement or image representation. 3. A moment when it is no longer movement as such, but the dislocation of movement that precedes analysis, and thus, the eruption of image time and image figure, and finally, a third moment, one of synthesis, albeit disjunctive, when it is an unthinkable ide that takes on the order of thought, the thought of the unthinkable, spiritual automaton. Such is, schematically drawn, the program laid out by the reactivation of the concept of the spiritual automaton. From this, everything else unfolds because, as suggested above, in bringing this concept to bear, it was never a question for Deleuze of applying it as such to cinema. On the contrary, it was a matter of using cinema to transform an exact concept, too exact in the work of Spinoza, into an operator of analysis of an accelerator of concepts, or even an inexact and rigorous concept that would allow it to give rise in us to a new way of thinking cinema. In other words, the spiritual automaton acts as a transformer of the regime of concepts and images in film. As Deleuze writes, automatic movement gives fees to a spiritual automaton in us, which reacts in turn on movement. Furthermore, from the moment of its confrontation with the disjunctive logic at work in cinema, the concept of the spiritual automaton no longer designates, as it does in classical philosophy, the merely logical or abstract possibility of formally deducing thoughts from each other, but the circuit into which they enter with the movement image, the shared power of what forces thinking and what thinks under the shock, a to shock. Deleuze 1989, 156-7. Thus, the effect of displacing the automaton from one given theoretical field to another is twofold, at the same time that it unyokes Spinozist philosophy, and perhaps all philosophy, from its latent formalism, it 148. Tears cinema from its patent mechanism, the simple shock, to reveal therein what forces us to think, beyond the opposition of movement image and action image. As soon as the nature of the spiritual automaton's intervention in film is understood, it is as if cinema were telling us, with me, with the image movement, you can't escape the shock which arouses the thinker in you. A subjective and collective automaton for an automatic movement, the art of the masses, Deleuze 1989, 156-7, my emphasis. As long as they had available to them only a formal conception of movement and of the production of ideas in cinema, ideas that still remained representative, filmmakers and film theorists inevitably missed its noetic dimension, for they confused the shock with the noos hoc and thereby reduced the vibrations of the movement image to the figurative violence of the represented. Such a reduction, intensified by a confusion, would quickly and unduly assimilate cinema as spiritual automaton with cinema as the art of propaganda or the reproduction of reality. According to Deleuze, even a filmmaker with the genius of S.M. Eisenstein, with all his theoretical vigilance, could let himself be taken in by an entirely mechanical conception of the noetic dimension of cinematographic automatism. If Eisenstein did indeed locate the movement in cinema that goes from the shock of two images to the thought or, as he himself said, to the concept, if he had indeed exposed the twisted dialectic that turns the first movement upside down so as to pass from the concept to the effect and from the organic to the pathetic, he never managed to produce an adequate idea of the nature of the automatism at work in cinema. As Deleuze aptly put it, with Eisenstein, we no longer go from the movement image to the dear thinking of the whole that it expresses, we go from thinking of the whole which is presupposed and obscure to the agitated, mixed-up images which express it. Deleuze 1989, 159, my emphasis. In this sense, Eisenstein managed to intuit the complex nature of the cinematographic shock in the form of opposition, as well as the thought that it engaged in the form of opposition overcome, or of the transformation of opposites. Deleuze 1989, 158. But in order to be dialectical, this transformation could not renounce the idea of a totality as a harmonic synthesis of parts, shots, that pre-existed them in a subject or a world. If he clearly signals the dialectical passage of a logos that unifies the parts to a pathos that bathes them and spreads out in them, that is, the shock rebounding from the unconscious concept of a whole to the matter image, fountains of cream, fountains of luminous water, spurting fires, zigzags forming numbers, as in the famous 149 sequence in the general line. For example, Eisenstein could still believe in cinema as a device that allowed him to go back to images and string them together according to the demands of an interior monologue that he could reduce to the course of thought of a man. To rid himself of a conception of cinema tending to close off the hierarchical dimension that determined it in logical and grammatical dimensions, Eisenstein would have had to appreciate the more purely noetic range of cinema. For although cinema was awakened, with him, to the power of the figure image, that is, to the formal play, that in cinema gives the image an effective charge that will intensify the sensory shock, he did not take account of what, again in cinema, can refer to an outside that is neither reducible to an interiority as subjectivity nor to an exteriority as residential extensa or exterior world. We must therefore envision a third moment that no longer consists in going from image to thought, percept to concept, or from concept to effect, thought to image, but which surpasses this dialectic to create a movement in which concept and image are one. The concept is in itself in the image, and the image is for itself in the concept. This is no longer organic and pathetic but dramatic, pragmatic, praxis, or action thought. Deleuze 1989, 161, my emphasis. In this sense, for Deleuze, Eisenstein would have been the theorist filmmaker to detach narrative representative cinema from its imperatives and who, following this, would have embarked on the course of a cinematographic noetic, except that everything happens as if he had reduced it too quickly to an automatism, an instrument in the service of the historical revolution or of dialectical reason. With Eisenstein, the spiritual automaton became revolutionary man, as for Leni Riefenstahl it would become, the instrument of, fascist man. In both cases, the audiovisual battle ended in a belief that led them to abandon their prey to go chasing after shadows. In spite of everything, the audiovisual battle became a powerful instrument for capturing the exterior world, our world. Without knowing that it drew from the original forces of an unformable and unformed outside. At this level, what we willingly call the spiritual automaton transformer 6 reveals its full effect because instead of leading to an impasse, this last acknowledgement participates in a revival of the problems. Indeed, thanks to the veritable transformer of concepts that is the spiritual automaton, Deleuze is able to point out that the failure of the movement image and the action image in cinema, as well as the gross mediocrity that lies in wait for its most commercial productions, can be attributed neither to the poverty of ideologies nor to the fascism of production. Deleuze 1989, 165. After all, Riefenstahl made beautiful films, but more pointedly, to a thought that did not always know how to raise itself to the height of the cinematographic automatism's intrinsic power. Everything happens for Deleuze as if cinema had failed to take account of and co-play or fully its potentialities, nor because of an excess of automatism but because of a lack of radicalism. It is at this level that the work of a writer like Artaud plays such an important role. With Artaud, the SAT would be invested with new valence, allowing the renewed thinking of the economy of such key concepts as montage and a whole in cinema. Indeed, no longer conceived of as the simple logical possibility of a thought which would formally deduce its ideas from each other, for example, Eisenstein's montage keying, and even less as the physical power of a thought that would be placed in a circuit with the automatic image, for example, the expressionist shock image. Deleuze 1989, 166. Translation modified, the SAT would instead be conceived of as a mummy that would no longer serve as a caution to endeavors 7 like those still played out in the Eisenstein aesthetic, that undertake to recenter the subject, as people, history, reason, and so on. Henceforth, cinema could finally be thought of not as a dialectical or logical instrument of referral to a world and a subject always already given, but as the indicator of a virtual world and subject to come. With Eisenstein, the automaton allowed going fetum the image to the thought, having provoked the shock or the vibration that was supposed to give rise to thought in thought. Deleuze 1989, 166, but from thought to image, there was still the self-incarnating figure in the inter-I or monologue capable of giving us the shock again, dialectical automaton. With Artaud, we witness an altogether different regime of thought, as well as the actuation of an otherwise more complex dialectic. What cinema henceforth advances is not the power of THUT but its unpower, which will no longer be conceived of in terms of a simple inhibition that the cinema would bring to us from outside, but of this central inhibition, of this internal collapse and fossilization, of this theft of thoughts of which thought is a constant agent and victim. Deleuze 1989, 166. Once raised to the height of spiritual automatism, cinema would no longer be conceived of as an instrument serving to reproduce thought or represent the real, but would instead be understood as a machine of a superior order, one that sets thought in relation to an outside that cannot be reduced to a world said to be exterior. Cinema as spiritual automaton is this machine that puts thought into contact with an outside that 151. Itself comes to subvert the nature of the relations of representation existing in cinema between image and reality. We might say that for Deleuze, cinema becomes the producer of an original composition of space-time that metamorphoses the real. Faced with such an outside, given to us by cinema like an offering, the represented reality appears as a fallout effect of cinematographic virtualities. By way of illustration, I will take a specific example analyzed by Deleuze, that of the whole, the idea of the whole in cinema. The whole, Deleuze tells us, is a poetic notion that can be traced back to Rilke but is also a philosophical notion elaborated by Bergson. It is, therefore, also a rigorous and inexact concept. As Deleuze points out, however, it is important not to confuse the whole, the idea of a whole in cinema, with the idea of a set. In fact, for all that a set unites very diverse elements, its structure must remain no less closed or sealed off. It may refer to or be included in a larger set, but this latter will in its turn wish for closure, and so on to infinity. But the whole, Deleuze tells us, is of another nature entirely. It cannot be assimilated to a set because it is of the order of time. Deleuze 1983, 40. Quote Deleuze, the whole traverses all sets and is precisely what prevents them from fully realizing their proper tendency, which is to say, from completely closing themselves off. Deleuze 1983, 40. Following Bergson, Deleuze says in his turn, time is the open, it is what changes and keeps changing its nature in each instant. Deleuze 1983, 40.8 We can translate this thesis by saying that time is the open, it is what changes all things, not ceasing to change the nature of things in each instant. Time in cinema is this whole, which is precisely not a set but is, rather, the perpetual passage from one set to another, the transformation of one set into another. My working hypothesis therefore becomes the following: Deleuze created the notion of the spiritual automaton in an attempt to think about the relation time whole open. He does not say that only cinema thinks this relation, he merely says that it is cinema that makes it easier for us to think it. In this sense, there is, for Deleuze, something like a pedagogical dimension proper to cinema. And in fact, its demonstration is relatively simple once cinema is used as an operator of analysis for intuiting such a singular phenomenon. To illustrate his point of view, Deleuze takes as a model the following three levels of organizing and articulating the image: framing, cutting, and movement. I quote, "Framing is the determination of an artificially closed provisional set that to all appearances does not exhaust what is at stake in a cinematographic image, yet it is constantly traversed by cutting, which 152 is the determination of mouvements or mouvements distributed in the E1 of the set, but movement in its turn also expresses a change or variation in the whole, which is the job of montage." Deleuze 1989, 40. In this sense, the whole is the power, the dunamis that cuts across all sets and specifically prevents them from being totally closed off. To illustrate his case, Deleuze takes the example of the notion of off-camera that refers, according to him, to two distinct realities. On one hand, he indicates that any given set is part of a greater set of two or three dimensions. There are objects found on this side of the door and objects that are out of field, on the other side. The secret beyond the door. On the other hand, he indicates that O sets plunge into a whole of another nature, that of AFO earth and phi FTH dimension, that keeps changing through the sets it traverses, no matter how vast they are. In the one case, it is a spatial and material extension, while in the other, it is spiritual determination. Deleuze 1989, 40. My emphasis, RB. Among the numerous examples Deleuze specifically analyzes are, of course, the works of Dreyer and Bresson, whose films show just how difficult it is to separate the two types of dimensions, the material and the spiritual, the spatial and the temporal. Each filmmaker must recreate from the ground up the relation or relations to the whole that will traverse the sets. For, as Deleuze says, in a great film as in all works of art, there is always something open. Deleuze 1989, 40. And anyone seeking to know what it is will discover it is time, it is the whole, produced as they are by the automaton, because the automaton is none other than the machine that allows the adding of n dimensions to the first and the second dimensions of the image, shot reverse shot. Here, then, is the idea of the whole severed from any idea of organic or dialectic totality. But this is not the complete story, for the SAT also enables Deleuze to foreground the differences between a theorematic and a problematic regime of film thought, leading him to rethink completely cinema's relation to its language and its objects. Indeed, armed with the SAT, Deleuze easily shows that the cinema of Eisenstein or Goddard, for example, refers not only to an ideological or aesthetic difference but more pointedly to a prior difference of position vis-a-vis the nature of the problems posed by cinema and its way of resolving them. Thus, from one filmmaker to another, from one aesthetic to another, there exist not only two confronting or opposing aesthetics, but two new signifying regimes and two new regimes of thought, the problematic regime and the theorematic regime, two regimes that affect the way we treat time and the way time affects us. This analysis also reveals, thanks again to the 5AT, the fundament 153. Tal aspect of new cinema as being not necessarily linked, only, to some technical or historical particularity, but as linked, a formal characteristic of cinema in general, which alone can make a difference. What is the nature of the existing link between the film image, or better, the film thought, and the world? Deleuze discovers that separating them is not so much any particular worldly disagreement as a break in the sensory-motor link, action-image, and more profoundly in the link between man and the world, great organic composition. Deleuze 1989, 173, my emphasis. We have here an archaeological or even a transcendental discovery that makes a difference, because it is no longer a question now of negotiating the relationship of cinema to the world in psychological or practical terms, but is one of opening up a new field of thought, a pure psychic field and situation, and the specific modes of agency of up signs and sun signs that must be mobilized by filmmakers if they are to be up to the task of facing a vision that will carry them off into an indefinite, like a becoming that is too powerful for them, the unthinkably poets rue beautiful. Too hard to take. Rossellini. Impossible to say. To formulate. Goddard. Cinema of the seer. In such conditions, and this is the contribution of the SAT, the work of an Eisenstein is characterized less by any formal tic or ideologism than by the primacy he grants to a thought in which the internal relationships from principle to consequences, Deleuze 1989, 174, would prevail. By contrast, the work of a Goddard or a Pasolini is characterized by the problematic character of the encounter of images, op signs, and sounds, sun signs, with the world that is to be privileged. This is brought about by the intervention of an event, this time from the outside, removal, addition, cutting, which constitutes its own conditions and determines the cases. Deleuze 1989, 174. Thus cinema is no longer conceived of as a device or an apparatus allowing us to represent the world in a more or less realist or adequate way, but as an automaton, in this it is called spiritual, that allows us to bring the unconscious mechanisms of thought to consciousness. Deleuze 1989, 160, my emphasis. These premises result in the radically different forms or types achieved according to the orientation, or choice, ONE makes. A multiplicity of forms corresponding to a variety of new beliefs are presented, not necessarily in opposition to, but in addition to the Eisensteinian types, the ill-summonable of W. Elis, the inexplicable of Robbe-Grillet, the undecidable of Riesneus, the impossible of Deleuze, or again, the incommensurable of Goddard, each accompanied by its own sensitivity to time. Deleuze 1989, 182, my emphasis. So many variations would have been impossible to bring to light as Deleuze likes. 0 per it, without the C-fining that made the SAT possible. They now appear as the FONNS, or the effects of the intrinsic noetic power of cinema as spiritual automaton. Thanks to his operator, Deleuze would subsequently be able to show that the theoretical demand to ascribe a new status to the image in modern cinema corresponds to the necessity of reworking or re-evaluating the rhetoric that had prevailed in film theory before the discovery of the SAT. Indeed, at the same time that he tears the cinematographic image from the narrative representative field that held it the prisoner of an abstract or simply logical thought, Deleuze discovers that what connects cinema to the outside of all representation could not have been intuited had not the logic presiding at the production of its objects remained unaffected. If the forced aspect of the revolution that altered cinema was the break in the sensory-motor link, and that between man and the world, the second aspect of this break, is the abandoning of figures, metonymy as much as metaphor, and at a deeper level the dislocation of the internal monologue as descriptive material of the cinema. Deleuze 1989, 173, my emphasis. No more metaphors, no more metonymies, and still fewer interior monologues, not only because cinema would have become amorphous or undifferentiated or even insensible to poetry, but more profoundly, because the necessity which belongs to relations of thought in the image has replaced the contiguity of relations of images, shot-reverse shot. For example, the shot-reverse shot of classical cinema would henceforth be replaced by depth of field, the high-angle or low-angle shots of W. Elis or Astruc, the model of Bresson, or the irrational cuts of Goddard or Pasolini, or even by the hyperspatial figures that no longer refer cinematic images to the allegedly familiar representation of the world, but that refer instead to an outside which makes them pass into each other, like conical projections or metamorphoses. Deleuze. 1989, 173. When perception is made up of pure signs and sounds, it no longer centers into relation with simple movement or action alone, but with a virtual image, a mental or mirror image, says Deleuze. The new automatism would make the actual image and the virtual image blend to produce the crystal image, always double, always intensified, such as we find it in Renoir, Ophiels, Fellini. As Maurizio Grande has aptly shown in the fine study he devoted to Deleuze's work on cinema, 1992, the crystal image is a kind of mirror time. In it, the real is always a present, but the present is the real image with, in addition, its own past rendered contemporaneous. As SPI ritual automaton, cinema gives us an image that will no longer be cut off only from the thing and the body. 155. Not only something else with respect to representation, memory, and recognition, which maintain a physical relation to the sensory motor schemes of action, but an image, hallucinatory if you will, grasped in the very instant of its dissolution, in the instant of its crystallization in an immediate temporality, directed and without connection to any other thing having to do with the image formed in crystal time. Grande 1992, 61. This means that only the automatism can enable us to think of cinema's contribution to our apprehension of time as the unhinging of images from the body and from reality, or time as immediate image without possible body, which translates as seeing and as hallucination. Grande 1992, 61, my emphasis. The mode of crystallization changes in each instance, but in each instance a new quality of time and its layeredness napj is experienced. R. Barthes, Deleuze situates the revolution that touched modern cinema in its essence in this unhinging related to the body and to consciousness, as the originally synthetic apperception of an I-me present to itself. For ever since it was raised to the power of the spiritual automaton, cinema reversed the relation of the subject to its body, in particular to its vision, and its memory, because the image no longer derives from a perceiving, sleeping, memorizing, body, nor from a brain archive of data. The image sets the subject adrift, slicking it into a transperceptive and falsifying world. Grande 1992, 60, my emphasis. Having become spiritual automaton, non-dialectical machine, cinema must also conquer a new force, one that will still make it an automaton, but this time, as an agrammatical and arhetorical machine, a machine with the power to carry the image to the point where it becomes deductive and automatic, to substitute the formal linkages of thought for sensory motor representative or figurative linkages. Deleuze 1989, 174. For Deleuze, modern cinema is, or became, henceforth spiritual automaton in that it can make the unrolling of film a true theorem instead of merely a pure association of images. It makes thought immanent to the image. Deleuze 1989, 173. A direct product of the new automatism traversing cinema, only this immanence actually permits an understanding of the veritable mutation that would came to affect other concepts in cinema and to change its economy. Depth of field, for example, would no longer be situated in relation to obstacles or concealed things, a still entirely mechanical conception that reduces it to a technical feat or a simple aesthetic feature, but in relation to a light which makes us see beings and objects according to their opacity. Deleuze 1989, 176. Because depth of field is an integral pen of an open totality, it also has the mental effect of a theorem. It 156. Makes the unrolling of the film a theorem rather than an association of images. It makes thought immanent to the image. Similarly, the sequence shot would no longer be merely one instrument among or hers for producing an action image dominated by movement and the displacement of objects and beings in neutral space, but the instance or viewpoint of a problem. it is again due to the SAT that the notions of out-of-field and false continuity can be seen to adjust their new status in relation to a whole that likewise undergoes a mutation, because it has ceased to be the one being, in order to become the constitutive end of things, the constitutive between two of images. Henceforth, the material automatism of images and sounds would no longer refer to the given world nor to a preformed psychological interiority, but would provoke from outside, an outside no longer homogeneous to exteriority, a thought which it imposes, as the unthinkable in our intellectual automatism. The whole would no longer be confused with a flat structure or model, but with what, referring to Blanquet, Deleuze calls the force of dispersal of the outside or the vertigo of spacing, cinema as the generator of a new chaosmos and of half-actual, half-virtual crystal images capable of letting us see once more a world that had itself become a hallucination. In the end, the SAT enables us to understand better the nature of the mutations that condition the eruption of an image and a thought no longer having anything to do with actual things or beings, but that relate, rather, to a purely optical and sonorous world that refers to virtual things and beings, a world to come, a world where the actual image and the virtual image have fused, giving birth to crystals of unified time and space. In mobilizing the noetic force of the SAT, these are the different modes of the crystallization of time that Gilles Deleuze gave us to rethink so that we might better understand and better see, through cinema. Yet, what we can see thanks to the SAT, or thanks to the mind's eye, to cite Deleuze once more, is time, layers of time, a direct time image that makes us able to grasp the mechanisms of thought and thereby establish new links with the world, and to believe again in this world, Deleuze 198, 38. But to believe here is not to rediscover the virtues of faith, no, it is, rather, to rerum discourse back to the body and thereby to reach the body before discourse, before words, before the naming of things, Deleuze 1983, 38. Translated by Denise L. Davis. Chapter 9. Ahab and Becoming Whale, the nomadic subject in smooth space. Tamsin Lorraine. The work of Gilles Deleuze develops a way of conceiving reality in terms of dynamic process that privileges difference rather than identity, movement rather than stasis, and change rather than what remains the same. This way of thinking challenges not only traditional ontologies focused on the underlying essences of shifting appearances, but theories of space and time related to those ontologies. On Deleuze's view, common sense notions of space and time as totalized wholes within which everything can be either spatially or chronologically related with respect to everything else are no more than retrospective constructs. The movements of life are related to one another in heterogeneous blocks of space-time that defy such representation. Of course we can and do locate ourselves with respect to spatial constructs, grids of miles or meters, for example, or timelines that we can coordinate with the spatial and temporal constructs of others. But on Deleuze's view, conscious experience, informed as it is by the spatial and temporal orientation of individuals as well as the coordination of individual experiences into a collective experience of a socially shared space and time, are the emergent effect of mostly imperceptible processes. The normative subject of contemporary culture orients herself with respect to conventional notions of space and time. The nomadic subject that appears in the work of Deleuze, and Deleuze's work with Félix Guattari, experiences and thinks space and time in terms of blocks of space-time that are not necessarily linked into a rational whole of measurable units. The transformation of the paranoid subject of contemporary culture into a schizo-subject able to evolve creatively in interdependent communion with others requires not only relinquishing normative conceptions of self, it also requires rethinking the space-time coordinates of the conventional reality through which normative subjects orient themselves. I explore the alternative conception of space that emerges in the 160 Concepts of Heterogeneous Blocks of Space-Time and Smooth Space developed by Deleuze and Guattari in ATHOs and Plateaus, 1987. Like Deleuze's concepts of the time image in Cinema 2, 1989, or the non-pulsed time of ion in The Logic of Sense, 1990, the concepts of blocks of space-time and smooth space challenge the reader not only to think but experience reality differently. In particular, they foster sensitivity to the spaces that might disrupt processes of what Deleuze and Guattari call territorialization, that homogeneous heterogeneous blocks of space-time into the regulated units of social space, thus opening up new possibilities in living. The non-totic subject open to unconventional spatial orientations can make new connections in keeping with the movement of life as it unfolds. I will consider the case of Ahab, the sea captain obsessed with chasing the great white whale, Moby Dick, in order to explore the opportunities as well as the risks such experiments in living can entail. Deleuze conceives of a body, be it physical or conceptual, as a set of habitually patterned forces that sustains itself through its powers to affect and be affected by the forces surrounding it. The non-personal powers to affect and be affected of the myriad processes of a human subject sustain patterns of the past in keeping with the conditions of the present. Conscious awareness, including the spatial orientation that inflects it, is the emergent effect of processes that are imperceptible as well as perceptible. Physical and symbolic processes comprise events or singularities, points at which critical thresholds are reached that result in a set of elements moving from one kind of state into another. Each state in the series of states that comprises the subject is a convergence of habitual patterns of these processes, relations of movement and rest, and capacities to affect and be affected that are either actual or potential. These states of relative equilibrium are always on the verge of shifting in keeping with shifting conditions that bring the elements of its patterns to thresholds that constitute shifts in patterns. These processes take place at levels below as well as above the threshold of awareness. Painting, like other art forms, can alert us to the fragility of our spatial orientations. Artists can create monuments that evoke imperceptible forces that affect the body at a level typically below the threshold of normative consciousness. Thus, the brush strokes of painters like Van Gogh and Francis Bacon bring out attention to microperceptions of the flesh that defy conventional notions of objects and their boundaries, including our own bodies as physical things occupying definite positions in 161. Space. In What Is Philosophy? 1994, Deleuze and Guattari suggest that such painters depict the body as flesh that is opened onto a surrounding space, the house, Deleuze and Guattari 1994, 179-81. This space or territory is a space of intimate exchange of the body with its immediate surroundings that allows the self-regulation of the organism that sustains its continued existence. This territory, in turn, opens onto the cosmos universe or the universe as whole. Opening the flesh to the cosmos universe without the protective space of a house or personal territory would lead to the demise of the individual. Refusing any connection to the cosmos universe except those permitted by one's territory can lead to deadening repetition. Art can think our relationship to the universe in a way that can open us up to a reality beneath the threshold of conventional experience without completely destroying our spatial orientation in the process. In 8,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari characterize territorial animals as natural artists who establish relations to imperceptible as well as perceptible forces through the refrains of song, birds, or movements and markings, wolves, rabbits, that create a kind of space of life-sustaining regularities within the chaotic space of the cosmos. Living organisms have interior milieus, cellular formation, organic functions, and exterior milieus, food to eat, water to drink, ground to walk on. Every milieu is vibratory, in other words, a block of space-time constituted by the periodic repetition of the component, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 313. All the milieus of the organism have their own patterns and these patterns interact with the patterns of the other milieus with which they communicate. The rhythm of the interactions between these different milieus does not operate in a homogeneous spacetime, but by heterogeneous blocks, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 311. The periodic repetitions of the different milieus cannot be correlated according to the meter of regular time. Rhythm is the unequal or the incommensurable of the differences among the periodic repetitions of distinct milieus. Thus, an organism emerges from chaos, the milieu of all milieus, as vibratory milieus or blocks of space-time that create rhythms within the organism as well as with the milieus exterior to the organism. The refrain allows the territo-realization of milieus and rhythms that creates a home, the various rhythms of the body's components and their relations to interior and exterior blocks of space-time become homogenized into the lived experience of the organism. The organism as a self-regulating whole with its own spatial orientation can then be opened up to forces beyond it. Deleuze and Guattari describe the initial emergence of a child's territories in ATHs and plateaus. 162. A child in the dark, gripped with fear, comforts himself by singing under his breath. He walks and hails to his song. Lost, he takes shelter, or orients himself with his little song as best he can. The song is like a rough sketch of a calming and stabilizing, calm and stable, center in the heart of chaos. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 311. It takes a while for a child to develop the sense of space through which she is able definitively to pinpoint different locations. Various kinds of refrains, of song, habitual activities, favorite words, or phrases, help her to create a SPCE that allows her to feel more at home. The spaces of sand and sun and water, grass and sky and trees, quilt and crib and room, are distinguishable not through the different locations they occupy, the Jersey Shore located a 2-hour drive from the backyard of a house that has her bedroom on the 2nd floor, but through the different feelings and sensations associated with the routines that emerge in playing at the beach, walking in the backyard, and lying in bed. It takes the daily repetition of habitual activities, down the states to breakfast, up the stairs to bed, and repeated trips, are we there yet, before the different spaces of various activities can begin to be connected into one continuous and stable space. A rupture in the child's routine, a mistake in speed, rhythm, or harmony would be catastrophic because it would bring back the forces of chaos, destroying both creator and creation. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 311. The spaces of childhood not yet connected to the homogenist, regulated space of conventional reality is a fragile one. The patterns of bodily needs and satisfactions created in early infancy unfold into the rhythms of routines and habits that help the child to organize her surrounding environment into the enduring comores of home. Individuals of all sorts need to sustain their power to affect and be affected. This requires maintaining patterns of self-regulation. But in addition to creating a space that allows one to sustain the comforting rhythms of familiar places, one must also be able to confront the new. One opens the circle a crack. One launches forth, hazards an improvisation. But to improvise is to join with the world, or meld with it. One ventures from home on the thread of a tune. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 311. Maintaining one's home space requires repeating refrains that have become familiar, but to withstand the novel rhythms of life that always encroach, one must be able to improvise new refrains that bear some relationship to old rhythms. The normative subject of contemporary society rends to sustain itself through a form of self that staves off forms of repetition that entail continual becoming other. In addition to the binary machines of personal and social identity, woman-Jaman, daughterlson, black/white, Protestant/Jew, this means orienting one's experi. 163. Ints of space and time in keeping with a socially sanctioned totalized whole of measurable units. Beneath the threshold of a reality represented through such coordinates are the heterogeneous spacetimes of the interior milieus of organic processes as well as the interactions of the milieus of the individual, symbolic as well as organic, with the myriad milieus with which it comes into contact. Deleuze and Guattari advocate the construction of nomadic lines of flight in order to experiment with implicit connections currently imperceptible to the subject that could be actualized into new realities. The nomadic subject able to supersede personal identity in keeping with virtual relations that defy conventional conceptions of space will perceive as well as think differently. Deleuze's notion of the virtual entails an unrepresentable reality conditioning what happens. A particular state of affairs occurs when bodies affect other bodies in specific ways. But bodies comprise more than what they actually do, they also comprise the potential to act differently given different circumstances. The virtual real is a transcendental field of virtual relations that exceed the constraints presented by actualized subjects and their objects. If specific virtual relations actualize, they result in states of affairs that exclude other states of affairs, but the excluded virtual relations still insist in what actualizes with an implicit force that could yet unfold with a shift in circumstances. Both art and philosophy can foster nomadic subjectivity. Art creates percepts to shake us out of our habitual responses to the world and open up other possibilities in perceiving and thinking by actualizing virtual relations, thus rendering imperceptible forces perceptible. Philosophy or genuine thinking, much of what passes for philosophical thought is, according to Deleuze, state thinking, actualizes virtual relations of sense through the creation of concepts. 2 Deleuze and Guattari have created various concepts, for example, schizoanalysis, deterritorialization, and constructing a body without organs, entailing the opening of individual self-sustaining patterns to dynamic flows of process that mutate those patterns into a becoming other. But if such lines of flight are to lead to the proliferation of enlivening connections with the world rather than the demise of the individual, never mind the destruction of those around her, such construction must be done with care. It is never a matter of simply opening oneself to all the forces of the universe, but always of creatively evolving one's powers to affect and be affected by life in concert with surrounding forces. Deleuze considers the implicit or virtual force of a process to be as important as its actual functioning. The singularities of a process have virtual relations with the singularities of other processes. When a process reaches a critical threshold that pushes it into another pattern of activity, thus actualizing singularities that were previously only implicit, its power to affect and be affected changes as well. Herman Melville describes such a moment in his novel, Moby Dick. When Ahab lies sick after losing his leg to the great white whale, he is forced into a period of inactivity. A critical threshold is reached, an interfusing of body and soul that actualizes a capacity in Ahab for becoming whale. 3 From that point onward, he no longer merely hunts whales, he becomes obsessed with second-guessing the movements of one whale in order to enact his revenge. The virtual force of the other patterns processes could form is a dynamic aspect of present reality. Virtual powers of affecting and being affected are aspects of the past that constitute implicit forces of the present. These forces unfold in blocks of space-time that are only correlated to the space-times of others through territorialization of mutant patterns into a regulated whole. If Ahab had territorialized the loss of his leg to that of a sea captain carrying out a job with certain risks, he would have pursued patterns of living, patterns of feeling, meaning, and action, that repeated refrains others could recognize. Instead, some configuration of forces at the physical and symbolic levels, pushes him to unfold the imperceptible force of implicit singularities into a course of action with a logic of its own. In 8,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari say that, smooth space is filled by events or haesides far more than by formed and perceived things. It is a space of affects, more than one of properties. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 478-9. Smooth space is a space of multiplicities construct through local operations involving changes of direction that may shift in keeping with the journey itself or the shifting nature of the journey's goal. Events of sense, haesides, and effects are singularities of sense, movements, and sensation emotion that retain their relations to the virtual real. For human individuals as sentient language speakers with bodies that interact with other bodies are nodes of all three. An individual human being actualizes specific configurations of meaning. Ahab is a sea captain, not an accountant. Movement, Ahab on board a ship leaving Nantucket, and sensation emotion, Ahab stands on deck determined to wreak revenge upon Moby Dick. Events of sense, haesides, and effects comprise virtual as well as actual relations of sense. Move 1. 6.5. Mens, and sensations emotions, they thus resonate with the virtual real where no power to affect or be affected has been excluded due to the specific forms an individual's life has taken. What Deleuze in Cinema 1, 1986, calls any space whatever is a spatial Hecke freed from conventional location within a totality to which all spaces can be related. In the chaotic realm of the virtual, all movements are related to other movements. In a discussion of the concept of the movement image inspired by Henry Bergson, Deleuze distinguishes movement from space. Space covered is past, movement is present, the act of covering, Deleuze 1986, 1. Spaces covered by movement are divisible and belong to a single, homogeneous space while movement cannot be divided without changing qualitatively each time it is divided, Deleuze 1986, 1. Movements of what Deleuze and Guattari in ATHs and Plateaus call deterritorialization. Unfold with respect to one another rather than occurring within space as a void. They are acts of uncovering that are not referred to space conceived as a uniform area of measurable units within which changes occur. 5 Organic life, including human life, requires sustained patterns where spatial relations are repeated. A Hecke is a specific configuration of relations that is individuated not through an absolute location in a space-time experienced or thought as a totalized whole, but rather through the relations themselves. When a film presents rain in a way that directs our attention to, not what rain really is, but the way in which it appears when, silent and continuous, it drips from leaf to leaf, it presents neither the concept of rain or the state of a rainy time and place. 6 Instead, the rain is a set of singularities which presents the rain as it is in itself, pure power or quality which combines without abstraction all possible rains and makes up the corresponding any space whatever, Deleuze 1986, 111. Cinema can think things as they are in themselves by presenting them in relation to a virtual real rather than familiar activities. The camera zooms in, allowing our attention to linger upon the raindrops glistening on a leaf. We can then experience rain beyond the conventional refrains we attach to our personal selves. The Hecke of a rain event is not tied to a conventionally demarcated space located in a homogeneous whole. Instead, it forms a link to other spaces that evoke a similar set of relations, a repetition of the configuration of molecules of water and air with their potential as well as actual capacities to affect and be affected. The raindrops glistening on the leaf evoke not how many miles I will have to walk to get home, but an infinitely variable configuration of leaf and rain that comprise the events of being rain, glistening, and being a leaf in shift in G context with other bodies that can affect or be affected by them. 166. A human individual can orient herself on a nip up a coastline in terms of the longitude and latitudes mapped out through social convention or through following the contours of rock and beach she discovers as she goes. In the former case, her local movements are charted with respect to already specified points, thus imposing a plane of organization upon the movements that unfold. In the latter case, her space shifts at each moment as the multiplicities of which she is a part shift. Rock sea ship to sandy beach curved in sea ship. Deleuze and Guattari advocate thinking of life in terms of multiplicities. Multiplicities are defined by the outside, by the abstract line, the line of flight or deterritorialization according to which they change in nature and connect with other multiplicities. The plane of consistency, grid, is the outside of all multiplicities, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 9. A shift in multiplicities does not occur in space, rather it establishes a different configuration of the relations of processes in movement, slowly evolving rock's choppy sea gliding ship to relatively faster moving sand waters ship almost at a standstill. Pure relations of speed and slowness between particles imply movements of deterritorialization, just as pure affects imply an enterprise of desubjectification. The plane of organization is constantly working away at the plane of consistency, always trying to plug the lines of flight, stop or interrupt the movements of deterritorialization, weigh them down, ratify them, reconstitute forms and subjects in a dimension of depth. Conversely, the plane of consistency is constantly extricating itself from the plane of organization, causing panicles to spin off the strata, scrambling forms by dint of speed or slowness, breaking down functions by means of assemblages or microassemblages. But once again, so much caution is needed to prevent the plane of consistency from becoming a pure plane of abolition or death, prevent the involution from turning into a regression to the undifferentiated. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 269-70. A subject who orients herself with respect to movements rather than a retrospectively created construct of space actualizes configurations of singularities that never settle into any one pattern. She experiences space not in terms of a totality to which it is connected, I walk across the lawn near the park and the highway, but rather pure relations of speed and slowness, grass under moving feet as wind lifts hair, that evoke powers to affect and be affected, both actual and potential, feet pushing against ground, could push off the ground or run. Pure affects are intensities, capacities to affect and be affected, not yet subjected to the homogenizing dictates of conscious awareness. 7 Once an affect is experienced as a feeling or thought, it has already undergone a process of selection where some of its capacities have been emphasized at the expense of 167 others. The nomadic subject is able to experience space in terms of hexedes and thus lengthen the gap between perception and action in order to resonate with imperceptible forces of affect. This can, in turn, lead to a creative response uniquely suited to the actual and vital relations of the present situation rather than a repetition of habitual patterns of action developed in the past. The whale hunting of the 19th century Herman Melville describes in Moby Dick constitutes a multiplicity of men, ships, and sea, that for the most part operates in smooth space. Unlike ships or planes with specific destinations and set schedules, the whaling ships of Nantucket deliberately cruise some of the most isolated waters of the globe in pursuit of the whale oil through which the ship's owners can make a profit. Although the captains of whaling ships make use of a quadrant by which they can ascertain their position according to fixed points of latitude and longitude, for the most part, life on a ship plays out in the unmarked space of the open sea. Although the set goal of a whale hunting venture is obtaining whale oil, the hunting of whales must unfold in keeping with the movement of the whales themselves. The ships go to the waters most likely to be frequented by whales, set their itineraries in keeping with whale sightings, and pursue the whales with which they actually cross paths. Waves play across the sea's surface or die down in rhythm with changing winds and currents. Whales travel great distances in their ceaseless search for food. Work on the ship is reoriented from day to day in keeping with shifting configurations of the ship, crew, sea, weather, and whales. Melville stresses the risky nature of the work. The tasks required to hunt a whale and extract its oil are so perilous that one false move at any point along the way means death to the men involved. Members of the crew must be prepared to improvise in keeping with shifting conditions. Ships are out at sea for years at a time, only receiving news and the occasional letter from home through chance meetings with other whaling ships. The sighting of a whale or another ship is relative to the movements of both the whale or ship and one's own ship. Days are marked in terms of whales caught, barrels filled with oil, number of whales sighted, or the occasional encounter with another ship. The seamen create a tenuous home on a ship open to the cosmic forces of the sea. As individual organisms with specific spatial orientations, the disparate space-time blocks of their bodies have been homogenized into distinct wholes. Melville presents the members of the crew as colorful personalities, each with a unique perspective of his own. The social space they share is created through tactile relations with one another and their environment. 168. In rhythms that unfold among them. They locate themselves nor with respect to the town hall or church to which all RHE members of their town, whether they know them or not, have an ascertainable spatial relationship, but rather the men with whom they work, the tasks they have to perform, and the whales, always in motion on an ever-changing sea, they pursue. They orient themselves less in terms of homogeneous space or chronological time than in terms of the shifting multiplicities of which they are a part. Ahab is distinguished from his motley crew less by his eccentricities than the dangerous direction they have taken. Although at first his obsession with avenging himself against Moby Dick is compatible with rhythms established by years of whale hunting, when Ahab relinquishes the scientific use of the quadrant in navigating his space, he is well on his way to forsaking his men as well as himself for the sake of his obsession. By entering INW a becoming whale, Ahab risks the territorial refrains of whale hunting and becomes an anomalous member of the pack of whale hunters. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 244-5. He still unfolds his actions in keeping with established rhythms of work, but those rhythms begin to deviate into ever more aberrant patterns. When Ahab abandons the quadrant, he abandons an already tenuous tie with the striated space of conventional life to pursue the smooth space of the nomadic subject to the limit point of the whale hunting multiplicity of which he is a part. Ahab's reaction to the loss of his leg takes the form of a desubjectified affect, an intensity that has consequences for how one experiences a situation and thus for one's actions, but which is itself beyond the reach of conscious awareness. This irrational rupture in his experience of conventional reality intimates the virtual real. His obsessive quest for vengeance has tapped into a virtual conjunction that resonates with what could be as well as what is. This deepening of the feeling of personal revenge into something larger constitutes a lengthening of the gap between perception and action that allows Ahab to resonate with the virtual real. Ahab experiences the space-time between the loss of his leg and the act that will avenge it as a virtual whole into which all possibilities, both rational and irrational, are telescoped. He attempts not simply to avenge himself, but to manifest the creative forces with which he resonates. He remembers his fateful encounter with Moby Dick not in terms of the particular longitude and latitude where he lost his leg, but in terms of a space-time beyond representation. The wind on his face and the movement of the ship each time he stands on deck, sights a whale, or orders the lowering of the boats in pursuit of a whale resonate with the 169. Virtual relations of the fateful encounter as well as the actual effects of losing a leg. Ahab's response to his engagement with Moby Dick is one that defies description. He is inspired not by feelings that he can share, but by intensities that resonate with virtual relations not yet accrualist. These imperceptible forces push him to do the unthinkable in defiance of the ingrained patterns of years in his profession. He risks everything in order to find the act that can do justice to the intensities of his experience. As Ahab dies, thrown into the sea by the harpoon rope caught around his neck, his ship, having been attacked by Moby Dick, goes down, killing everyone on board except Ishmael, the narrator of the book. Thus Ahab's line of flight, despite the intensity of its creative force, succeeds only in destroying his ship, his crew, and himself. When we locate things in terms of a conventional notion of space and time, their identities can be fixed. A subject thinking according to the classic image of thought posits, the whole as the final ground of being or all-encompassing horizon, and the subject as the principle that converts being into being for us. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 379. This entails a striated mental space in which all the varieties of the real and T.ru find their place. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 379. This subject navigates a regulated space with coordinates that can identify objects. The nomadic subject who navigates smooth space does things differently. She orients herself vis-a-vis a singular race rather than a universal thinking subject, and a horizonless milieu rather than an all-encompassing totality, a tribe in the desert instead of a universal subject within the horizon of all-encompassing being. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 379. Ahab is no longer the universal subject, the sea captain who surveys his ship and the ocean in terms of a totality within which he has a specific location. In his becoming other he becomes many selves, all of whom are connected only by the continuity of a line of becoming. His perceptions, affective responses, and actions are no longer consolidated in terms of a self that remains the same over time with a specific location in a totalist space. The singularities selected to actualize, haesities of movements, effects, or intensities that constitute virtual relations in capacities to affect or be affected, and events of sense, follow aberrant lines and ammetrical rhythms in defiance of conventional space, emotional recessions, or meanings. Ahab does not intend to destroy his ship, his men, and himself. Despite his obsession, he attends to his duties for as long as he is able. Once Ahab passes a critical threshold, however, he no longer relates to his situation in terms of a personal self. He is a becoming whale. He is a configuration of physical and symbolic forces tapped into. A vinual real unfolding forces that were previously only implicit at the expense of the conventional meanings his life could be given. He thus orients himself not with respect to patterns of living already enacted in the past, for example, those of being the captain of a whale hunting ship, or the homogeneous space-times of conventional life, but rather in keeping with haesides and events freed from the regulations of normative expectations. Deleuze's conception of individuality suggests that the self as a kind of thing with certain attributes is no more than a state of relative equilibrium comprising a convergence of multiple lines of force of myriad and heterogeneous elements that is always about to move into another state. These lines of force, for language speakers like ourselves, are composed of symbolic as well as physical elements. Just as a physical body can be at rest and a person feel a moment of stability as a self, so can a belief or obsession propel a body into motion. To conceive of the individual in terms of one of its states of equilibrium is to deny its immersion in a world of becoming where it both affects and is affected by other forms of becoming. Normative subjectivity tends to emphasize states of equilibrium and assimilate its space and time to socially recognizable coordinates. A grid-like conception of space suggests fixed coordinates with respect to which any and all movement can be mapped. This allows us to conceive of space as a uniform void inhabited by a shared reality. A chronological conception of time suggests a temporal grid of instants that allows the coordination of different temporal perspectives according to a set of logically compatible happenings. This allows us to conceive of the world in terms of static entities that can be located within a homogeneous container of time in the way that static objects can be located in space conceived as an empty container. Ahab, as a nomadic subject following a line of flight that changes the nature of the whale hunting multiplicity, experiences a deterritorialist space and time. It is the anomalous nature of the space-time block he shares with Moby Dick that allows him to free himself from the refrains of life marked out with others. His example demonstrates just how enticing, and how risky, entering deterritorialist space-times can be. Deleuze, and Guattari's, notion of the virtual challenges conventional understandings of time. The past as a transcendental field of virtual relations includes relations that defy chronology. Ahab's trauma may have happened in the past, but in his obsessive pursuit of Moby 1.7.1. Dick, it is as if that past moment and the present are directly linked. For Deleuze, the past is always present. It insists in the present configuration of forces that inform our situation with virtual forces that may unfold in more than one way. Like the processes of a body or the speech patterns of a poem being read aloud, the past is brought into the present through the force of implicit patterns and relations that are never actualized as well as those that are. This past is not the representable past of a cojunctive history, but a non-personal past that exceeds any narrative of a recognizable set of identities. And yet a novel, a painting, a theory can release some of these virtual possibilities by acting as a vector of force entering into a field of forces with unprecedented effects. Deleuze, and Guattari's, notion of the virtual likewise challenges conventional understandings of space. The transcendental field of the virtual relations of movements include relations that defy the notion of space as a universal grid within which objects can be located. Just as the events of sense have virtual relations that may never be actualized in an embodied thinker, so do spatial haesides have virtual relations that insist in the experience of embodied perceivers even if they are imperceptible. While the normative subject experiences the perceptible reality of conventional space and time, the nomadic subject resonates with the imperceptible relations implicit in her experience. After Ahab's shift into obsession, he experienced each movement of his ship and cresting of a wave as a hecaide resonant with the force of space as a virtual whole. Instead of a void within which he hunted a whale, his space was experienced in terms of haesides resonant with the unrepresentable force of the virtual reality that condition any given whale hunt. Symbolic vectors converge with the forces of bodies, cities, states, and the environment in ways that can consolidate habitual repetitions or set new patterns into motion. Deleuze, and Guattari's, nomadic subject can orient herself through the establishment of refrains that may creatively differ from established norms. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 310-50. A nomadic style of subjectivity consists in the unfolding of patterns that are not referred to an external plan of organization or conventional notions of space and time, but rather evolve from the force of patterns immanent to the individual in its specific milieu. Ahab's encounter with Moby Dick in conjunction with his years in the smooth space of life on sea led to the actualization of a line of flight that unfolded according to a logic increasingly foreign to those around him, with disastrous results. One lesson one might take from this example is that it is by living in the shared block of homogeneous space-time that we are able to coordinate a life we can live together. And yet, despite the 172 horror of a path of action that destroyed not just Ahab, but his ship and crew, there is something about Ahab that fascinates us. The virtual real is always with us, no matter how regulated our lives become. Unmeasured and unmeasurable spaces beckon us beyond the reassuringly familiar spaces of our shared reality. For Deleuze, mutant spaces are always right here with us, beckoning us to take risks in our thinking as well as our living. It is such experiments in living, despite the risks they entail, that can, if we are careful, help us to evolve creatively with the becoming other of life. The nomadic subject orients herself not through the already established norms of socially sanctioned thresholds, but rather through the events of sense and haesides of unfleshed memory. As Rossi Braidotti puts it, this intensive, zigzagging, cyclical, and messy type of remembering does not even aim at retrieving information in a linear manner. It simply intuitively endures. It destabilizes identity by opening up spaces where virtual possibilities can be actualized. It's a sort of empowerment of LL that was not programmed within the dominant memory. Braidotti 2002, 399. Deleuze's approach entails attending to the imperceptible forces of meaning, of our bodies, and of the world around us in order to respond creatively to our situation in a way that is fully resonant with the present as well as the vinual past insisting in that present. In Difference and Repetition, Deleuze suggests that chronological time is rooted in the habitual contractions of organic response, and he characterizes a kind of time, the third synthesis of time, that entails superseding automatic responses in order to draw upon the generative field of the virtual. The subject able to live this third synthesis of time would change with time itself rather than mark out her movements with respect to a measurable chronology. Just as living the temporality of the third synthesis of time fosters a nomadic subject more interested in creative evolution than preserving a normative self, so does living the spatiality of smooth space foster creative attunement to aspects of our spatiality that defy regulation. Where Ahab failed was not in his willingness to open himself to imperceptible forces in defiance of a homogeneous space-time lived with others, but rather in his inability to allow his experiments to resonate with the experiments of others in a shared flight that took the unfleshed and symbolic memories of a community into account. He experiences his pursuit of Moby Dick as something unique, an event stripped of its habitual connections to other whale hunts and instead resonating with unprecedented 173 possibilities. Ahab's revenge is not just any revenge, but a revenge so singular that his own life, as well as the lives of his men, becomes trivial in comparison. The Heki idea of harpoon-hitting whale includes everything of importance to Ahab. It resonates with all the places and all the moments when he confronted, or did not confront, his deepest longings and deepest fears. In his obsessive quest for revenge, Ahab entered a smooth space constituted in relation to Moby Dick. Ahab's spatial orientations were thus, in a sense, reduced from the smooth space created in relation to his ship and crew as well as the surrounding environment to those relations of movements concerning his own becoming whale. Despite Ahab's openness to forces beyond the territorial confines of the established refrains of whale hunting, he is strangely isolated. His obsessive focus on Moby Dick, a whale with which he is in actual contact for only short periods of time, excludes the force of his daily interactions with the men and environment of his daily life. For a more constructive example of a nomadic subject on a line of flight with an alternative spatial and temporal orientation, we may need to turn to Virginia Woolf for guidance, who, according to Deleuze and Guattari, says that it is necessary to saturate every atom, and to do that it is necessary to eliminate all that is resemblance and analogy, but also to put everything into it, eliminate everything that exceeds the moment, but put in everything that it includes and. The moment is not the instantaneous, it is the heki ide imo which one slips and that slips into other heasides by transparency. One is then like grass, one has made the world, every body/everything, into a becoming, because one has made a necessarily communicating world, because one has suppressed in oneself everything that prevents us from slipping between things and growing in the midst of thing. Ahab's experience of space deepened to include not just the path of a voyage he had done before, but heasides of whale and sea and ship residential onent with spaces he had never experienced American Samoa well as those he had. Ahab may have been successful at eliminating resemblance and analogy, the refrains that might have normalized his behavior, from his situation, but he failed to saturate his world with everything it included. Ahab experienced space in terms of pure relations of movements rather than a retrospective construct of a socially shared space, but the space-time block of Ahab and Moby Dick excluded the improvised rhythms of Ahab's men. Thus the refrains connecting Ahab to humanity mutated and his becoming other became a path of destruction rather than a creative evolution that could disseminate throughout the social field. 174. Any spatial orientation entails the territorialization of distinct milieus into one whole, and thus the actualization of specific singularities at the expense of others. As creatures of becoming we must improvise the rhythms that keep us connected with life without completely deterritorializing from the refrains that sustain our homes. The striations of a totally said space provide a collective refrain that may either drown out or help harmonize our improvisations. But the striated space of conventional spatial orientations is not the only alternative. The refrains we evolve in the improvisations of daily interactions could unfold a smooth space through an infinite succession of linkages and changes in direction that create shifting mosaics of space-times out of the heterogeneous blocks of different milieus. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 494. To saturate the moment, we must be willing to relinquish our attempts to embody the power of life as individuals and mutate our lines of flight in keeping with the improvisations of those around us. Attuning ourselves to life as becoming requires disorienting ourselves from established spatial norms in order to attend to spaces unfolded in the play of movement. But if we are not to destroy ourselves in the process, it also requires that our smooth spaces be created from the ametrical space-times of an open-ended humanity that we can unfold together. Chapter 10. Transcendental Aesthetics, Deleuze. Philosophy of Space. Gregory Flaxman. Representation has only a single center, a unique and receding perspective, and in consequence a false depth. It mediates everything but mobilizes and moves nothing. Deleuze, D. If efference and repetition. The problem with space. If space constitutes one of the most perplexing and elusive concepts in all of Gilles Deleuze's philosophy, this is undoubtedly because its conceptualization never amounts to any kind of traditional definition. Even as Deleuze develops a whole variety of spatial modalities, from the smooth and striated to the molar and molecular to the derived and descriptive, these discussions only serve to confuse any more general sense of space. What can we say with certainty about what Deleuze means by space in itself? We might respond here by suggesting that this question, auguring as it does the imposition of an overarching theory, promising the definition of space as a grand determination or metaphysical category, presupposes the very regime of representation to which Deleuze is opposed. From his earliest monographs on minor philosophers to his final elaborations of a philosophy of immanence, Deleuze never ceases to insist that representation begins by grafting order onto the delicate milieus of overlapping perspectives, of communicating distances, divergence and disparities, of heterogeneous potentials and intensities, Deleuze 1997, 50.2. In other words, representation swindles us of the very experience of difference, especially the difference of space, and for this reason. The more apt question with which we might begin is this: how can we understand space in the context of Deleuze's desire to deterritorialize the ground, of representation and, thence, the regulated and regular determination of all perception? 177. Deleuze's work offers countless different lines of approach to this problem, but the project to open space to the intensity of differences, or rather to restore difference to space, can be most clearly understood by considering the way that Deleuze addresses Kant's critical philosophy. In part, the reason for this lies in Deleuze's own diagnosis of the malady of representation, the multifarious symptoms of which always include a return to the subject form and, concomitantly, the elaboration of experience itself around certain inviolable conditions of possibility. Indeed, Kant appears to determine space according to these very principles of representation, such that the analysis of a priori principles, the subject, ensures space as the form of all appearance, the object, and yet, Deleuze seems to suggest that were it not for certain stubborn predispositions, Kant might have hit upon the constituents for liberating space from its servitude to representation. In this respect, Deleuze not only returns to Kant's sense of space but seeks to transform its transcendental project by submitting the designation of internal forms and external objects to a radical revision. In effect, we might say that Deleuze dissolves the mutually reinforced separation of inside and outside, Innenwelt and Umwelt, so that we have neither a determinate space to inhabit nor determinate principles of space to inhabit us. In these circumstances, when the very concept of space is no longer sustainable, Deleuze presents the challenge of future philosophy, namely, to find new determinations with which to characterize the immanence of perception and thought. Space without sensation. Following in the tradition established by Nietzsche, Deleuze's attack on representation musters both its forcefulness and nuance by returning to the status of aesthetics in the metaphysical tradition. Most appreciably in difference and repetition but also elsewhere, Deleuze laments that the regime of representation tends to relegate aesthetics to the domain of possible experience. It is strange that aesthetics, as the science of the sensible, could be founded on what can be represented, Deleuze muses, Deleuze 1997, 56. In other words, what Deleuze finds so strange is that philosophers would eschew sensation itself, or what he calls the reality of the real insofar as it is thought, and choose instead to consider the categories defined as conditions of possible experience, Deleuze 1997, 68. Signs of this aesthetic turn can be detected across a vast philosophical landscape. But like an earthquake whose tremors can be traced back to a great epoch entre, so too can we trace this tradition to the project of Kantian metaphysics. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant announces that speculative reason must begin by cleansing judgment of the taint of all empiricism. For this reason, he adds, we must disavow the tradition of aesthetics that sought to reflect upon actual sensation under the auspices of taste. The Germans are the only people who currently make use of the word aesthetic in order to signify what others call the critique of taste. This usage originated in the abonnevar attempt made by Baumgarten, that admirable analytical thinker, to bring the critical treatment of the beautiful under ratio NAL principles, of so W raise its rules to the rank of a science. But such endeavors are fruitless. The said rules of criteria are, as regards their chief sources, merely empirical, and consequently cannot serve as determinate a priori laws by which our judgments of taste must be directed. Kant 1965, 66. While critics invariably read this passage, arguably Kant's most famous footnote, in light of the remarkable change of heart that marks the subsequent critique of judgment, we need not look past the critique of pure reason to feel a disquieting sense of contradiction. Kant's censure of all merely empirical judgments adorns the text's opening section, the transcendental aesthetic, which purports to describe the means of our immediate, intuitive, Relation to the world. Insofar as knowledge begins with sensation, Kant explains, the mind must be affected in a certain way in order to provide the substance of thinking. Objects are given to us by means of sensibility, and it alone yields us intuitions. They are thought through the understanding, and from the understanding arise concepts. Kant 1965. Having said as much, however, the key to understanding the transcendental aesthetic emerges when we grasp that sensation is immediately differentiated from the means of its subjective sensibility. In his primer on Kant's critical philosophy, 1963, Deleuze marks this distinction within the very notion of representation, cautioning that we must always discriminate between what is presented to us qua the sensible diversity of phenomena and the conditions of those presentations qua the pure forms of our intuition and our sensibility. Deleuze 1998. Thus, while the critique of pure reason begins by acknowledging sensation, this acknowledgement in turn provokes a consideration of our formal capacity to be affected. Kant displaces the consideration of actual sensations, which suffer from the vicissitudes of empirical circumstances and judgments, with an elaboration of the transcendental conditions of possibility defining what can be represented. The transcendental aesthetic extinguishes both the marks of empirical experience and of logical, or discursive, understanding in order to isolate the subjective constitution of our mind. Kant 1965-68, the very ground according to which we experience the world. This is the point to which our discussion has been driving, since we have finally arrived at the juncture when Kant's aesthetic can be understood as a particular means of elaborating the concept of space. In other words, we could say that the delimitation of aesthetics as a science of the sensible determines space not as a singular arrangement or aggregate of sensations but, rather, as the form in which sensations can take place. In TB transcendental aesthetic we shall, therefore, first isolate sensibility. Kant explains, the result of which is that we find, that there are two pure forms of sensible intuition, serving as principles of a priori knowledge, namely, space and time. Kant 1965-67. Far from being a simple existent characterizing the world at large, space is defined, along with time, as the subjective form that precedes all such experience, and without this form the actual experience of space would be utterly meaningless. As Kant reasons, the absence of space is unimaginable because space is the ground of all appearances. Inner and outer sense. In order truly to understand the complexity of Deleuze's attempt to deterritorialize the ground of representation, which is by no means a simple repudiation of Kant's critical philosophy, we might begin here by considering how the latter defines the form of space in light of the form of time. The reason for this lies in the critical divergence these forms undergo in the first critique despite their ostensible symmetry. Indeed, the transcendental aesthetic initially appears to have divvied up the field of representation between space and time, and this sense of proportion would seem to be confirmed by Kant's correlation of these determinations, respectively, with outer sense and inner sense. While these terms are more nebulous than they appear, we might follow Henry Allison here when he explains that by outer sense is meant a sense through which one can become perceptually aware of objects as distinct from the self and its states. Similarly, by inner sense is meant a sense through which one can become perceptually aware of the self and its states. Allison 1983. Thus, space is defined as the sense by which we represent to ourselves objects outside us, and likewise time is defined as the sense by which the mind intuits itself or its inner state. Kant 1965-67. The problem with this formulation, no less with the whole sense of symmetry pervading the transcendental aesthetic, is that objects outside of us, are mere, while in space, are no less in time. Whether representations have for their objects outer things or not, they all qualify as 180 determinations of the mind that belong to our inner sense, that is, time. Thus, whereas space serves as the a priori condition only of outer appearances, time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances. I Kant 1965, 77. Readers of Deleuze will likely recall the various occasions on which he celebrates the great Kantian reversal of time, and in large part the justification for anointing such a revolution can be traced back to the peculiar status of time as both inner and outer sense. Point 3. On the one hand, Deleuze credits Kant with reversing the ancient subordination of time to space, such that time is no longer defined according to the cardinal points through which the periodical movements that it measures pass. Deleuze 1990, 7. Freed from its identification with movement, time becomes the form of everything that changes and moves. On the other hand, though, we have already seen that this reversal is predicated upon an understanding of the subject according to which time also serves as the form of inner sense, of our inner perceptions and changing states. Unlike the exposition of space, which implicates subject and object in a mutually separated distinction, the exposition of time elaborates the imbrication of outer sense and inner sense. Yes, time lays the groundwork for outer appearances, such that time is no longer simply tantamount to a mode of succession or movement, but this only occurs because time migrates into RHE subject, running like a crack or fault line through the transcendental structure. When Kant says that time is nothing but the form of inner sense, that is, of the intuition of ourselves and our inner state, we must understand him to mean that the empirical ego itself is bathed in time, affected by the waves and fluctuations of time and, thereby, divided from the ideality of apperception, the I, which demands the syntheses of time. Kant 1965, 77. Point 4. Is it possible to imagine a correlative revolution of space? In the preface to Kant's critical philosophy, Deleuze observes that the definition of sensibility henceforth entails that, albeit space and time have to find completely new determinations, as if to suggest that the transcendental aesthetic had liberated space as well. But by the time that Deleuze returns to the problem of Kant's metaphysics in De Efference and Repetition, first published in 1968, he seems to have accepted that such new determinations have been left to future philosophers to create. Whereas the Kantian form of time determines the conditions of representations but also forms the becoming of consciousness, space is never granted any such reciprocity. The a priori principles of space continue to determine the conditions of possibility of space as outer sense, but at no point do we grasp that outer space can give rise to new forms of percep. 8.1. Is it really possible to provide a transcendental account of space that refuses the conditions determined by idealism, which is to say, the original representation of space? In a sense we must admit that for all Deleuze's discussion of the historical repression of time in favor of space, space itself is no less subjugated, no less limited, and that any philosophy of space must begin by transforming the very presuppositions according to which space itself has been traditionally determined. Extension. In order to inaugurate this project, to realize the potential redistribution of what is called space, let us return to the most reductive and pessimistic circumstances of Kant's transcendental aesthetic, the poem at which no alternative seems possible and space has been surrendered to an inalterable a priori form. We can best grasp the state of affairs by returning to the question of representation and, in particular, the divestment of sensation from the sensible. As we have noted, Kant's foray into sensation only serves to clear the ground for an even more radical retreat from the sensible, for if the transcendental aesthetic establishes our receptivity to sensation, it ultimately does so in order to distinguish what part of representation cannot be attributed to the affections we encounter. In the specific context of representation, Kant seeks to clarify the distinction between sensation and the sensible in terms of, respectively, matter and form. The first is always a posteriori, depending as it does on an empirically given sensation, while the second, identified with space, must lie ready for the sensations a priori in the mind. Kant 1965, 66. Only when the latter has been evacuated of the attributes of sensation as well as the discursive temptation of the understanding, of all that is empirical and all that is ideal, can we speak of a pure intuition. Thus if I take away from the representation of a body that which the understanding thinks in regard to it, substance, force, divisibility, etc., and likewise what belong to sensation, impenetrability, hardness, color, etc., something still remains over from the empirical indition, namely, extension and figure. These belong to pure intuition, which, even without any actual object of the senses or of sensation, exists in the mind a priori as a mere form of sensibility. Kant 1965, 66. In a sense, Kant's procedure strikes us as counterintuitive, since the form of pure intuition empties space of the very properties that we tend to consider important or even necessary. It is had to imagine much of anything depending upon a red wheel, barrel glazed with rain, water, or any other object in space for that matter, when it is divested of color, texture, and all other marks of sensation. And yet, it is at the point when we reach this pure sensible form that we may begin to grasp what Kant truly signifies by space. The transcendental aesthetic not only elaborates space as an a priori condition of possibility but also renders it, as we now see, an essentially Euclidean or geometrical substrate, for the divestment of sensations entailed by the science of sensibility deprives space of the dimension of depth. In this respect, of course, Kant is no different from the predominant tradition of representation, which considers space primarily in terms 0-1 extension, residential extensa, and, thereby, renders it a kind of tableau upon which appearances are projected like the images of a magic lantern. In the theater of this perception, we can speak of high and low, left and right, but the question of depth is always and inevitably botched because it is rendered extensive, that is, depth is extension from another perspective. As Deleuze writes, what is missing is the original, intensive depth which is the matrix of the entire space and the first affirmation of difference, here, that which only afterwards appears as a linear limitation and flat opposition lives and simmers in the form of free difference, Deleuze 1997, 51. It is wise to recall here Deleuze's frequent reference to Malraux's insistence that the human is a slow being composed of a remarkable accumulation of velocities, that the speed of our bodies must be measured against the sluggishness of our perception. In essence, difference cannot be explicated without ceasing to be difference because explication qua representation constitutes the very process of extension whereby difference suffers annihilation. Difference is the sufficient reason of change only to the extent that the change tends to negate difference, Deleuze says, adding that difference would never be so suspect if it didn't seem to rush headlong into suicide, Deleuze 1997, 228. Representation orders space by distributing a fog of extensity over the swarm of differences that, as Deleuze says, constitute the genetic element of space, the singular objects and organizations of which cannot impress themselves on perception, as perception, because they are so quickly covered up. What would it mean to define space differently, to define space as depth, rather than to determine it solely according to the diversity of extension and figure? Intensity. The impoverishment of space by representation returns us to the fate of sensation, for if we are ever to go beyond or beneath extensity we are 183. Bound to slough off the transcendental conditions of possibility in favor of the singularity of sensation, as Deleuze would say, of this percept or that affect. Deleuze's solution lies, first of att, in returning to a different sense of aesthetics from the one we have heretofore explored, namely, the sense of aesthetics that is properly concerned with the theory of art. The elementary concepts of representation are the categories defined as the condition of possible experience. These, however, are too general or too large for the real. The net is so loose that the largest fish pass through, Deleuze writes in Difference and Repetition. No wonder, then, that aesthetics should be divided into TWO domains, that of the theory of the sensible which capture only riddles conformity with possible experience, and that of the theory of the beautiful, which deals with the reality of real insofar as it is thought. Deleuze 1997, 68. As we have mentioned, this project is already broached by Kant himself in the Critique au Flugement, where the ready-made legislation of the faculties over experience gives way to the exploration of sensation and the emergence of an original accord between the faculties themselves. As Deleuze writes, the third critique does not restrict itself to the perspective of conditions as it appeared in the other two critiques. With the critique of judgment, we step into Genesis, Deleuze 2004, 69. Nevertheless, the project to retrieve differential and genetic sensation from its condemnation at the hands of representation could be said to have been raised to a new level of philosophical invention and intensity. 3. Deleuze's own work. The experience of depth, as opposed to mere extensity, demands the retrieval of the other sense of aesthetic experience which is not mediated by condition of possibility but, instead, turns upon the reality of the real insofar as it is thought. Hence, we find that across the swath of his work that Deleuze consistently returns to the arts, and especially what could be called the arts of depth, in order to provide the basis for a philosophy of sense. In other words, he begins from the point of view of the work of art as experimental on with sensibility in order to define, in each particular case, the operative transcendental conditions. The artwork thus consists in an experiment in experience, a form of experientiation. In difference and repetition, Deleuze outlines a crucial experience of difference and a corresponding experiment which articulates the beginnings of a way out of the dominance of extension. Every time we find ourselves confronted or bound by a limitation or an opposition, we should ask ourselves what such a situation presupposes. It 184 presupposes a swarm of differences, a pluralism of free, wild, or untamed differences, a properly differential and original space and time. Deleuze 1997, 50. For a moment, then, let us imagine that beneath the ground of representation and the surface of extension another experience of space lurks. In other words, we must not presuppose extension but, rather, presuppose that extension is the second-order process, the sorry representation of difference from an impoverished perspective. Thus, while extensity always covers the ground of space, extensity qua space is always implicate in depths, not simply as its other dimension but as the dimension that implicates space, that forms what Deleuze has called its implex. No doubt depth is also a possible length and size, Deleuze says, but this possibility is only realized insofar as an observer changes place and gathers into an abstract concept that which is length for itself and that which is length for others. In fact, it is always on the basis of a new depth that the old one becomes length or is explicated in length. Deleuze 1997, 229. In other words, even as depth is transformed in row extensity, into length from another perspective, Deleuze suggests that perspective itself is born out of depth, from the depths of perception. After all, the extensity of objects and our capacity to grasp them would be impossible if those objects did not issue forth from the recession of shading and shadows, if they did not differentiate themselves from the tableau of extensity. The law of figure and ground would never hold for objects distinguished from a neutral background or a background of other objects unless the object itself entertained a relations to its own depth, which is to say, a sense in which the essence of any object were its own self-differentiating depth, or rather the self-differentiation in depth of the object. The ground, fond, of a homogeneous extensity would hardly be possible if it were not the project of something deeper, profond. Deleuze 1997, 229.7. Unlike the homogeneous field of extensity, then, the intensity of depth is tantamount to difference, and Deleuze goes so far as to consider the very notion of difference of intensity to be tautological. Every intensity is itself differential, by itself a difference, such that the disparity of difference of intensity or the difference of intensity constitutes the reason of all phenomena, the condition of that which appears. Deleuze 1997, 222.8. Whence the great formula of difference and repetitio that difference is not diversity, but difference is that by which the given is given, that by which the given is given as diverse. We tend to take for granted that difference presupposes a ground of resemblance, and the tradition of representation essentially codifies this belief, but Deleuze's argument 185 consists in suggesting that representation derives from the genetic force of difference, that extension emerges from difference. Deleuze's reversal, then, consists in taking the intensive nature of difference, and the differential nature of intensity, to constitute the conditions for the sensible. The sense or sensibility of depth, which explicates extensity and which is all too often covered up by extensity, no less by the whole consideration, philosophical and otherwise, of appearances, is inseparable from the power of diminution of intensity that we experience. As Deleuze often repeats, intensity is simultaneously the imperceptible and that which can only be sensed, just as depth is simultaneously the imperceptible and that which can only be perceived. Deleuze 1997, 230-1. From space to spatium. But why, we might ask, is the genetic power of difference so evasive? Why have Kant and a whole tradition of philosophy failed to intuit difference and created, instead, the conditions for an impoverished diversity, manifold? The answer to this riddle, we now see, can be understood when we realize that intensity remains inextricable from extensity, which in turn cancels the appearance of difference by virtue of producing general qualities, that is, physical qualities, orkla/etas, and perceptible qualities, orkla/e. In short, we know intensity only as already developed within an extensity, and as covered over by qualities. Deleuze 1997, 223. This remarkable thesis cannot be read without understanding its promotion of depth as perhaps Deleuze's most profound reversal of Kant, whose mistake was to define all intuitions as extensive quantities and, thereby, to reserve intensive quantity for the matter which fills a given extensity to some degree or another. Deleuze 1997, 230. Hence, space itself is relegated to an a priori condition, the form of intuition, and so the sensible substance of appearances is all too easily subsumed according to the laws of a transcendental idealism. Difference is cancelled in so far as it is drawn outside itself, in extensity and in the quality that fills. Extensity, though extensity would not exist without the genetic force of difference itself, which creates extensity and this quality. Deleuze 1997, 228. In this context, it is worth wondering whether we can even speak of space anymore. Perhaps only as a kind of conceptual reminiscence. In the contortions and distortions of modern art and modern cinema, the metaphysical ground of space is foreclosed, and this is why Deleuze calls for new determinations of space and time. We cannot reconcile aesthetics without also revising our sense of space, and, even more to 186. The point, we might say that the very reconciliation of aesthetics must begin from the very point of revising space. The collections of lines, angles, and objects, the distribution of singularities, shining points, would not result from a priori conditions but, instead, would form the constituents of an intensive spatium in which perception and thought are immanent, in which depth, say, depth of field in the cinema, is no less an intensive quantity. Admittedly, as Deleuze cautions, it is possible to go too far in the direction of the sensible, to lapse into the ocean of pure sensation and pure difference. This procedure, the inverse of traditional attempts to ascertain the conditions of possibility for sensation, is not much better, consisting of the attempt to withdraw the pure sensible from representation and to determine it as that which remains once representation is removed, a contradictory flux, for example, or a rhapsody of sensations. Deleuze 1997, 56. Rather, the project to revise the determination of space and, more generally, to restore aesthetics to its place in a philosophy of sensation must develop a delicate methodology that neither determines sensation in advance nor pretends to be able to filter sensation from an already constituted difference. In a sense, the problem, as Deleuze lays it out, should be read in light of Kant's own problematic in the transcendental aesthetic, or, rather, as a transformation of the constraints of a science of sensibility. On the one hand, as we have repeatedly seen, Kant is concerned to formulate the transcendental aesthetic without drawing upon empirical sensations, such that the forms of sensibility will be a priori. But on the other hand, as Kant maintains, the transcendental aesthetic cannot be deduced because even the a priori forms of sensibility cannot aspire to a discursive or general status without completely removing them from the realm of sensibility. This is why the transcendental aesthetic is neither induced from empirical judgments nor deduced from logical premises but, rather, is subject to an exposition, expositio, which Kant defines as the clear, though not necessarily exhaustive, representation of that which belongs to a concept. The exposition is metaphysical when it contains that which exhibits the concept as given a priori. Kant 1965, 68. We might say that Deleuze's conceptualization of space leads him to undertake his own transcendental aesthetic, but whereas Kant resolves to exclude the purely empirical and the purely logical, Deleuze resolves to bring together the two senses of the aesthetic, the transcendental and the empirical. As Deleuze says elsewhere, the conditions of experience in general must become conditions of real experience, such that the work of art forms in each case its own transcendental conditions, conditions that do not precede experience but arise from it. Everything changes once. Deleuze's philosophy of Spes 187. We determine the conditions of real experience, which are not larger than the conditioned and which differ in kind from the categories. The two senses of the aesthetic become one, to the point where the being of the sensible reveals itself in the work of art, while at the same time the work of art appears as experimentation. Deleuze 1997, 68.9. Chapter 1:1. The Space of Man, on the Specificity of Affect in Deleuze and Guattari. Claire Colebrook. The relation between mathematics and man may thus be conceived in a new way. The question is not that of quantifying or measuring human properties, but her, on the onehnd, that of problematizing human events, and, on che other, that of develop in G as various human events the conditions of a problem. Deleuze, The Logic of Sense. The sense of space. How do the spatial metaphors adopted by Deleuze and Foucault in their early work relate to a theory of actual space? When Foucault, I and the Order of Things, 1970, detailed a series of historical a priori, he set himself the task of uncovering the table across which the terms of thought were distributed. He also referred to spaces of knowledge, and concluded with reflections on the history of thought as defined by various foldings producing an interiority and exteriority. One of the many texts to which Foucault's work was responding was Edmund Husserl's Crisis of the European Sciences, 1970, which, as Derrida noted, unwittingly exposed the ways in which a humanist and architectonic conception of space underpinned the transcendental project. Derrida 1989. A common, objective, presentable, and scientifically meaningful world was the implicit telos, not only of all acts of meaning but also of the very idea of meaning as such. In order for phenomenology to establish consciousness as the temporal synthesis that constitutes a world, and that posits that world as objectively present for others both now and in the future, one must presuppose a space of man, a world whose sense, truth, order, and geometry must always be presentable, even if not present, for any subject whatever. Any cultural, historical, or ethnographical relativism relies upon a general horizon, common world or pre-cultural we within which relativity takes place. 190. Whereas Derrida argues that this architectonic assumption of a human space in general underpins philosophy as such, which necessarily presupposes that all sense can ultimately be brought to presence, Foucault, 1970, argues that this transcendental concern is historically specific. Prior to modernity, space was heterogeneous, selves were constituted morally, defined according to rare territory and its norms. Foucault 1970, 328, but it is with the transcendental project that any local appearance of man is seen as an empirical realization of a general human ity. An entirely new spatial metaphorics explains the existence of actual spaces. There can nly be this localized world here because humanity is just that transcendental movement that will unfold itself through time in all these concrete dimensions. Now, in his later work on Foucault, Deleuze suggests that we can move beyond Foucault's charting of those human or actual spaces that unfold from a transcendental principle of space in general, the phenomenological idea of consciousness as the genesis of space, towards a subject-fold. The argument goes something like this, Deleuze 1988, 131. First, there is the era of the unfold. Any actual appearance of life is seen to be a finite expression of an infinity. Human beings are fragments of the cosmos. Second, in the 19th century, with the emphasis on man, we encounter the fold. Man is finite, but his subjection to the world is precisely what produces his historical, linguistic, and political development. A sense of time, space, language, and life in general is brought into being only because finite man can turn back and come to recognize the ways in which he is enfolded by life. He is that border where local determination understands itself as localist. In these first two eras of knowledge, the very style of our thought is oriented by spatial relations, the way in which we imagine what it is to think. The very idea that thought alters historically, that it has an orientation or spatial imaginary, is what opens up the superfold. By confronting all those events from which thought emerges, by thinking how there can be perceptions of spaces, we no longer presuppose an infinity to be represented, nor a finite being who constitutes his human world, as in phenomenology, but an unlimited finity. Each located observer is the opening of a fold, a world folded around its contemplations and rhythms. There are as many spaces or folds as there are styles of perception. If a fold is the way perceptions curve around or are oriented according to an acting body, the thought of these curves produces a life that can think not just its own human world, the space of man, but the sense of space as such. What united Husserl in The Origin of Geometry, and Derrida with Foucault in their criticism of phenomenology was the problem of the 191. Emergence of sense. Phenomenology had argued that all perception and communicable meaning presupposed a horizon, a world of possibilities which would then be given repeatable form and ideality in the structures of sense. The laws of geometry may, therefore, have been inscribed by Euclid, but their sense transcends any specific subject and concerns any subject whatever. Sense emerges from a local time and space, but then allows for the thought and being of what is tq for space and time in general. For Derrida, this horizon of any subject whatever presupposes a normative image of humanity, a subject oriented towards the disclosure of an objective and scientifically manipulable world. For Foucault, this horizon fails to confront the outside, the unthought events that orient the horizons of sense or milieus within which we move and think. The problem of sense, then, is the problem of the way in which actual spaces, the milieu in which we orient ourselves and live, are doubled by a space of sense, a distance or distribution from which we can think or live localized times and spaces. It would be far too simple, then, to say that phenomenology uses the concept of horizon metaphorically, or that the territory is figural in Athos and Plato's, 1987. Rather, the very difference between literal and figural, the very possibility of thought, emerges from both the movements of bodies and the images those bodies produce of each other. As early as 1969, in The Logic of Sense, Deleuze contrasted two genres of sense. The first is Husserlian and is static. Sense is released by an event that passes from a noematic attribute, seeing something as something, but then releases the perceived for all time. One sees in the here and now, the actual, a potential that could be perceived for all time, the eternal and pure singularity, singular because not entwined with a war, of relations. The noematic attribute of sense is the event, for we see not just what actually is, but also the scene as it might be remembered, imagined, recalled, repeated, hallucinated. Any perceived redness becomes a to red. It is in this sense that the surface of sense is only quasi-causal, sterile, and incorporeal. It is the image of bodies produced from an encounter, but is also no longer bound up with bodies and mixtures. Sense is the event that emerges from an encounter, a sense of red, a potential or power to red. Deleuze's static genesis is therefore close to phenomenology in arguing that the condition for any perceived or actual world is a virtual distance. But whereas Husserl saw sense as a predicate judging the world to be thus, Deleuze sees sense as the verb, releasing from this world of affected relations, this territory, assemblage, or mixture, the potential for other relations, other worlds. In addition to the surface of production, or the space that is produced from the 192 encounters of singular powers, there is also the metaphysical surface, which is the image of those powers not as they are actualized but as they might be. We could say, for example, that even the minimal laws of geography form a metaphysical surface, extracting from relations certain powers to relate. For once we thought this genesis of a metaphysical surface, this doubling of the actual world with its sense, then we would be obliged to consider the potential of other worlds or a secondary accrualization. The second genesis is dynamic. How is it that this expressing or sense-constituting person emerges? How is the eye capable of surveying a world, not just as its own but as it would be, or could be, for any subject whatever, for all time? Here, Deleuze draws upon a psychoanalysis of partial objects. Bodies begin as flows of forces and desire, mouth and breast, mouth and finger, excrement and anus. This is a schizoid position of forces, and is made up of parts and fragments. But in the subsequent depressive position the surface is overtaken by a height, the height of the good object that presents the forces with an image of wholeness and integration, a proper point from which the surface is surveyed. If there is a surface of sense that we can describe statically, as the difference between actual images and the image as it would be for others beyond this here and now, this is only possible because of the dynamic relations of bodies. The mouth becomes an organ of speaking, producing a subject whose world is now no longer that which it sees for itself, but is that world as it is surveyed. If we have a horizon, lived world, context, or actual space, this is because an event has occurred in the peculiar mixtures of human bodies. The body without organs is erst just that depth produced by the forces that take in and spit out partial objects, but with the elevation of the good object the body without organs becomes a full depth. If we move forward the politicization of this genesis in Anti-Oedipus we are given a further distinction. Legitimately, the body without organs is affected from the production of forces. So, to draw upon a field metaphysic that goes back at least as far as Spinoza, life is force, the play of forces, and the interplay of these forces produce zones or sites of qualities, intensities. It is not that there is a space that is then qualified, rather, forces produce qualities and qualities produce fields or spaces, blocks of becoming. The body without organs is produced alongside the connect ions of desiring flows. The zones add up to a series of spaces, but this whole is never given, for there is always the potential for further connection and production. Legitimately, the body without organs is this affected depth. Illegitimately, however, one can come to believe that the 193 body without organs was the original subject or ground, from which finite territories or zones were formed. In psychoanalytic terms, the desires of bodies create partial objects or attachments, which are then structured by Oedipus. The breast is the breast of the mother, the penis is the phallus of the father, and all this is necessary because if we are not submitted to structure we will fall back into the abyss of pre-Oedipal indifference. The body without organs is assumed to be that ground or life against which human structure defines itself. Politically, this error is that of presupposing that from all the territories and regimes of signs which do affect a possibility for thinking territoriality as such, or an absolute deterritorialization, we imagine that there is in existence an ultimate territory, a unity within which and from which local spaces are lived. Absolute territorialization is, then, the potential of sense, the potential of the brain to think the genesis of spatiality from within a local space, not just this image as it is here for me, folded around my body, but imaging as such. Humanity is not, as in phenomenology, the finite point in the world from which the world is unfolded. But human life, in the form of the thinking brain, is the site where the potential for space, the intuition of inhuman foldings of space, can be actualized and counter-actualized. For Deleuze, then, the human or the potential of the brain is always more than a constituted image within sense, it is also that image that allows us to think the potential of imaging as such. Deleuze 1995, 42. Just as Foucault's genealogy of man was accompanied by an affirmation of the self as that which can turn back upon itself, problematize itself, and thereby open new ways of thought, so Deleuze will affirm Foucault's Superman who no longer turns back upon himself but opens out to forces that will free life from within himself. Deleuze 1988, 132. Indeed, as Deleuze notes in his work on Foucault, to think requires moving beyond formations of knowledge and dispersed visibilities to the non-place from which what we see and what we say emerge. Deleuze 1988, 38. This outside is not spatially separated from the world we live, rather, the outside is nothing more than the relations of forces through which we live, see, and say. Deleuze 1988, 84. There is space, the experience of space, only because of a non-spatial outside that is nothing more than a play of forces. Deleuze 1988, 86. The ethics of space. There is a perception we could have in reading Deleuze and Guattari that the molecular is good, while the molar is bad, that affect is liberating and 194. Mobilizing while meaning or conceptuality is rigidifying. Such moralizing reading would be enabled by placing Deleuze and Guattari in the tradition of post-1968 difference t thinkers who resist the lure of identity and who, supposedly, grant an essential radicalism to TB non-semantic per se. On such an understanding, conceptuality, ideality, and form are ways of retarding and normalizing the flow and force of life, while TB random, singular, or unthought release life into its open and infinite potentiality. The relation between time and space would, accordingly, also be historicist and politicist. Philosophy Bass privileged a uniform space of points, space that may be measured or striated precisely because any point in space is equivalent to and interchangeable with any other. These points are achieved either by TB division of uniform matter, or by the location of bodies across the plane of matter. Time is then regarded as the measure of movement or points within this uniform field. Western metaphysics has always privileged a fixed world of forms, a spatial unity and a pre-given order over the processes and events that produce that order. When we read Deleuze and Guattari's seeming celebration of smooth over-striated space, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 353, of multiple plateaus rather than a line of history, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 393, of artisans rather than architects, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 402, and of nomadology rather than sedentary phenomenology, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 380, this would seem to suggest that we move from a dualism that privileges a founding term, spatial coordinates, measuring time, order to an affirmation of the singularities from which all dualisms and orders emerge. As in Derridean deconstruction, we would recognize any moral or binary opposition as effected from a differential field not governed by any dominant term. In terms of space, this would seem to suggest that space, far from being a field within which points are mapped, is better conceived as a plane of singular affects and events that is, in Western thought, reactively coded as one general territory. However, the emphasis in post-Deleuzian theory on affect, singularities, and nomadology misses the affirmative understanding of sense, mind and philosophy that sits alongside Deleuze's critical project. Throughout his work, Deleuze is at pains to point out that he is not advocating a return to primitivism, and this has been accepted well enough. However, the celebration of the minor term in Deleuze and Guattari's non-dualist binaries does seem to suggest a preference for the affective, singular, haptic, and embodied over sense, conceptuality and ideality. Alongside the critique of the normalization of space in the figure of a unified humanity, there is another problem in the post-1968 affirmation. 195. Of difference, the problem or positive possibility of the whole, the power of a singular thought to imagine space in general. Certainly, post-structuralism concerned itself with the disruptive question of genesis: how is any field, system of differences or plane of knowable terms generated, and how does one term explain, and thereby occlude, the genesis of any structure? But there is also an affirmation of the structural possibility of this genesis: how does any field or set of relations produce a point or image of that which exceeds the set? For Deleuze and Guattari, it is time to approach the problem of genesis and structure differently. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 242. A structure is a set of external relations, the way in which life is viewed or generated from some point. A structure is one side of a stratification, the other side is that which is structured, but this determinable content is not undifferentiated or aphoremeless. And so for Deleuze and Guattari we need to move beyond structures on one side and structured on the other to the abstract machine from which both are unfolded. This would mean taking account of the process of differentiation, the dynamic unfolding of difference, that subtends differentiation, or the actual and realized distinctions between terms. Deleuze 1994, 206-7. It should be possible to think immanent tendencies, the way in which different expressions of life unfold different spaces, relations, fields, or trajectories, the immanent power of corporeality in all matter. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 411. Genesis and structure. Structuralism presented itself as a break with the Western epoch of metaphysics that had grounded beings and identities upon some prior plane from which they emerge. Differences were no longer differences within space. Rather than accepting that differences were grounded on a prior order and distributed across a field, structuralism described the emergence of any field from the differentiation of points or terms. The idea of difference without positive terms allows us to imagine a differentiating field that produces points only in relation to each other and that have no intrinsic orientation. Space would, then, be the effect of a synthesis of points, not a container or ground. Space is the effect of relations. This would apply both to space in a metaphorical sense, such as the space or field of a grammar or social structure, and literal space. Geometry is not a pre-given and ideal order of a space that bears its own laws. Rather, our space is constituted through the sense we make of it, the mapping of our field of orientation. Structure therefore privileges external relations or movements over points. There is nothing in any point or being itself, no. 196. Deleuze and space. Intrinsic relation, that would determine how it behaves or constitutes itself in relation to other points. However, as long as structure is seen in terms of a differentiating system of pure relations, it fails to account for the genesis or internal difference of those relations. While Deleuze also insists on the externality of relations, that nothing fully determines how any potential will be actuagized, he refuses to reduce relations to a single structure. Rather, life is a plane of potential ideas or tendencies that may be actuatized in certain relations but that could also produce other relations, other worlds. We can make this concrete by way of a very crude example. The power to be perceived as located in geometrical space, to be actualized in a system of relations between points, is certainly one way in which a body or matter might be actualized. So, a line that makes up a grid on a plan or diagram is a line by virtue of this realized set of relations. But such a line might also be drawn on a canvas, overlaid with other lines or set beside blocks of color, no longer being a line but becoming other than itself, a shading or border. This means that there is a potential for sense, within, say, linearity, that cannot be exhausted by any single relation. In contrast with the idea that space or the world is constructed from sense, socially or culturally constituted, spatiality opens sense, for any location bears the potential to open up new planes, new orientations. Rather than seeing space as affected from sense, as realized from a system of orientation or intending, Deleuze sees spatiality as an opening of sense, as the potential to create new problems. Deleuze is critical of the subject of philosophy for whom space is a form imposed on the world, but he is also resistant to reducing space to actually constituted spatial planes. What needs to be thought is not this or that plane, nor this or that realized system of relations, but the potential to produce planes, the planomenon, and our capacity to think or encounter that potential. A singularity is the potential to produce relations, but these relations cannot be determined from the singularity alone, for it is always possible that new encounters will open up new relations. Consequently, there can be no point from which spaces are drawn, because a point only takes on its determination with the unfolding of a certain space, an unfolding that could always be redrawn. A singularity is, however, a tendency or potential, and for this reason a space or field is always more than its relations. There are always singularities or potential that could open further spaces or allow for the thought of any space whatever, space as such, or the sense of space. In What is Philosophy? Deleuze and Guattari argue for the primacy of architecture in relation to the arts, and this is because art works with the plane of composition, those affects and percepts that. 197. Fill out any space. The plane of composition in art is more than a spatial metaphor, for any work of art is a struggle with those perceptions, affects and sensed encounters that are lived. Art does not express the lived but releases from the lived the impersonal power from which any oriented and located life emerges. The plane of composition comprises the potentials of sensibility that an artist must somehow locate in a material, in this time and in this space, while producing a monument, such that this sensation as it would be felt comes to stand alone, for all time. We might contrast this productive, composing and architectonic model of art as the creation of relations that allow for the preservation of sensation without reference to a lived body, with a received understanding of deconstruction. For Derrida, deconstruction is not itself a method so much as an inhabitation and solicitation of all those texts that present their structures, differences, borders, or relations, while repressing that which generates structure. There will always be, within any field or space, a closed set of terms and an unthinkable supplementary term that borders or closes the set. If we imagine how this might provoke the practice of spatial arts, such as architecture, then we can follow Mark Wigley by suggesting that any experienced or actual space must repress, forget, or disavow that spatializing tracing which marks out the border between inside and outside, which generates the field but cannot be located within the field. Wigley 1993, 191. More concretely, one could strive, as Bernard Tschumi has done, to bring this thought of quasi-transcendental difference into practice. Le Parc de Fauvelet, 1987, aims to decenter space by producing a distribution of points without hierarchy. According to Tschumi, the various points that create the grid system of the park preclude the thought of a center or realized intention. Without hierarchy or center, the various points will then enter into a series of multiple relations, such that the character of the space produced is not determined or organized beforehand. Further, by overlaying other distributions such as a series of surfaces and then a series of lines, no system of distributions is elevated above any other, unity is avoided. The points therefore work against a dominating ratio that would present space as an expression of design certainly not an expression of a subject. If the points were in some ways reform or pure difference, this would be a set of relations without possessive terms, without overarching form, allowing other systems of relations, including actions and the participation of other designers, to produce new relations. Most significantly, Tschumi insists that the project aims to unsettle both memory and context, and is therefore exemplary of a resistance to the idealization of space, the use or experience of space in terms of an ideal sense that would precede its punctual event. 198. Not a plenitude, Bulletin T instead empty F or M, les cases sant I/ide la Villette, then aims at an architecture that means nothing, an architecture of the signifier rather than the signified, one that is pure trace or the play of language. A dispersed and differentiated reality that marks an end to the utopia of unity. Tchumi 1987, 8. In contrast to this pure distribution and relation of points, differentiate reality, Deleuze puts forward the idea of external relations that cannot be confused with the singular powers from which those relations are effected. Relations are not the effect of a process of differentiation or distribution. Rather, the power to differ expresses itself differently in each of its produced relations, with each affected point or term bearing a power to exceed itself, and to establish a new relation that would then create a new space. Put more concretely, we might imagine a certain power to differ, light, producing a spectrum of colors, such that these differences are effects of this intensity of difference, but we then might imagine colors entering into relation with the eye, thereby producing a visibility that can create new terms and new relations. Any space or plane, then, is the unfolding of matter, with relations being effected by specific expressions, which are events of specific powers to relate. THIRD is an extraordinarily fine topology that relies not on points or objects but rather on hypotheses, on sets of relations, winds, undulations of snow or sand, the song of the sand or the creaking of the ice, the tactile qualities of both. It is a tactile space, or rather haptic, a sonorous much more than a visual space. The variability, the polyvocally of directions, is an essential feature of smooth spaces of the rhizome type, and it alters their cartography. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 382. This is what Deleuze draws from Spinoza: if life is desire or striving, and has no static being outside this striving, then encounters or relations need to be referred back to desires or intrinsic powers to differ. There are not points or positive terms that are differentiated or distributed in a uniform space, n of is their spatiality or punctualization as such which can only be thought after the event. Rather, each relation is expressive of a power that bears a potential to enter into further relations, such that a field is not a distribution of points so much as the striving of powers to become and that become as this or that quality depending upon, but never exhausted by, their encounters. Even so, while this yields an affirmation of the affective or material over the formal, the production of space rather than its orienting sense, there is also an affirmation in Deleuze's work of the thought, philosophy. 199. And sense of affect. Indeed, Deleuze's historical work with Guattari offers a genealogy of globalism, how certain affects such as the white face, viewing, subjective eyes, and laboring and subjected body constitute the man of modernity and single territory of capitalism. There is nothing radical per se about affect, but the thought of affect, the power of philosophy or true thinking to pass beyond affects and images to the thought of differential imaging, the thought of life in its power to differ is desire, and is always and necessarily radical. J.2 The power of art is ethical, the power not just to present this or that affect, but to bring us to an experience of effectuality, or of the fact that there is affect. Art is not a judgment on life but an affirmation of life. Space in general. Deleuze's concepts of the molecular, affect, heterogeneity and multiplicity, far from striving to think a spatiality that lies outside the field it determines, allow the thought of a self-distributing plane, a space that unfolds itself, and that does not require and expel a supplementary absent and spatializing force. Deleuze's difference is not radically anterior and unthinkable, it is the immanent pulsation of life that expresses itself infinitely and that can be affirmed in the thought of life. The idea of space as the effect of a radically absent force of spatialization that lies outside the field it spaces, even while this outside can only be thought fair as outside one's terms are spatialized, is itself a peculiar event, effect and multiplicity. Why is it that today we see ourselves as subjected to the signifier, as inhabiting a law or system of relations imposed by an other who does not exist? There is, if you like, a space of white Oedipal man, a space that has expressed itself in a pure geometry, a geometry oriented by the sense of a space that would be the law for any body whatever, a space that is nothing more than a capacity for axiomatic repetition. In response to this space of man and pure geometry, Deleuze suggests that far from returning to a primitive geometry, and far from adding one more dimension to the plane that might allow us to think space in general, we ought to multiply the dimensions of space in order to maximize its power. From that critical endeavor we can then go on to ask, as Deleuze and Guattari do, what a plane is, such that it can think its own folds and dimensions. Philosophy creates the plane of thought which, in its Deleuzian form, strives to think the emergence of all planes, and this is why 8,000 plateaus can describe life through planes of science, geometry, geology, literature, politics, metallurgy, history, and linguistics, all the ways in which life folds upon itself in order to imagine. 200. And give form to itself, all the different matters of form, all the ways in which matter manners or articulates itself. Univocity and equivocity. Both Foucault's The Order of Things and Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus historicize the emergence of man, pointing out that man is not just one being in the world among others, even if the human knower has always been somehow privileged. Man is defined through what Deleuze refers to as an equivocal ontology, or what Foucault describes as an ontology without metaphysics, Foucault 1970, 340. That is, there is no longer a world of inherent or intrinsic differences which human knowledge may either come to know and map, as in the classical era, or which can be recognized and reflected in the self's relation to a cosmos. For Foucault, prior to modernity, space is the surface upon which knowledge and difference are placed, and time allows those dispersed spaces, not to be constituted and synthesized, but to be recognized. In modernity, however, this world of dispersed differences is now torn apart by a point of opacity and radical difference. Being does not bear its own truth or metaphysics, there is a point outside being, life, that is other than the world but which gives the world its truth, order, or differentiation, Foucault 1970, 265. Difference and unfolding are located within man. To go back to Husserl's argument for transcendental consciousness, we can no longer nominally use the truths of geometry as though they simply represented the truth of space. We have to recognize the temporal constitution of these truths by consciousness. Consciousness just is a capac IRY for spatialization through time that can be recognized as having no proper space, and that must at once be located in a specific culture and epoch, but also differentiated in its potential from any concrete locale. Here, the difference, space and surface of the world are unfolded from one point within the world, l'effet, a point that can never have its space within the horizon it unfolds. It is always against a background of the already begun that man is able to reflect in what may serve for him as origin. For man, then, origin is by no means, he beginning, a sort of dawn of history from which his ulterior acquisitions would have accumulated. Origin, for man, is much more the way in which man in general, any man, articulates himself upon the already begun of labor, life, and language. It must be sought for in that fold where man in all impliciti applies his labor to a world that has been worked for thousands of years, lives in the freshness of his unique, recent, and precarious existence, a life that has its roots in the first organic form at ions, and 201. Composes into sentences which have never before been spoken, even though GENER at ION after generation has repeated them, words that are older than all memory. Far from leading back, or even merely in towards a peak whether real or virtual of identity, far from indicating the moment of the same at which the dispersion of the other has not yet come into play, the original in man is that which articulates him from the outset upon something other than himself. Foucault 1970, 331, it is in equivocal ontologies, according to Deleuze, that man as a signifying animal is the point from which system, difference, and structure are given. Man everywhere is subjected to the same formal structure of differences, law, exchange, and signification, with the world and real being nothing more than the plane upon which system takes hold. In modernity, one moves from expression to signification, from a world where differences are real and distinct and give birth to signs, to a world where each event has its ground and origin in one organizing system. From real and distinct differences one moves to formal difference, and to an idea of humanity that is nothing more than a formal function. Man is not a being within the world so much as a capacity to signify, exchange and communicate. It is not surprising that Deleuze, like Foucault, makes much of the pre-Kantian experience of multiple folds and spaces. In his book on Leibniz and the fold, Deleuze draws attention to the ways in which the Baroque plays upon the intrinsic differences of possible perceptions. Each point in the world is a monad, a perception that unfolds the world from itself without the requirement of a shared and anticipated space that is synthesized into the future. To say that monads have no windows is to say that a world is perceived and unfolded without the assumption or presupposition of perception in general. One has not yet troubled oneself or given man responsibility for the genesis of space from his own time. One has not yet seen each perceiver as the effect or sign of a perception in general. Perception is not the condition, genesis, or origin of the spatial and temporal world. There are spatialities and temporalities of each monad. At one end, God is the full and clear perception of all space, at the other, are the singular perceptions of infinity, each monad's perceptual grasp of the infinite that transcends it. By contrast, modern man stands, not for one perceiver among others, but for a purely formal power to perceive that also bears the imperative to perceive as any subject whatever. The deterritorialization that frees the perception of space from its own locale is re-territorialist onto consciousness in general, the subject for whom space is everywhere subject to the same formal and geometric logic. Man speaks as one who is already subjected. 202. To a system that gives him being, and who must in essence already be right to any other possible speaker. The classical image of thought, and the striating of mental space it affects, aspires to universality. It in effect operates with two universals, he whole as the final ground of being or all-encompassing horizon, and the subject as the principle that converts being into being for us. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 379. From univocity, where space and perception are spread across a time and surface that are and sends the human knower, equivocity establishes a single and formalizable condition of spatiality, the logic of the subject. Underscore which is both inescapable and unmasterable. Both Foucault and Deleuze note that this historical shift does not just have political implications but needs to be seen as the very negation of the political. Although they both have a common target, the equivocal ontology whereby consciousness is the substance from which the world's spaces are constituted, Foucault and Deleuze differ as to the possibility of the repoliticization of space. Husserl had already argued that formalizing or idealizing power of geometry allows one to repeat the ruts of space to infinity. One establishes a science through an orientation or problem which goes beyond the given to its future and repeatable potential. Sense, for both Husserl and Deleuze, is this radical incorporeal power to release what is essential in an event from its material locale. The constitution of formal geometrical space therefore emerges from a certain SE1L5E, S-triv in G or project. For Husserl this is the sense of one humanity, occupying a single territory and history of truth and knowledge. Whereas Foucault and Derrida are critical of this one conscious life, this presupposed we or ground of consciousness, Deleuze affirms the power of thought and philosophy to intuit life as the source of difference, folds, relations and spaces. Sense, philosophy, intuition, thinking and concepts all name the power to unleash other territories by imagining the given as an expression of a life that exceeds any of its fixed terms, and imagining the potential that can be unfolded from that expressive power. Man, or the modern subject of psychoanalysis or linguistics, dozes down thinking if he is seen as the point from which differences and relations unfold. Accordingly, Space, seen as the field occupied, measured, and constituted by this man of consciousness, is a field of interiority, a space within which we think, a space reducible to perception s of this SPE. Psific organism. Such a space operates from a combination of sense and affect. There are the affects of Western man, the images that organize a 203. Plateau or constitutes the social unit, the white face of the viewing subject, the black holes of eyes expressing an interior, a body dominated by speech and identified through its familial position as either mother or father, Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 96-7. That is, the investing perception of a certain body part, the apprehension of the power of the face as organizing center, unfolds a sense of space, a way of orienting a field crucial to the territory of man. The faciality function showed us the form under which man constitutes the majority, or rather the standard upon which the majority is based, white, male, adult, rational, etc., in short, the average European, the subject of enunciation, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 292. From the specific affect of speaking man as subject and center, Deleuze and Guattari then describe the expansion or extrapolation of this affect to form a sense of space and time in general. The central point enables equivocity, where one privileged term is the organizing ground of the other, man becomes the substance upon which other terms depend, and he also enables a single temporal plane. Following the law of arborescence, it is THIS central point that moves across all of space or THE entire SCRene, and at every turn nourishes a certain distinctive opposition, depending on which faciality trait is retained, male, female, adult dash, child, white dash, black, yellow, or red, rational dash, animal. The central point, or third eye, thus has the property of organizing binary distributions within the dualism machines, and of reproducing itself in the principal term of the opposition, the entire opposition at the same time residential onates in the central point. The constitution of a majority as redundancy. Man constitutes himself as a gigantic memory, through the position of the central point. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 292-3. And all this is achieved at the expense of the line. Movement, desires, and trajectories are subordinated to the terms or points they produce. The effects of relations and desires, points, are taken as original, and in the constitution of an origin memory supplants memories. What constitutes our arborescence is the submission of the line to the point. Of course, the child, the woman, the black have memories, but the memory that collects those memories is still a virile majoritarian agency treating them as childhood memories, as conjugal, or colonial memories. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 293. Deleuze's project is the expansion of sense beyond its localization in man, the expansion of the potential of geometry beyond its purposive or architectonic sense. The transcendental project, the striving to think the sense of space, has yet to be carried out beyond its dependence on man. 204. The space of humanity has been constituted from the perception of an upright man of reason who regards all others as potentially or ideally just like himself. A radical striving towards sense must be transcendental and empirical, transcendental in its refusal of any image of thought or consciousness, and empirical in its observation of the different perceptions opened from different affective encounters. Sense is the potential to imagine other perceptions of the infinite, and the striving to think space positively, not the link between 2 points, but the power of life in its striving to create trajectories that open series or plateaus. One might think here, positively, of sacred land. Claims for the sacredness of land by indigenous peoples are not just examples or instances of the various ways in which we, Buchanan, grant space significance. For the key difference is that space here is not significant, not seen as a marker, symbol, or image of cultural memory. Whereas Western understandings of monument use space to mark an event, and do so in order to call future humanity to recognize and retain its past, sacred land is both infinite, demanding recognition from others and inherently effective. The infinite it opens is deemed to be real, and not simply a relative cultural construction, but at the same time this infinite cannot be known or appropriated by just any other. Indigenous Australian claims to the sacredness of land locate memory or spirit in the land itself, which is not a signifier of the past, so much as the affirmation of the ways in which bodies and land are created through their effective connections. A people is a people because of this land, and this land bears its affect, resonance, and spirit because of the dreaming of its people. At the same time, in accord with the positive reality of sense, the dreaming, spirit or genius of space transcends present individuals and opens up into the future, requiring further creation and demonstration. There is not a time or a space, which is perceived here in one sense, there in another. There are distinct modes of sense, different ways in which perceptions imagine, intuit, and constitute an infinite. Conclusion. Deleuze's project is both critical and affirmative. Like Foucault and Derrida, he is critical of the assumed center of a constituting consciousness or single body from which relations emerge. But Deleuze also wants to argue that the transcendental project, the striving to think space or life in general, needs to be carried beyond its human territory. The subject as universal humanity who operates on the single spatial and temporal plane of capitalism represents a distinct passage from affect. 205. To formal function. The white man of reason has no race, no body, no beliefs, he is nothing more than a power to relate to and recognize others. Capitalism is cynical and axiomatic, no body, image, or desire governs its domain. Man is the communicating, rationalizing and laboring potentile in us. There is an abstraction from all tribalism and affective relations. Territories are no longer constituted through investment in certain bodies or images. This is possible only because one affective body, the image of Oedipal man who is nothing more than a power to abstract from his body and speak, now allows the axiom of one global human ity. The production of one who is other than his bodily desire, the gender-neutral, disembodied subject of modernity, is the white, Western man of reason. The body of signifying, capitalist man is the body of reason, speech, communication, and submission to a law that one recognizes as one's own, and therefore as the law of all others. One's true being is that of any subject whatever, an effective investment in a body whose desires are now pure functions, who can recognize in all others the same human life, the same potential to liberate oneself from mere life and become fully human. Man is that body or point of life liberated from life, a desire not for this or that image or effect, but a desire to be other than affect. On the one hand, then, this subject of formal geometry and the space of humanity is reactive, a desire that wills itself not to will and in so doing submits itself to the negation of desire. One constitutes oneself as a point in humanity across one universal space and time. In so doing, however, desire is deprived of its own power, reterritoriatused or subordinated to one of its affects. The power to intuit or sense perceptions beyond one's own purview is halted by the inclusion of all other perceivers as already within one's own space and time. Deleuze's own project is neither the inhabitation of a specific texture or event of space, determining the points from which a space is drawn or delimited, nor the assertion of an absolute deterritorialisarion. Rather, from the thought of the constitution of this or that space from this or that desire, or from the thought of the potential of sense, one can think space as such in its infinite divergence, 1,000 plateaus. Chapter 1-2. The Desert Isl and Tom Conley. One of Gilles Deleuze's earliest pieces of writing could be imagined as a manuscript that its author, a shipwrecked sailor having washed up on a deserted island, wrote and illustrated with a map on a piece of paper, scrolled tightly into a coil, and then pushed down the neck of a bottle he corked and tossed into the ocean. But unlike the marooned soul on the beach living in the hope that a crew aboard a passing ship might find the bottle bobbing in the waves, read the words and look at the map in order to change the course of their voyage, retrieve the forlorn author and bring him back to the haven of a mainland, the isolated man encrypts his words in a glass container and sends them seaward. He throws the bottle into the sea to let it follow a course and reach a destination of its own. The desert island, in French as causes et raisons de îles déserts / literally, causes and reasons of desert islands, now in English translation as The Desert Island, was penned in the 1950s. Purportedly written for a special issue of Nouveau Féminin on the theme of desert islands, the manuscript copy of The Desert Island never reached the address which, it was supposed, was written on its containing envelope. When David Lapojade and his team of editors retrieved the pages and used them to inaugurate an assemblage of the philosopher's essays written in France and elsewhere between 1953 and 1974, Deleuze had been dead for 7 years. The MS in a bottle was recovered, and a text that until the turn of the 21st century had been private finally became public. The piece has since become an event and, as an event, a marvelous reflection on the vitality and force of the spaces Deleuze invents in all of his philosophical and critical writings. The unpublished essay on desert islands has appeared almost literally out of the blue. The decision to title the collection of 39 essays L'île déserte et autres textes, textes entitions 1953–1974 The Desert Island and Other Writings, Texts and Discussions 1953–1974, attests to 208. A sense of its import in the work at large. Is the article a piece of juvenilia in which many of the themes of the later work find imperfect but jeweled expression? Is it a miniature Comrade in a copious and moving architecture of writing, ending with Critique l'éthique clinique in 1993, that bears resemblance in volume and force to Proust's Effort à chercher du temps perdu? Has it remained, before it appeared in print, an empty square in a checkerboard that allowed an infinite permutation and variation in the creative drive in the philosopher's work in general? Affirmative responses to these questions would be likely and reassuringly welcome, but only if the early writings were not taken to determine and predict what would be thought, in the philosopher's career, to follow or to evolve from the first writings. Reflective space would need to be retained for a position from which it could be argued that the early work is as genuine and as complex as the later material, and that in some it would be useless to apply a model of phases of development or evolution in Deleuze's writing as might the specialist in embryology. A positive answer to the questions would in greater likelihood serve to inform the reader of Deleuze's lasting identification with issues of space and geography. It is in this sense that the paragraphs that follow will take up a reading of Deleuze's Desert Island. The philosopher whom Alain Badiou has rightly called an ontologist is an adept of the science of being insofar as he is a geographer and a philosopher of space, see Badiou 1997. The beginnings of the imaginative spatial ontology that will assume other, and often protean, forms are coordinated and plotted with commensurate complexity in this early article. To see how they are and in which directions they move will be the concern of the paragraphs that follow. As always with Deleuze, the island is something that is thought, something created by virtue of being selected, classified, and thus provisionally isolated or pigeonholed. Reflection on the causes of the island is what prompts the philosopher to discover that the act of selection and isolation constitutes not an instance of creation but of recreation. The discovery of the originary and founding world that would be the piece of land surrounded by water is an effect of a variation and a repetition. The island is found within the process that makes it liable to be contemplated in the first place. It is from its inauguration as both identity and difference that one critic calls his own Caribbean world that of a repeating island. In any given locale the island would be a reiteration making possible what we imagine to be the topographies of our world and our lives, see Benitez Rojo 1996. Deleuze's essay does not broach subjectivity in terms of the experience of local or sentient space, but it does chart a multifaceted or multi-layered ground plan of the relation of sensation and imagination to location. It shows that our imagination tends to make space tantamount to being insofar as being can only be thought of in terms of becoming, in other words, within the flow, force, and vitality of repetition and recreation. It suffices to review the essay to discern its inherent cartography and implications for what concerns. It begins with a quadrant defined by two species of island and two ways, one based on science and the other on the imagination, of comprehending them. What scientific geographers say continental islands are accidental, and possibly accidentes, with anfractuosities seen as jagged edges, or derived, having been separated from a rive or shore. They are born of a disarticulation, of an erosion, of a fracture, and they are survivors of the swallowing up or the engulfing of what used to retain them. By contrast, oceanic islands are originary, essential islands. Sometimes they are formed by corals, they offer us a veritable organism, sometimes they surge up from under the sea, they bring to the open air a movement from the lower depths, some emerge slowly, others disappear and come back, they can't be annexed. Deleuze 2002, 11. The sentences with which the geographical definitions are crafted betray an insular and unsettling style. They are open-ended, in a loose syntax, in which the verbal components are effectively isolated from each other. They appear almost incontinent or of such an oral texture that they make the ear imagine the words in their spoken delivery where, as such, sentences do not exist, where, in other words, a flow of expression prevails, and where, inasmuch as one descriptive is added to another, clauses, like waves, follow and fold upon and over each other. The tenor of the description of the two kinds of island complicates the opposition of the continental to the oceanic species. It is at once scientific and mythic. The derived islands are brought forward before thy originary counterparts are defined. If they withstand, or, in the highly organic idiolect that makes their seemingly inorganic matter resemble living flesh, they survive being eaten or swallowed by the continents that had formerly retained or kept them under their jurisdiction. The drift of de Slash's sentence suggests holds that the derived islands had been de facto engulfed, under the dominion of land, before they escaped the clutches of the continent. By a sure stretch of the imagination the derived islands can be figured as sailors who survive, both all and as the islands where they are. They are the fruits of the shipwreck of a continental vessel or a mutiny that separated them from the tyranny of continental land. The gist of Deleuze's French suggests the narrative of an 210 upheaval or a founding separation that, paradoxically, defines their originarity. Les sont séparés d'un continent, nés d'une disarticulation, d'une erosion, d'une fracture, elles survivent à un engloutissement de ce qui les retenait. They are separated from a continent, born of a disarticulation, of an erosion, of a fracture, they survive being swallowed up by what retained them. That is why it seems strange that oceanic islands would be called originary, essential, in view of the creative rupture that formed their derivative co-equals. In the style of the description these islands would be arum, mercurial beings, tricksters perhaps, even Chaplinesque forms that pop out of and disappear into the ocean that would engulf them. They surge out of what elsewhere Deleuze calls an originary world of lower depths or bas fonds. They cannot be colonist or annexed fo the continent. They could be figured possibly as craters of volcanoes that draw elemental force from the earth info the atmosphere. They might also be countenanced as great accretions of calcium that coral vegetation has so accumulated in submarine places that they have become reefs and indeed patches of terra firma. In all events the opposition between the two kinds enables Deleuze to mobilize inherite Aristotelian world pictures for the purpose of creating a geography of force and intensity. These two kinds of islands, originary or continental, attest fo a profound opposition between the ocean and the earth. In this context the historian of geography recalls that in many diagrams of the celestial spheres the world is at the crux of 10 concentric circles that describe, after earth and water at the core, air and fire, and then the lunar and planetary spheres. 4L and these configurations globe is seen in dark and light patches that depict aqueous and telluric regions roughly comprising a sum of oceans and continents. To this inherited image Deleuze adds, however, that the elements generally detest each other, the one is horrible fo the other. In all this, nothing very reassuring. What had been flux and flow, bearing witness to symmetry and complementarities of all things in God's creation, is turned into war and conflict in a way that renews a sense of geographical adventure known fo the Renaissance, a moment when earthly beginnings are recreated and rehearsed. The two elements of the elementary region, held within the circles of air and fire, are earth and water. They are folded upon each other and are offered to the eye as the diverse layers of the egg or the onion. Brock 1980, 68 ff. Albertus Magnus provide Mile hypothesis argued that in the beginning the earth was covered with water, but that God left a part of the earth uncovered to allow man and animals to live. The scientific counterpart to THIRD-WORLDISM explanation was based on 211. The perception that certain of the circles were of different axes, such that earth's circumference, although inscribed in the aqueous around, exceeded its container at the North Pole. Copernicus ratified the point by showing that there do not exist two distinct spheres, one of earth and the other of water that penetrated each other, but that in their place is a single terrestrial sphere whose depressed surfaces are the basins of the seas. As theories of the balance and flow of water moving about masses of land, thanks to the speculation that there existed an austral continent inhabited by the antipodes, were defined in new terms of a general geography that included island, peninsula, cap, isthmus, and continent. 6 The seas and rivers of the earth were thought to be in a dynamic process, due to a marvel of nature by which oceanic currents descend from certain places to others, and that as a result and a verification of the hypothesis rivers both flow into the sea and the sea, eventually and by often strange itineraries, into rivers. Yet speculation among cosmographers was so varied that there reigned as much conflict in the attributed causes of the places and movements of masses of water and land as the places and movements themselves. Deleuze vitalizes inherited cosmography when he personifies the land and the sea. In his polemology, these contrary bodies are mutual enemies who use strategies to win over each other. The sea that covers much of the earth, takes advantage of the slightest sinking of the highest structures of the land itself, while the earth that lies under the sea can terrorize its adversary by cutting through and rending its aqueous surface. As a consequence, no inherited explanation of the character of the planet goes without conflict and struggle. It follows, too, that the causes and reasons for islands are themselves at war with each other, and that the condition of possibility of a deserted island would be based on a truce in the ongoing conflict of land and water. The two other elements in the quadrant, the points of view of science and of the imagination, are clearly interwoven in the discoursy of the distinction being made between the earth and water. But the imagination, he argues, had already preempted the scientific explanation in its greater psychogenesis of islands. The law of humans that lead them forward islands takes up the double movement that produces the islands in themselves. To dream of islands, with all, the anandant anguish and joy, is q dream of separating oneself, that one is already separated, far from continents, dar that is alone and lost, or else to dream that one begins again at zero, that one recreates, that one recommences. There were derived islands, but the island is also what one derived toward, and there were originary islands, but the islameld is also the origin, the radical and absolute origin. Deleuze 2002, x. 212. Recreation and separation are warring forces, like the nature of the composite elements of islands, in which are reproduced the movements at the basis of RHE causes for islands. The man on the island he calls deserted is no more separated from the world, on the island is at a distance from a supposed continent from which it was detached. No longer does the island create itself by piercing the surface of the sea from the bottom of the earth than the man, standing aloof and alone on a shoreline, would recreates the world on the basis of what he perceives to be the island and its surrounding waters. The radical implication of the crisscrossing of terms is that in his isolation a man ascribes to his being two different origins, one of Rhe Crearian and the other of the being of the island. Man reenacts the originary and derived creation of islands through the imagination of beginnings that geology and cosmography had ascribed to the birth and evolution of the core elements of the terrestrial sphere. Little distinction is made between the subject as supremely thinking creature, of science and imagination that can furnish an adequate ontology for itself, and the forces of the earth itself, whether organic or inorganic, that create a sense of conscience and of being apart or separate from any necessary presence of man. The island, like whoever desires it,
is of a conscience unto itself, a pure conscience de il, the pure conscience of the island, Deleuze 2002, 13, being at the same time of the perceiver and the perceived alike. At this moment in the text there occurs an event that anticipates much of Deleuze's work concerning the invention of space. When he causes barriers to erode between the subject and object in the form of man and the island, Deleuze implicitly engages new reflections on habitus. What, why, and where the desert island? Its causes and reasons move with the syntax that makes both the place and the hypothetical man's desire to be there it a product of the imagination. Deleuze argues that to say an island is inhabited does not mean it is no longer deserted. It can be deserted where it is inhabited. The trope that leads men to the island reproduces that of its own creation prior to or after human intervention. By being separate and separated from the sea, the continent, and man, it remains in a creative condition. The space that it creates of itself is reflected in the syntactic shifts in the sentence that opine to imagine the sensorian of the shipwrecked sailor's attraction to the island. Il n'y a chue pauser dans I imagination I movement chuamine I hum e sur pile. Un tel mouvement o vient chu en apparence rompre I desert deil en vérité il reprend et prolong I en qui produ I set celici I comme li de route. Loin de I compromettre il porte sap reflection, a sun comble. It suffices to push into the imagination the movement that man brings upon. 213. The island. A movement of this sort only seems to break the desert from the island. In all likelihood it takes up and prolongs the Allah that produces the latter as a desert island. Far from compromising it, he brings it to its perfection, to its zenith. Deleuze 2002, 13. When the desert is broken from the island, all of a sudden we realize that the relation of the adjective, deserty, to its substantive, phi, undergoes a tectonic shift. The island was a continent inasmuch as it contained a desert, say, what we imagine to be an quasi-infinite expanse of sand in the torrid zone of Africa. In the eyes of the person driven by an elan vital, the island, in all its implied immensity as a desert, would be as such only when the perceived is separated from what he or she perceives. The desert island, from within the imagination. If men were sufficiently separated, sufficiently creative, they would only give to the island a dynamic image of itself, a conscience of the movement that produced it, to the point that through man the island it traverse lilj would finally takes conscience of itself as deserted, with or without humans. This land would only be the man's dream, and the man, the pure conscience of the island. Deleuze 2002, 13. Deleuze's words move the center of subjectivity in the perceiver to the island itself as a creative force. Inhabitation, or a sense of being and becoming in the world, begins when the illusion of mastery of the island is renounced in favor of letting the space realize a consciousness of its own. At this juncture, in the revealing formula that makes the island the dream of man and la pure conscience de llie, in the apposition that makes conscience something shared by man and the island alike, there is created or recreated, a space that becomes as such when perceiver and perceived exchange roles. The parataxis anticipates what Deleuze later calls the space that becomes the momentary product of an event in the context of another desert and an island, in this instance a pyramid that pierces the surface of the barren landscape, when Napoleon's troops march across northern Egypt. In question is prehension, the act of taking hold, seizing, or grasping an object of one kind or another. Living beings prehend water, earth, carbon, and salts. The pyramid at a given moment prehends Bonaparte's soldiers, 40 centuries are contemplating you, and reciprocally, Deleuze 1988, 106. Space is created when the soldiers realize, whether in paranoid fantasy or in reality of military encounters, that the pyramids are observing them. When the datum that would be a pyramid erupts from the floor of the desert, the object of the soldier's sensory predication turns into a subject and the soldiers into the predicate or object of the pyramid's gaze. 214. Deleuze's pregnant remarks in L'Epi, 1988, are close to those that concern the invention of space in causes et raisons de il deserting.
Like the pyramid, the desert island exists before and after the advent of humans or their incursions in the world. The island is a sea conscience of the earth and the ocean, ready to recommence the world, Deleuze 2002, 13. Such is what applies in LEPI, to the event and the space it produces. In the context of Leibniz and Baroque philosophy he refines what is imagined in the scenario of the shipwrecked sailor on the sand and shore of the desert wasteland. The datum or prehended object becomes, itself a pre-existing or coexisting prehension, and the event, a nexus of prehensions, Deleuze 1988, 106. Each new prehension, a subjectifying force, the marooned sailor taking stock of his situation on the island, becomes an object, a datum or a sailor that the sailor sees being seen by the island, that turns into a public fact for other prehending forces that would objectify it. Thus the event is inseparably the objectification of one prehension and the subjectification of another, Pli Deleuze 1988, 106, such that both the pyramid and the island are at once a public and a private affair, something simultaneously, actual and potential, entering into the becoming of another event and the subject of its own becoming, Pli Deleuze 1988, 106. Space is experienced as the intensity of the event and perhaps, too, as its inseparability from its duration. For this reason, or cause, in his work on the desert island Deleuze is led, it seems, to remark that man as such is preceded by himself and that, such a creature on the desert island would be the desert island inasmuch as the island is imagined and reflected, Deleuze 2002, X, or imagines and reflects itself, in its initial movement, that is, in its action of prehending its inhabitant. It might be said, too, that the space of the island is born at the singular point where the man and the place are at once in contact and apart from each other. The philosopher has shown that the rebirth of the island owes to the independence of the consciousness of the two prehending bodies, on the one hand the shipwrecked sailor and, on the other, the beach on which he stands. The argument is further complicated when Deleuze notes that a desert is not a necessary attribute of a deserted island. The surrounding waters of the sea become the desert surrounding the egg, like form of the island. The adjective becomes a substantive when it is assimilated into the smooth space of the sea, and by implication the island egg becomes an adjective when it is put into the service of a description of the ambiente milieu. With the deserted island is born an isolated or insular, but also infinitely extensive desert. The sea turns into an aridly expanse of sand and 215. The island an embryo or a contained world of wonders, with the most vivid springs, the most agile fauna, the most dappled flora, the most astonishing foodstuffs, the most living savages, and the shipwrecked man as isms auricious fruit, Deleuze 2002, 14, that would be a figment of imagmatin, and not a product entirely of either mythology or geology. It be inferred as a result that Deleuze's island belongs to a Mediterranean or, more specifically, an Aegean archipelago. For up to this point the essay Ananchen is focused on the island as matter and space in the field of the imagination. What is it to meditate the causes and reasons of an island? Does it have to do with the origins of philosophy, as he later showed with Felix Guattari, in the Mediterranean, if the SE can become a desert and the island an embryo of concepts, it can be said that the philosopher is speculating on a place in the middle of the earthen lands, Misogaios, a mass of land far from the sea, in contrast to Mediterraneus, a term that the Romans used to designate the sea they called their own for the reason that it is in the middle of the lands, Fran Oista. Daneville 1964, 101. The desert and its island become an object of mediation and meditation. Montaigne, the sceptical philosopher known to champion epistemology over ontology, argued that ie mediter est un puissant istud et plein, a qui est se taster et employer vigoureusement, Mediterranean, but also the act of meditating implied by the infinitive noun is a powerful and full study for those who know how to sense and employ themselves vigorously, before he immediately adds, j'aime mieux forger mon arme que l'ameubler, I prefer to forge my soul than to furnish it, Montaigne 1962.
797.8 In the context of the essay in which the remark is made, Montaigne describes his tower, the space in which he writes and thinks at th. same time that he speculates on the art of dividing and separating in titles or the purpose of getting to know them by virtue of relating and comparing them to one another. To classify is to separate and, in the same thrust, to recreate and to recommence. His estida or study could be at once his object and action of reflection, his art and science, as well as the room in which he thinks and writes. It could be at once the space he forges, a sea of infinite extension, and the desert island of his tower, the place he inhabits to the degree that its conscience is congruent with his own. By comparative means the island becomes the space where philosophy, ethics and acts, a study that is the conscience of its surroundings. As Deleuze reaches the Aegean archipelago by way of a leader itinerary that bears resemblance to what Montaigne equates to be the identities of mediation and meditation. The desert island is populated with myths, argues Deleuze, and belongs more to mythology than the science of geography. Inasmuch as most people prefer not to understand their myths, they need literature to intervene and to interpret ingeniously the myths that can no longer be understood, especially at those moments when myths cannot be either dreamt or reproduced. Two novels built from the theme of the desert island, Jean Giraudo's Suzanne et Pacifique and Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, attest to the end of mythology. In the latter, a book so insufferably boring that it is sad to see children still reading it, Deleuze 2002, 15, the protagonist, an exemplar of the Protestant ideal, treats the island as if it were a piece of private property. The mythic recreation of the world from the very being of the desert island gives way to a reconstruction of everyday bourgeois life based on capital investment, Deleuze 2002, 15. Every healthy reader, he avows, would wish that Friday the slave would finally cannibalize Robinson in order to have the narrative avert the assimilation of the mythology of the desert island into the Puritan ethic. By contrast, Suzanne's desert island in Giraudo's creation is a place where mythology dies because the objects in the heroine's midst reproduce the commodities that circulate in modern cities. Tepid and tasteless, she is not in the company of originary figures of the likes of Adam, but of young cadavers, and when she discovers living men, she loves them with a uniform affection, in the manner of priests, as if love were the minimum threshold of her perception, Deleuze 2002, 16. These FWO novels vividly attest the failure of the inhabitant of a desert island to reach the power of myth in a space in which myth abounds. They attest to the death of myth that in Deleuze's essay broader reflection on desertic space is brought forward zero revive and fey energies. Giraudo's and Defoe's FWO works, genial symptoms of a parabola that leads from myth to the novel, incite an implementation of what might be called the theory and practice of the desert island. 9L and the concluding paragraph of the essay Deleuze begins, as if in a manifesto, his stakes involve recovering the mythological life of the desert island. As a corollary, returning to the movement of the imagination turns the desert island into a model, a prototype of the collective soul, Deleuze 2002, 16. The latter is implied not to be a social movement but an immanent presence of energy and vital force. Vital force is made manifest less through the creation of the island than its recreation, its rebirth, or renaissance after a catastrophe following its birth. One principle of a creative repetition and variation is brought forward through the imagination of the island, a mountain, or both at once, pushing above the sea, where survivors of an originary deluge recommence life as such. Another comes. 217. Through a cosmic egg that leads to the creation of Mediterranean islands, Circe and Calypso, where a separation of genders promotes recommencement through parthenogenesis, and where, in an ideal of the recommencement there is something that precedes commencement itself, Deleuze 2002, 17, which takes up the latter in order to deepen it and to have it recede in time. The desert island, no matter if it is in the Pacific or in the Mediterranean, becomes the emblematic place where there can be perceived originary myths and the concurrent forces that generate them. Once it is thought of in this way, the desert island becomes the vital space of creative difference and repetition. Surely,
in the historical parabola of Deleuze's writing Causes and Reasons of the Desert Island figures as a parable for the longer work on difference and repetition or a threshold, following his comparisons of eggs to bodies without organs, for the distinction of smooth and striated spaces, Deleuze 1968, Deleuze and Guattari 1980. More importantly, in the unconscious register of concepts and the words that are conveyed in a language that is continually being born of itself, Deleuze-style deserti can be imagined as something insular to the degree that it remains, in respect both to itself and other entities, entirely singular. Desert islands in the early essay comprise a figurative geography of singularities in other writings. They can be said to belong to a cartographic genre, the island book or ISO/ARIA, with which a good deal of Deleuze's work is directly or indirectly affiliated. 10 In these works, written and illustrated at the time of discovery and global expansion, the world is conceived not as continents and their ambient oceans and seas, but as a quasi-infinite number of islands, each of an unknown, or expanding, some bearing unique traits in comparison with other islands. It may be, in the fashion of a projective conclusion, that the island could be imagined as a space of singularity. If indeed Deleuze calls singularity the power of the idea, then the deserted island is one of 1,000 sites of both difference and repetition, Deleuze 1968, 41. For Deleuze the island is not a geographical representation but, rather, a plot point and a plateau for any of the philosopher's lines of flight and of migration. The island becomes an enchanted space where concept continually moves in all directions and reinvents itself. Chapter 1-3. What Third thinks. Gregg Lambert. What is geophilosophy? Before examining the concept of space in Deleuze and Guattari's Philosophie, one would first have to ask what the Earth thinks. In other words, if the Earth had a philosophy, what would it be? The Earth had a political philosophy, moreover, would it be a political theology or perhaps something more resembling a political geology? In responding to these questions, I will argue that we must understand that what Deleuze and Guattari call geophilosophy is a partial solution to the language and the concepts of historical materialism, the creation of an alternative language and conceptual plane that is equal to the question of the Earth, the only few universal, that is, the creation of a geomaterialism, or of a political geology. In light of this thesis, we might be led to wonder how to evaluate a recent work like Empire, Hart and Negri 2000, which seems much more of a compromise formation in this regard, a marriage of the old language of historical materialism with the geological metaphors borrowed from Deleuze and Guattari's second volume of the Capitalism and Schizophrenia Project, and in particular, the concept of deterritorialization which is put to extensive use in this later work. Of course, Hart and Negri recognize the need to renovate the conceptual language of Marxism in order to confront the latest stage of capitalism and the new reality of globalization, which is why they borrow heavily from Deleuze and Guattari's language of geophilosophy, even while they choose to keep the old narrative framework of universal history in order to tell the story of passing through empire, to get to the other side. Hart and Negri 2000, 206. Although I would not be the first to observe that Empire is the most recent attempt to rewrite Marx's Grundrisse for a contemporary leftist audience, I would point out that in many respects this revision takes its model from Deleuze and What the Earth Thinks 221. Guattari's own Anti-Oedipus, 1983, and not as much from the subsequent plane of concepts that is proposed in 8,000 Plateaus, 1987. In fact, the second volume of the Capitalism and Schizophrenia Project eschews many of its earlier strategies with regard to the concepts of Marx and Engels, and the concepts of universal history, in particular, and instead seems to opt for a more pure conceptual plane of geophilosophy, perhaps alluding to Marx's own shift from the Hegelian-influenced early writings to the new abstract machine of political economy that is invented in Das Kapital. If Deleuze and Guattari come to speak more of a political geology than in terms of a political theology, this is what makes their talk of emancipation somewhat distinct from both traditional Marxism, and also New Age versions like that found in Empire. Nevertheless, it is important to notice that the question that each of these approaches continues to share is the fundamental social problem of how to create a revolutionary movement of desire and, at the same time, to ward off the intoxicating fantasies associated with what Deleuze and Guattari refer to as the full body of the despot, or with the rerum of a new state apparatus. Thus, their viewpoint runs counter to the appeal to theological forms of sovereignty, even those by an oppressed people, who often dream of a new despot, or identify with the return of what Foucault defined as a pastoral form of governmentality, such as the Hebrew state, or the Christian monarchy, Foucault 1997, 68. This hope, according to Deleuze and Guattari, often turns out to be the same one that always leads us back to the theology of the state form, the benevolent nation or fatherland, the good despot, the household order of paterfamilias. Their frequent critiques of the theology of the state form, and of the desires and superstitions that are often attached to its avatars, including various national and racial ideologies, can be understood to belong to the Spinozist tradition of political philosophy, a tradition that has preoccupied Negri as well, and can be formulated in terms of a certain question from Anti-Oedipus that also appears in the following passage from Empire. A long tradition of political scientists has said THIRD-WORLDISM is not why do people rebel but why they do not. Or rather, as Deleuze and Guattari say, the fundamental problem of political philosophy is still precisely why the one that Spinoza saw so clearly, and that Wilhelm Reich rediscovered, why do men fight for their servitude as stubbornly as though it were their salvation. Hart and Negri 2000, 210. Of course, their response to this problem always surrounds the question, how to create a body without organs, and, at the same time, to avoid. 222. Another judgment of God, or, in plainer terms, how to encourage new social formations of power that do not fall back into repressive states of individual desire. In an earlier interview conducted for the journal Actlel, Guattari clarifies the following with regard to this problem: the whole question turns on a state apparatus. Why would you look to a party or a state apparatus to liberate desires? It's bizarre. Wanting improved justice is like wanting good judges, good cops, good bosses, a cleaner France, etc. And then we are told, how do you propose to unify isolated struggles without a state apparatus? The revolution clearly needs a war machine, but that is no state apparatus. It also needs an analytic force, an analyzer of the desires of the masses, but no an external mechanism of synthesis. What is liber et ed desire? A desire that escapes the impasse of individual private fantasy. It's not about adapting desire, socializing and discus plining it, but hooking it up in such a way that its process is uninterrupted in the social body, so its expression can be collective. Deleuze 2004, 227. In another interview that occurs during the same period after the publication of Anti-Oedipus, French anthropologist Pierre Clastres, who is cited often by Deleuze and Guattari, summarizes the brilliant thesis that he discovered operating throughout Deleuze and Guattari's arguments, one that responds directly to the problem of the return of the repressive apparatus of the state form to hinder any revolutionary movement of desire, the thesis of the primitive horde. Yes, the state exists in the most primitive societies, even in the smallest band of nomadic hunters. It exists, but it is ceaselessly warded off. It is ceaselessly prevented from becoming a reality. A pyramid society directs all its efforts toward preventing its chief from becoming a chief, and that can go as far as murder. If history is the history of class struggle, in societies that have classes, then the history of a classless society is the history of their struggle against a latent state. Their history is the effort to encode the flows of power. Deleuze 2004, 227. One can see how this fundamental intuition from the chapters Savages, Barbarians, Civilized Man is fashioned into a major operational thesis of Empire,
a strategy which is revealed from the viewpoint of the universal history of a classless society that ends with the multitude successfully encoding power without resorting once again to the state form. After all, what is a multitude but a primitive socius that already dwells in the interstices of late capitalism, overcoated by globalist flows of capital, at the virtual fringes and the multiple points where deterritorialization occurs in a non-unifying and essentially nomadic form of collective phenomena? At the same time, it would not be difficult to prove that Hart and Negri's fundamental thesis is secretly nostalgic, basically an attempt to ward off the consolidation and return of state sovereignty through forging new alliances with the diabolical powers that have always been just outside the gates of empire, even in the somewhat de-parade hope that this will bring about a new Rubicon. At one level, this hope can be understood as an expression of New Age millennialism, one that combines postmodern desires for hybridity and anthropological exodus with the epic dimension of a new race, and I use this word intentionally to describe the concept of the multitude, that will emerge from the outside to bring about the fall of empire. In other words, as they write, a new nomad horde, a new race of barbarians, will arise to invade or evacuate empire. Hart and Negri 2217.1. If the problem of the state form of sovereignty has been one of the most difficult questions to resolve historically, then there is good reason that it appears in Deleuze and Guattari's final work What is Philosophy? 1997, as the first and final question of what they define as geophilosophy, since the fundamental problematic of how to make a philosophy with the earth already appears across a ground that is occupied by concrete social formations and by the historical societies that appear today more and more like throws of the die over the same ground. And each time, we might say, the solutions can only be deemed as partial and unresolved, since each solution that is actualized can only be as good as what Spinoza first defined as the common notions that comprise the ideal image of freedom belonging to each historical society. In other words, each time we can only say that the solution to the problem of society itself could only have been as good as the plane of concepts it occupied, and which constituted its historical ground. As Deleuze remarked many times, concepts do not fall from the sky ready-made, rather, they are pieced together from earlier concepts, for every concept relates back to other concepts, not only in its history but in its becoming and present connections. Deleuze and Guattari 1997-19. Therefore, in order to understand better the composition of the plane of concepts proposed by Deleuze and Guattari's geophilosophy, and how both its possible becoming as well as its present connections must be distinguished from previous traditions of political philosophy, and from Marxism, in particular, in the following passages I will attempt to situate and to contextualize Deleuze and Guattari's concepts by exploring the following questions: what is the earth? Moreover, what are strata, or what Deleuze and Guattari describe as the processes of stratification? What is a socius, in particular, the stratification engendered? 224. By a primitive territorial machine, and of a state form. And finally, what, actually, is meant by the concept of deterritorialization? A conspiracy of the earth? A fragment from Hesiod. Taking up our first question, I wish to return to a very early source, Hesiod's Theogony. How some might immediately believe this to be a Western source, there are many early Egyptian, Babylonian and Northern African hints and traces, so that things get confused and contradictory. In any case, in one of the original creation myths assembled by Hesiod, there is the story of the earth, Gaia, and heaven, Ouranos, and a certain progeny called Cronus, who is figured as the archaic forerunner of time. In this story it is said that Gaia is covered up by Ouranos, so much so that he never lifts his body from her day and night but constantly fornicates and pushes Gaia's progeny into the inner recesses of her body until, as the Greek has it, Gaia is all crowded out, stuffed up with her own generations, to the point of bursting. It is at this point in the story that something strange occurs. A third party comes onto the scene, Cronus, who mysteriously is reported to be the first progeny of Gaia and Cronus, and of course, don't ask these stories to make sense,
since we must imagine that one of Gaia's children managed to escape the eternal rape of heaven, and the marriage bed of his two parents. 2. It is said that Gaia devised a crafty, evil device, chain, or conspiratorial plot, with Cronus to rid her of her unwelcome suitor, and sent him to hide in a place of ambush, Loxos, the ancient twin of Logos. The next time Ouranos came, figuratively I imagine, Cronus leapt from his place of ambush and caught his father, heaven, which is why the world was divided in two from that point onward, so that no part of heaven actually touched the earth. 3h This act of separation was not terrible enough. He then spread the seed from Ouranos' bloody genitals over the entire surface of Gaia. The drops of blood fertilize Gaia and generate Furies, giants, and Melian nymphs. The severed parts fall into the sea. Kirk and Raven 1957, 35. Thus, from these seeds sprang the race of Titans, the bastard sons of heaven, who would later assume the roles of poetic figures, the earthly powers, the monarchs and despots, the Caesars and, finally, modern nation-states. Although, of course, the last can only be prefigured allegorically in Hesiod's original fable. Today, we might perceive the countenance of a new heaven in the obese figure of globalization, the giant colossus with two backs who lies a little too heavily on the earth and which internalizes all desiring production within its ever-expanding body. It is because this new figure of heaven appears more powerful and what the earth thinks 225. All-encompassing than Gaia's previous suitors. Moreover, that recently there has been a noticeable loss of faith, among the intermediate surface dwellers, in the existence of a new place of ambush, in the return of old Cronus, or in the idea of forging a new conspiracy with the earth. I do not recount this early myth of Greek theodicy here simply to be dramatic. I would argue that one can find in the writings of Deleuze and Guattari a version, if not a revision, of Hesiod's fable in the description of the earth whose body is said to be bloated, trap-grow, pock-marked by territories, overburdened and weighted down by the despotic forms of sovereignty and theological forms of the state. So many heavens have been invented to lie heavy on the earth, like obese lovers that cover her body day and night. In fact, we might think of each heaven as the representation of a distinct stratum, and the multiple strata that pile on top of one another as the multiplication of layers or plateaus in the geological diagram that Deleuze and Guattari employ in their conception of stratification as the problem of political geology, and of the earth as suffering from too much stratification. Here, R will refer to the definition offered by Professor Challenger, a character drawn from the novels of Arthur Conan Doyle and Edgar Rice Burroughs, who first appears in 8,000 Plateaus to expound upon the concept of stratification. 4 According to Challenger, strata are layers, belts. They consist of giving form to matter, of imprisoning intensities or locking singularities into systems of resonance and redundancy, of producing on the body of the earth molecules large and small, and of organizing them into molar aggregates. Strata are acts of capture. They are like black holes or occlusions striving to seize whatever comes into their reach. They operate by coding and reterritorialization upon the earth. They proceed by code and by territoriality. The strata are judgments of God. Stratification in general is the entire system of the judgment of God, but the earth, or the body without organs, constantly eludes that judgment, flees and becomes destratified, decoded, deterritorialized. Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 40. A surface of stratification is defined as a more compact plane of consistency lying between two layers, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 40. But, as they also observe, strata always come in pairs, one serving as a substratum for the other. This can be readily illustrated in Hesiod's fable, with Gaia, the earth, forming the substratum of Ouranos, heaven. However, something comes between them, the surface occupied by Cronus, the surface that exfoliates from the bloody genitals of Ouranos, which represents an original point of deterritorialization that produces surface through which peoples and territories are first distributed. 226. Prior to this event there was no surface, and no space, strictly speaking, or rather, between the two layers or strata represented by the body of Auranos lying on Gaia day and night, there was no exterior place for Gaia to produce new strata, as these were constantly crammed back into the inner recesses of her ever more crowded and populous body. It was only through the intervention of Cronus, who came between this ancient pair of strata, that the idea of an external east plane, separated from the immediate joining of the two primitive strata, was first possible. The contradiction we have noted, the externalization of the surface Cronus, occupied as a place of ambush prior to the division of earth and sky into two separate strata, can thus be interpreted as the retroactive image of the act created afterwards as the necessary condition of its possibility. Moreover, the original Greek meanings of chain, as plot, or secret pact between Gaia and Cronus, and loxos, a place of ambush, hidden away from Auranos, also point to the political and strategic determination of a surface or place, even, place, from which the revolt against heaven unfolded, two external relations to power or domination whose utopian meanings are obvious. 1. Conspiratorial plot or era-free device invented by a revolutionary assemblage, or war Deleuze and Guattari later call a war machine. 2. A utopian, place that constitutes the virtual point of emergence, or point of deterritorialization, of new strata, and particularly those strata that concern us, which are composed of humans, but not exclusively, since they also include vegetable, mineral, and even machinic phyla as well, and are defined less by species than by a distribution of strata that takes the distinctive form of associates. Social bodies, or the principles of territoriality. In turning to our second question, specifically, we are interested in two types or organizations of associates frequently discussed in 8,000 Plateaus, the primitive territorial machine and the state form. From the perspective of the earth, the immobile continuum, the ground of production, the body without organs, so-called human societies only appear as coded blocks, either mobile or static, or as inscriptions organized into distinctive patterns of cities and territories, more recently into populations. The earth is tattooed by the societies which emerge to represent the points of its surface that are overcoded, and human beings do not appear on the surface, as they are attached to it by their organs, by their eyes, their hands, their mouths, their genitals, by their great and overdeveloped anuses, in order to make another metabody. It is at this point, as with Aristotle, that human beings cease to be defined primarily as biological entities and become elements of an entirely different assemblage called associates or social machine. In turn, this creates the condition for the emergence of the great territorial machines that have distributed themselves across the surface of the earth, which have bodies of human beings as their parts, and their organs are now attached directly to the earth through the intermediary of territorial signs, which are composed of matter drawn from the hybrid inscriptions of soil and blood. It is from these primitive territorial machines that the great races and the territorial bands emerge and strap themselves to the earth's body like lines that crisscross the Dogon egg, carving out internal neighboring zones, remote exterior precincts, frontiers and wastelands, boundaries and borderlines, and what Kant earlier described as the vast spaces of communication, the oceans, deserts, the air, that lie between the doorsteps or porticos of the domus, the homeland, Heimat, the native soil, nation. Far from being a static notion, the concept of space that this process of stratification express is wildly productive. The specific characteristic of space that the processes of stratification express can be defined as a vis activa, by the tendency to proliferate and to multiply and become a manifold, something that Deleuze later explores through the concept of the fold, i.e. play. Throughout this process, however, the earth must be defined as a thing that remains consistent, immanently connected through all its points or surfaces, interior and exterior, or rather a plane of consistency that becomes more compact and hardened the more strata or layers are produced. In other words, with each new surface actually produced through stratification, the earth withdraws even further into itself, becoming more impenetrable and in itself. I will return to comment on this tendency below when we come back to the notion of deterritorialization. Human societies can therefore be described as megamachines that cover the eon. We recall the description of Auranos: he stretched himself, and spread all over her, and thus comprise its new surfaces of inscription and encoding. The question I have raised above concerns whether these surfaces can be arranged successively in a historical description, or whether their arrangement must be sought in the distinctive process of stratification itself. The description of societies as megamachines requires us, once again, to clarify all this talk of machines in Deleuze and Guattari's writings. Simply put, a machine is actually a much more accurate manner of speaking of societies as being, in fact, composed of the relations of production and surfaces of inscription, or what they call recording, that is, the relations of production and recording that are inscribed directly onto bodies which form the different surfaces of social machines. As they write, the social machine is literally a machine, irrespective of any metaphor, inasmuch as it exhibits an immobile motor and undertakes a variety of interventions. Flows are set upon, elements are detached from a chain, and portions of the tasks are then distributed. Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 41. Of course, this description refers back to Marx's image of the relations of production that take on distinctive characteristics at each stage of the evolution of capital. Human societies are made up of lines, some of which are segmented and appear hard and easily noticeable on a surface of inscription recording. However, others are more supple and appear further down, such as the flows of desire that are inscribed in the infrastructure of production itself, or take the shape of flows that circulate over the entire surface, flows of money, for example, that circulate in patterns that are difficult to perceive on first glance. Of course, there have been many different machines, as many as different organizations of the SOTUS determined by the relations of production, from the primitive territorial machine, to the despotic feudal machines, to the machines of the nation-state, to the globalist machines of late capitalism. In each case, flows are set apart, elements are detached, and tasks distributed. However, in each case as well, new strata are produced that bear distinctive characteristics and new elements, which is why Deleuze and Guattari constantly emphasize the notion of territory in distinguishing between different strata, or arrangements of the socius, in order to observe what has changed in passing from one level, or stratum, to the next. At the same time, according to Deleuze and Guattari, it is only from the current perspective of this last machine that we can speak of the wholesale dismantling of all the machines that preceded it, thus, of the decline of the nation-state machine and its gradual incorporation into the machinery of global capitalism, which today covers the earth and constitutes a new surface of inscription and recording, or memory, and which unites all events and bodies into one mega-machine at the end of history. Thus, it will be necessary to await capitalism to find a semi-autonomous organization of technical production that tends to appropriate memory and reproduction, and thereby modifies the forms of the exploration of man, but, as a matter of fact, this organization presupposes a dismantling of the great social machines that preceded it. Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 141. This is why they often claim that capital is perhaps the most miraculous of all previous social machines, since it appears that everything that happens has been preordained to happen for its benefit, to bring it into being and to make it the internal presupposition of every previous socius. As Deleuze once remarked, the first capitalists are waiting there like birds of prey, waiting to swoop down on the worker who has fallen through the cracks of the previous system. This is what is meant by primitive accumulation, Deleuze 2004, 268. However, this is partly an illusion that belongs to the history of capitalism itself, that is, to the idea of universal history, which is completely consistent with the encoding of capital and its specific line of development onto the full body of the earth, of the process of stratification in which it plays the role of an state that organizes every other social form that preceded it, even those that are remote in time or place, and some that have yet to be invented, the most ancient and the most recent forms of exploitation of man by man, Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 140. On the contrary, Following the observations by Maurice Godelier, Deleuze, and Guattari argue against what could be understood as the underlying theoretical assumption that belongs to the current thesis of globalization, rather than the West's line of development being universal because it recurs everywhere else. It must be understood as universal because it has recurred nowhere else. It is typical therefore only because, in its singular process, it has obtained a universal result. Godelier. Quoted in Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 40. To describe the class of the universal as typical, or general, is very different from saying it is determining in all cases. This recalls the problem of logic based on syllogism. On the other hand, many current theories of globalization, including, I might add, the theory of empire, continue to mistake the two types, or species of universality, which can be defined in terms of the distinction between totality and singularity, or the contingency of the Western line of development. Why is it, one might ask, that most critiques of the capitalist system insist on the universality of the first kind, that it has and will continue to recur everywhere else according to the line of development first established in the West, rather than developing the critical insight that its form of universality corresponds to a line of development that belongs to the West and could recur nowhere else? In other words, the more that the current critiques of capitalism continue to universalize, and the more they pretend to speak from the position of the full body of the earth, the more they continue to perpetuate the myth of globalization according to one line of development, that is, according to a singular process of stratification that encodes the entire surface of the earth, that stretches itself, and spreads all over her. In fact, the singular universality that belongs to the Western line of development is expressed in the form of absolute imperium that 230 characterizes its political organization of democratic states, but all along a line of a singular interest that must find its own limit at a certain point in other organizations that are always located outside the West5 as Deleuze and Guattari write. If we say that capitalism determines the conditions and the possibility of a universal history, this is true insofar as capitalism has to deal essentially with its own limit, its own destruction as Marx says, insofar as it is capable of self-criticism, at least to a certain point, the point where a limit appears, in the very movement that counteracts this tendency. Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 140. In this regard, we see that the problem of the West is, in a certain sense, equivalent to the problem of Oedipus in Deleuze and Guattari's argument, when viewed as a form of universality that captures desiring production, receding all deterritorialization according to its own singular axiomatic, which becomes typical as a result. The West produces the universal as its own plane of immanence, and then rejoices over the evil deed, Hesiod. And yet, the whole of Oedipus is anal and implies an individual overinvestment of the organ to compensate for its collective disinvestment, Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 143. Would it not be conceivable to apply the same statement to the future of the Western line of development, or the history of capitalism heretofore, somewhat analogically or speculatively from the current moment, but rather once other systems and future instruments of capital begin to disinvest from its overarching myth of stratification, that of absolute imperium? As Deleuze and Guattari argue, therefore, it is only from the perspective of the full body of the earth, or the absolute poem of deterritorialization, that the idea of universal history can first appear not only as retrospective, with respect to its own line of development, but also contingent, singular, ironic, and chirical. This remark is important with regard to the possible manners in which capitalism may encounter its own limit outside or beyond the line of its own internal development, and specifically the development of Western capitalist societies. In some sense, the limit in question concerns the appearance of its universality when viewed from the perspective of other societies, which could only appear as contingent, singular, ironic, or critical, in other words, as finite arrangements of interest that always flow back to the West. Hence, The critical remark made by Godlier above is extremely important for perceiving how the form of juridical sovereignty that underlies Western democratic institutions and ideas, and the idea of universality especially, has functioned as the immobile motor of the expansion of what the Earth thinks. 231. The Western line of development in the form of absolute imperium. As Godlier observes, even the theoretical idea of socialism, developed, in part, in compensation for the forms of exploitation that belong retrospectively to the history of capitalist societies, now confronts other societies and cause them to leave behind the most ancient as well as the most recent forms of exploitation of man by man. Godlier, quoted by Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 140 n. But we might ask, to leave them behind for what, if not for the new forms of exploitation that belong to the technical process of the production of capital, and for the benefit of an arrogant breed who are our masters. Deleuze 1995, 181, and alongside the creation of new exploited classes that populate the different regions of the earth today? This is what Godlier refers to as the authentic universality of the West's line of development. Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 140 n. And, of course, we should not only accept this remark as ironic and critical, but see that it is made to show how the authenticity of Western notions of universality, but also social justice, equality, fraternity, and so on, are appearing more singularly, from the perspective of other societies, in light of their difference from actual practices. 6. Finally, this is also what Deleuze and Guattari suggest by the statement that capitalism must deal with its own limit, its own destruction. Deleuze and Guattari 1983, 140, and this would occur precisely at those points where its own authenticity is constantly being placed in crisis, where its expression of universal history appears against the background of its difference from other lines of development, in the realization that this history could indeed recur nowhere else, and would no longer cause other societies to leave behind the forms of exploitation of man by man. Such is already the case, I would argue, in different regions of the world and in certain other societies where there is a preference for primitive territorial machines, that is, from the perspective of the West concerning the so-called return of archaic religious fundamentalisms, over the adoption of Western ideas, including the idea of socialism. Political and economic theorists have already perceived that the history of capitalism in the West is contingent on a certain line of development, one that is completely dependent on expansion, that is, on an immobile motor of deterritorialization and a process of stratification that displaces the limit internal to the capitalist sodas onto different segments of the earth and, in particular, that always confronts the same line in the other societies it encounters and in the new forms of exploited labor that it has created in its attempt, as Marx said, to go still further. At the same time, I recall the critical diagnosis of this tendency that is offered by Deleuze from the 1973 interview Capitalism and Desire. 232. In every respect, capitalism has a very particular character. Its lines of escape are not just difficulties that arise, they are the very conditions of its operation. Capitalism is founded on a generalist decoding of every FLOW. It did not create any code, it created a kind of accounting, an axiomatic of decoded flows, as the basis of its economy. It ligatures the points of escape and moves ahead. It is always expanding its own borders, and always finds itself in a situation where it must close off new escape routes at its borders, pushing them back once more. It has resolved none of the fundamental problems. It can't even foresee the monetary increase in a country over a year. It is endlessly recrossing its own limits, which keep on appearing farther out. It puts itself in alarming situations with respect to its own production, its social life, its demographics, its periphery in the third world, its interior regions, etc. The system is leaking over the place. Deleuze 2003, 270, my emphasis, GL. Deleuze and Guattari constantly emphasize, it is the very same principle of deterritorialization upon which this form of capitalism depends, as its immobile motor is the same one that has always haunted each society in which it historically appeared as the terrifying nightmare from which it cannot awaken. This is because in each instance of deterritorialization that allows the capitalist socius to displace its own limit further out, and to move on, across the surfaces of the earth, there always appears a frightening tendency of this process to veer toward a point of absolute deterritorialization. Point 7. This produces, as they have frequently argued, the extremely peculiar, if not singular, expressions of dread that can be found at the basis of Western religious, sexual, or familial, political and philosophical institutions, specifically, the dread of decoded flows. In fact, the more that the West has expanded by displacing its own interior limit onto the full body of the earth, the more vulnerable Western societies have become to a dread they feel for a flow that would elude their code. Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 142, a feeling, or I feel, that has returned in the heart of all its social institutions. This, in a nutshell, is the entire thesis of Anti-Oedipus concerning the strange union of desire with this singular feeling of dread which stems from the decoded flows that haunt the capitalist socius from an outside it has first produced, a strange amalgamation of desire and dread that finds its universal apotheosis in the obese figure of Oedipus, who appears, according to a fine phrase by Artaud, like a dead rat's ass suspended from the ceiling of the sky. Artaud, quoted in Deleuze and Guattari, 1983, 143. As an experiment, let us imagine tomorrow the Earth is struck by a giant meteor that extinguishes all biological life and every socius distributed across its full body. The question would be whether the Earth itself would ever even notice this as an event, but would remain absolutely indifferent, the immovable and glacial entity that has terrified every society trembling on its surface? Would the Earth be concerned whether the life forms that occupied its body were that of a human socius, or, to employ a beautiful phrase first coined by Jonathan Schell in The Fate of the Earth, merely a kingdom of insects and grass, or even if someday it returned to a purely mineral environment without atmosphere or vegetable life? Would this not be one way of envisaging the end of capitalism? Certainly. But perhaps this raises the point that Deleuze and Guattari continued to make in their work, that the end of capitalism, or TEED of history, as the dominant myth that belongs to capitalist sociels.LLS not and has never been the most critical limit to achieve. Every civilization and every epoch have had their ends to history. It's not necessarily insightful or liberating. The moments of excess, the celebrations, are hardly more reassuring. Deleuze, 2004, 266. And it is not by chance that contemporary popular culture is replete with fantasies concerning the end of the world, from Independence Day to Armageddon and the Terminator and Matrix X series. Ironically, we are always having the same collective dream, the end of capitalism. Even Republicans and capitalists share the same dream. In other words, whence the popularity of this collective fantasy, except that it issues from the dread that already determines the internal limit of the capitalist socius itself, but a dread that cord embodies by culture as expressions of desire, jubilant intoxication, dictum and moribund fascination? For Deleuze and Guattari it is the earth, the body without organs, or the deterritorialized glacial, giant molecule, that provides us with the glimpse of the absolute HMLT. If anything, one sees from the perspective of this limit a supreme and terrifying indifference to the end of history, if not the fundamental image of terror itself, which is nothing less than the petrifying ace of the death drive. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This, in my view, is what the earth thinks about the current socius that is tattooed across the surface of its full body, and which after all, is only a very temporary and Merskin irritation. In conclusion, therefore, let us return to the idea of a political geology, or to, or ultimate question, if the earth had a politics, what might it be? Certainly, following Deleuze and Guattari, of course the answer would be a politics of deterritorialization. A politics of Gaia Cronus. Point 8. However, we must return to make one small correction. It would appear from the illustration offered above that the Earth can simply be defined as a primitive stratum, perhaps even the first or the original stratum. On the contrary, Deleuze and Guattari do not define the Earth as a stratum, original or otherwise, but rather as a more compact plane of consistency that lies between layers or strata, in effect, the body without organs, which has already been identified as the Earth in the earlier passage cited above. J is itself the plane of consistency, which becomes compact or thick ends at the level of th strata, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 40. This is how they avoid the charges of a return to nature, as if they were saying that the plane of consistency, including the consistency of desire, is a natural state that exists prior to the moment of stratification which causes it to deviate from its true unitary composition or to become outside itself within itself. This would just be an inverted Hegelianism, and perhaps we were led astray here by the moral associations of rape in the story of Hesiod. There is always a danger in using fables, or fictions, in explicating concepts, which are made up of lines and not of images, and which is why we need to restore a proper degree of abstraction to the image of the Earth offered earlier on. From our earlier description, we seem to have two mutually exclusive propositions in defining the Earth. On the one hand, it is defined as absolute deterritorialization, and Professor Challenger has already described the Earth, or the body without organs, as what constantly flees and becomes destratified, decoded, deterritorialized. On the other hand, the Earth has also been defined as the plane of consistency that thickens and compacts between strata. This would appear to be contradictory if the movement of deterritorialization was always opposed to formations of congealment or stratification, or what Deleuze and Guattari call reterritorialization. But, as they write, absolute deterritorialization is not defined as a giant accelerator. Its absoluteness does not hinge on how fast it goes. It is actually possible to reach the absolute by way of phenomena of slowness and delay, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 56. Consequently, thickness and density also resist stratification, as much as a surface that is characterized by dispersion and by externalist elements, and we might imagine that deterritorialization must also be figured as those points that are impermeable and infinitely dense that can occur within any strata, forming black holes or points where the Earth becomes too dense and undifferentiated. In each case, the process of stratification fails to capture matter and transform it into a surface of encoding. The Earth no longer functions as a substratum, but comes undone and goes adrift. Or reappears outside the strata themselves. However, this is only an illusion caused by the failure of its particular matter to be articulated by the process of stratification. The point of all this is, again, to be discovered in the thesis of Professor Challenger, that the Earth absolutely resists all stratification, always veering toward a point of absolute deterritorialization, and it is this degree of resistance that appears in the residues that constitute the relative and varying degrees of deterritorialization that belong to the strata themselves. Thus, absolute deterritorialization, the Earth, appears twice, or is doubly articulated, and appears relative only where stratification occurs on that plane or body, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 56. This is why, according to Deleuze and Guattari, there is a perpetual immanence of absolute deterritorialization within relative deterritorialization, and why the plane of consistency the Earth is always immanent to the strata, Deleuze and Guattari 1987, 56-7, returning to apply this insight to the fable by Hesiod, the Earth must be figured as both a pre-oneer to stratifications, and enveloped in a certain specific stratum that defines its unity of composition, Gaia, and, at the same time, as that most unformed, destratified element that belongs to its plane of consistency, Cronus. This removes any remaining hint of naturalism from Deleuze and Guattari's geophilosophy, since the Earth can only be defined as the mobile continuum between two states of deterritorialization, the plane of consistency that appears between relative and absolute deterritorialization, or as the tipping point that causes one state to pass into another. But again, the strata themselves are only residues of these passages from one state to another, which is why they are constantly haunted from within by the movements of relative deterritorialization that always threaten to become absolute. Therefore, the Earth can only be defined by this degree of imbalance, or disequilibrium, in the same way that any surface of stratification, of tetrarori, or the stratified surface of the Earth under capitalism, is always found animated by deterritorialist and decoded flows. This is Deleuze and Guattari's thesis concerning capital, for example, which is said to be leaking everywhere and endlessly crossing its own limits, which it keeps pushing farther out. At the same time, it is precisely through this fact that the Earth is always expanding its own borders, as Deleuze argues, and always finds itself in a situation where it must dose off new escape routes, and push them back into its own body. Deleuze 2004, 270. Thus, if the couple formed by Gaia Auranos would form one image of the Earth, in which the Earth is shown to expand by internalizing all strata into her bloated body, then the couple figured by Gaia Cronus could provide another image, in 236, which the Earth suddenly exfoliates all its strata on a surface that has no unity, but is characterized by an essential dispersion. And yet, these two images would not be opposed to one another, since one would form the internal presupposition of the other in the same way that every movement of deterritorialization produces the conditions for reterritorization, recoding, or for new stratifications, and every reterritorialization always foresees new possibilities of deterritorialist flows and even takes steps in anticipation of these flows and seeks to capture them, and to internalize them once P1 or. But in each case, these possibilities appear as unprecedented and take on new character and new revolutionary potential. As Deleuze said, so, you see, there is hope. Deleuze 2004, 270. This would be the hope of causing one state to pass into another, without going too far, of tipping the Earth over and causing it to spill out onto another plane of consistency, which would be the critical perspective of geophilosophy. Is there a possibility of a new conspiracy with the Earth, one that would be different from the conspiracy of totality? If, as Deleuze once observed, the philosophy of the future must become a species of science fiction, then this trait would be even more pertinent to characterize a geophilosophy, or a philosophy of the aeon. It is for this reason that it cannot take the form of a political theology, since its concepts are unfolded on a ground that knows nothing of transcendence, but only of an outside that is much older than history. Let us, for example, try and imagine the year O. On this plateau, we might ask, what would be the characteristics of the socius that currently distributes itself across a surface of the Earth? After a long process of anthropological exodus, what of desire or power, the composition of the strata, the inevitable processes of stratification? The question of empire? If such a question could be asked any longer, it would only occur further down, well beneath the surface, congealed and hardened at some distant level of the interior stratum. Perhaps it will have become the question of anthropologists and natural historians, but not of politics, for that is a question that is always reserved for the surface, and I imagine this will be just as true then, as it is now. The most critical point of view is only achieved in thinking of surfaces, in terms of which surface we occupy now or the one emerging just next to us, and not in terms of the culture of memory that belongs either to the past or the future, since revolution has nothing to do with an attempt to inscribe oneself in a movement of development and in the capitalization of memory, but in the preservation of a force of forgetting and a force of underdevelopment as properly revolutionary forces. Deleuze 2004, 278-9. The future is not a surface that unfolds from deep within the strata. Rather, the future is an egg, or a body, without organs. The Earth, in any case, as Deleuze and Guattari have remarked many times, does not have a future, but only a becoming, or many becomings. And what is the earth in the process of becoming now, is perhaps the only critical question that, today, remains for us to answer.